To protect his sister, this boy faced them fearlessly, clashing with a group of thugs. But his small body was beaten black and blue by them. The little girl cried and begged, "Uncle, please stop hitting him." He walked straight over, scooped up a spoonful of pig swill, and held it out. "Just eat this, and I'll tell them to stop." The little girl's hands trembled, she had no other choice. Watching this scene was infuriating, yet he continued to insult them. "Bastards without a father like you only deserve to eat pig food." Xiaoji sobbed. "Xiaoji has a father. Xiaoji is not a bastard." This scumbag immediately knocked the girl away. Xiaoyi wanted to run over to save his sister, but he was also knocked unconscious by them with one move. Senior brother Wang immediately gave the order. "Hurry up and dispose of these two bastards. Keeping them around serves no purpose." The rain continued to pour down. Xiaoji lay on the cold ground, gasping weakly, calling out, "Father." At this very moment, the master of the heavenly separation palace, Lu Tianyuan, was breaking through to the immortal realm. Heaven and earth. Terrifying phenomena were swirling around him. Below, the people of the heavenly separation palace were rejoicing. It seems the palace master is about to succeed. From now on, the heavenly separation palace can go out and rule over the world. Suddenly, Sui Feng realized something. Something is wrong. Something is disturbing the palace master. Boom! A sound shook heaven and earth. Indeed, Lu Tianyuan's breakthrough had failed. Clutching his chest, suffering from the backlash, he uttered only one sentence, "My child is calling me." Then, ignoring his injuries, he immediately teleported, leaving his subordinates in shock. Meanwhile, the henchmen had carried the two children to a canyon. They planned to throw them off the cliff, ignoring whether they lived or died, as long as they got paid. Suddenly, a shout of "Stop" made them freeze. Their bodies couldn't move. Lu Tianyuan appeared with a terrifying aura, terrifying everyone. In the blink of an eye, he sent them all to meet their maker. He gently embraced the two children. Xiaoji, barely holding on to consciousness, asked, "Are you father?" Then she fainted. Lu Tianyuan was utterly furious. A stream of azure spiritual light around him thickened and erupted, spreading across the cliff, because he forcibly used his power while his meridians were critically injured. Casting the phantom shift teleportation spell, his injuries instantly worsened. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His face turned deadly pale, drained of all color. Cold sweat poured down like rain. His subordinates finally arrived, rushing frantically to his side. "Young master." Each hurriedly took a child from him. Qing Feng, astonished, guessed. Could these be the young miss and young master? Lu Tianyuan gave a faint hum of confirmation. When holding the boy, Qing Feng noticed something strange and reported, "Young master. It seems there is a problem with the young master." Lu Tianyuan simply called out, "Li Qing." Quickly understanding, Li Qing placed his hand over his right eye. A brilliant golden light radiated out. He chanted a spell. "Golden pupil of insight, see through all." The golden light enveloped Xiaoyi. Li Qing immediately reported, "Palace master, the young master's talent is extremely exceptional. But his muscles and bones are severely damaged. It appears someone has forcibly extracted his heavenly spirit bone, the soul bone of the heavenly meridian." But these words only made the fire of rage inside Lu Tianyuan burn even more fiercely. His face darkened as he ordered, "Investigate immediately. I want to know exactly who dared to lay a hand on my children." Li Qing clasped his hands and bowed, "Your subordinate obeys." Looking at the two children, Qing Feng thought to himself, "This is the first time I've seen the young master this furious." By dawn the next day, in a spacious pavilion, Qing Feng reported the situation. "Young master. Apart from the young master missing his heavenly spirit bone, the physical condition of both children has stabilized. They just need more rest." Lu Tianyuan remained silent, watching his two children sleeping soundly on the bed. He sat down on the edge of the bed. Just then, Li Qing entered and reported the investigation details. "Palace master. Everything has been clarified. The children are named Yuji and Shuiyi. The mastermind behind this is Zhang Rui, the fourth young master of Qingyun Mountain. He used the two children as hostages to force their mother, Shi Yanhan, former saintess of the Heartwood sect, to become his concubine." These words recalled the image of a beautiful blue-haired woman in his mind. Interrupting Lu Tianyuan's thoughts, Li Qing continued, "Furthermore, today is the day Zhang Rui forces Shi Yanhan to marry him. The wedding procession has already departed. Unable to hold back any longer, Lu Tianyuan stood up abruptly and ordered, Qing Feng. You stay here and look after my children. I will go alone. Qing Feng spoke up worriedly. The palace master understood their intention to stop him. He waved his hand. I will handle this matter personally. You all, prepare for the next phase of the plan. Suddenly, a small hand tugged at his robe. Little Yuji opened her eyes and pleaded earnestly, Father. Yuji begs you, please save Mother. Mother doesn't want to marry that bad man. Lu Tianyuan gently stroked her head and promised softly, just rest well. When you wake up, our family will be reunited. Saying that, he strode out of the room. Meanwhile, in a mountainous region, a lavish wedding procession carried a bridal sedan chair. Stopping in front of Shi Yanhan's small thatched cottage, Zhang Rui, in bright red wedding attire, was blocked outside. He cursed angrily, damn woman. This young master has come personally. Yet you won't even open the gate. The man surnamed Wang hurriedly intervened, young master Zhang, calm down. Let me go in and persuade her. Zhang Rui frowned and snapped, hurry up. The bridal outfit was laid out on the bed. Shi Yanhan sat there, looking sorrowful and silent. The man surnamed Wang opened the door and called softly, Junior sister. She didn't respond to his greeting, but asked directly, Senior brother Wang. Where are Xiaoji and Xiaoyu right now? Hearing the names of the two children, he feigned deep sadness, then threatened, Junior sister. The people of Qingyun Mountain are too cold-blooded. If you don't comply. His face showed a look of helplessness so perfect. He deserved to be a great actor. Then he stood up, raising his voice to pretend to advise Yanhan. Abandon the two children and run away with me. I have now reached the forest sparrow realm. I will take you to join another sect. And start a new life with me. She looked straight at him. Brother Wang, please mind your manners. I carried those two children for over 4 years before they were born. They are my priceless treasures. Their safety is more important than anything. Her words horrified him. Carrying a pregnancy for over 4 years? They are not normal humans. They must be monsters. Yanhan, don't sink any deeper. She suddenly stood up, cutting him off. Enough. She gritted her teeth, tell Zhang Rui. As long as my children are safe, I will go with him. The procession successfully picked up the bride. Sitting in the sedan chair, sure. Yanhan told herself she must choose the right moment to capture Zhang Rui and force him to hand over Xiao Ji and Xiaoyi. She gripped the knife hidden in her hand, determined that even if she perished with him, I must ensure my children are safe. Meanwhile, Zhang Rui was still annoyed. He muttered, hateful bitch. Making me waste so much effort. If not for her heavenly beauty, I would have taken her by force long ago. He spoke vulgarly, mentioning how he used the children to threaten her. He even planned to play with her until he was bored, then gift her to others, or throw her to the myriad desolate mountain villa for beasts to tear apart. His subordinates chimed in, praising his cruelty. The procession reached a mountain pass and was blocked. A figure was already waiting there. Seeing him remain silent, a subordinate rushed up and threw a punch. In a split second, Lu Tianyuan used one hand to catch the opponent's fist. He squeezed hard, the man's hand immediately bled, and all his finger bones were crushed. The man looked at his twisted, bloody arm, mouth gaping, screaming miserably, ah, my hand. Only then did Lu Tianyuan speak coldly. I have come to settle the score with you. Hearing the familiar voice, Shi Yanhan, sitting in the sedan chair, suddenly startled. Surprised. Chaotic screams rang out outside. She hurriedly lifted the curtain to look out. The scene revealed a battlefield. Dead bodies lay scattered on the ground. Only Lu Tianyuan remained, standing proudly in midair. Sensing her gaze, Lu Tianyuan turned his head. Shi Yanhan called out in surprise, Tianyuan. He also softly called back the name he hadn't spoken in a long time. Yanhan. She quickly walked to his side, her face a mix of anger and sorrow. She raised her hand as if to slap him, but as her hand got close to his face, it suddenly stopped, then turned into a gentle caress on his cheek. Despite her anger, she couldn't bear to hurt him. She stepped back, asking agonizingly, why did you come back? Don't forget, years ago I heartlessly drove you away. Lu Tianyuan didn't answer her reproach, but went straight to the point. The children are fine. They are currently in the heaven rank room, at the inn in town. Shi Yanhan bowed her head in silence, then turned and ran off. After running a distance, she stopped and called back, what about you? He replied, I have some debts to settle. Hearing that, she advised him, be careful. Then she sped away like the wind, rushing towards her two children. As soon as Shi Yanhan left, Lu Tianyuan focused on dealing with Zhang Rui. He walked slowly towards the young master lying on the ground. He grabbed Zhang Rui's collar. His cold eyes terrified the man. He dragged Zhang Rui, questioning coldly. I ask you, the heavenly spirit bone of Lu Shuiyi, who stole it? Yet Zhang Rui still screamed, who the hell are you? Daring to ambush Qingyan Mountain's convoy. Do you want to die? But these words provoked Lu Tianyuan to the extreme. His face darkened, moving as fast as lightning. He struck Zhang Rui. A miserable scream echoed. Zhang Rui gritted his teeth in pain. Cursing through clenched teeth, bastard. I will crush your bones to dust. His stupidity and arrogance further fueled Lu Tianyuan's rage. Killing intent began to flare in his eyes. Without hesitation, he severed one of Zhang Rui's arms. Zhang Rui screamed in pain, hurriedly begging, stop. Stop. I'll talk. I'll tell you. Lu Shuiyi's heavenly spirit bone. Shi Yanhan's son. If I remember correctly, it was probably extracted by my seventh brother, Zhang Tong. 3 years ago, seventh brother's cultivation increased suddenly. It must be because of that. So Lu Tianyuan stopped attacking. He continued to provide information. Because of his extraordinary talent, he was accepted by the Nine Clouds Supreme Sect as their core disciple. Zhang Rui took the chance to threaten, it's best if you consider this carefully. My Qingyan Mountain is a powerful force, and has deep ties with the Nine Clouds Supreme Sect. If you retreat now, you might keep your life. Otherwise, Lu Tianyuan suddenly stopped walking, pointed forward, and asked coldly, look. Where is this? Zhang Rui was bewildered, forced to look up as directed. His face changed color in horror. This place, precisely where they were standing, was the base of Qingyan Mountain. Just like that, Lu Tianyuan dragged Zhang Rui inside. Meanwhile, at Qingyan Mountain, the third young master asked a subordinate, where is the fourth young master? The training of the half-demon slaves isn't finished yet. The subordinate bowed, third young master. Fourth young master went out to fetch the bride. The third young master flew into a rage, slacking off all day. Go find him and bring him back. Suddenly, a strong wind whooshed past, startling both of them. That strong wind was the flying body of Zhang Rui. He was thrown forward violently by Lu Tianyuan, smashing his back against a wall, then sliding down to the ground, right in front of the third young master. Zhang Rui's face was swollen and covered in blood. He gasped weakly. Third bro. The two exclaimed in horror, fourth brother. How did you end up so miserable? The third young master furiously turned to look at the opponent. In his line of sight, Lu Tianyuan walked over calmly. His whole body radiated power, glowing with azure light. Approaching, he went straight to the point. Where are my 8 elites? Qing Feng quickly reported, Palace Master. 4 of the 8 elites are missing. Li Qing clasped his hands respectfully, Palace Master. Qingyan Mountain has 1,579 disciples, 323 servants, and 372 half-demon slaves. A blond man added, throughout Qingyan Mountain, except for a few cooks, no one is innocent. Their hands are stained with blood. A gray-haired man yawned, urging, hurry up, I'm so sleepy. The 5 of them gathered together. The third young master pointed straight at Lu Tianyuan, asking resentfully, did you critically injure my disciples? He answered bluntly, that's right. The stream of azure light continued to spread, becoming more intense. The man continued questioning, you scoundrels. What are you doing at my Qingyan Mountain? Lu Tianyuan stood proudly, declaring, to raise Qingyan Mountain to the ground. Immediately, birds on the mountain flew away in panic. The third young master pointed at his subordinates, ordering, mobilize all half-demon slaves here to resist. Suddenly, a majestic white-haired old man stepped out, his face full of anger. He shouted loudly, who dares invade my Qingyan Mountain? Seeing him, the third young master rejoiced, second elder. Before his eyes, a group was fighting fiercely. Explosions boomed. Golden fire blazed, smoke and dust billowed. Suddenly, several subordinates near the third young master were struck and thrown to the ground, terrifying him. Qing Feng appeared, holding a fan elegantly. He walked forward leisurely. The aura alone radiating from him was enough to knock away the soldiers near him. Qing Feng's eyes were cold and full of killing intent. He waved his fan gently, the subordinates immediately fell, vomiting blood. Only the second elder remained standing. He remarked solemnly, mystic qi entering the body. Power moved by will. So young, yet already reached the monarch realm. Truly a genius. He ordered, everyone back down. I will personally deal with him. The third young master also hurriedly shouted, everyone retreat. He secretly rejoiced to witness the second elder make a move. The elder reached the monarch realm long ago. If not for being distracted by sect affairs, he would have been a saint emperor by now. Golden light surrounded the second elder. He raised his hand and offered, young man, join my Qingyun mountain. You've only just entered the monarch realm, right? The path of cultivation is arduous. If you fight my power, which borders on Saint Emperor, you will surely lose your life here. Hearing those arrogant words, Qing Feng said softly, you're mistaken. The second elder frowned, mistaken? Qing Feng didn't answer, but focused his power. His body radiated a deep azure mystic light. That is, Great Emperor Mystic Light. The second elder exclaimed in horror. Great Emperor Mystic Light Realm. I didn't expect a Great Emperor. The others also had eyes wide, mouths agape in astonishment. Very quickly, the second elder shouted, run. Saying that, he ran forward. It's not that easy. Qing Feng swung his fan to the right. Power from the fan erupted, shaking heaven and earth. He easily swept away the whole group. The second elder also vomited blood, heavily injured. He hurriedly screamed, demanding the patriarch activate the mountain-guarding divine artifact. Standing amidst the thick dust, Qing Feng wondered, mountain-guarding divine artifact, huh? He retracted his fan, speaking disdainfully. I wonder if it can withstand one move of mine. At this moment, Qingyun Mountain didn't have a single moment of peace. Screams echoed, chaos reigned with chickens flying and dogs barking. Disciples buzzed with discussion, a great emperor is attacking? Why did we provoke a great emperor? Have we contacted the Nine Clouds Supreme Sect yet? The third young master ran to the door of the main hall, imploring the patriarch, hurry and activate Qingyun Mountain's divine artifact. We cannot withstand the power of a great emperor. The patriarch sat on his chair, saying in a deep voice, the divine artifact has destructive power. Even if we repel the enemy, Qingyun Mountain will also suffer damage to its foundation. The old man closed his eyes and continued, but now, there is no other way. Then he stood up, decisively pushing all half-demon beasts to the front line. Qingyun Mountain disciples, retreat to the rear, to avoid injury from the shockwaves of the divine artifact. Next, he raised his hand, please, divine artifact. The subordinates clasped their hands in obedience, yes. At the same time, a crowd was being herded down the stairs. Among them was a blond boy, his face miserable and covered in mud. A fierce soldier kicked the boy hard, making him cry out in pain, then shouted, hurry up. Don't dawdle. A couple hurriedly supported the boy, calling worriedly, Xiao Qiu. Suddenly, a figure appeared. A streak of azure light shot towards the crowd. They backed away in horror. One man holding a sword shouted, don't flinch. Charge for me. At this moment, another person stepped forward, his whole body radiating white light. The blue-clothed soldier shouted, damn it. Anyone who retreats, I'll cut them down. Xiao Qiu looked up at him with eyes full of terror. He slashed several times wildly, fresh blood splattered. The couple fell, departed forever. Xiao Qiu screamed, Father! Mother! Taking advantage of his authority, he raised his blade, threatening, anyone who steps back, I'll kill them. Just then, a foot stepped forward. Azure power mixed with white exploded, knocking the group away. They were sent flying far away, blood spraying from their noses and mouths. Tianyuan walked over. His whole body radiated a terrifying power. The crowd, suppressed by this power, was forced to dodge, not daring to confront him directly. Lu Tianyuan knew they were innocent people, so he opened an escape route for them to go down the mountain. He said, go down the mountain. Those people clasped their hands and bowed in thanks, then quickly left. They ran past the murdered couple, no one paying attention. Xiao Qiu was sitting dazedly beside his parents' bodies. Lu Tianyuan then slit his own fingertip, letting blood flow out. He flicked 2 drops of blood into the mouths of the couple lying on the ground. The blue-clothed man still wouldn't let Xiao Qiu go. He looked at the boy, cursing, bastard. Spineless mongrels. When Xiao Qiu tremblingly picked up the knife, his eyes looked up at the man in blue. He was still trembling, tears streaming down his cheeks. But his gaze was incredibly determined. He had to avenge his parents. Seeing him rush over with the knife, the man retreated in fear, stammering. What do you want to do? The boy shouted, I want to avenge my parents. Saying that, he rushed forward. Suddenly, a firm hand held him back. Xiao Qiu's eyes went wide in surprise. The blue-clothed man was sweating profusely from fear. The person holding Xiao Qiu's hand was Lu Tianyuan. He advised, "There is no need to let this hatred continue." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Xiao Qiu was surprised, thinking he had misheard. How could it be father and mother's voices? Like a ray of hope, he turned his head. His parents had come back to life and sat up. He called out in overjoyed happiness, "Father! Mother!" Quick as lightning, he ran to hug them tight. Hugging very tightly, afraid they would vanish. Xiao Qiu said happily, "Father, Mother, you're okay. That's great." On this side, Lu Tianyuan walked step by step towards the blue-clothed man. He retreated in fear, stammering, You, what are you planning?" Before he could finish, Lu Tianyuan thrust his blade into his stomach. Before the utterly shocked gaze of the blue-clothed man. Just like that, he went to meet his maker. "Let me bear all the grudges and hatred." Xiao Qiu looked at him in surprise, forgetting to cry. Lu Tianyuan stood next to the bloody corpse. A moment later, he instructed Xiao Qiu's family. "Hurry down the mountain. If you stay too late, you will lose your lives." All three bowed respectfully, Thank you, thank you." Saying that, the couple led Xiao Qiu down the mountain. Although they had gone far, the boy still looked back at his silhouette. Only Lu Tianyuan remained, standing proudly on the mountain. A loud noise resonated from the mountain peak. The shape of the mountain gradually changed, as if being eroded by something. The patriarch of Qingyun Mountain stood on the roof of the building, his expression grave, his eyes boring down as if looking straight at the enemy. He clasped his hands, focusing all his power. Golden light quickly spread over his body. He declared, "Qingyun Mountain faces the calamity of sect extermination. Betting the entire 1,000-year legacy of Qingyun Mountain, I invite the divine artifact to appear." As soon as he finished speaking, golden and white light formed, becoming denser, then intertwining. Gradually, they gathered where he stood. An object appeared from within the golden light. It was the divine artifact he mentioned. He held the divine artifact in his hand, his face supremely confident. He placed the divine artifact in position, then opened it. He said arrogantly, with the Qingyun divine artifact in hand, "So what if you are a great emperor?" Finished speaking, he began to activate the divine artifact. The crowd behind laughed, "Haha, sure that victory belonged to them." He suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils were just a glowing gold. No irises could be seen. Immediately after, golden light spread across the entire mountain. Qing Feng, Li Qing, and the others watched with calm expressions, showing no fear at all. Since the old man has unleashed such a big move, Lu Tianyuan must also respond enthusiastically. He spread his hand wide, gathering a source of white power, then shouted, "Dragon Fault." As soon as he finished, a large blade appeared in his hand. At the same time, the divine artifact had locked onto his position. The patriarch said, "Betting the entire fate of Qingyun Mountain." Saying that, he fired a beam of extremely powerful firepower from the divine artifact. Shouting, "Kill the enemy." The firepower flew as fast as a meteor towards Lu Tianyuan. In just a second or two, it was close to his face. Without fear, he slammed Dragon Fault into the ground. From the Dragon Fault blade, a stream of green power radiated. He looked up at the sky, shouting, "Mountain slash," then chopped down. A giant green dragon appeared. It opened its huge mouth, as if wanting to swallow everything. The two power sources, green and gold, collided violently. Not long after, the green power gained the upper hand, piercing through the beam of golden light, destroying everything in its path. Stones flew everywhere. At this moment, the green dragon flew straight in front of the patriarch. Unable to defend, he could only retreat in terror. Lu Tianyuan, with the momentum of the attack, slashed down heavily from above, creating a vertical green streak of light. That green power gradually shattered the divine artifact. Very quickly, the divine artifact shattered into fragments. The patriarch was utterly terrified. Is this the power of a great emperor?" Before he could finish, he was slashed across the face by the sword, blood splattered. Knowing he could not survive, and that Qingyun Mountain was about to perish, he uttered regretfully, "My Qingyun Mountain." A huge explosion rang out. The mountain peak was covered in a deep yellow color. Dust flew blindingly. Qing Feng stood watching, commenting calmly, "Looks like he couldn't withstand one move." The next morning, in the Dong Sui Kingdom, in a city with many majestic structures, at the Military Affairs Department, an urgent voice rang out, "General, it's bad." A man in gray knelt down to report, "Qingyun Mountain has been breached by someone." The general sitting on the chair was shocked. Standing up abruptly. He didn't believe his ears, asking loudly, "What?" Quickly, he stepped towards the messenger, asking pressingly, "Who dared to attack Qingyun Mountain? Right inside this Dong Sui kingdom? Quickly prepare the shape-shifting shadow swap. The teleportation spell for me." He replied, "Yes." The general stood proudly in the room. The general covered his mouth, smiling calculatingly. At first, it was a small smile. Gradually becoming uncontrollable. He laughed louder and louder. "Excellent." He put one hand on his hip, one hand on his head, laughing loudly with his face up. "Very good. I was just at my wit's end with Qingyun Mountain." He continued to laugh, his face utterly delighted. A moment later, the general calmed down. He began to speculate. But, was this done by the Heavenly Separation Palace Master? Much earlier than planned. He paused a bit, then continued, "If it really is him, I must hurry there. That great expert acts truly ruthlessly." At Qingyun Mountain, the sounds of terrifying explosions continued. Mountain rocks shattered, smoke and dust billowed into the sky. In midair, a voice rang out, "If we don't stop it, I'm afraid the whole mountain will be leveled." The figures of Lu Tianyuan and his subordinates hovered high above. Lu Tianyuan was covered in killing intent. The blue light around him expanded further. Suddenly, a golden object appeared near him. When General Feng arrived at the scene, he was also stunned by this fierce destruction. Looking at a bare patch of land, with only fragments of boulders remaining, he clicked his tongue in regret. "Tisk, tsk, tsk. It really has been razed to the ground." Suddenly, 3 red streaks of light flew in the sky. Seeing them, Lu Tianyuan spoke softly. "Finally arrived, huh?" It was 3 men in red outfits. Those coming from the 9 Clouds Supreme Sect. The youngest one, Zhang Tong, burning with fury, shouted, "Who is it? Who destroyed my Qingyun Mountain?" The white-haired middle-aged man, Shangyun Xingshi, was the calmest. Stroking his beard, he advised his disciple, Tonger, "Keep calm. Don't let your inner mind be disturbed." The other middle-aged man, General Feng, seeing Lu Tianyuan's group, couldn't help but be surprised. Then he immediately clasped his hands and bowed in greeting. At this moment, Lu Tianyuan asked the youngest man directly, "You are Zhang Tong?" Without hesitation, Zhang Tong asked back angrily, "So what? Are you the one who destroyed Qingyun Mountain?" Suddenly, a powerful suction force pulled him. He gaped in shock. Despite trying to resist, he couldn't escape. Quick as lightning, Lu Tianyuan had choked him. Shangyun Xingshi spoke up to defend the insolent disciple. "Release my disciple immediately." General Feng, seeing him fly into a rage, hurriedly intervened. "Brother Shangyun Xingshi, you must be gentle and calm. Observe the situation first. Besides, do you know who he is?" At this moment, Shangyun Xingshi didn't listen to a word. He shouted, "Get lost. Even the Heavenly King himself, Laozi, won't let him strangle my disciple in front of me." Ignoring his screaming, General Feng uttered a sentence that shocked him heavily. "He is the master of the Heavenly Separation Palace." Now Shangyun Xingshi was speechless. His face gloomy, unable to utter a word. General Feng understood his feeling, so he stayed silent, letting him calm himself down. As for Lu Tianyuan, choking Zhang Tong, he asked in a low voice, "Lu Shuiye's heavenly spirit bone. Did you steal it?" Hearing this name, Zhang Tong smiled contemptuously. "Lu Shuiye? That brat? Haha, a lowlife like him. On what basis did he dare possess the heavenly spirit bone? So noble? On what basis did he have better talent than me?" Luckily, those useless Heartwood sect people didn't know. "Look, I dug it out myself. At least I won't let the talent be buried and wasted in that shabby house in the mountains." He kept talking without noticing that the face of Lu Tianyuan was getting colder. Finished speaking, he asked back, "Now, I ask you in return. Did you destroy my Qingyun Mountain? My big brothers?" But before he could finish his sentence, Lu Tianyuan thrust his hand into his abdomen, forcibly ripping the heavenly spirit bone out. Done, he continued to choke him. Witnessing this scene, General Feng was horrified. What? Snatching a disciple's heavenly spirit bone, right in front of his master? Holding the heavenly spirit bone in his hand, Lu Tianyuan whispered, "This is not my son's heavenly spirit bone." Zhang Tong didn't believe it. "What did you say? Impossible. The stealing of that brat's heavenly spirit bone was planned by me alone. Hearing that, he threw Zhang Tong aside, mocking. It seems you are just a pawn used by others. Lu Tianyuan's series of actions made Shangyun Xingshi furious. Like thunder, he clasped his hands in front of his chest, beginning to use the Nine Clouds immortal art to attack him. He shouted, I don't care what heavenly separation palace master you are. Today I will make you die here. Nine Clouds immortal art. He thrust both hands forward, shouting, 10,000 swords exorcise evil. As soon as he finished, a stream of golden power shot straight towards Lu Tianyuan. This sword attack surprised General Feng. He guessed, this strike has probably surpassed the monarch realm, hasn't it? Although the power was mighty, Lu Tianyuan used only one hand and was able to control it. The green and gold power sources clashed head-on. Very quickly, the green color won overwhelmingly. Shangyun Xingshi was knocked flying far away. The remaining man hurriedly rushed to support his senior brother, calling worriedly, senior brother. After standing firm, he admitted solemnly, worthy of being the heavenly separation palace master. It is this old man whose skills are inferior. But the grudge of harming my disciple today, I will remember well, and the entire Nine Clouds Supreme sect will remember well. Looking towards Lu Tianyuan, he uttered a warning, heavenly separation palace. You just wait to bear the wrath of the Nine Clouds Supreme sect. Just as the two brothers wanted to leave, a voice rang out, wait a minute. The person who spoke was General Feng. He smiled conciliatorily, enemies should be reconciled, not nodded. Everyone is a subject of the divine continent. Now Dong Sui has internal chaos and foreign invaders. We should quickly resolve misunderstandings. Hearing that, Shangyun Xingshi's junior brother retorted, what misunderstanding? Do you think the Nine Clouds Supreme sect is afraid of the heavenly separation palace? General Feng, plotting something unknown, lowered his voice humbly, of course not. Suddenly, General Feng's eyes went wide and he shouted, heavenly prison. At this moment, he stood with hands clasped over his chest, surrounded by blinding golden light. Shangyun Xingshi's junior brother was angry, Feng Zhoulai. What are you doing? He didn't care, continuing to raise his hands forward, shouting, unbreakable jade cord art. The power of this move was incredibly terrifying. Fire gradually consumed the two brothers. Shangyun Xingshi. The two screamed miserably in pain. The black-haired man shouted in fear, Feng Zhoulai. The fire burned more and more fiercely, consuming everything. Very quickly, the two brothers were burned to ashes. Only the flickering fire remained in the air. Feng Zhoulai stood watching calmly. After the fire went out, he turned to speak to Lu Tianyuan. If not for me acting in time, they would have called the Grand Army of the Nine Clouds Supreme sect. Pausing a bit, he pointed at him, continuing, the lives of these two must be counted on your head, okay? It has nothing to do with my Dong Sui kingdom. The blonde man, Lu Tianyuan's subordinate, pointed at him angrily and shouted, you scoundrel. Didn't you see we let them go on purpose? Feng Zhoulai didn't care, but instead spoke about Lu Tianyuan's condition. Your breath, right now is not even half of what it was before. Moreover, you haven't reached the immortal state yet. It looks like your breakthrough failed. He reminded him, once this news spreads out. The 10 halls of demon disciples, the 100 ghosts congregation, Heavenly Pond sacred land, Wuling divine dynasty, all the forces you have offended, will simultaneously target the heavenly separation palace, aiming at you. Do you still have the strength to deal with them now? Then he continued lecturing like a teacher. Get yourself ready. This time, I'll lend you a hand. He promised he would only delay the speed at which this news spreads. Remember, you owe me a big favor. How could one listen to such words? The fire of rage in the blonde man burned fiercely. He shouted loudly, I found you an eyesore for a long time, daring to threaten the palace master. Saying that, he intended to rush up and fight Feng Zhoulai. But he was stopped by Lu Tianyuan raising his hand. He spoke with full confidence. My heavenly separation palace fears no force. Whether we exist or not, whether we can continue to stand firm or not, is merely a matter of time. Hearing that, Feng Zhoulai gave a thumbs up in praise. Truly arrogant. Worthy of being you. Saying that, he turned to look at the blonde man, calling out, young man. This surprised him. He thought it was something serious. It turned out to be a mocking warning: watch your tone when speaking to me. Indeed, his words made him even angrier. He huffed loudly. Old man, be careful or your son will be born without an anus. Before he finished the sentence, his mouth was covered by Qing Feng's fan. Qing Feng advised with a helpless expression. Don't be so vulgar. Feng Zhoulie had quietly disappeared without a goodbye. Then, Sui Feng turned around, respectfully asking his master, Palace Master, what is your plan for the next step? Night had completely fallen. A full round moon cast silver light upon the mountain slopes. Shi Yanhan and her children, the three of them, were holding hands, walking on the path. One of the two children suddenly spoke up. Mother, I think I saw father. Shi Yanhan's face darkened as she denied it. You are mistaken. There is no such person. Xiaoji pointed forward, her voice full of curiosity. But mother, father is standing right there. Indeed, in front of their simple thatched cottage, Lu Tianyuan had appeared and been waiting for some time. Shi Yanhan narrowed her eyes, looking straight at him, her expression clearly unhappy. She resolutely answered Xiaoji. That is not your father. Xiaoji widened her eyes, stammering. But, mother, sure. Yanhan gently but firmly told the two children to go inside. The two children obediently went in, leaving only Lu Tianyuan and Shi Yanhan in the yard. Just reaching the threshold, Xiaoji was still restless. She looked back with a face both worried and confused. When the two children were out of sight, Shi Yanhan slowly approached Lu Tianyuan. Walking past him, she coldly declared, Xiaoji and Xiaoyi are not your bloodline. She paused for a moment, then continued, they are only 5 years old. While we have been apart for a decade. You see, they cannot be your children. Her words did not make his expression change at all. Seeing him remain silent, she continued, I thank you for stepping in to save the children. But please, don't waste any more precious time on me and my children. You have many important things to do. She emphasized once more. I repeat, you do not owe me anything. When she had walked a few steps away, Lu Tianyuan finally spoke softly, his voice a bit heavy. This is very important to me. She remained silent. She walked inside, put her hand on the door, and slammed it shut. Leaning her back against the door, she closed her eyes tightly. She stood there for a long time, until her child's call of a mother startled her into opening her eyes. The two children were looking up at her, their eyes full of concern. She crouched down, hugged them tightly, and sobbed. Mom is sorry. Because of me, you have suffered so much. From childhood until now. This time, regarding the danger you faced. Although inside, Xiaoji was still a bit uneasy. She asked, Mother, that man, is he really not our father? Meanwhile, Xiaoyi looked at his mother with determined eyes. He declared, Mother, I will strive to become stronger. I will protect you and sister. Shi Yanhan looked at her two beloved children with emotion. Xiaoyi continued speaking firmly. No bad person is allowed to bully us. Then he clenched his hand into a fist, saying seriously, Mother, I want to participate in the Heartwood Sect's disciple selection this year. But Lu Tianyuan still stood silently in the yard, gazing at the window that was emitting warm light from within. Suddenly, Sui Feng appeared and reported, Palace Master, the majority of the 372 enslaved half-demons have agreed to join the Heavenly Separation Palace. The soul search has also been completed, and nothing unusual was detected. He coldly replied, Good. Noticing his master was still lingering on Shi Yanhan and her children, Sui Feng gently advised, Palace Master. As the lady said, the two children are only 5 years old. He paused for a moment, then continued. They really couldn't. Before Sui Feng could finish, Lu Tianyuan cut him off. Although I failed to break through the realm, in that moment of heaven and man unity, I felt very clearly that they are my bloodline. Just then, Li Qing also approached to report, Palace Master. We have just received news. 2 members of the 100 Ghosts congregation have set foot in this area. Other forces have no significant movements for now. As for the Sword Saint of Tsongrong City, Lu Tianyuan suddenly signaled to stop speaking. The matter of Tsongrong City, leave it to Wutsun to handle. Hearing his name, Wutsun, the gray-haired man lying on a tree branch, gave a long yawn. Whoa. He rubbed his eyes and replied. Understood. I'm going now. He immediately vanished like a shadow. Only the blond man remained, still squatting on the tree branch. He loudly expressed his annoyance. That guy Wutsun. Ever since he practiced the Palace Master's 8 Sufferings divine art, his personality has changed completely. He doesn't know his place anymore. Even speaking to you, he uses that tone. Sui Feng sighed and interjected. Human life generally has 8 sufferings. The bitterness within them is hard for others to understand. The palace master, by nature, doesn't fuss over these trivial matters. Ignoring the bickering of his 3 subordinates, Le Tianyao turned to instruct Li Qing. Li Qing, the whereabouts of Shui Ye's heavenly spirit bone are still vague. Continue to follow the tracks from the 9 Clouds Supreme Sect to investigate. He gave his assessment. I worry that this matter will involve many forces. Furthermore, even old figures who have been in seclusion for years. We must act with utmost caution. Li Qing responded seriously, at your command, Palace Master. Then he turned to instruct all 3. From now on, in front of outsiders, call me young master. I want to stay at the Heartwood sect for a while. This place just happens to have something to help me quickly recover my damaged meridians. Before long, I will break through to the immortal realm once again. Saying that, he waved his hand to dismiss them. Go and perform your duties. The 3 answered in unison, yes. Immediately, the 3 shadows dissolved into nothingness. Left alone, Lu Tianyuan stood solitary in the night. He slowly rolled up his sleeve. A dark purple birthmark was clearly visible on his arm. He frowned, looking at it, then looked up to face the full moon. He told himself, there is still time. The next morning, a large number of people gathered at a large square. Xiaoji and Xiaoyu were also present in the crowd. Suddenly, Xiaoyu discovered something surprising, making him widen his eyes to look. It was Lu Tianyuan, standing there with his arms crossed. Xiaoyu thought to himself in astonishment, it's him. Just then, Xiaoji approached, put her arm around her brother's shoulder, and exclaimed, while pointing at Lu Tianyuan, Xiaoyi, look, it's father. Xiaoyi immediately denied, mother said he isn't. A moment later, several other figures appeared and attracted everyone's attention. Lu Tianyuan also looked up at the high platform in surprise. 2 men stood up there. One shouted loudly, silence. Then he loudly announced to the crowd, my Heartwood sect does not accept those lacking spirit, does not tolerate the unscrupulous, and does not accept those without great ambition. The one standing behind added, if you want to become disciples of the Heartwood sect, you must pass all the tests. Finished speaking, he used magic to create baskets filled with stones, then announced the rules of the exam. You must reach the martial arts arena on the mountainside before noon. 3/4. Anyone who doesn't arrive in time will be eliminated. A resounding shout rang out. The crowd quickly dispersed. Each person carried a basket of stones on their back and began climbing the mountain. Xiaoji exerted all her strength. Her face turned red, and her body shook from overexertion. Just a moment later, she fell backward because the stone basket was too heavy. She called out, Xiaoyi, it's too heavy. I probably can't continue this trial with you. Xiaoyi gritted his teeth, persevered, and kept walking. He told his sister, sister, you go home. When I get accepted into the Heartwood sect, I will come back for you and mother. Watching her brother's small, resilient back, Xiaoji called out heartbreakingly, Xiaoyi. On the mountain peak, a disciple put his hand to his forehead. Speaking in boredom, looking down there, it's just a bunch of mediocrities. He added, among those participating in this trial, there are even children. Suddenly, another voice spoke up in astonishment, senior brother Ma Yuan. He pointed at Lu Tianyuan and asked, do you find that person looks very familiar? Following the pointing direction, Ma Yuan frowned and observed carefully. After a long while, he finally recognized him. Is this not that horse-herding brat from 15 years ago? Le Tianyao? He crossed his arms over his chest, looking at him with eyes full of contempt. Ma Yuan was extremely surprised. I didn't expect him to dare show his face to participate in the trial. Go quickly and report to the superiors. I remember that year when he left the sect. He seemed to cause some trouble. The orange-haired disciple replied, order received. Saying that, he quickly disappeared. The group had gone far, Xiaoji still stood watching them. Suddenly, a voice called her, making her turn her head. Xiaoji saw the caller was Sui Feng. She asked, Uncle, you are the one who went with Faith. He didn't answer directly but bowed and smiled kindly. I'll take you to watch the trial of the young master and Xiaoyi. Okay? Xiaoji immediately clasped her hands, excitedly agreeing. Yes, please. At this time, everyone was carrying heavy baskets of stones, stepping up each stair. They showed clear exhaustion. One person lamented, carrying such a big stone to the mountain peak. I'm afraid I'll be practically crippled. Not to mention the challenges after that. Another person sat down on the ground, glancing around like a crook. Seeing no one paying attention, he secretly threw a stone from the basket onto the ground. Unfortunately, this action was seen through by a man in purple. He calmly declared, eliminated. The declaration terrified the guy. How was I discovered so quickly? He hurriedly begged. Please, don't. I won't cheat anymore. I swear I'll try my best. No matter how he pleaded, the man in purple remained unmoved. He waved his hand slightly, causing the guy in the stone basket to fall over, rolling down the slope. When Xiaoyi looked up, the guy had rolled down near him. The man in purple reminded loudly. In the Heartwood sex selection exam, tricks are absolutely not allowed. Everything must come from sincerity. Anyone who violates this will be thrown straight down the mountain. Xiaoyi's face was now flushed from exertion. Sweat was dripping. He opened his eyes wide, looking forward, then gritted his teeth, taking heavy steps. On the way up the mountain, the candidates formed a long line. Only Xiaoyi was left quite far behind, because the physical strength of a 5-year-old child cannot be compared to adults. Xiaoyi's legs began to tremble. He missed a step and slipped. Fortunately, he grabbed the step above in time, so he didn't tumble down. Xiaoyi lay panting on the stairs, sweat pouring down. The boy looked like he couldn't hold on any longer. It seemed like he wanted to give up, but Xiaoyi took a deep breath, grit his teeth, and forced himself up. He used all his strength. Face flushed, whole body shaking, looking truly pitiful. He asked himself, can I do it? Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a thought flashed through his mind. Should I stop here? Just as he intended to give up, he saw the figure of Lu Tianyuan carrying a stone basket. Walking ahead, on a high rock, the three of them, Sui Feng, Xiaoji, and the blonde man, were watching. Xiaoji called out heartbreakingly, Xiaoyi. The blonde man wondered, why doesn't the young master help the boy? After all, he's just a child, muscles and bones not yet fully developed. But Sui Feng explained, right now, not interfering is the best way to help him. Hearing that, both the blonde man and Xiaoyi were confused. They stared at him wide-eyed. Back to Xiaoyi, Lu Tianyuan asked, boy, do you want to give up? He clenched his teeth, bowing his head low. His two hands clenched into fists, his whole body trembling incessantly. A minute later, he shouted loudly, no way, I'm giving up. Xiaoyi was determined. Even if I have to crawl up. Even if I'm crushed to death by this stone basket, I must reach the peak. Finished speaking, he continued to grit his teeth, taking heavy steps. Lu Tianyuan walked lightly ahead, although his heart ached for his little son. He still tried to hold back, because he knew this was the best thing for him right now. A while later, many people had climbed to the arena area. Lu Tianyuan and Xiaoyi also just arrived. A voice announced, valid. Xiaoyi panted heavily. Clearly, he was exhausted by the last step. His legs began to wobble. His whole body swayed, his eyes blurring. Seeing him almost unable to stand, Lu Tianyuan stepped forward to support him. He leaned completely against him and closed his eyes. 2. Heartwood sect judges looked at Xiaoyi in disgust. Why allow such a child to participate? With this condition, he will definitely fail. How can he pass the next round? Lu Tianyuan spoke up to refute, affirming that the boy could pass. Seeing him interrupt them, one guy angrily walked over, pointing straight at his face and shouting, who do you think you are? You're nothing but a. This sentence touched Lu Tianyuan's limit. His face darkened, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Just the aura radiating from him was enough to make that guy pale with fear. He clutched his chest, face deadly pale, cold sweat pouring down. He was terrified, not understanding why. Just one stare made his heart feel like it was about to explode. A moment later, Xiaoyi regained some strength. He stood up straight and said, I'm fine. I can proceed to the next round. The remaining purple-robed man pointed his thumb backwards, narrowing his eyes, saying, hurry over there. While the other guy was still clutching his chest, gasping for air. After all the candidates had gathered on the platform, the purple-robed man loudly announced, congratulations to everyone for completing the first test. This level was to test your spirit. And mind. He paused for a moment, then pointed towards a cave on the right, and continued explaining. The second round is to enter this chaotic heart cave. Whoever can escape within 2 days will be allowed to participate in the final round. Finished speaking, he shouted, officially begin. Very quickly, the group entered the cave one by one. When Letianyuan and Xiaoyu reached the entrance, the purple-robed man raised his hand to block them. Wait. Nearby, someone spoke up. Look, I didn't believe the rumors. I never thought. You were actually that horse-herding boy. Hearing this, Xiaoyu was extremely surprised. The person speaking was senior brother Wang. Seeing his senior brother arrive, the purple-robed man hurriedly clasped his hands in greeting, Senior brother Wang. Stepping closer, that senior brother Wang immediately recognized Xiaoyi. He pointed at the boy and scolded loudly. You little bastard, you're still alive? Truly, his mouth was faster than his brain. After scolding, he finally noticed Lutianyuan standing next to Xiaoyi. He recognized the resemblance between Lutianyuan and the child. He stammered, you too. Then he suddenly shouted. So it was you. No wonder Yanhan became pregnant after you left. You truly are a shameless savage, daring to seduce the saintess. On the cliff, Xiaoji worriedly asked Sui Feng. Uncle, are Xiaoyi and father in danger? Uncle Sui Feng. That's the person who locked me and Xiaoyi in the pigsty, and also chased mother away. He will definitely make things difficult for Xiaoyi. At this moment, Lu Tianyuan's face was as cold as ice. A moment later, he said to Xiaoyi, you go in and take the test first. I will handle things here. The boy was still gritting his teeth, looking at senior brother Wang with indignation. After hearing his words, he looked up at him with wide eyes. Xiaoyi completely trusted Lu Tianyuan. The boy quickly ran into the exam area. He watched the boy's silhouette until it was no longer visible. Then, he turned to Sui Feng and the blonde man. Understanding his intention, Sui Feng quickly distracted Xiaoji. Xiaoji, look over there. There's a flying chicken. His words successfully attracted the girl's attention. She curiously looked in that direction. As for the blonde man, he quickly flew down below. Xiaoyi was still running towards the exam area. The blonde man used the single-leaf divine art. His figure glided as fast as lightning, catching up with Xiaoyi. He ran right behind the boy. Suddenly, Xiaoyi turned his head. Strange, there was no one there. Even though the boy clearly felt someone following him, Xiaoyi stared wide-eyed for a moment, seeing no movement. So he continued rushing towards the cave. At the same time, the arrogant senior brother Wang spoke up. Fine. Just let that little bastard take the exam. Even if he gets into the Heartwood sect, he will be just like Tian Yuan back then. Forever just a lowly, despicable servant. Then he approached Lu Tianyuan, patting his chest and warning. In the coming time, I will definitely take good care of him. Guaranteed he will inherit his father's legacy, continuing to work like a horse or ox for the sect. Saying that, he laughed smugly. Lu Tianyuan disdained those words. He only focused on the core issue. Confirm it one more time. My daughter and son, you were the one who captured them, right? That guy threw his head back for a long time, then laughed loudly, admitting. Of course it was me. Who told those two brats to look so annoying and act as eyesores to me? Then he gloated, recounting. I not only captured them, but also specially arranged for them to stay in the pigsty. Fed them pig food, so they could experience what it feels like to be a real animal. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Tianyuan could not restrain himself. He delivered a thunderous slap to his face. The powerful blow made the guy's cheeks swell up. His eyes shut tight, fresh blood spraying into the air. The bald guy witnessing this scene could not help but be terrified. He fell to the ground, stammering, Wang, 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 senior brother Wang. At this moment, he looked like a toddler learning to speak. After a long while, he finally stammered out a sentence. Senior brother Wang. Your face is swollen like a pig's head. Lu Tianyuan's anger had not subsided. His eyes were bloodshot. Next, a fist like a falling sky struck straight at him. Fresh blood splattered on the ground. Lu Tianyuan, face full of killing intent, growled. You want to die. The next morning, at the main hall of the Heartwood sect, Sect Master Zhou Tianxi paced back and forth near the main seat. He said, the deadline for the duel between the Mysticine sect and Heartwood sect is approaching. If we lose this year, we will have to offer nearly half of the sect's resources. Continuation of previous line. Right at this moment, Monster incidents are rampant within our territory. He slapped the armrest and sighed. My Heartwood sect has been weak for a long time. This is truly internal trouble and external aggression. A moment later, Zhou Tianxi frowned and uttered anxiously, if not for 15 years ago, when the sect's treasure, the supreme wild heart-splitting art, was lost, I could have cultivated it fully. And it wouldn't have come to this. Heartwood sect elder Xia Junyi spoke up. This duel was inherently forced. Fortunately, the rules only allow the youth to participate. At least it can prevent the elders of the Mysticine sect from acting. Ma Chengyuan suggested, why don't we request assistance from Qingyun Mountain? Perhaps they can suppress the Mysticine sect, sir. Elder. Hearing this, Ying glanced at him but said nothing. Xia Junyi retorted, the Mysticine sect is a tiger. But isn't the Qingyun sect a wolf? Ma Chengyuan immediately questioned her words. But among our youth, who is strong enough to fight? No one in the room spoke. The atmosphere became silent. A long time later, Xia Junyi finally spoke. The newly appointed saintess has not completed the baptism ceremony. Even if forced to exit seclusion, her power would only be at the forest sparrow realm. I'm afraid it's not enough. Before she could finish her sentence, Ying snorted coldly, if not for your daughter, Shi Yanhan, committing acts that corrupted morals, and being stripped of the saintess title, why would we have to train another saintess from scratch? Leading to today's situation? She is the biggest sinner. As a mother, how could she let others say such harsh words about her daughter? Xia Junyi angrily retorted. The girl has been stripped of her cultivation, living in isolation on Cloud Rising Peak until old age. Why do you still want to bring her up? Seeing the argument had gone too far, Zhou Tianxi returned to the main point. The most urgent matter right now is still how to deal with the Mysticine sect. At this moment, Ying stood up and presented, Sect Master. The head disciple, Wang Heng, is about to break through to the forest sparrow realm. Can we pour all cultivation resources into him? Surely it can help our Heartwood sect defeat the Mysticine sect. Hearing that, Zhou Tianxi stroked his beard, pondering deeply. A moment later, he decided to invest heavily in resources for the saintess and Wang Heng, and simultaneously send someone to contact Qingyun Mountain. All three responded in unison, yes. Suddenly, a disciple ran in panic, reporting, Sect Master. An incident occurred at the trial site. He paused for a moment, then said loudly, Wang Fan has been killed. Hearing the news, Ying was extremely displeased and shouted, who is so bold to dare act right within the Heartwood sect? Mentioning Wang Fan, Ma Chengyuan said, I remember Wang Fan is Wang Heng's younger brother, the head disciple. It seems he also has cultivation at the forest sparrow realm. If the assailant could take him down right inside the sect, I'm afraid that person's cultivation is not low at all. The reporting disciple hurriedly spoke up. Sir, the disciple heard brother Wang Fan say before he was harmed that the person seems to be a horse keeper who fled from our sect 15 years ago. He roared, I don't care who he is, daring to act within the sect. Suddenly, Zhou Tianxi raised his hand to stop him. Wait. Then he stood up and said, let us go there personally to see. Hearing that, all three turned their heads to look at him. They were extremely surprised. Why does the sect master want to intervene in this matter? Then he ordered the disciple to lead the way. He replied, yes. So, everyone followed the sect master towards the trial site. At the exam area, the situation was not calm at all. Le Tianyo and a disciple were standing in front of a pool of blood. That disciple shouted loudly, do you know brother Wang is Wang Heng's biological brother? The head disciple? You dared to kill him. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Who dared to kill my brother? The person speaking was Wang Heng. He led a few disciples, looking murderous, walking closer and growling at Lu Tianyuan. Is it you? He turned his head to glance at him indifferently. Then, fast as lightning, Wang Heng rushed to attack him. The disciples also gathered to surround them. Wang Heng shouted, I want you to pay with your life. He raised his fist, purple light radiating around it, flying straight towards Lu Tianyuan's face. Lu Tianyuan stood motionless. His whole body emitted azure light, like an invisible shield. No matter how hard Wang Heng tried, he could not pierce through it. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, stop. Zhou Tianxi led the elders slowly approaching. The disciples hurriedly bowed in greeting, welcome, sect master. Lu Tianyuan still stood motionless. Zhou Tianxi walked up to him. He frowned, telling himself. It really is him. Zhou Tianxi realized. This was the young man who had discussed the Tao with the Grand Elder that year. Seeing the sect master arrive, Wang Heng immediately pointed at Lu Tianyuan. Tattling, sect master. It was him who killed my brother. Zhou Tianxi closed his eyes and waved his hand, signaling him to be silent. He observed Lu Tianyuan for a while, then speculated. I recall Wang Fan's cultivation is not low. He could be defeated with just one strike, to the point of turning into dust. The power must at least reach the forest sparrow realm. Looking at his radiantly confident face, he guessed further, no. Perhaps he has reached the Marquis realm. Zhou Tianxi did not expect that. The person who was just a horsekeeper 15 years ago could have his cultivation increase so rapidly. Perhaps the supreme wild heart-splitting art was taken by him. At this moment, he stroked his beard, calculating. But what is his purpose for returning here? Could it be he actively brought the supreme wild heart-splitting art back? A disciple rushed forward, voice trembling and stammering, reporting, Sect Master. This is the person who took Senior Brother Wang's life. Moreover, before dying, Senior Brother Wang revealed that the previous saintess had secretly had an affair with him. Hearing the shocking news, Xia Junyi ground her teeth, her whole body shaking from uncontrollable rage. She drew her sword, eyes blazing, roaring, It's you. You are the one who ruined Yanhan's future. Finished speaking, she swung her sword, stabbing straight at the young man. The blade was only inches from Lu Tianyuan's face, when a majestic voice rang out. Junior sister, stop. The person who spoke to stop her was Zhou Tianxi, sect master of the Heartwood sect. His face still showed a trace of lingering fear. Continuing, Lu Tianyuan calm. Ly clamped Xia Junyi's sword blade tight, with 2 fingers. Even though she used all her strength to pull the sword or press it down, the sword did not budge at all. Lu Tianyuan spoke calmly. Because you still have a little concern for Yanhan. You deserve to be called mother-in-law by me. Xia Junyi yanked the sword back. Contrary to her fury, Zhou Tianxi offered words of praise to Lu Tianyuan. Little friend, haven't seen you for many years. I didn't expect your cultivation to have progressed to this level. Truly delightful. Then he switched to questioning. It's just unclear. For what reason you came to the Heartwood sect and killed Ed our sect's disciple? Le Tianyuan pointed at the spreading pool of blood on the ground, and answered bluntly. Without any reservation, he forced my wife to go serve Zhang Rui of Qingyun Mountain, and even wanted to use this opportunity to kill my 2 children. If I don't kill him, should I keep him for the new year? These words made Xia Junyi stunned and utterly terrified. She could not have imagined her daughter and grandchildren encountered such a disaster, while she, as a mother, was completely unaware. Here, Lu Tianyuan raised 2 fingers, continuing to clarify his purpose. I came here for only 2 things. Eliminate those who deserve it and support those in need. No need to beat around the bush with me. If you have something to ask, just ask directly. Zhou Tianxi laughed loudly and said, Little friend, I will investigate the matter regarding Wang Fan clearly. But you were originally a member of the Heartwood sect. Finished speaking, he raised the sect master command token high, announcing to all members, in the name of the sect master's order, I exceptionally allow you to join the Heartwood sect. Hearing this announcement, everyone else was astonished, to the point of dropping their jaws. What? Ignoring the crowd's expressions, Zhou Tianxi ordered Ma Yuan. Ma Yuan, take the new disciple to the resting area. Ma Yuan clasped his hands, replying, order received. Saying that, he politely extended his hand to invite Lu Tianyuan, please. Young master. When passing by Zhou Tianxi, Lu Tianyuan whispered softly. You, a dignified sect master of the Heartwood sect, actually secretly learned others' cultivation techniques. Truly strange. This sentence startled Zhou Tianxi into panic. He didn't understand how Lu Tianyuan could know this secret. Wang Heng was so angry he couldn't stand it. After Lu Tianyuan left, he immediately complained to Zhou Tianxi, sect master. That guy killed my brother. How can you let him go? And even let him join the sect? Ying also chimed in, that's right. When Lu Tianyuan was no longer there, Zhou Tianxi explained, I suspect the supreme wild heart-splitting art is in his hands. But this guy has a straightforward personality. Forcing him will only be counterproductive. We need to target his weakness. He paused for a moment, then ordered, summon Shi Yanhan to the main hall for discussion. Finished speaking, Zhou Tianxi left. Only Ying and Wang Heng remained. Seeing Wang Heng still look unconvinced, Ying raised her hand, waving his hand to signal a stop. Wang Heng surprisingly called out, "Uncle." Ying glanced at him and said, "Find a way to seize the Te heart dividing technique. Present the mental cultivation method before the sect master, and you will be the greatest meritorious official of the Cyanwood sect." Saying this, Ying handed Wang Heng 2 medicinal pills, one green and one red. He instructed, "The green one is the soul-restricting pill. When thrown, it will turn into gas, capable of sealing the opponent's cultivation. The red one is the power burst pill. Ingesting it will double your cultivation strength. Use it for self-defense in critical moments." He continued to advise, "Also, what your younger brother did, you can absolutely do it all over again." Wang Heng, with a cunning and calculating face, replied, "Understood." At the same time, Ma Yuan had brought Li Tianyuan to a room, spacious and wide, and said, "You just rest here for now. Later, the sect master will make other arrangements." However, Li Tianyuan looked dissatisfied. He told Ma Yuan, "Change the room." This remark surprised Ma Yuan, asking back, "Why? This is a single suite. Only high-ranking disciples are qualified to stay here." Li Tianyuan calmly sat down on a chair, took a sip of tea. "I don't want to waste effort fixing the door." Hearing this, Ma Yuan was dumbfounded, not understanding what not wanting to fix the door meant. Suddenly, a loud crash rang out. The door was kicked down. Ma Yuan backed away in terror, while Li Tianyuan seemed to have predicted it, leisurely drinking tea and speaking a greeting. "You have arrived." The person who arrived was precisely Wang Heng. He was fuming with killing intent, shouting loudly, "Humph! Li Tianyuan, you killed my younger brother. I should have torn you into 100 pieces." He stepped in front of him and stated his conditions. "But if you agree to hand over the Te heart dividing technique, I might spare your life." Truly ridiculous. Li Tianyuan sneered, took another sip of tea and replied, "To you. Your brother's life is worth nothing." Wang Heng acted superior, speaking in a condescending tone. "If you hand it over now, at most, I will only abolish your cultivation. Don't be ungrateful. You must know that Shi Yanhan, your lover, has already been summoned by the sect master. Even though she used to be the saintess, her father is Shi Bufan, and her mother is an elder. The sect only can find her on Cloud Rising Peak." He held the green pill in his hand and continued threatening. "But now, she is involved with the sect's secret technique. The methods of torturing others that were never used before doesn't mean they won't be used now. If you obediently hand it over, I can intervene with the sect, so she won't have to suffer. Otherwise, she will have to endure the pain of 10,000 arrows piercing the heart." Li Tianyuan patiently listened to his rambling. Then Wang Heng switched to threatening his children. "I remember you two also have a child. I'm afraid those brats will also." Having said all this, yet seeing Li Tianyuan still having no reaction, Wang Heng lost all patience. He thought to himself, "Not moved? Forcing me to use force, huh?" Thinking that, he held the green pill and rushed straight towards Li Tianyuan. Fast as a bolt of lightning, Li Tianyuan appeared, grabbing Wang Heng's arm. He should have thrown the green pill back, but he held Wang Heng's hand, forcing him to put the pill into his own mouth. To make sure he swallowed it, he held his face tight. "Ma Yuan, you witnessed the whole event from beginning to end." Scared to the point of sweating profusely, he gritted his teeth and asked, "What?" Li Tianyuan still held Wang Heng's face tight. "Explain the soul-restricting pill. When thrown out, it turns to gas and seals cultivation. But now that you have swallowed it, your cultivation will be permanently sealed until death." Saying that, he pushed Wang Heng away, then dragged him straight out the door, not forgetting to say to Ma Yuan, "Then let me see what they plan to do." But inside, Wang Heng was in a panic. Unable to move. Too late to take the antidote. Li Tianyuan just dragged Wang Heng across the courtyard. He looked up towards a mountain and muttered, "I originally intended to wait for him to exit seclusion to settle the score." He paused, closed his eyes, and sighed. "I didn't expect his comprehension to be so poor. It's been so long and he still hasn't been able to break through. Fine. I won't wait anymore." He told himself, "It seems at the Cyanwood sect. Perhaps I must continue to use force to resolve things." The next morning, at the main hall of the Cyanwood sect, Shi Yanhan knelt before Zhou Tianxi, speaking, "Greetings." Shi Yanhan pays respects to the sect master. Then she turned to pay respects to the elders. When kneeling before her mother, Xia Junyi, she was silent, not knowing what to say. Ma Chengyan spoke up, "May I ask, Miss Shi Yanhan, that year, you stole the sect's high-level pill, then secretly became pregnant, damaging the prestige of a saintess. which is tarnishing the face of our Cyan Wood sect. After a long interrogation, he asked, "Do you admit to all these crimes?" "Yes," Shi Yanhan honestly replied, "I admit my guilt." At this moment, Zhou Tianxi spoke in a softer voice. "Yanhan, for 15 years you lived on Cloud Rising Peak raising a child alone. I know you have endured a lot of hardship." She sadly replied, "Yanhan knows she is guilty. This punishment is essentially what I deserve to endure." Xia Junyi looked at her daughter kneeling, her heart wrenching with pain. After a long silence, Zhou Tianxi continued, "During the years you were confined, young Master Qian Yuan of the sect belonging to Wangyan Kingdom, and the son of the Sword Saint of Tsongrong City, have all sent letters back and forth, earnestly pleading for you," he said. Then he threw a thick stack of tied letters into Shi Yanhan's hands. She gently received them, but did not open a single one to look, and decisively placed them on the ground. Zhou Tianxi went straight to the point of the summons. "Currently, you have an opportunity to atone for your crimes." Shi Yanhan remained silent. Zhou Tianxi continued to persuade. "I think you know about Li Tianyuan's return. You just need to convince him to hand over the items taken from the Cyan Wood sect." Seeing her expression unwavering, he offered benefits to sway her. "I can allow you to return to the sect, and even find a way to restore your cultivation." At this moment, Ying started to chime in. He looked at Shi Yanhan and advised, "Shi Yanhan, you see, there are currently many talented young men admiring you. Why not take this opportunity? Get the Te heart dividing technique from Li Tianyuan. We will arrange a new marriage for you, not only helping you have a peaceful life, but also exchanging for resources for the sect, atoning for crimes with merit. Currently, you only have this little value left to contribute." Xia Junyi could not endure those harsh and shame. "Less words anymore," she angrily retorted at Elder Yi. "Please watch your language. Do not lower the dignity of the Cyan Wood sect." At this moment, Ying turned his head and uttered a provocation at her. "Humph. What are you pretending for? Just hearing the other party call you mother-in-law, and you acted much more gently." Xia Junyi shouted in anger. "You are old and still arguing." Zhou Tianxi immediately used a stern voice to stop them. "Stop arguing." Finished speaking, he turned to say to Shi Yanhan, "Yanhan, as long as we can recover the Te heart dividing technique, it's not uncertain that Li Tianyuan cannot continue to stay at the Cyan Wood sect." Just after making a promise, he immediately flipped his face to threaten her, "Otherwise, we will be forced to use strong measures." Just the crime of staining the saintess alone is enough for him to have his tendons pulled and skin peeled 10 times over. And you will also have to suffer the punishment of 10,000 arrows piercing the heart. However, Shi Yanhan did not fall for the trap. She clasped her hands and said, "Sect Master, Li Tianyuan and I no longer have any relationship. My transgression that year was willing, unrelated to him." She stated her predetermined decision. "I know I am no longer worthy to be the saintess. Being granted amnesty by the sect master, to live my whole life on Cloud Rising Peak, is already fortunate. Regarding the punishment of 10,000 arrows piercing the heart, I will accept that punishment myself at Cloud Rising Peak." These words made Zhou Tianxi's face darken completely. The entire room fell into a terrifying silence. Then Shi Yanhan stood up intending to leave. Ying hurriedly stood up and asked, "Do you really want to, for a stable boy, give up all of your future?" Xia Junyi was also worried, advising her daughter, "Yanhan, don't miss this opportunity." Shi Yanhan lowered her head and said nothing. A moment later she called, "Mother." Then she knelt before her again. "Please forgive your unfilial daughter." On the roof, Sui Feng and Xiao Qi were watching everything. The little girl curiously asked him, "Uncle Sui Feng, why are they targeting my mother?" Saying that, the little girl raised her head, eyes full of determination. "Uncle Sui Feng, I want to be by my mother's side." Sui Feng nodded, "All right, I'll take you down there." At this time, Shi Yanhan had just stood up, bowed to everyone, then turned her back to leave. Looking at her back, Zhou Tianxi, with a cold face, muttered, "Stubborn and obstinate." Then he shouted loudly, "Seize her." Suddenly, an extremely powerful force shattered the door. A figure rushed straight into the room, then fell face first onto the ground in an upside-down posture, extremely miserably. Ying quickly recognized Wang Heng. "Why is it you?" Wang Heng sat slumped on the ground, weakly replying, "Uncle, I was ambushed by Li Tianyuan and drank the soul-restricting pill. Now my cultivation is sealed. Not long after, Li Tianyuan leisurely walked in. He casually commented, "The atmosphere in the room is quite lively, isn't it?" Seeing Li Tianyuan unharmed, Ying was shocked to the extreme. Shi Yanhan was also surprised and asked, "Why are you here?" He didn't answer, only stared at her. Shi Yanhan spoke loudly, "My child and I don't have any relationship with you." Before she could finish her sentence, Li Tianyuan stepped forward quickly, using his hand to cover Shi Yanhan's mouth, stopping her from speaking words denying their relationship anymore. He looked straight into her eyes and sincerely expressed, "What I do is because my heart wants to, not driven by anything else." His words astonished her completely. Wang Hing couldn't hold back and shouted, "Enough. This is not the place for you two to flirt." Hearing that, Li Tianyuan coldly warned, "Is there a place for you to speak?" Finished speaking, he flicked his hand lightly, causing Wang Hing to tumble to the ground again, painfully. In front of Zhou Tianxi, Li Tianyuan acted without any restraint, causing Wang Hing to continue planting his head into the ground. Looking at Wang Hing, Zhou Tianxi thought to himself, "Only I know that to prevent internal fighting, the main hall of Cyanwood sect has been set up, with hidden restrictions." Yet he could knock away the head disciple with just a gentle wave of his hand. He turned to look at Li Tianyuan, continuing to speculate. Moreover, by the looks of it, he hasn't used his full strength yet, using less than 30% of his power. Recalling Wang Hing being defeated easily, he couldn't help but be terrified. Could it be I misjudged? This guy has broken through his realm? Thinking this, he said to Li Tianyuan, "Li Tianyuan, you are a disciple of the Cyanwood sect. Why would you barge into the meeting hall? We are only interrogating Shi Yanhan according to normal procedure. Moreover, we gave her a way to atone for her crimes." He sneered and replied, "Is coercion also normal?" This time it was Zhou Tianxi's turn to be terrified. What? Could it be he was eavesdropping from earlier? Impossible for someone to eavesdrop without me detecting it. Ying couldn't hold back, pointing straight at Li Tianyuan. "Tattletale. Sect master, no need to be polite with this brat. Just tie him up. I don't believe his bones are harder than the suffering of 10,000 arrows piercing the heart. Work little, ruin much. If it were that easy, he wouldn't need to call Shi Yanhan to threaten her." Zhou Tianxi angrily shouted, "Ying, shut up. Don't cause more trouble for me." Being scolded by the sect master, Ying dared not cause trouble anymore, only able to look at Li Tianyuan with resentful eyes. Suddenly Li Tianyuan spoke up, admitting, "The pill Yanhan took that year. Indeed, I ate it." He opened his eyes and continued, "Now I will return one to you all." Ying replied without politeness, "Payback? What a big boast. That pill was 100 refinement. Top-grade pill of the Cyanwood sect. We remember the arduous refining process." Ying spoke disdainfully. "Using thousands of spiritual herbs, refined 100 times to complete. Spending 15 years, one might not even get a single pill. Can you afford to pay it back?" Finished speaking, he began to gather spiritual energy, purple light radiating from his body, and said to Zhou Tianxi, "Sect master, I can't stand it anymore. Now I will capture this guy, to demand justice for the Cyanwood sect." Li Tianyuan closed his eyes, not paying him any mind. He slowly reached into his shirt, then pulled out a pill. Before the astonished eyes of everyone, Ma Chengyan wondered, This color, this density of immortal energy, could it be a 2-revolution immortal pill?" Li Tianyuan immediately replied, "Correct." Shi Yanhan, hearing him speak, was equally surprised. Ignoring him, she sat down opposite her daughter, asking Xiaoqi, "Why are you here?" The little girl smiled and replied, "Uncle Suifeng brought me here." At this moment, Ma Chengyan loudly explained, "Refining a pill hundreds of times is already extremely difficult. To make the pill stronger, it requires continuous combination with spiritual herbs. Just one small mistake and the effort will be wasted. Repeating this process thousands of times will produce a 1-revolution immortal pill. A cultivator using it can directly break through a major realm." He pushed Ying aside, rushing to Li Tianyuan and continued, "And this is a 2-revolution immortal pill. 100 times more precious than a 1-revolution immortal pill. I have refined pills for so many years. This is the first time seeing one. How did you get this immortal pill?" He replied calmly, "I refined it myself." Hearing that, Ma Chengyan waved his hands shouting, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How old are you?" Even Elder Dan Known as a peerless genius. Only successfully refined. The first 2 revolution golden pill at the age of 70. Li Tianyuan tossed the pill to him, calmly saying, "Up to you, believe it or not." Ma Chengyan hurriedly bowed to catch it. Holding the pill in his hand, he laughed in delight. This divine charm, this radiating immortal energy is absolutely not fake. This is precisely a 2 revolution immortal pill. Then Li Tianyuan calmly said, "Consider this pill as repayment to the Cyanwood sect." He pulled out an exquisite jade box from his pocket. Just opening the box, a dazzling light shone forth. He looked straight at Xia Junyi and declared, "Mother-in-law above. I take this item as the betrothal gift." The 3 items in the box made Xia Junyi surprised to the point of her jaw dropping. Next, Li Tianyuan made a statement that shocked the entire room. "I want to marry Shi Yanhan properly." Everyone in the room was terrified to the extreme. Ma Chengyan pointed at the pill in the box, stuttering, is this a 5 revolution immortal pill?" He almost screamed. "This strong pill fragrance, it's the first time I've seen it. There is also a phenomenon of purple energy surrounding it. Especially the 5 pill veins. There is no mistake." Ma Chengyan was 100% certain. This is indeed the 5 revolution immortal pill. Recorded in ancient texts. Xia Junyi looked at the pill with some hesitation. Suddenly, Ma Chengyan yelled, startling her. "What are you standing there dazed for? Agree immediately. With this 5 revolution immortal pill, it might even be possible to cure Shirbufan." These words terrified her. She repeated, "Cure Bufan?" Then Xia Junyi reached out to accept the box. Ying hurriedly stopped her. "Nonsense. What 5 revolution immortal pill?" He turned and shouted at Ma Chengyan. "Ma Chengyan, have you refined pills until you became stupid? Speaking absolute gibberish. Have you ever seen a real 5 revolution immortal pill?" Hearing this, Ma Chengyan fell into thought and replied, "I have only seen it in books. How could I have seen a real 5 revolution immortal pill?" Ying pointed straight at Li Tianyuan, slandering him. "Humph. He definitely used some kind of illusion technique. A guy who was just a stable boy before like him. How could he possess an immortal pill? That is so rare? It is definitely fake." He continued to attack. As for that 2 revolution immortal pill, he surely used underhanded methods to cheat, steal, or rob it. Finished speaking, he turned to Zhou Tianxi, sect master. "Why must you yield to this brat? Are you not afraid of losing the sect master's dignity?" At this moment, Zhou Tianxi intended to reply, "Elder Yi." After investigating, Li Tianyuan impatiently interrupted, "What are you all blabbering about? This 5 revolution immortal pill of mine isn't for you people." Immediately after, he slammed the box shut and handed it straight to Xia Junyi, then frankly said, "From the beginning until now, I have never owed the Cyanwood sect anything. On the contrary, the Cyanwood sect owes me a great favor." Zhou Tianxi frowned and asked back, "Owe you a favor?" Ying could not endure it anymore. He shouted loudly, "Extremely arrogant. Extremely arrogant. You come from the background of a stable boy. Even if you refined a few immortal pills, would the Cyanwood sect owe a favor to the likes of you? Now I will capture you." Saying that, he flew straight towards Li Tianyuan. He remained standing arrogantly in one spot. From behind him, a source of blinding golden power radiated out, knocking both Zhou Tianxi and Ying far away. Suddenly, a voice echoed throughout the sect. "All members of the Cyanwood sect, come out here to welcome me." These words surprised Ying. He craned his neck and shouted, "Who is it?" At the same time, at the Cyanwood sect square, a giant sword plunged straight into the ground. Near the adjacent mountain, disciples curiously flocked out to watch and discuss buzzingly. One person asked, "What is happening?" Another replied, "I just saw this iron sword suddenly fall from the sky." A loud laugh rang out from behind the mountain. Immediately after, a foot stepped onto the sword hilt. It was a green-haired man. Following him were 2 servants. Seeing him so arrogant, a disciple spoke up to ask, "Who are you? Come down here. The Cyanwood sect is not a place for you to act unruly." The green-haired man was Insha. He closed his eyes and shouted, "Impudent." Then he signaled with his mouth to his subordinate. Quick as lightning, the servant slapped the disciple straight in the face, making him cough up blood. From above, Insha ordered his subordinate, "Drag him here." When the servant intended to drag the disciple away, a voice rang out, surprising him, turning his head to stop his hand. The person who spoke was Zhou Tianxi. He led a group of Cyanwood sect elders arriving and asked, "Are you from the Mystic Sound sect?" Seeing them not answer, he asked again, "Are you from the Mystic Sound sect?" Insha casually replied, "That's right." After receiving the answer, Zhou Tianxi politely asked, "You are very young," and flanked by two mace-bearing servants. "I wonder which Insha of the Heavenly River you are?" Thus, Insha spoke while flying down, as expected of the Cyanwood sect master. "You have a keen eye." Then he landed, standing straight on the head of the beaten disciple. Standing on that disciple's head, he introduced himself, "I am young Master Insha." Hearing that, Ying said, "The Insha of the Heavenly River, the two geniuses rarely seen in 100 years of the Mystic Sound sect, have both reached the Marquis realm. Moreover, they possess the aptitude of a great emperor. Now that young Master Insha has come to the Cyanwood sect, what shall we do? Isn't it not yet time for the tournament?" Insha counted the days on his fingers and replied, "True, it's not yet time for the tournament. Today, this young master is here under orders to set up this formation." As soon as he finished speaking, the giant sword suddenly emitted a white light, gradually forming a large circle in the sky, emitting 3 beams of light along with small lightning bolts. Zhou Tianxi terrifiedly realized, the demon-locking sword array. Xia Junyi could not hold back, loudly asking, "Mystic Sound sect, what do you want to do?" Insha explained in a light voice, "The tournament is approaching. My master is afraid the Cyanwood sect, you lot, don't have qualified disciples. So you might run away in a stalemate. So I was sent here to set up this formation to urge you on." Hearing this, the Cyanwood sect disciples were furious. Insha paid no mind to everyone's attitude. He casually uttered mocking words, "It's merely encouragement for you all. Losing isn't scary, being cowardly is a bit shameful." The disciple whose head he was stepping on could not endure it. Speaking up, "You are not allowed to insult the Cyanwood sect." These words poked at Insha. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Oh? Then let me insult it for you to see." Finished speaking, he stomped lightly. The disciple's head was driven into the ground, his whole body lying prone, looking extremely humiliated. Seeing her disciple being humiliated, Xia Junyi angrily pointed at him, "Insolent. I have never seen anyone as arrogant as you. Release my sect's disciple. Otherwise..." Before she could finish her sentence, Insha interrupted with a disdainful tone, "Who? Today you met one." Then he tilted his face up, using his thumb to point at himself and said, "Why have I been arrogant for so long already? Yet haven't seen you act against me? Is it not because you fear the power of the Mystic Sound sect?" He continued to attack. "In this world, the strong are supreme. Do you dare to officially face the Mystic Sound sect? Do you dare to touch me?" Hearing that, the Cyanwood sect crowd could only bow their heads in silence. Then Insha made a provocative offer. "How about this? I'll give you a chance to practice. Send out any disciple you like. As long as they can defeat my 2 servants, I will take charge and withdraw this demon-locking array in an instant." A young disciple with green hair excitedly shouted, "Let me try." Then he bravely rushed forward. Before he could deploy a move, he was dealt a critical punch by that servant, so strong that he bled from all 7 orifices. The servant showed no mercy, continuing to add another extremely powerful palm strike, causing that disciple to fall flat. Witnessing their fellow disciple being humiliated, the remaining disciples boiled with blood, roaring in uproar, "Let's fight them! Better to die for honor than live in humiliation. Kill him!" Standing to one side, Wang Heng gritted his teeth, listening to the chaotic sounds of pow, bam, boom from the battle. He exclaimed in fury, "Damn it! If not for that Li Tianyuan sealing my cultivation, I would have rushed up to fight a life-and-death battle with young Master Insha." Suddenly a thought flashed in his mind. "That's right." Wang Heng turned to Ma Chengyan and spoke confidently, "Elder Ma, hand over that 2-revolution immortal pill to me." Ma Chengyan exclaimed in surprise, "For you? That is the true treasure of our sect." Wang Heng immediately explained, "In the face of Insha's humiliation, we cannot ignore it. Currently, only I am the most suitable person to act. Defeat him and salvage the face of the Cyanwood sect. Moreover, our sect still has the 5-revolution immortal pill, as the sect guarding treasure." Hearing this, Ma Chengyan sank into thought, mumbling, "Is this the only way to salvage the face of the Cyanwood sect?" Noticing Ma Chengyan had wavered, Wang Heng secretly rejoiced. "Excellent, he's shaken. Now is the greatest chance to get the 2-revolution immortal pill. Later, I will find a way to seize that 5-revolution immortal pill too. As long as I succeed, My position in the Cyanwood sect will be firmly consolidated. And looking down arrogantly on the entire divine continent. Will only be a matter of time. But meanwhile, the disciples were still struggling with the two servants. People were knocked down continuously. One person was hit in the hip, another punched straight in the face, and another powerful palm strike just landed on the ground. Insha looked at that scene and mocked. Come on, call that saintess you. Painstakingly cultivated out here. Perhaps she won't lose as miserably as this. Xia Junyi could not control herself anymore. She drew her sword and furiously declared, too much. Let me fight you. Insha didn't take her seriously at all, loudly replying, oh? Elder Xia wants to go to war? Then my masters also have the right to participate in the upcoming tournament, correct? Recognizing her impulsiveness, Zhou Tianxi hurriedly raised his hand to stop her. He reassured, he is right. This is a competition between disciples. Both we and the elders of the Mystic Sound sect are not allowed to intervene. Xia Junyi trembled with anger. She muttered, bandits wearing the cloak of hypocritical morality. In her heart, a painful thought arose, if only from the start. We let Bufan take over the Cyanwood sect. Would the situation be as tragic as today? Just then, another disciple desperately rushed towards Insha. But with just a gentle kick, the disciple was flung far away. Looking at the Cyanwood sect disciples lying scattered, Insha mocked. Why is your level so inferior? I want to see what kind of aptitude these resisting trash of the Cyanwood sect actually have. Finished speaking, Insha shouted, Divine Eye of Wisdom. His eyes suddenly flashed with a mysterious blue light. Ying witnessed this and exclaimed in terror. Divine Eye of Wisdom. I didn't expect young Master Insha to have such shocking talent. To the point of successfully cultivating the supreme pupil technique that can see through a person's bone structure. No wonder he is dubbed as having the aptitude of a great emperor. Our Cyanwood sect cannot compare. Insha scanned the bone structure of each disciple. The result for all was the word, useless. When it was Li Tianyuan's turn, Insha looked confused. Why does this guy not have? Not even the most basic bone structure is displayed? He insulted him, the most useless among the useless. Only your Cyanwood sect would keep this kind of thing. Suddenly his eyes lit up. When looking at Shirhanyan and Shao Qi, an emerald green halo appeared. He whispered, this is. Then he shouted in surprise. Could this be the legendary fairy spirit body? The elders hearing this were all shocked, simultaneously exclaiming, fairy spirit body? Immediately, Insha began calculating in his head, smiling radiantly. Excellent. With this child as a cultivation vessel for the Mystic Sound sect, I will definitely produce a great emperor. Seeing the greedy eyes that looked like they wanted to swallow her whole from Insha, Shao Qi fearfully huddled against her mother, calling, Mom. Insha turned to Shirhanyan asking, cultivation sealed. Are you the former saintess of the Cyanwood sect? Seeing Shirhanyan silent, he continued, indeed, extraordinary aptitude. Then take both of you back. From now on, you will live at the Mystic Sound sect, satisfying the needs of my senior and junior brothers. Right at this moment, Insha's eyes suddenly flared up. As he sensed a fierce killing intent, he told himself, this powerful aura cannot be from this bunch of trash of the Cyanwood sect. Who is it? At the same time, Ma Chengyan had handed the 2-revolution immortal pill to Wang Heng. The pill immediately attracted Insha's attention. He was surprised, what pill is that? Holding the pill in his hand, Wang Heng couldn't suppress his arrogance, muttering silently, that Mystic Sound sect brat. Wait until I swallow this 2-revolution immortal pill. I will show you the prowess of the head disciple of the Cyanwood sect. Wang Heng. Insha shouted loudly, snatch it for me. A stream of purple energy filled with small energy fragments shot straight towards Wang Heng. Just as he was preparing to put the pill into his mouth, the energy stream locked it tight. A large roar rang out, stop. Insha rushed over as fast as lightning, dealing a powerful kick causing Wang Heng to fall backwards. The pill flew out of his hand. Insha easily grabbed the 2-revolution immortal pill. He satisfiedly admired the treasure he just robbed. Ying angrily cursed Wang Heng. Idiot. If you wanted to drink the 2-revolution immortal pill, you should have swallowed it immediately. Why talk so much? Now it's great, robbed clean. Ma Chengyan, witnessing this scene, wailed in pain, oh, my treasure. Wang Heng was now being stepped on the face by Insha. The ultimate humiliation. He gritted his teeth thinking, damn it. It's all because of that useless stable boy. If my cultivation wasn't sealed, my limbs wouldn't be slow. I wouldn't have failed. And the 2 revolution immortal pill wouldn't have been robbed. But Insha was now extremely gleeful. He loudly declared, "Wonderful. Wonderful. A 2 revolution immortal pill and a fairy spirit body." After a moment, he turned to Zhou Tianxi and spoke sternly. "These 2 treasures will be temporarily kept by my mystic sound sect. After the tournament ends, we will decide the next course of action." Looking at Wang Hing lying under his feet, Insha suddenly thought. The source of that killing aura is not from this Wang Hing. Could I have sensed it wrong? He quickly dismissed the doubt. Whatever, how could this Cyanwood sect have any experts? He ordered the servants, "Take the fairy spirit body and the former saintess away." Xia, Jinyi roared in anger. "You dare!" At that exact moment, Insha felt that terrifying killing aura again. It's that killing aura again. He realized. Emerald green beams of light started spreading like ribbons flying towards him. By this time, Li Tianyuan was extremely furious. His face darkened completely. One servant, carrying the signature bronze mace weapon, advanced straight toward Shirhanyan and her daughter. Suddenly a choked grunt was heard. The servant abruptly collapsed to his knees. No matter how hard he tried to strain himself, he could not move anymore. Now Insha finally determined. The source of the killing intent was from this area. He ordered the remaining mace-wielding servant. "You, attack." Hearing the order, that person immediately rushed straight towards Shirhanyan. Xia Junyi worriedly shouted, "Yanhan! Careful!" She drew her sword and rushed over intending to support. The servant was extremely agile. He leaped up, raising his weapon intending to attack Shirhanyan. Suddenly a rough hand grabbed his bronze mace. Li Tianyuan coldly snorted, holding the weapon tight, making it impossible for the servant to pull it out. Now Insha had completely determined. The killing aura piercing his heart came precisely from this person with no bone structure. Just then, the mace-wielding servant kneeling on the ground also managed to get up. He quickly rushed over to attack Li Tianyuan. A blinding golden light erupted, covering the entire combat area, making it impossible for people to clearly see what was happening. Insha stood outside casually, looking like he was watching an interesting play. He waved his hand, tone full of disdain, "A jumping clown. Seems I overestimated you. Do you know? The bronze maces in the hands of these 2 little generals have been specially refined to counter body refinement techniques? No. Dodging or evading, yet daring to block the blow directly? Truly seeking death." Gradually, the pale yellow light faded and disappeared, revealing a shocking scene. Li Tianyuan stood firmly, his 2 hands tightly grasping the 2 bronze maces of the 2 servants. Witnessing the scene before his eyes, Insha couldn't help but be stunned. He uttered a provocation, "Oh, so that's how it is?" Meanwhile, the green aura around him became denser and denser. Li Tianyuan made a comment. "Good material, I'll take it." Finished speaking, he retrieved those 2 weapons, simultaneously flinging the 2 subordinates far away. Sensing the situation was unstable, Insha immediately shouted, "Deploy the blast kill formation." The 2 subordinates quickly took their positions. From their bodies radiated a stream of purple energy accompanied by incomprehensible ancient runes. The bizarre purple energy gradually enveloped Li Tianyuan. In just an instant, it emitted a blinding light, covering a vast area. Zhou Tianxi terrifiedly realized the concentric curse. Ma Chengyan curiously asked, "Sect Master? Sect Master, what trick is this? This subordinate has never seen it before." He explained. "This is a special forbidden curse of the Mystic Sound Sect. The victim will lose their 5 senses. Their soul will gradually be split, finally leaving only an empty shell. Ordinary people cannot activate this forbidden curse. It requires 10 bronze mace bearers, creatures that have been refined by the Mystic Sound Sect using a special secret method, lacking 5 senses to be able to use it. For others, just chanting the mantra alone is enough to lose one's reason." Shi Yanhan, seeing him surrounded like that, could not help but be restless and worried. Xiao Qi was also extremely terrified and asked her, "Mom, will Dad be okay?" Not waiting for her to answer, Li Tianyuan turned his head to reassure his daughter. "Dad is fine." Seeing Li Tianyuan could still speak, Insha was extremely shocked. He exclaimed, "Impossible. Clearly, you were hit by the concentric curse. Even a great emperor could not be completely unaffected." Li Tianyuan calmly looked at him and replied, "This level isn't even 1/10,000th. of what I have had to endure. Hearing that, Insha was suspicious. Could it be there exists a stronger curse on you? He didn't answer but looked at the two objects. Hereafter called bronze maces, held in his hands. Commenting, good material. It's just a pity the structure is too loose. Saying that, he squeezed his hands tight. Insha looked at Li Tianyuan, easily distorting those two weapons. Insha's mouth gaped in terror, his eyes almost bulging out. At this moment, the purple energy from the two bronze maces continued to pour out. Suddenly, the two subordinates spurted a mouthful of fresh blood, then were knocked flying far away. Watching the two bronze maces get destroyed just like that, Insha clutched his head and screamed, "My two bronze maces! This was a gift from my master, representing my status and position." Zhou Tianxi looked at Li Tianyuan, sweat streaming down. He thought to himself, did he neutralize the backlash of the incantation caused by the lifebound artifact? Truly unexpected that he could ignore the concentric curse, and even crush with bare hands. The bronze mace is specially refined by the mystic sound sect. If Li Tianyuan hasn't reached the king realm, then he definitely cultivated a special body refinement technique. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but be terrified. Yet I underestimated him time and again. In 15 years, his cultivation could reach this level. Truly a genius, absolutely a rare genius. At this moment, Insha had not yet regained his composure. He clutched his head looking at the wreckage of his two subordinates. Then he pointed at Li Tianyuan and roared, "I want you dead. Die without a whole corpse." No matter how furious Insha was, Li Tianyuan still didn't care. He looked at his fist and calmly said, "This is acceptable." But Insha was boiling with rage. He gathered green spiritual energy. Laughing loudly, "You have angered me." Finished speaking, he shouted, "Demon locking sword array." Thus, he immediately deployed a sword formation. From the giant sword appeared countless transparent swords, pointing straight at Li Tianyuan. Next, he pointed at him and ordered, "Destroy the enemy in the formation." Thousands of swords rushed towards him. But Li Tianyuan stood still with no reaction. Xia Junyi exclaimed worriedly, "Not good. Young Master Insha's demon locking sword array has locked onto Li Tianyuan." Insha sneered, "Once identified as an enemy by the demon locking sword array, unless the formation is destroyed, it will attack ceaselessly until you vanish. Aren't you very skilled? Let me see how you withstand the next blow." Li Tianyuan stood in the middle of the formation, humbly replying to him, "Petty tricks." Then he threw a fragment of the bronze mace to Sui Feng, and instructed, "Use this to craft a weapon." Sui Feng caught it and replied, "Understood." Zhou Tianxi almost doubted life. He wondered, did something fly past just now? Then he turned his head to look around, thinking internally, could the mystic sound sect have an expert hiding? Impossible. At this moment, Insha continuously screamed, "Sword array, kill, kill, kill." Li Tianyuan no longer had the patience to play with him. He said, "Breaking this formation is extremely simple." Saying that, he flicked his hand, then leisurely walked towards the giant sword. Looking up at it, he said, "If there is no sword in the formation will automatically collapse." Hearing him say that, Insha mocked, "You aren't joking? That you want to destroy the main sword in the formation, are you?" Pausing a bit, he glanced at him sideways, continuing with a disdainful tone, "I admit you have ability. But this sword is the core of the formation. Joking should have limits." Not waiting for him to finish his sentence, Li Tianyuan gently touched and broke the sword. Watching the giant sword shatter into pieces just like that, Insha widened his eyes and exclaimed, "What?" After the main sword crumbled, thousands of swords in the formation gradually disappeared, as if they never appeared. Xia Junyi couldn't believe her eyes. "Is this real?" Shao Qi, seeing this, jumped up and cheered happily. "Dad is so super." Suddenly, Insha burst out laughing like a madman. He held a talisman in his hand, viciously saying, "Truly unexpected that you all are so eager to seek death." Then he bluntly declared, "It is you who forced me to use my true trump card, the Bila beast. This demonic beast. Even I cannot completely control it. If it goes crazy, it will definitely cause a bloody massacre. Today, I alone will destroy the entire Cyanwood sect." Zhou Tianxi was terrified to the extreme. Cold sweat broke out as he stammered, repeating, "Bila beast?" Recalling the image of the demonic beast, Ying spoke fearfully. "The Bila beast has the ability to appraise all things in heaven and earth. But it is extremely ferocious, possessing the power of the sage emperor realm. Maybe even comparable to a great emperor. Done for, we're completely done for." Unexpectedly, the Mystic Sound sect could control such a ferocious beast. Absolutely cannot let him summon the Bila beast. Zhou Tianxi hurriedly stopped him. Young Master Insha, please show mercy. Now, I am willing to offer half of the sect's resources, hoping you will calm your anger. At this moment, Insha was consumed by rage. He glanced at him and laughed loudly. Begging now is too late. Men of the Cyanwood sect will be slaves. Women will be prostitutes. You are not qualified to beg me. Go to hell, all of you. Ying angrily cursed him, arrogant brat. Then he said to the disciples, quickly, while the demon-locking sword array is broken, lead the disciples to escape immediately. Insha, like a madman, raised his hands to the sky laughing and shouting, feel the pain. Regret it. This time no one can protect you. The entire Cyanwood sect will be buried with you. As soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant golden light spread across the sky. From that light came soft meow meow sounds. A clawed foot protruded from the ground, right in front of Li Tianyuan. Someone screamed in terror. Oh my! Not long after, the entire body of the Bila beast appeared. Its two eyes flashed with brilliant orange light. It opened its mouth and let out a loud roar. Ying lamented worriedly. Truly finished, the Cyanwood sect is completely finished. If not for Li Tianyuan, how could the Cyanwood sect encounter this disaster? Xia Junyi maintained her composure. She told him, stop whining, quickly lead the disciples to retreat. Save as many as possible. But Insha continued to laugh loudly, and ordered the Bila beast, calling its name. Insha ordered, meow meow, slaughter them for me. The surprising thing was, the Bila beast only put 1 foot forward, silently looking at Li Tianyuan. Li Tianyuan also looked up at it. The Bila beast looked at him, sweating profusely. Seeing the Bila beast motionless, Insha urged, meow. Meow, what are you standing there dazed for? Quickly kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, the Bila beast gave a forced smile and said, I apologize for disturbing you. Run away, run away. Finished speaking, it burrowed into the ground and vanished. Watching the Bila beast disappear just like that, everyone's jaw dropped in surprise. Ying was doubtful. Could it be that wasn't the Bila beast? Just a normal cat? Insha terrifiedly asked Li Tianyuan. Who exactly are you? Why did meow meow? Before he could finish his sentence, Li Tianyuan tapped his toe lightly, then flew over and dealt him a kick. His kick was so powerful, it caused Insha to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. He asked fearfully, what do you want to do? I am a disciple of the Mystic Sound sect. If you dare to kill me, the Mystic Sound sect will not forgive you, nor forgive the Cyanwood sect. Hearing that, his face darkened as he replied, rest assured, for now, I won't kill you. Then he kicked him flying far away and instructed, remember to bring all the people of the Mystic Sound sect here. Best to mobilize the entire sect. Insha was kicked flying 10 meters away. He gritted his teeth, thinking, fine, I won't let you off. I will definitely make the Cyanwood sect buried. Li Tianyuan specifically instructed him again, don't misunderstand. I'm not killing you so you can go back and call as many people here as possible. Pausing a moment, he continued, don't talk nonsense anymore. Get lost, quickly. Finished speaking, he flicked a small stone straight into Insha's face, causing him to spit blood once again. Witnessing Insha's pathetic retreat, Zhou Tianxi regained his composure. Ma Chengyan immediately shouted a question, pointing at the enemy who just left, Li Tianyuan. But the 2 revolution immortal pill is still in his hands. Why didn't you act to take it back? Wang Ying also chimed in, eyes full of greed. Exactly. If I had the 2 revolution immortal pill, my cultivation would definitely have a chance to break through. Only then would I be strong enough to deal with the Insha of the Heavenly River, of the Mystic Sound sect in the upcoming tournament. Ying also didn't hold back his attack. You are clearly helping the enemy, and even foolishly talked about mobilizing the full force of the Mystic Sound sect. Hearing those unjust accusations, Li Tianyuan only replied indifferently, the immortal pill was given to you. If you didn't know how to protect it, what does that have to do with me? Seeing everyone simultaneously turn their backs and blame him, Xia Junyi could not tolerate it anymore. She spoke up to defend him. What are you doing? He just saved us from the siege. Suddenly, Zhou Tianxi turned to praise Li Tianyuan. You were able to repel young Master Insha, very well done. Starting from today, I officially appoint you as the head disciple of the sect. Wang Hing immediately shouted in objection. Sect master. The head disciple must be me. Zhou Tianxi ignored his words, continuing to speak to Li Tianyuan. You have also witnessed how great the threat of the Mystic Sound sect is to the Cyanwood sect. Just one young master Insha could suppress our sect. Then his tone switched to intimidation. Therefore, I hope you can hand over the Tay heart dividing technique. This matter concerns the survival of the sect. I cannot help but use some methods. He paused a bit, then emphasized. You surely don't want to see your daughter captured and turned into a cultivation vessel, do you? Hearing those threatening words, Li Tianyuan only coldly warned, playing with fire will eventually lead to burning yourself. Just then, a dazzling golden light suddenly flashed on the mountain peak. Li Tianyuan sneered as it appeared. Truly timely. Suddenly, a majestic voice echoed from the golden light, transmitting through space, sect master of the Cyanwood sect, along with the elders and key members. Come to me immediately. Zhou Tianxi and the elders were stunned and terrified. This voice, is the Grand Elder? A disciple asked in astonishment. What? The Grand Elder is still alive. Why hasn't he passed away yet? Zhou Tianxi signaled the elders, then solemnly said, Let's go. Elders, follow me to the back mountain to pay respects. Finished speaking, he glanced at Li Tianyuan meaningfully, then invited, Why don't you come along as well? Meanwhile, on a nearby cliff, several men watching. The situation suddenly fell into chaos. A man's sword suddenly cracked and shattered, causing him panic. Not long after, the whole group simultaneously knelt on the ground coughing fresh blood. One asked in bewilderment, What is happening? Why are we suddenly heavily injured? A moment later, Zhou Tianxi and the group arrived at the back mountain of the Cyanwood sect. In front of them was the Grand Elder, meditating, his body enveloped in brilliant golden light. He opened his eyes and slowly spoke. Everyone has arrived? This old man cultivated for 10 long years, finally breaking through to the mid-stage sage emperor realm. Zhou Tianxi and the elders immediately clasped hands in salute, saying in unison, We welcome the Grand Elder exiting seclusion. Ma Chengyan exclaimed in surprise. Unexpectedly, the Grand Elder is still alive. The Cyanwood sect has hope again. Zhou Tianxi thought to himself about the Bila beast. It seems the Bila beast that young master Insha summoned sensed the elder's existence, so it retreated. Ying was scornful inside. As expected, Zhou Tianxi thinks too much. That Li Tianyuan has nothing impressive. I'm afraid it was the Grand Elder who secretly acted to break the formation. First, the Grand Elder asked Zhou Tianxi about the sect's situation. In the past 10 years, has the Cyanwood sect encountered any major incidents? He replied, This story is quite long to tell. Hearing that, the Grand Elder closed his eyes, then put it aside for now. I have an urgent matter requiring you to do immediately. All four responded in unison, Grand Elder. Please instruct us, we are willing to dedicate our utmost effort. He slowly said, Finally Tianyuan, the person who used to work as a horse keeper at the Cyanwood sect. Hearing that, all three exclaimed in shock. What? They couldn't believe their ears. At this moment, Zhou Tianxi pointed towards Li Tianyuan, who was slowly approaching, and said, Grand Elder, is the Li Tianyuan you mentioned him? Upon seeing him, the Grand Elder quickly flew over. He spoke up. It really is you. Zhou Tianxi took the opportunity to start tattling, Grand Elder. The Tay heart dividing technique of our sect is in his hands. Please consider it. Before he could finish his sentence, Ying loudly interrupted. Grand Elder, this person stole the pill secret technique, behaved extremely arrogantly, killed disciples of the Cyanwood sect, completely disregarding the Cyanwood sect. Please take action to arrest him. Absolutely do not forgive him. Seeing the two of them not distinguishing black from white, blaming everything on Li Tianyuan, Xia Junyi indignantly said, Grand Elder, although he has faults, but just now, he was the one who saved the Cyanwood sect. Yet Ying interrupted her. It wasn't him. It must have been the Grand Elder secretly taking action. Xia Junyi was extremely angry. She didn't know what to say anymore, only managing to say one word. You? The two were busy arguing without noticing. The Grand Elder's face had darkened completely. He slowly walked towards Li Tianyuan, looking at him walking towards him. Each elder had their own thought. Ying smiled sinisterly, thinking, as expected, The Grand Elder has a grudge against Li Tianyuan. There's about to be a great battle. Xia Junyi rubbed her aching temples and thought. Li Tianyuan, you bear the consequences yourself. The earth-shattering thing was when the Grand Elder stepped close to him. His knees suddenly buckled. Then he bowed his head and kowtowed to him, respectfully asking Master above to accept this bow from your disciple. At this moment, all three, Ma Chengyan, Yi Ying, and Xia Junyi were so shocked their jaws dropped. Their eyes looked like they wanted to pop out. Oh my god. I'm not seeing things wrong, am I? Impossible. Li Tianyuan shook his head in refusal. He said, I am not your master. The Grand Elder stubbornly said, Please, master, you must accept this disciple. He turned in one direction. The old man ran there to kneel and beg. Please, master, accept me as a disciple. Just like that, a cycle kept repeating. The Grand Elder lost all face, rolling around begging him, Master, accept me. Accept me as a disciple, please. Zhou Tianxi watched, shocked to the core. He couldn't understand what the situation was. The high and mighty Grand Elder was continuously kowtowing, just because he wanted that horsekeeper brat from before to accept him as a disciple. Despite him rolling around, he still firmly shook his head. Your aptitude is too poor. I don't want to accept you. Hearing his words, Zhou Tianxi was terrified, holding his head with both hands and screaming. He even criticized the Grand Elder's aptitude as too poor, and didn't want to accept him? Ying still hadn't recovered his spirit. He pointed at his face and said to Ma Chengyan, Ma Chengyan, come here and hit me once. I'm not dreaming, am I? Xia Junyi also couldn't believe it. She exclaimed in surprise, too absurd. At the same time, Ma Chengyan slapped Ying once, hard enough to make him cough up blood. Ying loudly said, It really isn't a dream. The Grand Elder sighed dejectedly and said, Student knows his aptitude is lowly, unworthy of becoming master's student. But this student still has an excessive request. Pausing a bit, he kowtowed to him once then continued. Since my generation, the Cyanwood sect has declined. To revitalize the sect, please master, choose 8 disciples of the Cyanwood sect to teach for 1 month. Finished speaking, he looked up at him. Li Tianyuan did not yield at all, turning his face away. So he crawled to his feet. Bargaining, 5 people, teach for half a month. Seeing he still had no reaction, his eyes filled with tears as he spoke up. Master, no matter what. That year it was I who taught the girl Yan Han how to refine the 100 refinement pill. That saved a person. A human life. Can't you fulfill this small wish of this old man? Seeing him dare to bring up the past, he frowned and replied. I cured your hidden ailment. Corrected the Tay heart-dividing technique, helping you not die from qi deviation. The debt between us was settled long ago. Then he asked him, where is that piece of jade? The Grand Elder immediately pointed towards the forbidden area and said, it's still inside the forbidden area. Suddenly Li Tianyuan spoke to finalize, 3 people. 5 days. Hearing that, he excitedly said, tomorrow, this disciple will go get the jade immediately. And then he obsequiously said to him, as for the chosen ones, the person with the highest talent in our sect is naturally the saintess. She is one. The remaining 2. Master, whoever you find pleasing to the eye, feel free to choose. At this moment, Zhou Tianxi softly presented to the Grand Elder. Grand Elder. The whereabouts of the Tay heart-dividing technique lost by the sect. We still haven't found. The Grand Elder turned his head and asked back, his eyes still showing shock. Just now I was too emotional, I didn't hear what you said clearly. A silence enveloped the 4 people. The atmosphere became stifling. How should they start speaking? The Grand Elder tried to search his memories, then exclaimed in surprise. Ah, you mean the Tay heart-dividing technique? A moment later, a look of embarrassment showed clearly on his face as he forced a smile and explained. It has been on me all this time. Back then, I entered seclusion too hurriedly, so I took it with me. Unexpectedly, 15 years have passed. Zhou Tianxi was shocked to the extreme, only managing to utter a sound, huh? Here, Li Tianyuan had finished his business. He spoke up to remind him. It's time. I need to go pick someone up. Before leaving, he didn't forget to instruct. Remember to prepare the item for me. The Grand Elder clasped his hands and bowed before him, respectfully replying, farewell, sir. When he had just disappeared, Zhou Tianxi dared to ask the Grand Elder, Who exactly is Li Tianyuan? What divine figure is he? Why even you had to show such a respectful attitude, even repeatedly kowtowing? He did not answer directly, but sternly instructed Zhou Tianxi. Everything I showed today must absolutely not be revealed to the outside. And the things that happened during this time are even more forbidden to reach the ears of outsiders. Then his eyes filled with killing intent, looking straight at Zhou Tianxi in warning. Otherwise, an oppressive aura, extremely powerful, radiated from the Grand Elder. Zhou Tianxi was terrified, thinking, is this an expert of the Sage Emperor realm? This terror is completely different from the gentle breath just now. Ying quickly guaranteed, resolutely will not reveal to the outside about any event heard or seen today. Then he turned to tell them, instructing 3 people for 5 days. This is the greatest opportunity that I have secured for the sect. Zhou Tianxi clasped his hands and expressed, Grand Elder, the Cyanwood sect is standing on the edge of danger. The Mystic Sound sect eyes us like a tiger stalking prey. The Donghuang forest has demonic beasts running rampant. The danger of destruction is always lurking. Now that you have reached the mid-stage Sage Emperor realm, please take over the grand situation of the Cyanwood sect and consolidate the faith of our sect's disciples. Yes. He closed his eyes, looking tired, and instructed, later I will go to the forbidden place. You must seize this golden opportunity. No matter what Sir requests, you must satisfy him. All 4 responded in unison, yes. Unexpectedly, do you know the truth is the Te, heart-dividing technique passed down from ancient times to now is just a flawed book? Hearing that, Zhou Tianxi was extremely astonished. It's just an incomplete version? The Grand Elder continued to explain. The sect masters and Grand Elders of generations all focused on studying this defective version. But every generation left behind some judgments to supplement the Te, heart-dividing technique. However, no one reached perfection. In the process of accumulation over many generations, the flaws of the Te, heart-dividing technique were also exaggerated. By the time I cultivated it, it was very hard to turn back. Pausing for a moment, he emphasized, it was him, sir, who fixed it, simultaneously correcting and completing the errors in the annotations of the Cyanwood sect ancestors through generations. Then he looked up at the high sky, unable to help but exclaim, truly an outstanding talent favored by the heavens. From that moment on, our sect truly possessed the Te, heart-dividing technique original version. The words he spoke made the sect master and elders astonished to the extreme. Insha clenched his fist in rage, punching the table hard, causing the wine in the bowl to splash. He downed the wine while gritting his teeth, thinking, the bronze mace follower was killed, the demon-locking sword array destroyed. Even Meow Meow was taken over and abandoned me. Draining the bowl of wine, Insha wiped his chin with his hand, frowning in worry. With losses this big, how will I explain to the sect? Returning empty-handed like this, my title of Insha will definitely be stripped. Suddenly he remembered. He was holding a 2-revolution immortal pill. Then he took out that immortal pill to admire, secretly feeling lucky. Luckily I still have a 2-revolution immortal pill. If I bring it back to the sect, I can definitely atone for my crimes with merit. He was so immersed in his thoughts that he didn't know there were 2 strangers watching him for a while. Remembering Li Tianyuan, Insha hated him to the bone. He told himself, I must take revenge on the Cyanwood sect. Must pull the tendons and peel the skin of that brat. Thump, thump. A hand patted Insha's shoulder heavily, making him jump. That person spoke. Little brother, the treasure in your hand is truly wonderful. Insha looked up blankly at that person repeating, little brother? The treasure in your hand is really valuable. At this moment, he realized he had been immobilized, unable to move. That person uttered a word, fragrant. The fat guy standing next to him also shimmied closer, eyes smiling. Insha loudly asked, who are you? What do you want to do? The 2 people placing hands on Insha's shoulder claimed to be members of the 100 Ghosts, bearing the name Gluttony Ghost. The fat guy on the side also introduced. Also 100 Ghosts. I am Starving Ghost. Hearing the identities of those 2, Insha was terrified out of his wits. He trembled thinking, 100 Ghosts? Why would I encounter them here? That is a group of half-human half-monster freaks, with unfathomably high cultivation. Especially the evil ghosts and fierce ghosts among them are likely peerless experts of the great emperor realm. Not to mention, behind them is the legendary Ghost King guarding them. Thinking so, Insha hurriedly forced a flattering smile. Turns out it's the two ghost big brothers of the 100 ghosts. I wonder what instructions you have? Gluttony Ghost pointed his thumb at himself and casually said, "We came to help you fulfill your wish." Starving Ghost added, "Right, exactly. Aren't you wanting to flatten the Cyanwood sect? We are here to help you. After all, we also intend to go to the Cyanwood sect." Hearing those two speak, Insha started weighing the pros and cons. He glanced at them probing, two ghost big brothers. "Are you two really willing to help me?" Gluttony Ghost replied briefly, "Of course. It's just that we don't work for free." Free? This pill will be considered our payment. This made Insha hesitate. He awkwardly proposed, "If you two want payment, I can pay in another form. I am young Master Insha of the Mystic Sound Sect. My sect holds many rare medicinal herbs." Hearing Insha intending to refuse, the faces of those two started to look ugly. Gluttony Ghost stomped on the table, pressing him. "You won't agree?" Seeing that, Insha lied and replied, "Two ghost big brothers. Currently I carry a heavy responsibility. I must rely on this pill to have the courage to return to the Mystic Sound Sect. To return to my hometown." Starving Ghost lost all patience, shouting, "Why so long-winded?" Finished speaking, he bit right into Insha's arm. He sweated in pain, screaming miserably, "Ah! My hand!" Gluttony Ghost, seeing that, hurriedly stuck his hand into Starving Ghost's mouth. Starving Ghost loudly scolded, "You brat!" Taking the pill covered in Starving Ghost's drool into his hand, that person muttered, "You are really filthy. Now I'm no longer interested in enjoying this immortal pill." Starving Ghost with a mouth full of blood grinned wide, making a suggestion, "Then bring it back to Evil Ghost. If he receives it and feels happy, he will reward us with many delicious foods." At this moment, Gluttony Ghost lifted Insha's face and said disdainfully, "Scram back and wait for the news of the Cyanwood sect being shattered." Insha with a severed arm fearfully obeyed. "Yes, yes." Just like that, the two coldly left, leaving Insha alone in terror. Right at the exit of the Chaos Heart Cave, Li Tianyuan stood on a high rock, his gaze calm, watching the training situation of the disciples below. Suddenly, a disciple recognized him. He pointed at Li Tianyuan and whispered, "Hey, look brothers, it's him." Another person was astonished, "Why is he unharmed? Wasn't he taken away by the sect master for investigation?" Another person chimed in, "Isn't he the head disciple now? Meeting the Grand Elder this time. Could it be he received special recognition?" Seeing her father standing safely on the cliff, Xiaoqi cheered happily, pointing at him and saying to Shi Yanhan, "Dad is okay, Mom." "Dad?" "Yes." Before the little girl could finish, Shi Yanhan gently patted her child's head. She knelt down in front of Xiaoqi, looking at her with eyes full of love. "Xiaoqi, you love your dad very much, right?" The little girl obediently replied, "Yes." Shi Yanhan explained gently, "But we cannot continue to be with Dad. Otherwise, it will affect Dad's path of cultivation. Because Dad still has greater responsibilities that need to be completed." Although her heart was endlessly sad, Xiaoqi was very sensible and replied, "Yes." Xiaoqi understands. The heartbroken look on the little girl's face made anyone witnessing it feel a heartache. Shi Yanhan painfully hugged her child, whispering, "Mom is sorry." Just then, Xia Junyi called her, "Yanhan." She replied softly, "Yes." Seeing her approach, Xiaoqi politely greeted her grandmother. Xia Junyi said to Shi Yanhan, "The situation has changed now. Li Tianyuan's position is now different from before. You should stay at the sect, don't rush back to Cloud Rising Peak. Take the opportunity to visit your father and Yunwan first." Shi Yanhan frankly assessed, with the Grand Elder's personality, he must be wanting to beg him to instruct new students, right? Her accurate guess made Xia Junyi surprised. Widening her eyes, Shi Yanhan bowed her head, expressing her intention firmly. "I will visit father for a while, then take Xiaoqi back to Cloud Rising Peak." Here, Li Tianyuan was still standing high up, closing his eyes to calm his mind. Suddenly, Zhou Tianxi approached from behind, questioning, "Why didn't you clarify from the start that the Te heart dividing technique was never in your hands?" Li Tianyuan glanced at Zhou Tianxi, his voice. I replied with a look of disdain. "If I speak, will you believe me?" Chao Tiantu said with a stern face. "Even so, you didn't need to declare war on the Mystic Yin sect." He didn't even bother looking at him, calmly replying, daring to target my daughter. Should I not eliminate the future threat? Uproot them completely? This reason is truly irrefutable. Chao Tian-tu could only grunt in acceptance, silently exclaiming in his heart. Worthy of being the one the Grand Elder wants to take as a master. Extremely arrogant. Not long after, Lu Tianguin turned to look at him, issuing a warning. I advise you one thing. There are things you absolutely should not touch casually. Chao Tian-tu didn't understand and asked back, what do you mean? Not knowing if he was pretending or truly didn't understand. Lu Tianguin just looked with a darkened face. Without saying another word, Chao Tian-tu turned to leave, not forgetting to instruct. The saintess will arrive shortly. You should hurry and select the remaining 2 disciples. After Chao Tian-tu left, Tai Fong landed beside him and reported, Young master. They have all come out. At this moment, the trial participants started walking out. Too deep. The smallest boy walking at the end, quietly observed the situation. A disciple pointed at the group exiting the cave and said, Senior brother Mongguin. Everyone who passed the Chaos Heart Cave is present. Mongguin looked at them and congratulated. Congratulations, everyone, for passing the second trial of the Heartwood sect. From today onwards, you are qualified to become outer disciples of our sect. The 3 of Lu Tianguin stood on the cliff, watching Too Deep. The blonde man, Minvu, smiled and teased, Lord. This kid is truly impressive. Firm belief, will to move forward. Not shaken mentally by the Chaos Heart Cave at all. At this moment, Mongguin continued his speech. Later, you will be assigned to the miscellaneous chore hall. The hall responsible for chores. 1 month later, if you pass the aptitude test, you will have the chance to become official disciples. Suddenly, Too Deep turned his head, looking for Lu Tianwen's figure. The boy wondered silently, did he not follow? Suddenly, a wave of eerie power struck. Tai Fong exclaimed in surprise, Young master, there are 3 demon beasts. These 3 demon beasts began rushing to attack the disciples. The disciples were terrified, guessing, how dare beasts from the eastern desolate forest charge all the way to Heartwood sect? For sharp arms of a demon beast stabbed into a disciple, giving him no time to dodge. Mongguin and a bald fellow disciple hurriedly joined forces to fight back. Mongguin gritted his teeth, sweating profusely in shock, thinking, the attack power is too strong. I don't know how long we can hold out. Another demon beast suddenly rushed in, making him unable to react. Mongguin shouted in despair, we're done for. Suddenly, a translucent purple sword pierced through the demon beast's neck. The one who acted was the saintess of Heartwood sect. Tinoknon, the saintess. The saintess is here, the disciples cheered happily. Tinoknon flew down with a middle-aged woman. She shouted loudly, Auntie. The power of these beasts is not ordinary. We must combine our strength. All right. She ordered the disciples. You hold off the other 2. We will deal with this one and come to support immediately. The disciples responded in unison, yes. Very quickly, a demon beast knocked 2 disciples flying. Seeing the beast about to charge, Mongguin shouted loudly, Vong Hang. Senior brother Vong Hang, quickly protect them. Block the other one. They just passed the trial and don't know any cultivation techniques yet. Hearing that, Vong Hang flew towards the demon beast, muttering, so troublesome. As soon as he got close, he was knocked back by the beast. Vong Hang retreated to the rear, muttering, not a match for the demon beast. No need to risk my life. For those who aren't officially part of Heartwood sect yet. Having spoken, he fled, leaving behind the sentence, I'll go report to the sect master and elders to ask them to deal with these monsters. Mongguin saw this, shouted senior brother Vong Hang loudly, then sneered, truly a coward. The 3 of Lu Tianguin silently watched the battle. A moment later, Tai Fong said to the blonde man, Minvu, make a move. As both prepared to act, Lu Tianguin raised his hand to stop them. Tai Fong called out in surprise, young master. Minvu spoke anxiously, facing a demon beast. Too Deep cannot protect himself. Lu Tianguin calmly said, I want him to experience death once. At this moment, the demon beast noticed Too Deep. It swung its claws violently at the boy. Too Deep hurriedly dodged. Suddenly, the boy remembered Lu Tianwen's instructions. Remember this mantra, circulated in times of danger. He looked left and right, searching for the figure, thinking to himself, he is nearby. But on the cliff, Tai Fong wonderingly asked, young master, don't tell me you want. Before he could finish, he cut him off. Get ready. Use empathetic connection to link me in Too Deep. Hearing that, Tai Fong quickly volunteered, young master. Let me do it. No need. Lu Tianguin raised his hand to stop him. He said indifferently, I will do it myself. Then Tai Fong said to Minvu. Minvu, let's start. Minvu closed his eyes and replied, Immediately after, Tai Fong and Minvu took their positions as guardians, preparing for him to use the empathetic body link. On Tu Deep's side, the boy was straining to withstand the attacks. Violent attacks of the demon beast. Young age, having not practiced profound techniques. How could he confront a monster that even Vong Hang couldn't handle? Soon, he was hit and knocked far away. The saintess and the disciples saw this and cried out in horror. This is bad, now. The claws were only a few inches away from Tu Deep. Seeing its sharp claws gleaming with cold light, the boy was terrified. A moment later, that claw pierced through Tu Deep's chest. The boy's pupils contracted. In disbelief. Must my life end here? Then he slowly closed his eyes. A question echoing in his mind. Is this the feeling of death? Tu Deep recalled the time he was isolated, shunned by his peers. Just because he lacked a father's love, they gathered to throw stones at him, injuring him. Not only that, they also hurled insults. Don't play with this fatherless kid. Beat him to death. Just like that, his life was hard and full of humiliation. Every time he went out, he was bullied. Tu Chi couldn't hold back, rushing in to fight them. The girls spoke up to protect him, don't bully Tu Deep. Seeing their friend being hit, they excitedly shouted, daring to hit the boss? Handle both of them. And then the whole group continued to attack both siblings with stones. Tu Chi hurriedly hugged Tu Deep to shield him. Then she grabbed his hand, running away desperately while saying, Tu Deep, let's run. Watching the siblings' figures, the kids threatened, you two better watch out. Tomorrow I'll call my dad to beat you to death. At Van Koi Peak, the scenery was peaceful, covered in lush greenery. Inside the house, Tian Han had prepared a meal. After the two kids sat down, she said, let's eat. Seeing only tableware for the two siblings, Tu Chi asked, what about you, Mom? Tian Han replied, I ate already. As soon as she finished speaking, the truth was exposed. Her stomach started growling, betraying her. Tu Chi quickly pushed the rice bowl towards her mother and said, Mom, I'm not very hungry, please eat for me. Tu Deep also held up his bowl and said, me too. Just then, a bag of food was thrown straight at the door. The bald guy who brought the food stood with crossed arms, speaking to her in a contemptuous tone. Sorry, this month's food arrived late. Pausing a bit, he mocked. But for a saintess raising two vile spawns. How shameless. You deserve to starve. Hearing that, Tu Deep rushed out to hit the bald guy. The boy screamed in hatred, don't talk about my mom like that. He shouted, you want to die? Then he delivered a kick that sent the boy flying. When the boy was kicked to the ground, he didn't want to let it go yet. He continued lunging forward, intending to add another kick. Tian Han quickly hugged her child in her arms, using her own body to take his attack. Not only that, he growled, warning the mother and child. Humph, behave yourselves. Otherwise, even this little bit of food I won't give you. After he left, Tu Chi rushed over and asked, Mom, are you okay? Tian Han still had marks of injury on her face, but still smiled to comfort the girl, I'm fine. The bald guy found Senior Brother Vong and reported cheerfully. Senior Brother Vong, mission accomplished as you ordered. Took the chance to beat them up. He gave the bald guy a thumbs up in praise. Then added, alright, it's time to go curry favor. Tu Deep heard the conversation. The boy was filled with extreme hatred, but he felt he was weak and couldn't do anything to them. Consciousness returning to the present, Tu Deep pondered groggily. Was that the legendary connected heart curse just now? The boy remembered he had promised himself back then. I must become a strong person. I definitely won't let others bully us. I will replace father to protect mom and sister. At this moment, the boy felt a stinging pain spreading throughout his body. He whispered, it hurts so much. Am I really going to die? In the end, I haven't become strong yet. I still can't protect mom and sister. Tu Deep didn't want to die. He screamed, calling, Mom, sister, save me. As the boy shouted, save me, for the second time, Lu Tianguin appeared right beside him. Tian Han and Tu Chi. His eyes suddenly lit up. The boy saw Lu Tianguin walking towards him. Surrounding him was a radiating blue light. The boy's eyes slowly closed. He wished, if only back then I had dared to accept. Father, how good that would be. The boy called out, Father, unconsciously. In reality, the boy fell unconscious right in front of everyone. The disciples' eyes went wide in shock. In front of them was the image of Lu Tianguin appearing. Since when? He held Tu Deep tightly, using his own body to block the fatal stab of the demon beast. He gently transmitted true qi into Tu Deep's body. Then he gripped the demon beast's claw tightly, then flung it backward. His eyes were cold, looking at it like an inanimate object. Gradually, it was enveloped and destroyed by blue true qi. Not long after, the demon beast vanished without a trace. The disciples said in amazement, truly too powerful. Took a direct hit without a scratch. Unexpectedly, he rushed out to take the hit for that kid. Observing through a magical artifact, Manhwa watched Lu Tianguin and Tu Deep. He exclaimed excitedly. He really experienced life and death. Thinking of Tu Deep, he was full of praise. At this age, overcoming the gates of death is something ordinary people can't achieve in a lifetime. If his heavenly meridians and soul bones were complete, his future would be limitless. Suddenly Tai Fong reminded, the Lord told us to set up an illusion, making Tu Deep believe he was seriously injured. Then use the empathetic technique to transfer the sensation of death onto Tu Deep. Pausing a moment, he continued, but actually, the one who really died once was the Lord. Seeing Tai Fong's panicked expression, Manhwa optimistically comforted, what are you afraid of? The Lord is immortal, his power is unparalleled. He even always keeps his promises. He passionately expressed his determination. We still have to follow the Lord to complete the great cause of Tianlai Hall. Moreover, aren't we all personally taught by the Lord? Are you worried he will fail? Seeing him speak so eloquently, Tai Fong couldn't help teasing, oh, I didn't expect one day to be taught by the worst among the 8 gallants like you. Hearing that, Manhwa flew into a rage. He roared, don't call me that. One day I will surpass all 7 of you. The demon beast roared fiercely, pouncing on the disciple. Heartwood sect, sharp claws slashed through the air. Suddenly, a sword suddenly pierced through the demon beast's back, causing it to collapse. From behind the mountain, Hakuangi soared up. She softly recited the mantra, cold moon shatter. As soon as she finished speaking, purple true qi wrapped around and crushed the demon beast into fragments. Hakuangi withdrew her sword. The sword spun a circle and returned to her hand. Tianhan and Tu Qi rushed over. She wondered what just happened. Could it be that ferocious beasts from eastern desolate forest appeared in Heartwood sect? Suddenly, her eyes brightened. In front of her, Lu Tianguin, holding Tu Deep in his arms, slowly walked over. Handing Tu Deep to Tianhan, he said, Tu Deep is safe. She asked worriedly, what about you? Lu Tianguin held his chest with one hand, blood trickling from his mouth, and replied, I'm fine. Looking at him, how could he be fine? Tianhan's heart was heavy. When she held Tu Deep in her arms, his hand was still tightly clutching Lu Tianwen's shirt. Hakuangi shouted, quickly treat the child. At this moment, the current saintess and the middle-aged woman were fighting decisively with the demon beast. The remaining cultivation energy exploded powerfully. Not long after, the two defeated the demon beast. After finishing, the saintess glanced at the group of Tianhan and Lu Tianguin. She ran over, hurriedly exclaiming, Mom, sister. She spoke up to ask about Tianhan. Sister, have you returned to Van Koi Peak? Are these 2 kids Tu Chi and Tu Deep? Yanhan pointed at Known and introduced her to Tu Chi, saying, Tu Chi, this is your biological aunt Known. The girl politely greeted. Hello, Auntie. Known smiled and patted the girl's head, praising, you are so cute. The middle-aged woman walking beside her spoke coldly. Saintess, please maintain propriety. Mind your status, do not casually interact with others. Hearing that, Hakuangi retorted indignantly. Guardian elder. I didn't think even the right to speak of the saintess is restricted. Her face wrinkled in annoyance, she replied, she can speak, but not with sinners. Especially shameless sinners. Saying that, the elder turned to instruct. Known. Saintess, consider her an example. To warn and encourage yourself to move forward. Absolutely do not follow the wrong path. Known bowed slightly and replied, I understand. These words were no different from a slap in the face. To Hakuangi. Hakuangi gritted her teeth, shouting angrily, you. Not stopping there, she approached Tianhan, pointed her finger straight at her 2 children, and said in a harsh tone, if I were in your position, right from birth, these 2 vile spawns should have been killed and discarded. Keeping them only wastes food. She continued to insult her. Humph. My biggest regret as an elder is that I once intended to support and protect you. Seeing you makes me sick. Finished speaking, she raised her hand preparing to slap. This is Tien Han. How could she let an outsider, one who just insulted her children and intended to attack her? She raised her hand to block the blow decisively, showing no leniency. However, she scolded even louder. You dare to resist? Tien Han didn't want to argue uselessly. She gently advised, Auntie, for your own safety, please do not continue to provoke. Consider it saving your own life. He is right here. I'm afraid your life is truly in danger. Despite being warned like that, she didn't listen at all. She aggressively raised her hand to slap her again and shouted, You vile creature. However, before her slap could even reach Tien Han, she suffered a burning slap first. The blow was so fast that she couldn't distinguish who had struck. Her face swollen and deformed, she screamed loudly, Who? Just as she finished speaking, she suffered a second slap, descending from Lu Tianguin. Those consecutive slaps drove her mad. She immediately drew her sword, pointed it at him, and screamed, I will hack you to death. Chao Tian too, who had just arrived, witnessed this chaotic scene and was scared. Pale in the face, he hurriedly shouted, Stop. But it was too late. A powerful stream of true qi erupted from Lu Tianguin, breaking her sword, simultaneously knocking her body far away, accompanied by a painful grunt. After trying to stabilize her body, she still maintained her arrogant attitude and continued to utter harsh words. What are you? Do you want to protect this lowly woman, Tien Han? Since she had touched his wife and child, how could Lu Tianguin tolerate it? He released an increasingly heavy pressure. Without needing to move a hand, she was severely injured. At this moment, she was kneeling on the ground, with no strength left to continue insulting others. Chao Tian too hurriedly ran over to stop his killing intent. Lu Tianguin, stop. Is there nothing that can be resolved calmly? Vong Hang, running behind, also spoke up. Sect Master Tinoch known, hearing everyone's conversation, couldn't help but be astonished. The pressure from Lu Tianguin did not diminish at all. He said calmly, I don't have the time or energy to sit there preaching morals to her. Therefore, I'm using a direct method to warn her. As soon as he finished speaking, his stream of true qi broke her arm, causing her body to twist grotesquely, as if wringing a towel. Just looking at it was enough to see the extreme pain. Then he gave a final warning. In the future, never appear before my eyes. At this moment, she became pathetic, weak, and pitiable. In an instant, she seemed to hallucinate, seeing a head full of sharp fangs, eyes red as blood staring straight at her, as if about to swallow her whole. Chao Tian too was tongue-tied. He stammered, Lu Tianguin. You are still? Tinoch known, at this moment pretended to speak up to criticize him. Why did you act like that? Considering your merit in eliminating the demon beasts, we will overlook it this time. But next time, be more careful. Although saying that, she waved her hand calling him via sound transmission, brother-in-law. She winked and signaled okay to him, simultaneously transmitting her voice. I know you were generous enough to spare her life. Otherwise, Auntie would have died long ago. I will help you cover this up. He only responded with a perfunctory noise. Not only did he not follow her words, he stepped forward and patted her shoulder arrogantly, declaring, Heartwood sect can't do anything to me. Then Lu Tianguin turned to Chao Tian too and asked, aside from Tinoch known, are the remaining people selected for teaching finalized? He pointed towards Ma Nguyen standing next to Vong Hang and said, him. Vong Hang mistakenly thought he was choosing him, and immediately protested loudly. What? You want to teach me? He paused a bit then continued loudly. Who are you? What qualifications do you have to teach me? A disciple next to him saw he misunderstood, and whispered to explain, Senior Brother Vong Hang. It seems you are flattering yourself. He was surely pointing at Senior Brother Mongguin. Mongguin was also extremely astonished, pointing at himself and asking, me? Vong Hang was equally surprised. He pointed at Mongguin and asked back, him? Then he shouted angrily, what do you mean? You think I'm not equal to Mongguin? He calmly nodded and replied, not equal. It could be said. Vong Hang was acting like a laughable clown in front of him. Even a disciple nearby who couldn't read the room whispered to him, Senior Brother Vong Hang, you look a bit like a clown right now. After choosing Mongguin, He pointed at Tu Deep, who was unconscious in the arms of Tianhan, and said, "The last one is this child." Vong Heng asked in surprise, "That brat?" But Chao Tian-tu disagreed with this choice. He spoke up. "Lu Tianguin," the Grand Elder said, to hear. He remembered the warning look of the Supreme Elder, so he couldn't finish the sentence. He changed the subject. "The Grand Elder entrusted you with a heavy responsibility, asking you to select Heartwood sect disciples to teach. Why do you treat this task like a joke? Mongguin is acceptable, but you chose a child." He just coldly asked back. The boy passed the Heartwood sect's test. Does that not count as being a disciple of Heartwood sect? This argument was irrefutable. Chao Tian-tu had to admit, Another disciple mustered up the courage to voice his opinion. The boy passed 2 rounds of Heartwood sect's tests. Although he hasn't officially practiced cultivation techniques, he is indeed a member of Heartwood sect. Lu Tianguin didn't have time to listen to their useless chatter. He turned to leave and said decisively, "All right, stop talking nonsense. Early tomorrow morning, those I selected come to this location. Now get lost." Deepon shouted angrily, "You," when he intended to rush up to demand justice for himself. Chao Tian-tu raised his hand to stop him and said, "Let's go." Deepon loudly questioned Sect Master Chao Tian-tu. "After all, you are the sect master of Heartwood sect." Being humiliated by him like that, without any reaction? What? He didn't answer Deepon but only replied sternly, "Let's see. See what results his teaching will achieve." At this time, Lu Tianguin walked to the demon beast carcass. Seeing him observe the demon beast for quite a while, Tai Fong spoke up. "Young master, this high-level demon beast gives me a strange feeling." He paused, then continued. "Instead of saying it developed to a high level, it looks more like it has mutated." Not long after, Lu Tianguin looked towards the eastern desolate forest and ordered, "Go to the eastern desolate forest to check. Who knows, we might meet old friends again." Not long after that, in the eastern desolate forest, a stream of true qi suddenly erupted, gradually spreading upwards. At this moment, the gluttony demon and the starvation demon were observing a herd of demon beasts running chaotically within a formation. Urgent music sounds rang out, making them increasingly excited. That music was played by the gluttony demon. As for the starvation demon, he quickly stabbed the head of a demon beast. Then he laughed loudly, opened his mouth and swallowed the entire demon beast into his stomach, without needing to dismember it. Lu Tianwen's group had arrived unnoticed, silently standing on the tree canopy watching. Tai Fong whispered, "The 100 Demons Legion." Min Vu next to him exclaimed in surprise. Lai Tan just reported 2 people coming. They arrived so quickly. Finished speaking, he pointed at them and speculated. "It seems the 3 demon beasts that attacked Heartwood sect are closely related to them." Tai Fong immediately asked Lu Tianguin, "Should we act immediately?" He raised his hand to signal stop and said, "Let me meet them first." At the position of the 100 demons, the gluttony demon had a skeptical look, asking his companion, "Starvation demon, you keep eating excessively like that. Aren't you worried about health issues?" The starvation demon replied with an innocent smile, almost smugly, "I don't abstain from anything. Everything can be swallowed." On the contrary, gluttony demon, you are the one who is overly selective. Look at you. Your body is getting more haggard by the day. The gluttony demon smirked slightly, his voice deep and light. "I only swallow dishes I truly crave. Only exquisite delicacies catch my eye. I can't just casually eat indiscriminately. What's the point of eating things that aren't delicious? Anyway, the gathering is almost complete. Let's attack Heartwood sect. A probe first." Just as he finished speaking, the starvation demon continued using the characteristic sound to control the herd of demon beasts. However, right at that moment, a terrifying invisible pressure suddenly descended, crushing the entire group of demon beasts, making them growl in extreme agony. Both members of the 100 demons were utterly astonished. Jaw dropped. This is the ghost god's secret technique. Speaking to hear, the gluttony demon suddenly shuddered, seeming to have guessed something. Could it be? To verify his scary guess, he slowly turned his head back. Behind, a tall figure, standing proudly emitting a cold aura, stood there. The gluttony demon couldn't help but utter, "Le Kui?" He stammered, voice trembling, "Le Kui? Why do you appear in this place?" Le Kui walked past the 100 demons group, completely treating them like air, then raised his cold voice to ask, "What did you come here for?" The gluttony demon replied, "Le Kui, We act according to the orders sent by the evil demon. Revealing the purpose clearly to you is, I'm afraid, inappropriate. This vague answer clearly made Lo Kui unhappy. He immediately intensified the power of the secret technique. And the consequence was a nearby demon beast being crushed by the pressure, shattering into gruesome fragments. The gluttony demon was terrified. Having no other choice, he had to confess, the evil demon wants us to go to Heartwood Sect to seize an item, a piece of precious jade. The starvation demon hurriedly chimed in to confirm, that's right. He also told us to find the spy hiding in Heartwood Sect for support. The starvation demon's mind was truly very confused and muddled. He didn't notice the eyes signaling urgently from the gluttony demon, and just freely revealed top-secret information to Lo Kui. He wanted all the information. So he grabbed another demon beast, mercilessly crushing it in his palm. The gluttony demon spoke up fearfully in protest, Lo Kui, you cannot use that method to threaten us. As soon as he finished speaking, yet another demon beast had its life taken miserably, making him surprised to the point of widening his eyes. No way. Just one sentence you don't like. And you kill a demon beast? By this time, the starvation demon had to honestly declare everything. Just now on the way here, we met a very kind young man. He gave us an arm and a second revolution immortal pill. He paused for a moment, then pointed at the gluttony demon and continued. Gluttony demon intends that after obtaining the item the evil demon needs, he will destroy the entire Heartwood Sect. Just now was only the initial probe. Hearing these words, the gluttony demon felt his mood was extremely messy, only able to cover his face with his hands. Truly not afraid of strong enemies, only afraid of stupid teammates. He didn't know what else to say. Suddenly an illusionary hand, translucent and green, slowly reached out, hooking the second revolution immortal pill out of his clothes, making the gluttony demon completely stunned. Just like that, he blinked watching the precious pill that he had worked so hard to get fall into Lo Kui's hand. Lo Kui looked at the 100 demons group and asked, did you create these mutated demon beasts? The gluttony demon replied, no. We merely controlled them. We also aren't clear why all high-level demon beasts in this area naturally mutated, even losing their intelligence completely. After a moment of thought, Lo Kui ordered them, tomorrow night, after you have contacted the spy, return immediately. How can that be? The gluttony demon loudly asked back, return empty-handed? What will we eat? What do we tell the evil demon about the item he needs? But before he could finish his sentence, Lo Kui picked up a stone by the roadside. He gave that stone to the gluttony demon and said, take this to hand over. The gluttony demon grabbed the stone, holding it in his hand. He muttered, a stone? The starvation demon also wondered. But the evil demon wanted a jade piece. Seeing his teammates still bewildered and not understanding, the gluttony demon quickly pulled his sleeve and urged, let's go. While walking, the gluttony demon whispered, I don't know if I sensed it wrong. Sometimes I feel Lo Kui seems even stronger than the evil demon. And just like that, the 100 demons group left. Only Lo Kui remained standing alone in the forest. After the 100 demons group disappeared, Tai Fong and Manhwa stepped forward. Manhwa asked, Lord, unexpectedly, Heartwood Sect has a spy of the 100 demons. Lo Kui took off the mask, revealing Lu Tianwen's face and replied, I already know who that person is. Then he sat down beside the remaining puddle of blood, gently dipping his fingertip into it. He raised his hand to observe the blood drop meticulously. A moment later, the three appeared at a deserted stream bank. Manhwa asked Lu Tianwen, Lord, do you suspect there is something unusual about the water source here? Tai Fong did not delay, quickly scooping some water into his palm. Then he used the index finger of the other hand, dipping into the water and lifting it to examine. This action seemed mysterious, but it was not strange at all, because Tai Fong was analyzing the water source. He combined 4 sophisticated techniques: supreme clarity star, unceasing adaptation, surging qi law, all governing qi control. After a short period of concentration, he announced the result to Lu Tianwen, young master. This is the origin of the demon beast mutation. In the water, contains an amount of weakened medicinal properties, and a trace of the desolate realm's breath, he affirmed. If these demon beasts drink this water for a long time, they will definitely develop mutations. Hearing that, Lu Tianguin called Lai Tan's name. Lai Tan quickly appeared. After his call and reported, Lord, the investigation regarding the heavenly meridians and soul bones of the young master is still underway. Lu Tianguin replied, I called you here for another matter. Then he pointed towards the stream and asked, where does the source of this stream in eastern desolate forest come from? Lai Tan replied, it flows from the Sunrise Kingdom, a neighboring country of Eastern Tuesday Kingdom. He repeated with cold eyes, Sunrise Kingdom? At this moment, Lai Tan continued to present the information gathered. Recently, we received a secret report that the Sunrise Kingdom also intends to refine the heaven-severing divine medicine, to explore the desolate realm. However, their refining process failed. The furnace exploded, causing desolate waste matter, which was living material, to leak out. Lu Tianguin quickly found the loophole to completely handle pollution from desolate waste matter. Requires consuming a large amount of rare treasures. But the Sunrise Kingdom shows no signs of mobilizing items on a large scale. Tai Fong also spoke up, expressing doubt. Young master, I suspect the Sunrise Kingdom has secretly spread the desolate waste pollution from the furnace to the border. Min Vu continued, his face full of indignation. That desolate waste matter is part of the desolate realm. If uncontrolled and the pollution is allowed to persist, won't the places it passes through turn into a second desolate realm? We worked hard to push back the desolate realm. Yet these people do the opposite. Speaking to hear, Min Vu cursed angrily, bastards. This is an act of ignoring the life and death of the common people. Ignoring Min Vu's rage, Lu Tianguin ordered Lai Tan. Lai Tan, arrange for someone to notify Fuang Chao. Just give a heads up. Continue investigating Tuet Deep's matter regarding the Sunrise Kingdom. We need to closely monitor all news. Wait for me to finish matters at Heartwood Sect. I might personally go to inspect. Lai Tan received the order and replied decisively, understood. Then Lu Tianguin glanced at Min Vu and said, Min Vu, the Mystic Yin sect is located in the Sunrise Kingdom. This time you go with Lai Tan. Hearing that, Min Vu became excited. Oh, the Lord wants to destroy the sect? Haha, finally you are assured to let me take action alone. Lu Tianguin explained clearly. The Mystic Yin sect still has temporary utilitarian value. Do not destroy it. In 6 days, when the competition with Heartwood sect ends, you will deal with the rest. Those remaining at the sect of Mystic Yin sect. Min Vu whispered, calculating, deal with the remaining work? Even including the ancestor of Mystic Yin sect, there are only a few experts. There is no challenge at all. Tai Fong heard Min Vu's words. He used a paper fan to tap lightly on Min Vu's head and said, if there is work to do, complete it well. Then Lai Tan and Min Vu clasped their hands and responded in unison. Lord, we ask for permission to leave. At this moment, Tian Han was standing quietly outside the courtyard. Her eyes looked towards the distant sky, her face seemingly a bit sad and pensive. Suddenly a gentle voice rang out, Sister. Tinoknon walked over and asked her, what is going on between you and brother-in-law? I see you two behaving very awkwardly. This remark made Tian Han a bit surprised. She said sadly, he is indeed your brother-in-law. Tinoknon smiled slyly and teased. Don't pretend in front of me anymore. Do you think I don't understand your heart? Thinking of Lu Tianguin, Tian Han could not feel happy. She pulled a long face and said, originally, I intended, in another year, I would take Tu Chi and Tu Deep away from Heartwood sect. Find an uninhabited place to live in seclusion. Perhaps destiny was already determined like that. Finally, he still appeared. Then she looked up at the sky, continuing to speak with a voice full of bitterness. What he wants to do is a great matter. Earth-shattering. For the safety of all living beings under the heavens. Even the 5 world-proud immortals in the sky are probably all his enemies. She clenched her hands, choking back tears as she explained. The presence of me and the children will become a fatal weakness of his. He will have one more concern when working. One thing to be wary of. Only when I clear all relations with him can the influence be reduced to the lowest level. Finally, Tian Han lowered her face. I know preventing the children from acknowledging their father is cruel to them. But I really cannot drag him down any further. Noknon could only sigh when hearing those words. She honestly expressed. Sister, you have been too stubborn since childhood. Sometimes you don't think as openly as I do. After a momentary pause, she continued, Sister, I once thought this way. Having you and the children beside him, for the husband. That is even more meaningful than whether he has any flaws. Sister, why not be selfish for once? Don't always worry about your husband. Think about what you truly want to do. But not long after, Tianhan left, leaving Tinoknon standing silently, admiring the scenery. Alone, she closed her eyes slightly and muttered. This star-crossed couple is so troublesome. I'm afraid I still have to step in to solve it. Suddenly she remembered something that shocked her. Extremely, unable to hold back an utterance. Then she raised her voice calling, wait, just now you mentioned the 5 world-proud immortals, right? She exclaimed in horror. Wait a minute, I know my husband is very strong. But his opponents are the legendary 5 world-proud immortals? This made her jaw drop in surprise. Tinoknon scratched her head, thinking to herself. Is he that formidable? Tianhan rushed away as if flying on the road. She recalled the first time she met Lu Tianguin. At that time, he was heavily injured, leaning against a tree. She approached and asked, Are you okay? Lu Tianguin replied, I'm fine. How should I address you? Tianhan looked up at the sky, replying somewhat shyly. My name is Thursday Chi. And you? The sky started to drizzle. Lu Tianguin then introduced. Then my name is Deep Fien. Before long, the weather got colder and colder. Snowflakes began to fall silently. The snow fell heavier and heavier. She said to him, It's snowing. Saying that, she held his hand tightly and pulled him to walk together. Very quickly, Tianhan arrived at the Chaos Heart Cave. Lu Tianguin was talking to Tai Fong. Seeing her arrive, he turned around in surprise and walked towards her. Then she lifted his sleeve to look, her gaze stopped at the mark on his hand. As it began to emit a thickening black aura, she asked him seriously, How much time do you have left? He replied gently, 1 or 2 years. If I try a bit harder, perhaps 3 years. Hearing that, she hugged him tightly and apologized. Sorry, forgive my selfishness. For dragging you into this trouble again. Lu Tianguin held her tight in his arms. The embrace he had expected for so long. And said, You and I are husband and wife, of one mind. What is there to fear? Tianhan, teary-eyed, looked up at him and said. Please promise. If anyone uses my life to threaten you. Before she could finish her sentence, he gently placed his index finger on her lips, blocking the words she intended to say. Then affirmed, There will absolutely be no such thing. Whoever dares. I will wipe out the world and not stop. Tianhan replied firmly, If it cannot be avoided. I absolutely will not implicate you. The first thing I need to do now is restore my cultivation. She knew there were 2 ways to dissolve the seal. One is to retrieve the entire foundation. I cultivated when I was the saintess. But doing so will cause the current saintess Noknon to lose all her cultivation. This is something I don't want to see. She paused then continued. The second way is to try to remove it. I have studied the reverse yang seal of the 5 elements for several years. And have been able to remove 80%. Just 1 more year and I can dissolve it. Completely. She shared sadly. Originally, I intended that after unsealing my cultivation, I would take Tu Chi and Tu Deep far away. Find a place no one knows to live. Then, she took 2 papers from her sleeve, gave them to him and said. This is the removal method I have researched. She spoke politely to him. You understand sealing formations better than I do. Sorry, I will have to trouble you more in the future. Lu Tianguin tapped lightly on Tianhan's nose. And advised gently. From now on, don't say the word sorry to me anymore. She nodded gently in agreement. Just as Lu Tianguin intended to enter the cave, she unexpectedly held his hand back, making him exclaim in surprise, Before his puzzled look, she said, Let's go home. We are already husband and wife, we are one entity. Isn't my home also your home? These words made Lu Tianguin extremely happy. So the 2 held hands, walking silently on the road home. The next morning, Lu Tianguin began imparting knowledge to the 3 Heartwood sect disciples that he had chosen. He declared, At Heartwood sect, I will only teach you for 5 days. How much you learn depends on your ability. First, he turned towards Tinoknon. Your talent is very good, but your foundation is not stable. Plus the chaotic power in your body, if not rectified. Within 2 years, your body will gradually be unable to withstand it, risking explosion and death. These words made her jaw drop in shock. He explained further. The saintess's power is inherited through generations. But in the end, it doesn't completely belong to oneself. Those with insufficient talent will eventually find it hard to escape this outcome. Hearing that, Tinoknon asked fearfully. So according to Mr. Lo, what should I do now? He placed his index finger on her forehead. A stream of golden energy from his hand transmitted straight into her head. Before long, her whole body radiated golden energy, burning like fire. He instructed, remember this energy flow. Continue to circulate it and slowly gather the complex energies in your body. When Tinoknon began cultivating, he turned to instruct Mongwen. He looked straight into his eyes and said, your foundation is quite stable but your cultivation is chaotic. The technique you are practicing was taught by that Matan Vim, right? He replied, yes, master taught it. Immediately after, Lutien Gwyn gave Mongwen a piece of paper and instructed, practice according to the technique on this. While he was studying it, he didn't forget to remind. Note, do not be impatient to break through realms. Just controlling it at the true person realm is enough. At this moment, he turned his head to ask the reason he was still wondering about. Why choose me? Clearly, other senior brothers have much better aptitude than me. Lutien Gwyn recalled the image of him giving his all to fight off the Een spirits and demon beasts, which made an impression on him. So he told him frankly, at least when facing the attack of Een spirits and demon beasts, you did not back down. Finally, Lutien Gwyn stepped in front of his son, too deep. His eyes looked at the boy very sternly, making him also become tense. Too Deep frowned, opening his eyes wide to look at him. After a long while, Lutien Gwyn spoke, before officially starting cultivation. You should understand the division of common realms nowadays. Transcendent, true person, forest sparrow, determined marquis, monarch, holy emperor, great emperor. Each realm is divided into initial, middle, high stage, peak. The great emperor realm specifically is special, divided into 3 layers. Respectively mystic light, myriad manifestations and galaxy. Yes, Too Deep asked him. So what are the characteristics of each realm? He replied, temporarily, you just need to understand these things. The rest I will speak about more thoroughly when you step into the transcendent realm. Lutien Gwyn picked up a stone and said, today you only need to do one thing. He threw the stone far away, then told Too Deep, pick that stone up for me. Hearing that, Too Deep was extremely surprised. Pick up a stone? The boy didn't understand what was difficult about this task. Thinking so, the boy quickly walked towards the direction of the thrown stone. The surprise was that when he got close, he discovered many sword energies, forming a protective barrier, preventing him from stepping through. Suddenly 2 swords rushed straight at Too Deep. The boy was startled and hurriedly dodged. Lutien Gwyn reminded, if you don't want to die, continue moving forward. Before getting the stone, don't stop. The attacks won't cease. Hearing that, the boy gritted his teeth to resist, trying to dodge each sword. Just then, a sword grazed his cheek, causing him to be injured and bleed. But when Mongwen witnessed Too Deep struggling inside the demon locking sword formation, he exclaimed in horror, is this the demon locking sword array? Why do you understand this formation? He replied with a casual look. It's just a type of sword array from the same origin. What is there to be surprised about? Mongwen questioned loudly. No. Putting a child into this formation is no different from wanting to kill him faster than using a sword directly to finish him. Tien Gwyn didn't bother turning his head, raised his hand to strike a palm of warning. Don't let your mind be distracted. Focus on cultivation. The blow caused Mongwen's head to be hit hard. His forehead turned red and smoked. He turned towards Too Deep and said sternly, don't hold on to luck. This formation is already out of my control. Only when you get that stone will the attacks stop. Just at this moment, Too Deep was hit by a sword stroke on his arm. The boy screamed in pain, ugh. Too Deep held the wound. He looked towards Lutien Gwyn for help. He turned his face away, declaring coldly, at this moment, your life and death are no longer related to me, because he didn't guard in time. Too Deep was hit by another sword. The boy cried out in pain. He gritted his teeth, looking up to reassure himself, no. The sword array is becoming denser. Then he suddenly remembered the important thing, that stone. That's right, just need to seize it. The formation will stop. Facing the dense sword paths, the boy calculated, the swords are getting faster. Must try to run really fast. Otherwise, this life is considered lost. Just as the boy rushed forward, another sword stroke descended. Too Deep was enveloped by the circle of sword energy, completely losing his bearings. Lutien Gwyn and Tai Fong observed from above. Tai Fong asked worriedly, young master, last time what you transmitted to Too Deep was the life and death 2 arts of the 8 sufferings divine art, right? He confirmed, correct. Lu Tianguin explained further, let him experience the feeling of nearing death. Arouse the will to survive, overcoming the two extremes of life and death. Then use the Tai Jia heart division technique to support. Only then can a solid foundation be created for him. In front of him was the scene of Tu Deep, struggling to resist the demon-locking sword array. Currently, the boy had seen the stone. It was only a very short distance away. The boy cheered himself on, almost successful. The boy shouted loudly, telling himself, before becoming strong enough, I absolutely cannot collapse. So he put all his strength into rushing towards the gem. The next moment, his hand touched the stone. Tu Deep propped his hands on the rock, bending down to pant heavily. Suddenly, the boy fell face down on the ground. Seeing Tu Deep had completed the challenge, Tai Fong exclaimed. The desire to survive pushed his senses to reach the limit. Tu Deep successfully passed this door of death. Lu Tianguin quickly went down. He didn't forget to instruct Tai Fong. Tai Fong, return to Tianlai Hall. Bring that item here immediately. He replied immediately, yes, subordinate goes right away. Not long after, he arrived beside. Tu Deep used a knife to cut his fingertip and dripped a drop of blood into the boy's mouth. After swallowing his blood, Tu Deep gradually opened his eyes. Suddenly his eyes widened. He sat up and stammered, did I die already? Lu Tianguin walked over and replied, you are still alive. A while later, Lu Tianguin snapped his fingers, signaling the three of them to stop. That's it for today. Hearing that, Mongguin asked in surprise, just ending like that? Isn't it supposed to be non-stop bitter training? Lu Tianguin turned to walk away. He said, not necessary, learning up to here today is enough. But at the same time, in the main hall of Heartwood sect, a disciple ran in panic to report to the sect master. While he was still gasping for breath, Deepon couldn't help but ask impatiently, you finally returned. What is the reaction of Blue Cloud Mountain? Did they send people to support? No, what about other conditions? There are only a few days left until the competition with Mysticine sect. The disciple, sweating profusely, replied. Blue Cloud Mountain has been, he hesitated for a moment, then regained his composure. He continued to report. The entire Blue Cloud Mountain has been flattened, recalling a vast, flat piece of land. As if the mountain never existed. The disciple was still horrified. At that time, he thought he had gone to the wrong location. Deepon couldn't believe what he just heard. He asked again, Blue Cloud Mountain was flattened? What kind of joke are you playing? That is Blue Cloud Mountain. Not some small mound of dirt. Even though he didn't believe it, the disciple immediately retorted, reporting to the sect master, I swear I am not speaking a single word of lie. The entire Blue Cloud Mountain is gone. Nothing left. It's as if it never existed. On the other side, Chao Tian too calmly remarked. Fortunately, thanks to the Grand Elder coming out of seclusion, we have the ability to deal with the Mysticine sect. Deepon looked suspicious. But he entered the forbidden area long ago. And hasn't returned yet. Then he turned and asked. Could it be that only the disciples by Lu Tianguin, personally taught, bring the only ray of hope for our Heartwood sect? Hearing that, Chao Tian too sternly ordered. Tell Elder Ha to hand over the 5th Revolution Immortal Pill. At the same time, in a small room behind the mountain, 6 people were gathered for a meal. T. Knocknown and Tu Chi were gesturing, describing martial arts practice moves. T. Knocknown happily asked Tu Deep. How was your martial arts practice with father today? Did you run back and forth until you were panting heavily? Seeing her 2 grandchildren playing so happily, Ha Kuan-gi couldn't help but laugh. At the dining table, Tu Deep ate while silently observing Lu Tianguin. He ate leisurely, his demeanor extremely elegant. Suddenly, a hand gently pulled his sleeve. Tian Han spoke up to remind him. Look, Deep's mental nod is the most important thing. Give the boy a little more time. Right at that moment, an old man walked into the room, stumbling with a jar of wine in his hand. Ha Kuan-gi quickly stood up and asked Bat Pham. You're finally back? Where have you been these past few days? He put the wine jar on the ground, leaned his back against the table leg, closed his eyes and replied, I went drinking, where else? Seeing him so drunk, Ha Kuan-gi quickly told her daughter. Knocknown, go help mom get a bowl of sobering soup. The girl nodded in agreement and quickly ran to the kitchen. Then she said to Tian Han. Yen Han, take care of father for a moment, I'll go over there for a bit. Tian Han quickly helped Bat Pham sit on the chair and said, Father, please sit down. Tu Chi and Tu Deep greeted their grandfather in unison. He saw the two adorable children, approached and asked Yen Han, "Ah, are these two kids the ones you gave birth to?" His breath reeked of strong alcohol, making the two kids unable to stand it and cover their noses. The two children thought to themselves, "This smell of alcohol is terrible." Suddenly, Bat Fam's eyes lit up. He unexpectedly grabbed Tu Deep's hand, held the boy's hand for a long time, seeming to realize something, making his eyebrows furrow. Then he let go of Tu Deep's hand and held his head. His face looked extremely depressed. He smiled a desperate smile. "I'm old and was ambushed, ruining all my meridians. And he is too young but has defective roots." Speaking of this, he glanced at Tian Han and shouted loudly, "And you, your cultivation is sealed, becoming a cripple." His words shocked her greatly. Tian Han frowned, her eyes wide open. She couldn't believe what came out of his mouth. Bat Pham sat there looking 10 years older. His mouth kept muttering, "Our whole family is truly alike. From old to young, all are trash." Having said that, he continued to laugh loudly like a madman. At this moment, Ha Kuan-gi solemnly took out an immortal pill, Fifth Revolution, and offered it to Bat Pham. "Brother Bat Pham, this is a Fifth Revolution immortal pill. Try using it. Who knows, it might cure your injuries." However, he replied dejectedly, "Forget it, it's useless." The attacker was extremely vicious. "My meridians were not only destroyed, but also more than half are gone. Even the most precious immortal pill cannot save me anymore." Yes, at the same time, Tinoknon finished brewing the medicine. She brought the bowl of sobering soup to her father. "Father, please drink some of this soup." He angrily knocked over the bowl of soup and shouted, "Drink what drink? But I'm still very sober." That sudden action made Tinoknon extremely shocked. She didn't expect her father to change to this extent. Bat Pham leaned back against the table, raised his voice. "I heard the competition with the Mysticine sect is about to happen. As I said, it's better for you to surrender early. Submit to the Mysticine sect. How can Heartwood sect? You guys be their match?" Ha Kuan-gi still had a little hope and asked Lu Tien-guen, "Is there really no way left?" He looked straight and affirmed, "Useless. How can someone whose will has died be saved?" Hearing that, he laughed loudly as if finding empathy. "You're right, I am exactly that kind of person. Dying is the best thing for the family." Lu Tien-guen used a tone full of disdain, targeted at him. "Your current state is truly better off dead. So what if your meridians are crippled? Now you can't walk steadily. Can't cook rice yourself. Only know how to whine and blame yourself. While the culprit hasn't been found yet. Is your brain damaged by them too?" Being questioned to that extent, he still didn't respond. Instead, he raised the wine jar and took a long swig. He threw the wine jar hard onto the ground. Lu Tien-guen continued to question relentlessly. "With so many years of cultivation experience, have you ever once taught your daughter about cultivation? Or at least imparted knowledge to any disciple of Heartwood sect?" Hearing these words, he buried his face in the table, voice hoarse, I once harbored great ambitions to revive the sect, but before he could finish his sentence, Lu Tien-guen knocked away another wine jar nearby, interrupting, "Besides, causing more trouble for the family and wasting resources. What else can you do?" Seeing her father being criticized so harshly, Tinoknon couldn't keep silent anymore. She shouted to intervene. "Lu Tien-guen, you are not allowed to speak to my father like that." He clasped his hands behind his back, looking stern. "You all can indulge him, but I won't." Then he bent down and continued speaking to him. "You only know how to think for yourself. Have you ever thought about your wife and children? You are definitely a coward and selfish." Suddenly realizing something was wrong, "Fine, I'll cure him. But on this point, I also have no right to blame you." Saying that, Lu Tien-guen turned and walked to the door, informing everyone, "I'm going out for a bit." At that time, 3 disciples were walking in the yard. One asked the other, "Senior brother, do we really have to go ask for that Fifth Revolution immortal pill?" The other person held out a command token and replied, "This is the sect master's order. Would Elder Ha dare not to obey?" The asker looked puzzled. But after all, that is the famous expert Bat Pham. Years ago, he single-handedly flattened the demon realm with one sword, making the demon sect fall flat, unable to raise their heads. Another person chimed in, "He is just a cripple now. What to worry about?" The 3 were busy discussing without knowing. Lu Tien-guen had stood blocking their way for some time. His face darkened, shouting loudly, "Scram!" A disciple angrily retorted, "Who do you think you are to dare tell us to scram? We came here to demand Elder Ha hand over the fifth revolution immortal pill. Seeing the person standing in front seemed familiar. The guy next to him quickly stopped him, senior brother. He is the newly promoted disciple. That senior brother was not fazed at all. And even pointed straight at Lu Tianwen's face, growling. It was you who stole the position of disciple. The head disciple position of senior brother Vong Hang. I will teach you a lesson on behalf of senior brother. Immediately, the finger he pointed at Lu Tianguin was bent backward. The disciple collapsed to the ground screaming in pain. Lu Tianguin walked past nonchalantly, repeating the previous words. Scram. Say one more word. I will break another one of your fingers. Unresigned, he took out the command token. This is the sect master's order, do you want to rebel? And the result was that all 10 of his fingers were broken. The guy, pale with pain, screamed miserably, my fingers. Ignoring the miserable screams, he still coldly walked away. Not long after, Lu Tianguin and Tai Fong, standing on a high tree branch. Tai Fong gave him an object and said, young master. This is the weapon crafted for Tu. Deep from 2 blocks of crimson copper. According to your requirements. Lu Tianguin opened the wrapping. Inside was an extremely exquisite sword. He picked up the sword to test its weight. At this moment, Tai Fong expressed his doubt. But young master, Tu Deep doesn't have the heavenly meridian soul bone. Even if he passes the life and death gate, true power still cannot circulate throughout the body. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Tianguin interrupted, I have a way. Suddenly he took out the glowing heavenly meridian soul bone. Brilliantly from his hand. Tai Fong exclaimed in surprise. This is the heavenly meridian soul bone. Taken from Truongdong? Then Lu Tianguin merged it with the sword. Just forged from crimson copper. The heavenly meridian soul bone slowly merged into the sword. A blue light covered the entire weapon. Tai Fong finally understood his master's intention. Young master, it turns out, you want to build a path to conduct true power. Temporarily for Tu Deep. Later, if we find the original heavenly meridian soul bone of his when the time is ripe. I'm afraid this weapon will upgrade into Ascension Immortal weapon. He retracted the sword and replied calmly. Although this heavenly meridian soul bone is not Tu Deep's, it is also of high quality. Very suitable for casting into a weapon. To carry around for Tu Deep. Right then, 2 figures appeared below. Tai Fong reported to Lu Tianguin, young master. They have arrived. A person in black knelt in front of Starvation Demon and Gluttony Demon. Loudly paid respects. Greetings, ghost envoys. I don't know what the 2 ghost envoys, honoring us with your presence, have to instruct. Gluttony Demon replied. What else could it be? Starvation Demon whispered to the other. Do we need to ask about that jade piece? Gluttony Demon replied, just follow the procedure. The man in black saw the 2 ghost envoys whispering. Then asked, do the 2 Lord Ghost envoys have something difficult to say? Gluttony Demon spoke up. This time we came to ask you to find an item at Heartwood sect. Having said that, he took out a paper with a drawing of a jade pendant. That is the heaven equal jade. The 2, Lu Tianguin, up high, silently observed the exchange of the 3 carefully. Gluttony Demon threw the paper to the man in black and said. It seems to be called Spirit Jade. He paused a bit, seeming not to know how to explain. Then waved his hand telling the man in black. In short, just find the item that looks like the drawing. The man in black replied somewhat anxiously, Lord Ghost envoys. Currently, Heartwood sect is facing a great disaster. Soon Mysticine sect will arrive. Heartwood sect will definitely be taken over. Hope the 2 lords take action to help resolve this crisis. Only then can the acquisition of the magical treasure be guaranteed. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will fall into the hands of Mysticine sect, causing more trouble. Gluttony Demon found his reasoning somewhat valid. So he agreed. Okay, we will arrange it for you. The man in black clasped his hands in thanks. Thank you, Lord Ghost envoys. After the man in black left, Starvation Demon asked Gluttony Demon in confusion. Gluttony Demon, why did you agree with him? Do we really have to help? Gluttony Demon replied, Luqui is here. I don't care how big a disaster Heartwood sect faces. We need to think of a way to pass the evil demon's test. First, Starvation Demon suddenly understood and replied, true. A second later, he looked up at the sky and sighed. Truly, when kings of hell fight, little ghosts suffer. On the treetop, Tai Fong said to Lu Tianguin. Just as you predicted, it is him. Then Tai Fong asked him. Young master, should we conveniently deal with him? He shook his head, a traitor of Heartwood sect. Should still be dealt with by people of the sect. The lamplight shone up. A hand spread out silently. T-Bat Pham was motionless in that position, staring intently at his palm. Hawkwon-gi worriedly asked Bat Pham. Have you not slept yet? Suddenly. He spoke, calling his wife in an extremely gentle voice, making her astonished. Kwon-gi, it's been a very long time since she last heard that affectionate call. A moment of nostalgia and surprise rose up. He put his hand on his forehead, sighed a heavy sigh. I was used to the praises. But now everything has vanished, replaced by pity mixed with contempt. But I couldn't bear it. Only alcohol helped me temporarily forget this suffering. He muttered on, his voice a bit self-mocking. That kid made a point. After all, I still have breath, my mind still works. These words stunned Hawkwon-gi. Then he turned to look at his wife with sincere eyes. Kwon-gi, throughout all these years, every burden in the house has weighed on your shoulders. I haven't fulfilled my responsibility at all. I apologize to you. The return of the husband of the past made Hawkwon-gi extremely moved. She quickly hugged him and whispered, I have been waiting for this moment of your awakening for so long. The next morning in the yard, T-Bat Pham sat upright on the chair, no longer looking drunk like last night. This change made T. Yen-han and T Nok-non look at each other in surprise. As if not believing their eyes, T Nok-non spoke up, breaking the silence. Father, what's wrong? He replied sternly. It's time to straighten myself out. Regain my spirit. From now on I will cut off ties with alcohol. When seeing Le Tien-Nguyen outside the yard, he said, it's also thanks to that kid that I have this clarity. The two daughters watched the son-in-law walk into the yard. With surprise, T-Bat Pham took out 2 books, Yen-han, Nok-non. These are the cultivation experiences. I summarized and rewrote them myself throughout last night. Then he patted his chest confidently. In the future, if there is any thing you don't understand in the process of cultivation, just come ask father. Le Tien-Nguyen just walked up in front. T-Bat Pham was a bit surprised. Holding a book. T. Nok-non added a sentence, making T-Bat Pham almost embarrassed. Yes, father. I think my husband's guidance is more than enough. He almost wanted to burst into tears, realizing he had truly become useless. Contrary to Nok-non, Tien-han hugged the book tightly, happily encouraging father. Father, I will cherish this dedication of yours. T-Bat Pham silently looked at her. Le Tien-Nguyen, while no one was noticing, secretly dropped something. Put something into the teacup. He handed the teacup toward T-Bat Pham. Father-in-law, please have some tea. He felt honored to be served tea by his son-in-law. He immediately raised the cup and drank without hesitation. Just as he took a sip, he felt a strange transformation in his body, as if his meridians were being healed. T-Bat Pham exclaimed in astonishment. The injuries in my meridians have completely healed. He raised the teacup intending to ask loudly, then immediately turned to look at Le Tien-Nguyen, and met the tacit look of admission in his eyes. He immediately clasped his hands intending to kneel for the favor of rebirth. Please let T-Bat Pham bow to you, Le Tien-Nguyen. Le Tien-Nguyen quickly used spiritual power to stop him. Helping him up, how can a father kneel before his child? He continued seriously. But if father truly wants to start over, you absolutely must not neglect yourself. He took out a piece of paper and handed it to him. Your meridians have just recovered, you need time to adapt. Just cultivate according to the instructions on this. It will help father stabilize quickly. He paused and then instructed temporarily. Father, just focus on recuperating. Wait until everything is truly stable. Then father should use that 5-revolution immortal pill. At that time, father will return to peak condition. T-Bat Pham was extremely grateful. Clutching the paper, he said sincerely, son-in-law, I don't know how to thank you. Le Tien-Nguyen calmly replied, no need to thank me. In 5 days, I will have another big gift for father. T-Bat Pham was surprised, a big gift? He explained immediately, the grudge of destroying father's meridians. Surely we need to settle it? Hearing that, he asked excitedly. Do you know who harmed me? He did not answer. Just patted his shoulder and affirmed. Just wait and see, that person will reveal themselves. But while the whole family was rejoicing because T-Bat Pham had given up his habit of getting drunk and was determined to change, Tien-han pulled Le Tien-Nguyen into a corner. Tien-Nguyen, come over here for a moment. On the other side, Hawkwon-gi was still happily hugging T-Bat Pham tightly and saying loudly, Bat Pham, this is so good. Le Tien-Nguyen and Tien-han separated to talk privately. She spoke up. Before Too Deep was taken away by Truong Tui, The boy's heavenly meridian soul bone was still intact. At that time, I was preparing to leave the Tam Mok sect. So I checked the child's health. He pressed Tien Han. If you say that. Does it mean Tuet Deep had the heavenly meridian soul bone extracted by that person while he was being held captive? Tien Han confidently affirmed. Only during this period of time. She hesitated a bit, her face showing a bit of confusion. But Tu Chi and Tu Deep were always together. Yet the two children knew nothing about it. Even the fact that Tu Deep lost the heavenly meridian soul bone. The boy wasn't aware either. After a moment of reflection, he gave his assessment. The mastermind calculated extremely deeply. Not only deceiving Truong Dong and the 9 Cloud High sects, but also completing everything in secret. He continued, currently we can confirm. This person or organization definitely has a connection with the 9 Cloud High sects. Perhaps we should act sooner than planned. Tien Han asked, according to you, is it him? After all, Tu Deep is his descendant. Lu Tianguin was extremely furious at this moment. A colossal pressure radiated out. The stream of green true energy around him fluctuated violently, as if showing his anger. If it is him, things will be much less complicated. The next morning, a horrific scene unfolded. A person stood on the steps, below was a little girl. Tightly tied to a pillar. Sharp spikes had pierced through the poor girl's body. At the same time, at the entrance to the Chaos Heart Cave of Tam Mok sect, Lu Tianwen's group of 4 master and disciples were focusing on training, while Tinok Non and Mong Guin had started practicing. Lu Tianguin stood opposite Tu Deep. He gave the boy a sword made of bronze, and instructed. From now on, this staff must not leave your person. Tu Deep reached out to take it. But as soon as Lu Tianguin let go, the boy couldn't hold it up. The tip of the sword dragged on the floor. Tu Deep gritted his teeth to pull the sword up. But it was still very difficult. The boy cried out loudly, it's too heavy. Lu Tianguin immediately transferred a stream of spiritual power into the boy's forehead, and instructed, child, use this technique to build your foundation first. Not long after, Tu Deep felt the stream of true energy flowing through his body. A truly magical feeling. The boy exclaimed in amazement, it's miraculous. Suddenly I feel. This bronze rod is like a part of my body, even though it's still very heavy. Lu Tianguin looked at the boy and ordered. Just continue cultivating as normal. Tu Deep wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked straight into his eyes and replied, yes, suddenly. However, he concentrated a stream of true energy into his palm, then struck hard towards the boy. A second later, the boy was knocked flat. Not understanding why he did that, Tu Deep questioned loudly, what are you doing? He calmly replied, helping you train. The boy pointed towards Tinok Non and Mong Guin, who were sitting cultivating in the corner, and said, isn't cultivating a technique supposed to be like them? The kid looked annoyed, but Lu Tianguin remained completely calm. Your case is different, he lightly waved his hand. The stream of green true energy appeared again, striking straight at Tu Deep, forcing the boy to grit his teeth to defend. He thought to himself, he's really not kidding with me, is he? The scene opens at the majestic main hall of the Tam Mok sect. The disciple sent to retrieve the 5 Revolution Immortal Pill was kneeling in the middle of the hall, looking pathetic, reporting with a trembling voice, Sect Master, that Lu Tianguin not only disobeyed the sect master's order, but also broke all 10 of my fingers for no reason. I respectfully beg you to punish him severely, to get justice for this disciple. Deep On heard this, and roared in fury, truly lawless. Bong Hang could not contain his anger, immediately rushing outside. While running, he shouted loudly, Sect Master, this disciple requests to gather the sect's elite disciples. We must capture Lu Tianguin. Just as he was about to cross the threshold, Chao Tiantu spoke in a calm voice to stop him, wait. Then he walked composedly, ordering everyone to follow him. Looking at Chao Tiantu's back, Deep On thought. Chao Tiantu, the situation of Tam Mok sect is chaotic. Your position as sect master certainly won't be kept for much longer. Let's see who will still respect your orders later. 3. In front of the Chaos Heart Cave. After a short period of cultivation, Mong Guin felt a clear transformation within his body. He told himself, it truly is a light sensation, relaxed as never experienced before. It seems the technique Lu Tianguin transmitted is absolutely not ordinary. Suddenly he looked up and saw a group of people rushing towards them. In his heart, he was surprised. Vong Hang led the group. Hands clenched into fists. Veins popping on his face, looking extremely ferocious. He gritted his teeth thinking, "Lu Tianguin dares to look down on me? Today I will gather the elite disciples to surround and kill you." Thinking that, he launched a kick. Rushing straight towards Lu Tianguin and roaring, "Lu Tianguin, die!" Seeing Vong Hang attacking, Mongguin hurriedly stepped out to stop him. "Senior brother Vong Hang, please stop." As soon as Mongguin blocked Vong Hang's palm force, Vong Hang was immediately knocked back a long distance. The disciples behind stared in astonishment. Everyone's face turned pale, cold sweat pouring out. Impossible. Senior brother Vong Hang was knocked back by a single palm from Mongguin. Beaten back. There is clearly a whole realm of difference between them. Vong Hang was knocked away and felt extremely humiliated. He tried to make excuses that it was his carelessness. Then continued to rush in to fight Mongguin. Just like that, the two rushed into a fight without mercy. But with just a light palm strike, Mongguin knocked Vong Hang away for the second time. Mongguin himself couldn't believe it. He exclaimed in horror and amazement. "I didn't expect I could beat back Vong Hang." He realized, but my realm hasn't leveled up at all. At this moment he suddenly thought of something. Isn't it thanks to Lu Tianwen's teaching? Thinking so, he clasped his hands respectfully. Knelt down and bowed his head saying to Lu Tianguin, "Thank you, mentor, for your guidance." The other disciples were shocked to the extreme. Unexpectedly, he only taught for 2 days. Yet could make Mongguin change so drastically. What a miracle. Lu Tianguin turned his back to Mongguin, calmly replying, "Realm is a way to measure power. But it is not the absolute measure." Pausing a moment, he glanced at Mongguin and said, "I only agreed to the exchange condition. Teaching you all for 5 days. Between us, there is no master-disciple status." Chao Tian too walked up. He felt the aura Mongguin just revealed was somewhat similar to the Taijia mind-splitting art. To answer the doubt in his heart, he directly asked Lu Tianguin, "Lu Tianguin, did you transmit the Taijia mind-splitting art to Mongguin?" These words of his made Mongguin and the surrounding disciples extremely shaken. Lu Tianguin clasped his hands behind his back, eyes closed, saying arrogantly, "I based it on his condition to modify it from scratch. Others practicing it wouldn't be as effective as him." Hearing that, Deepon questioned loudly, "You dare to transfer our sect's secret technique to the outside?" He coldly replied, "He is a person of Tammok sect, correct? Then what is there that he cannot learn? It is precisely because of the habit of hiding, and not teaching fully of you people, that causes the next generation to be inferior to the previous one." These words of his stunned Mongguin. Pausing for a moment, he glanced at Chao Tian Tu and Deepon, meaningfully and loudly affirmed, "A technique is just a technique. Whether it is strong or not depends on each person." Vong Hang on this side couldn't suppress it anymore. Loudly cursing the hateful Lu Tianguin, "You animal! Not only did you steal my position as the top disciple, but you also taught the sect's secret technique to Mongguin. You made me lose all face in front of the crowd." Lu Tianguin heard it like a dog barking in his ear. He just coldly uttered a sentence. Truly like buzzing flies that only know how to annoy others. Being called a fly made Vong Hang angry to the extreme. He completely lost his composure. He screamed madly, "You also murdered my younger brother. I and you will not rest until one of us dies." Lu Tianwen's face was expressionless, turning his head to look at him as if looking at a dead person. He spoke coldly, "Then die." Saying that, he released a source of green spiritual power, full of extreme pressure. That power struck straight into Vong Hang's chest. The terrible power made his chest feel crushed. His heart felt squeezed. He stood frozen, unable to utter a word. Not long after, he trembled. Unable to stand firm anymore, he had to support himself with his hands on the ground. A soft groan rang out, his eyes rolled back. Blood gushed from his nose and mouth. His whole body popped with green veins, looking truly gruesome. Just like that, he collapsed to the ground, completely dead. Seeing that, Deepon turned purple with rage. His face furious, he screamed, "You, don't tell me you killed Vong Hang." He bluntly admitted. Didn't he want to fight to the death with me? This is just me fulfilling his wish. Deepon was so angry he stuttered, "You unruly thing." His index finger pointed straight at Lu Tianguin, before he could finish his sentence. The index finger pointing at him was crushed by some invisible force. Snapped backwards. A second later, he looked at his finger and screamed in pain. He still didn't care, softly warning him. Right now I am getting more and more impatient. Say one more word. And another one of your fingers will be broken. At this moment, Deepon was in pain until his face turned pale, sweat pouring like a stream. He said in horror, "You." As soon as the word was uttered, he received a sharp glare from him. And then another finger was broken. Deepon was in extreme agony. A disciple standing nearby witnessed this scene. Scared to the point of trembling all over, Chao Tian-tu only now loudly blamed him. "Lu Tian-guin, what you said isn't entirely unreasonable. But you also cannot arbitrarily transmit the supreme technique of our sect to the outside. Do you perhaps not consider the sect master of this Tam-mok sect as anything?" He not only didn't answer, but also coldly retorted with sarcasm. "Your life only has a few days left. Cherish it." Then he turned back to continue practicing with Mong-guin. He didn't forget to warn him. "Also, don't have any designs on that 5-revolution immortal pill. Whoever touches it will be the next Vong Hang." Chao Tian-tu didn't believe his words at all. He snorted coldly, his heart full of disdain. "My life only has a few days left? I think it is you who won't live much longer. Just you wait, there will be a day you pay a high price." After a period of 5 days, the space at the martial arts square of Tam-mok sect was packed with people. Thousands of people looked up at the sky together, following the tiny specks of light gradually descending. Chao Tian-tu watched tensely, his face clearly showing anxiety, softly confirming, "They have arrived." A gigantic group of people quickly appeared. They stood in orderly rows. Imposing aura. It is the elites from the Mystic-ine sect. Witnessing the might from the opposing side, Ma Tanvim assessed with a hint of apprehension. Almost all the pillar experts of the Mystic-ine sect are present. Chao Tian-tu continued anxiously. Even their sect master appeared in person. The ambition to swallow Tam-mok sect is too clear. When the Mystic-ine sect delegation set foot on the ground, Chao Tian-tu stepped forward to greet. "I didn't expect this martial arts exchange between disciples. To receive the personal presence of sect master Kok." Mystic-ine sect master Kok Tho Tien, with a majestic appearance, hands clasped behind his back, replied in a cold tone, mixed with provocation. "Didn't your Tam-mok sect arrogantly challenge us and wanted the Mystic-ine sect to send the sect master there? Didn't you want to wipe us out?" Chao Tian-tu was secretly astonished, observing him for a moment. Such a powerful aura. Cultivation. Base of Kok Tho Tien has reached the saint profound realm. Early stage Tien Ha on the side of the mystic ine sect spoke up, belittling the people of Tam-mok sect. "Look at the inexperienced appearance of this crowd." Seeing that, Am Sat immediately solemnly warned Tien Ha, "Don't be careless and lower your guard. Tam-mok sect has an extremely formidable person, who even broke my demon-locking sword formation." Instead of listening, Tien Ha used a sarcastic tone to utter words. Attacking Am Sat, "Humph. You possess a Ding Ho realm cultivation, plus various magic treasures bestowed by the master, and even have the Pai Luo beast. Yet you couldn't suppress Tam-mok sect, letting them beat you back? And now you even lost an arm. Are you still worthy of your reputation?" These harsh words made Am Sat furious. Thunderously, he gritted his teeth in resentment, swearing that, later, "I will definitely stain the entire Tam-mok sect red with blood." At this moment, Kok Tho Tien looked straight at Chao Tian-tu, arrogantly declaring, "Sect Master Chao, we don't need to be long-winded anymore. Offending the mystic ine sect leads only to the path of death." This extreme frankness and arrogance left the people of Tam-mok sect completely stunned. Next, he offered a choice. Unless Tam-mok sect submits, becoming a branch of the Mystic-ine sect, everyone becomes one family. Tam-mok sect must hand over all resources. Then I can overlook all past matters. Otherwise, he left the sentence unfinished. Chao Tian-tu bowed his head hesitantly, hesitating to respond to this matter. Suddenly Lu Tian-guin walked up, calmly speaking up, "Oh, it's quite a lively gathering here." Seeing him, Am Sat was so agitated that he pointed straight at Lu Tian-guin and roared, "It is him, he killed 2 of my subordinates." In just an instant, Lu Tian-guin stood opposite Kok Tho Tien, bluntly asked, "Didn't you come here for a martial arts exchange? Hurry up and start, what's the use of talking so much?" Saying that, he pointed straight at the sect master, Kok Tho Tien, and issued a challenge. "No need to fight one by one, wasting time. Why not just choose you to come out and fight a round? Settle it quickly and neatly." As soon as Lu Tian-guin finished speaking, Tien Ha held his belly, laughing aloud. "I wondered who the person who defeated you was. Turns out it's a fool. Yet dares to challenge the master directly. Saying that, he continued to laugh heartily. Deepon saw Lu Tianguin acting too arrogantly. His spirit panicked with fear, hurriedly bowing and saying, "Sect Master Cock, please quell your anger. Offending the Mysticine sect is entirely the unauthorized action of Lu Tianguin alone. All the trouble was caused by him." Kok Tho Tien heard this and said oh. A sound full of sarcasm and said, "No wonder Tam Mok's sect is so capable. Turns out they taught such an unruly high disciple." Lu Tianguin saw them talking endlessly, without stopping, so he spoke up to urge, "Stop standing there wasting words, okay? Fight quickly." At this moment, Am sat arrogantly, pointed straight at Lu Tianwen's face and spoke loudly. "You brat. You won't be arrogant for much longer. My master. If he takes action, just one finger is enough to." Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Tianguin released an extremely strong pressure. His whole body was covered in green light. That terrible suppressive force struck straight at Am Sat, making him unable to bear it, having to clutch his chest. Although he stopped attacking, Am Sat seemed to be injured quite seriously. He held his chest, unable to utter a word. Lu Tianguin looked at him coldly, secretly calculating, hold back first. Otherwise, it will scare others to death. Overdoing it. If they get scared and refuse to compete anymore, it would be a pity. At this moment, Tian Ha clasped his hands and volunteered to Kok Tho. "Tian, master. Tam Mok sect is truly too arrogant. Please, master, let this disciple step forward to directly fight this madman once, to save face." Hearing that, he immediately agreed. "Go, before swallowing Tam Mok sect. Take down their arrogant appearance." With the approval of the sect master, Tian Ha walked to the opposite side. Lu Tianguin started channeling energy through his body. He radiated a source of purple power. Tian Ha pointed at him and said arrogantly, "You go first. Or should your disciples all rush up together?" Lu Tianguin did not answer, just looked at Tian Ha and commented indifferently, "King Realm, huh? Pretty good." Then he turned and said to Tu Deep, "Go up." Being named made the boy startle and look dazed. "I have only practiced for a few days. Can I already compete?" Although there was still some fear in his heart. But Tu Deep still tried to calm down and stepped forward. The disciples of Tam Mok's sect were extremely astonished. What a joke, sending a kid out to battle. What ability does he have to fight? Isn't this kind of action crazy? Seeing Tam Mok's sect send a boy out to face the challenge, Tian Ha crossed his arms over his chest. Laughing loudly with contempt, he arrogantly said, "You are really interesting. I didn't expect you to tell a kid to fight me." Tian Guin coldly said a sentence that surprised him. "If you suppress your cultivation down to the same realm, you might not necessarily win against the boy." Hearing that, Tian Ha became serious and stopped laughing, but still looked at the opponent with disdain and said, "Fine. Well, today I will lower myself to play with you guys." Tu Deep raised his sword and started channeling energy. Golden light enveloped the sword and curled around the boy. Tian Ha observed Tu Deep and became even more arrogant. When seeing the boy had only reached the mortal transcendence realm, he laughed scornfully. "What are you joking about? A kid who just entered the mortal transcendence realm demands to be my opponent? I thought this kid was so strong. Turns out it's just this much?" Next, he acted hypocritically. "Little brat. Today I will voluntarily suppress myself down to the same realm as you to fight. Don't say I'm bullying you." Tu Deep's realm made the disciples of Tam Mok sect astonished to the point of disbelief. "No way. This kid has reached the mortal transcendence realm?" One person spoke up. "Before. It took me nearly a year to enter the mortal transcendence realm." Another disciple also exclaimed in surprise. "It's only been a few days." Tu Chi stood behind, excitedly cheering for her younger brother. Tu Deep, do your best, defeat him." The little girl's cheers caught Tian Ha's attention. Then he pointed at Tu Chi and asked Am Sat, "Is that the fairy spirit body you mentioned?" Am Sat seriously affirmed, "That is it. My divine eyes are not mistaken." Hearing Am Sat's affirmation, Tian Ha smiled sinisterly. He declared loudly, "Fine, seizing this girl's fairy spirit body, I will have hope of becoming a great emperor." Tian Ha spoke without any reservation, making Tu Chi's eyes widen in surprise upon hearing it. Suddenly, Too Deep's sword pointed straight at his head. Tianhe immediately dodged, reaching out his hand, intending to grab the sword. Even though Tianhe had targeted his sister, Tianhe flicked lightly. Too Deep was pushed back, and he shouted angrily, "You little devil, you dare to sneak attack me?" Remembering Lu Tianwen's advice, strike first. To gain the upper hand, take advantage of the opponent's loophole. Must use full strength to launch the blow. Too Deep did not hesitate, focusing all power to attack Tianhe. The sudden blow caused intense pain, making Tianhe surprised, wondering about the bronze rod, the bronze weapon in this kid's hand. What exactly is its origin that it hurts so much? While the opponent was still dizzy, Too Deep took advantage of the victory to rush up, launching consecutive attacks. Tianhe now regained his composure, hurriedly using power to resist. Too Deep successfully dodged in a flash, feeling in his heart that his movements seemed a bit slow. Perceiving the opportunity, he immediately took action, attacking in a flash. Taifeng, watching the battle on the roof, softly exclaimed. With the high intensity of training every day with the young master, combined with the life and death art of the Eight Sufferings divine art, the senses of Too Deep have become much sharper than ordinary people. He judged that young master Tianhe had suppressed his cultivation. Definitely cannot hit Too Deep. True to Taifeng's words. From the beginning of the match, Tianhe was always in a passive position, completely unable to touch Too Deep. The frustration made Tianhe unable to control himself and shout loudly, "Hateful brat! Why do you keep aiming at my right arm?" Ignoring the opponent's words, Too Deep continued to swing the bronze rod, aiming straight at Tianhe's right arm. He remembered Lu Tianwen's advice. Just aim at the injured spot and hit. The more dangerous the blow, the deeper the pain. At that time, he wondered, what if the opponent has no wounds? He calmly replied, "If there aren't any, you must find a way to create one." Now he completely understood that intention. And that is the reason he continuously attacked Tianhe's right arm. Too Deep shouted, "See that?" and continued to land blows on the opponent's right hand. A groan of pain escaped. Tianhe, sweating profusely, cried out shrilly. Seizing the opportunity, Too Deep leaped high, delivered a blow from above, still aiming at the intended target, Tianhe's right arm. The aching pain now tormented Tianhe. The sensation of pain from the arm told him that he could not resist Too Deep. He gritted his teeth thinking, at the same cultivation level, how could I? Could it be that I am really not his opponent? Seeing Tianhe distracted, Too Deep continued to attack, being in too much pain. He couldn't help cursing the boy. This damnable little devil. Unable to endure any longer, Tianhe started channeling power. Mystic energy entering the body, intent moving knowledge power. Immediately a colossal power, full of pressure exploded, knocking Too Deep far away. Chao Tian too exclaimed in surprise. King Realm. Ma Tanvim standing next to him exclaimed in astonishment. Unexpectedly, young master Tianhe has reached the King Realm. When only in his early 30s. Deep On thoughtfully speculated, in the future he definitely can reach the great Emperor realm, shaking the world. In our Tam Mok sect, perhaps only senior brother T-Bat Pham in the past could match him. Tu Chi angrily pointed at Tianhe, calling him a cheater. Other Tam Mok sect disciples also appeared extremely indignant. Young master Tianhe, you promised to suppress your cultivation, but now you exploded it. How can you break your promise so blatantly? Words are not worth a penny. That's right, too untrustworthy. Being provoked by those harsh words, Tianhe roared, "All of you shut up." Tu Chi was still undeterred, loudly retorting, "Playing dirty, shameless. You clearly couldn't beat Too Deep." These words completely angered Tianhe. He turned sharply to scold the girl, "You little brat." Seeing him intending to walk towards Too Deep quickly rushed to shield the girl, his face extremely tense. Tianhe curled his lips looking at him. "Oh, you want to protect her? Haha, then I will refine the fairy spirit body of hers right before your eyes." Saying that, he poured spiritual power rushing straight at Too Deep, shouting loudly, "Get out of the way." Under the power of the King Realm, Too Deep struggled to resist. He remembered the words Lu Tianwen had taught during training. You are weak. But if you concentrate your cultivation into one point and detonate it, it's not certain you can't resist a master's attack. Obeying him, Too Deep began to gather spiritual energy radiating from his feet, spreading throughout the boy's body and gradually converging into the bronze rod. energy concentrated at the tip of the bronze rod. Tu Deep closed his eyes, focusing spiritual power into a single point. When he felt it was enough, he launched the attack towards Tianha. Two streams of spiritual power confronted each other violently. Tianha laughed coldly, voice scornful, seeking death? Tai Fong widened his eyes in surprise. The death art helps Tu Deep explode with power, exceeding his own limits. Plus the ability to focus on one point. Maybe he will achieve a great breakthrough. Just then, Tu Deep's spiritual power began to gain the upper hand, piercing through Tianha's defense layer. He was terrified to the extreme, disbelieving his eyes. What? As soon as he uttered those words, Tianha was hit by Tu Deep's spiritual power. Head on, Tianha roared in anger. A kid at mortal transcendence realm like you. How can you humiliate me time and time again? He screamed, die. Tianha used all his strength to finish off Tu Deep. After all, the gap between king rank and mortal transcendence was too large. Tu Deep was quickly defeated. The boy was knocked flying backward. Meanwhile, Tianha's hand carrying spiritual power continued, pursuing Tu Deep after the dizzying blow. Squinting with difficulty to see, but perhaps before realizing the danger rushing in, suddenly a mysterious stream of green spiritual power appeared, forming a shield in front of him. Turns out Le Tianguin had rushed over in time, taking the fatal attack for Tu Deep. He gently circulated his origin energy, easily neutralizing Tianha's aggressive attack, then glanced at Tu Deep instructing, remember and get used to this feeling. In the future, meeting someone with a higher realm is not allowed. To panic, Tu Deep looked up at him and obediently replied yes. Seeing him take action, Tianha couldn't help blurting out, TSK, didn't expect you to have some ability. However, he still maintained an extremely arrogant look, saying scornfully, but it's useless. Today making me lose face. I definitely must slaughter your Tammok sect. I will kill this brat first and then. Before he could finish his words, he was hit by a fatal blow from Le Tianguin. Just a light palm strike from him made Tianha vanish into nothingness. Le Tianguin turned around, coldly said to Tu Deep, there are things you should witness with your own eyes. Witness father's terrifying power. Tu Deep's face turned pale with fear, so shocked he pressed his lips tight, unable to speak. After neutralizing the fatal blow and casually destroying Tianha, Le Tianguin realized the purpose of borrowing people from Mystic Yin sect to train. Actual combat for Tu Deep had been achieved. He clasped his hands coldly, declared to Kok Tho Tien's group, alright, now you have lost your utility value. Those words struck hard at their self-esteem, making Kok Tho Tien angry to the extreme. The old man gritted his teeth and growled, truly an arrogant person who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Today I will destroy your Tammok sect. Immediately after, the old man ordered the disciples, deploy the 10 directions heaven and earth absolute kill array. Immediately 10 disciples rushed from behind, each holding a fierce bronze weapon, quickly surrounded Le Tianguin, a formation with a strange shape, carrying an overwhelming threatening power was deployed, enveloping him. Standing before this critical situation, Chao Tian-Tu and Ma Tonvim could not hide their horror. Ma Tonvim, sweating profusely from fear, trembling, exclaimed, unexpectedly, he used the 10 directions heaven and earth absolute kill array. How can we withstand this? Chao Tian-Tu hurriedly spoke loudly, trying to reconcile with Kok Tho Tien, Sect Master Kok. Please stop. Before he finished speaking, Kok Tho Tien exploded with rage, coldly, declaring, I, Kok Tho Tien, act always decisively and majestically, killing my disciple. I will destroy your entire sect. While Kok Tho Tien was furious, Le Tianguin on the opposite side still kept a calm attitude, as if nothing had happened. Suddenly Kok Tho Tien realized something, making him extremely surprised. At the same time, Le Tianguin started deploying the move 9 Underworld's motion. Immediately a glowing sphere of spiritual power, carrying streaks of light like lightning, formed in the palm of his hand. In the sky, rolling storm clouds also appeared, identical to the sphere in his hand, but of gigantic size. Next, he combined it with the heaven-reaching god-killing move, then waved his hand launching the attack forward. Lightning bolts struck down consecutively. Sounds of powerful collisions rang out. The disciples hurriedly used all their spiritual power to defend themselves. They had to try extremely hard to be able to preserve their lives. even if only for a moment. Not long after. Under that overwhelming power, they could not stand firm and vomited blood one after another. The threatening power from those lightning bolts increased more and more, making the disciples standing around terrified to the point of disbelieving their own eyes. After destroying the 10 disciples operating the 10 generals heaven and earth absolute killer ray, he shifted his attack. A lightning bolt carrying destructive power struck straight into the mystic Yin sect crowd. Kok Tho Tien was stunned, watching the members of his sect being swept into the massive pressure. The usual calm look on his face had now turned into horror. Lu Tianguin gently waved his hand. That source of power formed a band of green light, transparent like a pure stream. All mystic Yin sect disciples were swept into this terrible stream of power. It was like a sharp sword chi, slashing hard at each person. Lu Tianguin coldly observed the increasingly dense stream of green power, swallowing those unable to resist. The disciples of Tam Mok sect, witnessing this scene, were shocked to the extreme. Everyone gaped, almost stunned, stuttering to the point of being speechless. Unbelievable. Has the mystic Yin sect been destroyed? Not only the disciples. Ma Tonvim was also extremely amazed, his whole body trembling before the horrific scene. He couldn't help but blurting out, "Is all this done by Lu Tianguin?" Deepon looked at Lu Tianguin's back, unable to not admit. The great threat from mystic Yin sect has been resolved. Perhaps all mystic Yin sect disciples have perished. Only Kok Tho Tien remained alive thanks to his high cultivation. But he was also seriously injured. Kok Tho Tien propped himself up, coughed once and then spat out a large mouthful of blood. He forced himself to stand up and loudly cursed him. "You are a bastard." He just frowned slightly and calmly replied, "Oh, you still have strength to resist." Kok Tho Tien, face covered in blood, looked ferocious like a demon. He gritted his voice, daring to destroy the mystic Yin sect. "I will never forgive you." Immediately he shouted, "Today, I, the 56th sect master of mystic Yin sect, implore the mystic Yin ancestor to appear and destroy the murderer." He pressed 2 fingers together. Between them was a yellow talisman. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, the talisman in his hand gradually vanished and created a golden tornado right in front of him, in which the silhouette of a man appeared. Kok Tho Tien excitedly introduced loudly, "The one teleporting here at God's speed is the strongest ancestor of the mystic Yin sect." I said it, he burst into laughter. "My ancestor has arrived. All of you must die. I want you all to be buried with me." These words caused the disciples of Tam Mok sect to start panicking and fearing. The golden light gradually faded. The clone of a white-haired old man with a majestic face appeared. The strange thing was that his eyes had no pupils, and his head kept tilting gradually to one side. Behind him, the silhouette of another person appeared faintly. A second later the head fell to the ground, rolling like a ball to right in front of Kok Tho Tien. He looked at this scene and was shocked to the extreme. How can this be? The majestic ancestor appeared, but before he could say or do anything, he was already destroyed. Witnessing this unexpected scene, everyone exclaimed in astonishment, "What is happening?" Min Vu appeared coldly. He flicked his hand lightly, making the body of the mystic Yin sect ancestor fall to the side, then declared, "All 3 ancestors of the mystic Yin sect have been beheaded. From now on, the mystic Yin sect is officially wiped out." Saying that, he smirked triumphantly to himself. Finally I could show off my extraordinary abilities in front of everyone. However, he received a sarcastic remark from Tai Fong, like showing off meaninglessly. Kok Tho Tien was so angry he couldn't speak. You, after that. Min Vu stood with clasped hands and reported to Lu Tianguin, "Young master, the mission is accomplished. The remaining ones of the mystic Yin sect have been dealt with thoroughly." Seemingly unable to bear this great shock, Kok Tho Tien vomited blood again in resentment. He gasped, "Destroying the mystic Yin sect means offending the entire Not Tang country. The powerful forces behind will not let you go." Before the words were finished, he collapsed to the ground and breathed his last. At this moment, Lu Tianguin patted Tu Deep's shoulder, who was dazed from fear, and said, "Calm down. Practice getting used to scenes like this. Perhaps you will have to face them often in the future." Tu Chi looked around bewilderedly and asked Tai Fong, What did I miss? Did Uncle Tai Fong take action?" Deepon exclaimed in horror. Lu Tianguin coldly replied, "Ended? No. The best part of the play has just begun." Right at that moment, a white-haired old man riding a cloud flew in hurriedly. "That is the Grand Elder. He landed gently on the ground. The elders and disciples of Tam Mok sect clasped their hands, bowing to greet Deepon. Before he could finish his sentence about the Mysticine sect being destroyed, the Grand Elder interrupted. It seems the threat from the Mysticine sect has been resolved. Suddenly Lutien Gwyn called out his name. Tu Du Lang, hearing his name called, the Grand Elder turned his head in surprise, then clasped his hands and bowed, expressing respect and thanking him. Thank you, sir, for eliminating the danger for Tam Mok sect. He didn't respond but asked bluntly, where is the item I need? The Grand Elder raised his head and said, I brought it here, saying that. He took out a white jade pendant. As soon as he reached out to receive it, he presented, Sir, you don't know. To get this item, I had to go through countless hardships and dangers. Finally, thanks to perseverance and strong will, I could successfully obtain this jade piece. Won't you really consider accepting me as a disciple? Deepon, standing from afar, silently listened to the conversation of the two. The Grand Elder did not give up. He still tried to plead with him. Sir, please consider it a little. From afar, Deepon silently watched the entire conversation. The Grand Elder still hadn't given up, continuously imploring him with a determined attitude. Sir, please reconsider a little, please. Lutien Gwyn ignored the plea, raised the jade piece and turned his eyes to Chao Tian-tu, questioning. Aren't you craving this treasure? Deepon turned to look at Chao Tian-tu in shock, calling his name in surprise. Immediately all Tam Mok sect disciples cast suspicious glances towards the sect master. Chao Tian-tu shouted loudly, trying to disguise his confusion and guilt. What nonsense are you saying? He did not hold back but directly exposed. What title should I call you by? Sect master of Tam Mok sect? Or a sleeper agent of the 100 Ghosts organization? Lutien Gwyn looked straight at Chao Tian-tu, voice full of sarcasm. You are the spy that the 100 Ghosts planted in Tam Mok sect, right? He gritted his teeth in anger, but dared not offer any rebuttal. Seeing the opponent remain silent, he continued to attack. The destruction of Tibet Fam's meridians years ago was also done by your hands, wasn't it? The disciples of Tam Mok sect were shocked to the extreme. Chao Tian-tu's face turned pale. Scolding back, you are blatantly slandering, he retorted loudly, while strongly arguing. I am the sect master of Tam Mok sect. How can I be a spy? Every decision in the sect is decided by me. Could that be the action of a sleeper agent? This justification indeed carried a lot of weight. The disciples were completely convinced. Someone murmured, that's right. Really ridiculous. Why would others continue? How can a sect master of a sect be a spy for another organization? Some even thought that Lutien Gwyn, having just defeated the Mysticine sect, became arrogant. Deepon loudly warned Lutien Gwyn. Anything needs to have clear evidence. Although Deepon inherently disliked Chao Tian-tu, in his heart he also told himself, no matter how much I hate Chao Tian-tu, being unreasonably accused like this is not good either. Lutien Gwyn calmly replied, evidence? Immediately a voice suddenly rang out. The evidence lies right here. The disciples once again gaped in surprise. Tien Han and Tenoch Non slowly walked over. Tenoch Non explained, while everyone was busy. I went to Chao Tian-tu's room and found this ghost tribe badge, along with this ghost tribe decree. Looking at the items she was holding, the stunned disciples exclaimed in unison. What? At this moment Chao Tian-tu started to panic, cold sweat pouring out. He told himself, I used a secret method to hide them. How could outsiders of the 100 Ghosts discover them? Lutien Gwyn seemed to read the question in his heart, and replied, correct, how could the secret hiding method be neutralized? He paused for a moment then continued. Unfortunately, I just happened to be able to solve it. Tien Han stepped forward confidently adding, and even more unfortunately, he managed to teach me. Lutien Gwyn discreetly praised her silently. At this point Deepon could no longer cover up. He questioned Chao Tian-tu. Don't you intend to explain? Chao Tian-tu calmly accepted the truth. He snorted coldly. Is there any need to continue dragging this out with you all? Saying that, he rushed straight towards Tenoch Non shouting, give the things back to me. Immediately Tibet Pham rushed out, intercepting and attacking Chao Tian-tu. The two rushed into a fierce battle. Chao Tian-tu launched a palm strike at Tibet Pham's back. He immediately stomped his foot on the ground, launching a kickback. Chao Tian-tu used his hand to block the kick, then launched another palm strike in retaliation. Two streams of internal energy opposed each other, creating a dramatic battle. Chao Tian-tu called out T-Bat Fam's name in surprise. At this moment, T-Bat Fam looked at him with eyes full of hatred, angrily replying, "It really is you." He explained right away. "This special internal breath and the move just now, I have etched in my bones and heart." Deepon saw him and happily cried out, "Senior brother T-Bat Fam." Chao Tian-tu was extremely furious, saying, "You have restored your cultivation? I should have been more ruthless back then." The truth revealed. Ha Kuan-gi could not suppress her rage. She drew her sword and rushed towards Chao Tian-tu. The sword was only a short distance from his face. Chao Tian-tu clamped the blade tightly with both hands, his whole body radiating golden internal breath. Then, he easily pushed Ha Kuan-gi back with a palm strike, causing her to stumble backwards. Just then an arm reached out to catch her. Ha Kuan-gi looked happily at T-Bat Fam. He said gently to her, "Kuan-gi, step back, let me deal with this guy." Ha Kuan-gi blushed looking at her majestic husband. The two of them hugged like lovers reunited after a long time. Tinoknon couldn't stand it and spoke up. "Mom and Dad, what time is it already? Please stop being sentimental and mushy, okay?" Then T-Bat Fam decisively declared, "Chao Tian-tu, it's time for us to end our grudge." Saying that, he rushed quickly towards the opponent. Seeing the two fighting, the Grand Elder intended to intervene to help. Suddenly Lu Tianguin stood in front of him blocking him, surprising him. "Just leave it to him," the Grand Elder asked back in confusion. After all, T-Bat Fam has just restored his cultivation, while Chao Tian-tu has cultivated for over 25 years, I'm afraid. Lu Tianguin impatiently interrupted, "Yeah, just watch." Chao Tian-tu recalled the grievances of his youth. Resentfully said, "T-Bat Fam, since I stepped into Tam-Mok sect, everywhere I was oppressed by you. Everyone thought I wasn't as good as you." Deepon was inexplicably dragged in, being named and pointed at by Chao Tian-tu. Suddenly Chao Tian-tu turned to T-Bat Fam and asked, "Do you know why that guy named Deepon always opposes me everywhere?" Speaking of this, he shouted indignantly, "Isn't it because he thinks I stole your position as sect master?" Chao Tian-tu fought, while screaming as if venting all his feelings. "But do you know? I always hid and I was always stronger than you. The fact that I could destroy your meridians back then is enough to prove I am far superior to you." T-Bat Fam snorted coldly replying, "It was just a cowardly sneak attack trick." Saying that, he focused all his power, launching an extremely powerful palm strike towards Chao Tian-tu. A grunt rang out. T-Bat Fam clasped his hands and flew up high, raising his hands to the sky shouting, "Your inner demons are too heavy. You deserve to be taught a lesson by my son-in-law." Finishing his words, he slammed both hands down. A surging stream of internal energy struck straight at Chao Tian-tu. T-Bat Fam's golden internal energy seemed to powerfully overwhelm and swallow the weak purple power of Chao Tian-tu. Not long after, a loud explosion shook the sky. T-Bat Fam continued to unleash the 10,000 falling plumes move. Power flared up brilliantly like fire. Chao Tian-tu could not withstand it. Beaten until he vomited blood, his whole body flung back hard. He fell to the ground, disbelieving his eyes, asking, "I don't know how your meridians recovered. But how can your cultivation improve so quickly?" T-Bat Fam snorted coldly explaining, "It is all thanks to my good son-in-law." Hearing that, Chao Tian-tu looked towards Lu Tianguin. Finally he understood. "So, that 5-revolution spirit pill was prepared by him for you." He bowed his head dejectedly, bitterly accepting, "Very well. Turns out everything was within his calculations." At this moment T-Bat Fam approached saying in a deep voice, "Chao Tian-tu, it's time for you to pay for your crimes." Suddenly he laughed loudly. "Do you think my 100 ghosts are easy to bully?" He pulled out a small flute from his sleeve. Before playing, he looked at everyone sarcastically. "I originally intended to give Tam-Mok sect a way to live. After all, I also poured a lot of effort into this place. But now, as long as I play this flute, the great army of the 100 Ghosts organization will attack. At that time, no one can escape." The warning terrified Deepon. The 100 Ghosts' great army. Ma Tonveen next to him also panicked. "We cannot cope with the 100 Ghosts organization." When T-Bat Fam intended to continue attacking, a voice suddenly rang out. "Stop!" Chao Tian-tu started playing the flute. The disciples exclaimed in fear, "Oh no!" The Grand Elder's expression changed. Only Lu Tianguin remained completely calm. Finished playing the flute, Chao Tian-tu looked up at the sky laughing loudly. But due to the injury, he coughed incessantly. 1 minute passed, then 2 minutes, after a long while. Everything was still quiet. A confusion rose in Chao Tian-tu's heart. Why haven't they arrived yet? At the same time in a forest, the starving ghost and the gluttonous ghost had received the signal from the sound of his flute. The starving ghost devoured a large chicken leg, smirking while saying to the gluttonous ghost, "Someone is calling you." The gluttonous ghost looked down and replied coldly, "Not free, I will not intervene." A long time later, still no reinforcements appeared. Tibat Pham questioned Chu Tian-tu. "Chu Tian-tu, where is the 100 ghosts army you boasted about?" He himself didn't know what to answer. Tibat Pham saw him keeping a confusing silence. Bat Pham understood clearly, he spoke sarcastically. "It seems even the 100 ghosts organization doesn't bother to care about you." Chu Tian-tu bowed his head, snorted coldly, then suddenly spoke. "Do you know what? Becoming a sect master allows one to hold countless secrets. For example, the right to activate the divine weapon of Tam Mok sect." Hearing that, Tibat Pham asked curiously immediately, "Tam Mok sect's divine weapon?" Chu Tian-tu tried to stand up straight and continued. "The sect master is the only one capable of wielding this divine weapon." Saying that, he immediately clasped his hands and chanted a spell to mobilize it. In moments, a stream of purple internal energy enveloped his body, and a mighty gun appeared in his hand. Chu Tian-tu gripped the gun tightly, raising it straight forward, aiming directly at Tibat Pham. The Grand Elder saw the item clearly. He had to admit, "That is indeed the divine weapon of our Tam Mok sect." Chu Tian-tu held 2 guns in his hands, extremely confident, and scornfully mocked everyone. "Do you think my years as sect master were useless? Why did I dare to stand out here today? Of course, I hold the victory firmly in my hands. Would I place all my hope on the 100 ghosts army, whose whereabouts are unknown?" After speaking, Chu Tian-tu pulled the trigger. An earth-shattering power from the divine weapon shot straight towards Tibat Pham. He hurriedly dodged to the left, managing to avoid the fatal blow. The place hit by that stream of power instantly exploded. Witnessing this scene, Tibat Pham was extremely astonished and couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly a divine weapon, its power is really too terrifying." Chu Tian-tu snorted coldly, "So what if the 100 ghosts don't come? I have Tam Mok sect's divine weapon in my hand. From today, I can establish my own sect." Then he pointed the gun at the disciples and declared, "I will give all of you a chance to submit. Follow me to found a new sect. Everything will still go smoothly." He paused a bit then continued, "Otherwise, only a path of death awaits you." A disciple stuttered in fear. "This." Matanvim spoke up. "The divine weapon has extremely great power. I'm afraid we cannot possibly resist it." Seeing the crowd sink into silence, he smirked scornfully. "No one responds? Then I will kill the chicken to scare the monkey, to let you witness the power of the divine weapon with your own eyes." After that, Chu Tian-tu turned to point the gun at Le Tien Nguyen, loudly accusing, "Le Tien Nguyen, everything today was caused by you. Originally, Tam Mok sect would have obediently offered resources. I would still be the sect master, and successfully hold back the sect's development, completing the mission entrusted by the 100 ghosts. So that is the reason why the sect has been declining over the past few years." Deepon angrily cursed, "Bastard. It really was due to this guy making Tam Mok sect gradually decline." Chu Tian-tu confidently declared, "Le Tien Nguyen, today I will show you what my true cultivation has actually reached. Even if you once destroyed the mystic Yin sect with just one move, I am not afraid at all." Le Tien Nguyen responded with a faint smile, full of disdain. At this moment, Tibat Pham jumped out to stand in front of him. He advised, "Son-in-law, it's very dangerous. You should step back first. Facing a divine weapon is no joke." Tibat Pham affirmed, "Even a great emperor might not necessarily be able to withstand the power of a divine weapon." Min Vu cracked his knuckles and shouted loudly, "Damn it, let me take action instead of the hall master." Suddenly Le Tien Nguyen stepped forward and patted Tibat Pham's shoulder. Then he stood opposite Chu Tian-tu, smiling lightly. "Since he has named me specifically, then I will also take action." Seeing he lost the chance to show off, Min Vu sighed, thinking to himself, "It seems the hall master is preparing to act personally. I missed the chance to perform in front of everyone again." The Grand Elder also tried to stop him. "No matter how much of a genius you are, sir, facing a divine weapon, I'm afraid it will be hard to succeed." He was so angry that veins popped out. Glancing at Chu Tian-tu, then softly said to Le Tien Nguyen, "You have saved Tam Mok sect many times. This traitor should still be handled by the sect's Grand Elder. Personally, even if I have to risk this old life, I must protect Tam Mok's sect intact. When he intended to walk away, Minvu held his shoulder tight. He loud. Ly advised, "Old man, don't bother my young master. It's just a divine weapon. It's not like we haven't seen one before." The Grand Elder only now turned back to look at Minvu. With a confused look, he spoke up. "Young man, you..." Suddenly, he felt a change in his body. He couldn't move, completely immobilized. He looked at Minvu, thinking briefly, could it be that this young man's cultivation is even higher than mine? Very quickly, Lu Tianguin approached Chu Tiantu. He pointed the gun at him and said, facing a divine weapon, "Your courage is truly commendable. But before you die, I have a question. When did you discover my identity?" This question had been brewing in his heart since Lu Tianguin exposed him. He answered frankly, "From the first time you acted to stop Ha Kuan-gi." He recalled that time. He had discovered that within Chu Tiantu's technique, there was hidden a trace of ghost power. Extremely faint. Chu Tiantu couldn't believe it, asking loudly, "How did you recognize it?" He gritted his teeth saying, "Ordinary people cannot possibly recognize this trace of ghost power. Moreover, cannot break the restriction I set up like dash." Remembering something, his eyes flashed. Chu Tiantu pointed at him, stammering, "Could it be you are also?" Lu Tianguin flew up to challenge him. "Try guessing." After that, he gently used a palm strike to knock Chu Tiantu back. Chu Tiantu swore, "Damn it." He aimed both guns at him, shouting loudly, "Lu Tianguin, today I will rely on the power of the gun in my hand to destroy you." Right when the gun fired, he gently dodged. The place hit by the bullet erupted with an earth-shattering explosion. T-Bat Pham put his hand to his forehead, gritting his teeth, "It's over." Looking at where Lu Tianguin was standing, it was covered by white smoke. Tu Deep called out in fear, "Mother, father." Tian Han, though very worried, had to reassure, "Don't worry, child." Chu Tiantu laughed loudly, snorting coldly with disdain, "What identity you have doesn't matter. All will become ghosts under my divine weapon." But not as he wished. The dust and smoke gradually cleared. Lu Tianguin still stood tall there, completely unaffected. He drew a sword, standing majestically, coldly looking at Chu Tiantu like looking at a dead person. T-Bat Pham looked at the weapon in Lu Tianwen's hand. He exclaimed in surprise, "Could that be a fairy weapon?" Both Ha Quan, Gi and Deepon widened their eyes looking at each other, then exclaimed in unison, "Fairy weapon?" T-Bat Pham seriously explained, "This is the only thing that can counter a divine weapon. According to my knowledge, divine weapons are bestowed by heaven, while fairy weapons are forged by humans. Different from divine weapons, fairy weapons are nurtured by staining them with the blood of experts, drinking the essence of heaven and earth. Its origin might just be an ordinary object, but only through killing and being stained with the blood of experts, to endlessly evolve, can it be refined into a fairy weapon." The Grand Elder spoke up. "Just like immortal pills are divided from 1st to 9th revolution, fairy weapons are also divided from 1st grade to 9th grade. Although I can't discern the grade of the fairy weapon in the gentleman's hand, but I can be sure this fairy weapon has killed no fewer than 10,000 experts. To have such a mighty aura as this." Looking at Minvu still placing his hand on his shoulder, showing no sign of wanting to take it down, he cursed silently in his heart, "How much longer does he want to press on my shoulder?" Tinoknon cheered excitedly, "Looks like there is hope to resist." T-Bat Pham wondered, "Who exactly is my son-in-law? Casually repairing my meridians and carrying such a fairy weapon with him. His cultivation makes it impossible for people to guess. Such a character cannot be a nobody, surely a overlord of some region." At this moment, Lu Tianguin and Chu Tiantu were fight ing ceaselessly. Lu Tianguin used the fairy weapon to slash horizontally. A massive stream of power radiated out. Then he leaped gently near Chu Tiantu and slashed down from above. Chu Tiantu fought back, while exclaiming loudly, "Fairy weapon. Didn't expect you to have so many backup tricks." Suddenly he thought of something. Wait. And then he frankly asked the question in his heart, "Could it be that the leveling of Tonben Mountain was done by you?" Lu Tianguin looked at him and smirked. Chu Tiantu asked in fear, "Who exactly are you?" He kicked him hard and said, "Why do I have to tell you?" Finishing his words, he executed the chi-slashing sword chi. The weapon in his hand seemed to triple, dazzling people's eyes. Lieutenant Gwyn decisively poured palm force straight towards Chu Tian-tu. He tried to use all his true energy to defend, but it seemed very weak. A loud explosion rang out. Chu Tian-tu was knocked away. Lieutenant Gwyn took the chance to slash at his head. Just as he was about to slash down, the Grand Elder stopped him. Sir, you must not destroy the divine weapon. Otherwise Tam Mok's sect will also be destroyed with it. Hearing that, Lieutenant Gwyn immediately urged the fairy weapon, creating violently swirling streams of true energy. When he waved his hand lightly, the two divine weapons in Chao Tian-tu's hands were immediately swept away by the stream of true energy, flying up and spinning suspended in the air, completely losing his control. Chao Tian-tu's body swayed, collapsing to the ground, coughing out a large mouthful of blood. With a defeated look, he bowed his head, accepting the cruel truth. It seems destiny has chosen to stand by your side. He paused, voice low and sad. Ultimately, I am just a clone of the hidden ghost. From the moment I was planted in Tam Mok sect, fate was already sealed. I am a chess piece that can be discarded at any time. Lieutenant Gwyn coldly interrupted, voice full of sarcasm. You are recounting meaningless things. I don't have much time to hear you reminisce about the past. In this world, everyone has a different background, but in the end there is only one rule. Winner takes all. Speaking decisively, he turned to instruct T-Bat Fam. I leave the rest for you to handle. But Chu Tian-tu was still unwilling, trying to vent all his resentment. I have worked hard for so long. I cannot resign myself to losing. The achievements I reached today are all thanks to hard training. Yet everything has been destroyed by you. I don't want to be someone else's pawn forever. I want to hold my own destiny. Just as he finished speaking, he looked up at the sky and roared loudly. His whole body suddenly erupted with a source of violent vitality. Ha Kuan-gi exclaimed in horror. I didn't expect him to still have such terrifying potential. While everyone around was panicked, Lieutenant Gwyn still kept a calm expression. Chao Tian-tu madly urged. Spiritual power, screaming in despair. No one can kill me. He laughed maniacally like a madman. Chao Tian-tu's whole body rose with increasingly violent purple spiritual power. He said determinately, unless I destroy myself. At the same time, in a desolate cave, pale pink rays of light shot out from the deep darkness. Inside, a solitary old man, who is the hidden ghost of the 100 ghosts, sat leaning against the cliff, hand leaning on a crooked staff. My clone in Tam Mok sect is dead. He spoke in a hoarse voice. A masked demon walked up and asked respectfully, May I know who took action? Sir? The hidden ghost bowed his head, tone clearly showing regret. These clones are like flesh and blood to me. I can feel their life and death, but cannot intervene deeper. He hesitated, then said, Retrieve the 100 ghosts decree he carries. Only then can I recall everything he has experienced. The demon calmly replied, This is not difficult. Send the gluttonous ghost and starving ghost. They are near Tam Mok sect. Tell them to conveniently take the heaven-equaling jade and bring it back. He speculated, It is very likely they will find clues about the death of your clone. Just then, a sphere emitting blue light suddenly vibrated abnormally. The demon exclaimed in surprise, Lord Demon God. The light sphere began to move ceaselessly, continuously repeating the name Te Tien Gu. Te Tien Gu? The demon blurted out, praising the hidden ghost. This is truly a treasure. Immediately the hidden ghost turned sharply back and shouted, Do not be rude to Lord Demon God. He solemnly declared, Lord Demon God is a great existence, even stronger than you, the fierce ghost, and the Ghost King. He is a god transcending this world. Have you heard Lord Demon God's order clearly? Hurry up and bring the heaven-equaling jade here. Then the demon hurriedly replied, Understood. After that, he quickly left the cave, leaving the hidden ghost alone. He muttered to himself, Why are there 2 suns in the sky? Why did 3 moons appear? What exactly is a divine weapon? And what is the meaning of my existence? All those answers only Lord Demon God can answer for me. He silently made up his mind. I will definitely help you find the heaven-equaling jade. At this moment, in the palm of his hand, Lieutenant Gwyn was tightly holding the heaven-equaling jade. Tai Fong looked at him curiously, asking, Young master, is this the item you said could help you recover? Lieutenant Gwyn looked down at the jade piece, softly made a sound of confirmation. Right after that, he crushed the jade piece. Tai Fong was stunned, asking loudly, Young master, what are you doing? Lieutenant Gwyn did not answer, focusing on absorbing the energy from the item. Tai Fong muttered, wondering. Is this heaven equaling jade used like that? Lu Tianguan explained. There isn't only one piece of this jade. Before, my meridians were seriously destroyed. Thanks to it, I recovered. Perhaps I and it have a special connection. He recalled his mother's advice when he was young. Little Tian, hope this jade piece can protect you in peace. Tai Fong looked worried. So, young master, have your injuries completely healed? I feel your breath is still a bit chaotic. Lu Tianguan looked at his palm, answering honestly. To be honest, I don't know either. Except for the blood and chi being a bit turbulent. After the failed realm breakthrough, I don't feel uncomfortable anywhere. But I also haven't reached the breakthrough state of becoming a complete immortal. Just then Minvu appeared, carrying his characteristic arrogance. So that's it, Hall Master. The few times you acted personally. Turns out it was to check your own condition. Lu Tianguan closed his eyes and nodded slightly, confirming Minvu's speculation. Minvu continued enthusiastically, Hall Master, according to you, have you stepped into a realm completely new? For example, half immortal or ascended immortal? Tai Fong also chimed in, right. That is not impossible. Suddenly, Tinoknon's panicked voice rang out outside the door. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law. Something big has happened. She opened the door, rushed in, and announced loudly. Because of the Mystic Yin sect matter, that the envoy of Not Tang country has come to Tam Mok's sect to demand accountability. She panted and continued. Moreover, the Crown Prince of Dong Tuesday country is also accompanying them, and is about to reach the mountain peak. Lu Tianguan still kept a calm attitude and nodded. Arrived? Then we should show up to meet them. Looking at his calm demeanor, Tinoknon held her head and cried out miserably. What do we do now? What do we do now? I'm worried to death. Tian Han softly advised her husband, Tian Guin, whether this matter was caused by Tam Mok's sect or not. Without waiting for his wife to finish, he stood up and decisively interrupted. Just let me handle it. After that, Lu Tianguan led the group to leave. Tinoknon turned back, full of doubt. She ran into the room to check if anyone was just there. Seeing no one, she hurriedly turned to follow everyone, completely unaware that Tai Fong was hiding on the ceiling, outside the main gate of the Heartwood sect. A large crowd had gathered. Tibat Pham led the elders out to respectfully welcome the Crown Prince. Suddenly, the envoy from the Sunrise Kingdom aggressively approached, pointing straight at Tibat Pham and questioning loudly. What have you done to the Mystic Sound sect? He screamed in a sour tone. They came to the Heartwood sect to participate in the tournament. Why did they vanish without a trace? Moreover, the entire Mystic Sound sect is now in total chaos, with no one left alive. At this moment, the envoy angrily shouted, Answer me now. What did you do to the Mystic Sound sect? From behind, Lu Tianguan leisurely walked forward, gently replying, Just as you said. No one survived. The envoy frowned at him and shouted, Who the hell are you to interrupt? Ha Kuan-gi hurriedly pointed at him and introduced. He is the top disciple of the Heartwood sect. Hearing that, Lu Tianguan turned his head and gave her a cold glare, making Ha Kuan-gi startle. He silently cursed this meddlesome old woman. If you weren't my mother-in-law, I would have sent you away already. This attitude made the envoy even more disdainful. A lowly top disciple dares to speak so loudly? He turned, clasped his hands, and reported to the Crown Prince of East Year, Your Highness, please allow me to destroy the Heartwood sect. These words made everyone in the Heartwood sect extremely panicked. The East Year Crown Prince spoke up, Envoy of Sunrise. The truth of the matter is not yet clear. Is your way of handling this too hasty? Being reprimanded in front of so many people. The envoy's face turned purple with rage as he asked back, Your Highness, do you intend to protect the Heartwood sect? He turned away, muttering to himself, Fine, I still have to give face to the East Year Kingdom. Then he took out a large scroll and loudly declared, However, Mystic Sound sect is an important sect of the Sunrise Kingdom. If the Heartwood sect is not destroyed, you must sign this treaty. Two subordinates quickly unrolled the treaty, which was 2 pages long. The envoy read every word clearly. All annual resources that the Mystic Sound sect had to pay tribute. The Heartwood sect must now be responsible for compensating. Deepon looked at the paper, jaw dropping in horror. This amount is too huge. I'm afraid even all the assets of the Heartwood sect combined wouldn't be enough. The Sunrise Kingdom envoy knelt down, clasping hands before the Crown Prince's sedan chair to report, Your Highness, surely you don't want animosity between our two countries, do you? After all, My country's mystic sound sect was destroyed. Right on East Your Kingdom's territory. Or the East Your Kingdom. Could sign on behalf of the Heartwood sect. That wouldn't be impossible either. He brazenly continued. No matter who signs, I can conveniently report back to the Sunrise Kingdom that our two countries still live together in harmony, maintaining a good neighborly relationship. Hearing these shameless words, the blond man smirked slightly. Lutien Gwyn calmly stepped forward and calmly took the treaty. This action terrified Deep onto the core, eyes almost popping out. He shouted, "Hey! How dare you accept it?" The Sunrise envoy glanced at Deep on sideways, smiling smugly. There is a very true saying. A wise man knows the times. The Sunrise envoy clapped in praise, his tone full of condescension. This young man truly lives up to the reputation of being the most excellent disciple. He has valuable vision. Then he swaggered, pointing at the standing elders, and loudly ordered, "What are you still standing there for? Why haven't you gone to prepare the reception banquet? Do you intend to make a noble envoy like me wait long? Quickly serve the pastries for me." He crushed the paper in his hand into a ball. Then he called out, "Hey!" The envoy turned back, raising an eyebrow in confusion. Suddenly, Lutien Gwyn moved extremely fast, stuffing the crushed ball of paper straight into his mouth. Then he asked in a deep voice, "Is the pastry I served to your liking?" Gripping the envoy's chin tightly so he couldn't spit the foreign object out. Extreme discomfort caused his face to turn purple. Cold sweat poured down like a shower. A few seconds passed. He casually let go and asked again, "How was it? Was it delicious?" The envoy collapsed to the ground, coughing violently and ceaselessly, completely unable to respond. As soon as he caught his breath, he frantically ordered his entourage, "Cough, cough, cough, arrest this insolent brat for me." Immediately, 3 subordinates drew their swords and rushed forward. Lutien Gwyn only gently raised his hand, controlling the 3 swords. Sharp. He slightly rotated his wrist, and the blades were instantly bent into arcs. At the same time, the 3 subordinates were also blown away by an invisible force, suffering heavy injuries. After dealing with the entourage, Lutien Gwyn slowly advanced toward the envoy. He was terrified to the point of turning pale, trying to back away. In panic, he screamed, "I warn you. You must not touch me. I represent the Sunrise Kingdom. If you dare to touch me, that is an act of declaring war between the two nations." Then he hurriedly turned to the blond man beside him. "General Fuang, protect me quickly. If anything happens to me, you will all die with me." General Fuang responded with a loud shout, channeling all his palm power to strike directly at Lutien Nguyen's chest. He stood motionless. Conversely, General Fuang was hit by a powerful rebound force, flung meters away. He cried out, "Ouch! This power is terrifying." Unfortunately, as he fell, he stepped heavily on the envoy's hand, causing him to scream in miserable pain. The general ordered all the soldiers, "Everyone, charge! Don't let him harm me." At the same time, he secretly signaled the soldiers. Understanding the general's intention, they nodded slightly in response, understood. The whole troop charged at Lutien Gwyn in unison. But as always, just the aura radiating from him knocked them all back. Cries of pain echoed everywhere. "Ugh! Arg! Pft! Ouch! Ah, too strong." Lutien Gwyn watched this clumsy performance with a helpless expression, muttering, truly speechless. In the distance, Minvu ground his teeth in anger. This old clown. I didn't expect that even the soldiers under his command would act so well together. General Fuang stood up straighter, his voice trembling. This person is too strong. That power, I fear, has reached the great emperor realm. A great emperor expert. Just using aura is enough to grind mortals into dust. Hearing this, the envoy was terrified. An image appeared in his mind. Lutien Gwyn smirking, crushing a rock beneath his foot. Great emperor realm? Just thinking about it scares the soul out of me. The invisible threatening force from him made him ceaselessly retreat. In despair, he tried to cling on by citing diplomatic relations. Stop! This has affected the harmony between the two nations seriously. Just then, a voice shouted, "Stop!" The Crown Prince of East Yer, Tu Muoi, stepped out of the sedan chair, frowning and looking straight at the envoy. A dignified envoy of a nation, yet scared by a tiny sect. Out of your wits to this extent? If this story spreads, the face of the Sunrise Kingdom will be seriously damaged. I will keep this incident a secret for you, envoy. Saying that, he turned and ordered his subordinates. Quickly escort this envoy delegation back to rest. Immediately, East Year soldiers supported the battered Sunrise envoy delegation to leave the scene. Lu Tianguin looked coldly at Tu Muoi. The crown prince calmly met that gaze, showing no sign of shyness or fear. Ma Tonvim worriedly asked Deepon, "Does the crown prince intend to squeeze the Heartwood sect?" Deepon replied firmly, "If he dares, we will fight with our lives. At worst, both sides will suffer. But at least we die protecting the sect." Suddenly, Lu Tianguin raised his hand to signal, "Everyone, step away for a moment." When Tianhan prepared to leave with everyone, he held her back. "Yanhan, you stay." Fearing he was too hot-headed and would act rashly, Tibat Pham leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Don't act recklessly. He is the crown prince." Lu Tianguin did not react to his father-in-law's reminder. Tibat Pham sighed helplessly and turned to leave. Tianhan looked at him worriedly. Lu Tianguin and Tu Muoi stood facing each other. Tu Muoi smiled and greeted, "Second brother." Lu Tianguin replied softly, "Third brother." This intimate form of address made Yanhan extremely surprised. Her mouth gaped open, unable to speak. Tu Muoi turned to Yanhan, smiling. "This must be sister-in-law." He bowed politely. "Second brother mentioned you before. Today I finally have the chance to meet you in person." Then he pointed to the sedan chair where a girl was standing. "Second brother, I also brought someone else." That girl was Long Lin, known as the Crown Princess. She immediately ran over, calling out, "Tien Nguyen." He looked at her coldly. "Rare to see. Little Lin, you've grown up." The girl complained loudly, "Why haven't you visited me in years? You promised big brother you would take care of me." Suddenly, Long Lin turned to Yanhan, poked her head out and waved, "Hello, sister-in-law." "Sister-in-law is so beautiful." Yanhan nodded in response. Indescribable curiosity rose in her heart. What exactly has Tien Nguyen gone through in the past years? Why does he have a relationship of close brotherhood with the Crown Prince of East Year? Night fell. Lantern light from the buildings shone down. Under the crimson moonlight, the three siblings sat on the roof drinking wine together. The girl Long Lin had fallen asleep from exhaustion. Only the two men remained to confide in each other. Tu Muoi snorted coldly. "I haven't even settled scores about the Mystic Sound sect of the Sunrise Kingdom. Freely entering East Year Kingdom yet. But now, they even dare to demand items from us. This shamelessness can truly only be matched by the Nam Hu Kingdom." Lu Tianguin looked at Tu Muoi with guilt. "This matter has caused you a lot of trouble, third brother." Tu Muoi glanced at him and replied, "If second brother personally destroyed the Mystic Sound sect, what is there to worry about? If we really have to confront them, East Year Kingdom might not necessarily fear those Sunrise people." Saying this, he sighed in depression. But speaking of dealing with neighbors, Imperial Father is truly too weak. A moment later, Lu Tianguin put the wine jar down, speaking firmly. "When you want to take the throne, just tell me one word. Second brother will help you." Tu Muoi looked at him, eyes tearing up with emotion, and whispered, "Yes." Then he raised the wine jar and shouted, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Drink up. This cup is to respect Big Brother." Lu Tianguin smiled and also raised his wine jar. "This cup respects Big Brother Long Tu." He finished speaking and tilted his head to drink it all. In her sleep, Long Lin seemed to dream of her beloved brother. Muttering softly, "Big Brother." Lu Tianguin held the girl tight. Tu Muoi sadly continued, "After the incident back then, many people had their eyes on little Lin. I had to borrow the title of Crown Princess to protect her." Lu Tianwen's eyes were filled with memories. He recalled the scene from that year. A resilient figure, carrying an unconscious person on his back. That person was him. Rushing through the forest. Behind them, dozens of people were chasing frantically, roaring, "Hand over the 10,000 spirit blood. Don't let him escape." Long Tu had run to the edge of a cliff. He hurriedly stopped. Just a little more and both would have fallen. The pursuers had closed in. One man shouted loudly, "Long Tu, hand over the 10,000 spirit blood. We will spare your life. Otherwise, we all attack together. It's not certain we can't kill you." Long Tu turned his head, spat in contempt, then laughed loudly. "You used the most cruel tone. To say the most cowardly words." He turned fully around, his aura suddenly flaring up violently, as if wanting to declare war on the whole world. "Come here." Today, however many come, I will take on that many. My junior brother and I will kill to our heart's content. Suddenly, an earth-shattering pressure appeared. Two streams of black and white energy, like two yin-yang fish, entwined in the air. One of the pursuers realized in horror. That is Hong Trong-Tue. Immortal Hong of the Tai Su twin immortals. Immediately, an old man appeared, wearing a fake compassionate expression, offering advice to Long Tue. You struggled hard to reach the great emperor realm. There is no need to ruin your brilliant future, because of one person. If you hand over the 10,000 spirit blood, I will accept you as my 11th disciple. Long Tue looked at Hong Trong-Tue with eyes of extreme contempt. Showing no respect, he mocked, "Huh. I didn't expect. That so-called immortals are just like this. All just a bunch of profit-seeking villains. Pretending to be virtuous. Trash." These words immediately enraged Hong Trong-Tue. He shouted, "Arrogant fool. Today, this immortal will cut off your 4 limbs. Gouge out your eyes, cut out your tongue, and refine you into a living corpse. So you taste eternal pain." Lying on Long Tue's back, Lu Tianguin whispered weakly to dissuade him, "Big brother. Let me down. Leaving alone will be better for you than carrying me." Long Tue remained resolute and unshaken. "Second brother, I am the big brother. Protecting my younger brother is my responsibility. If I can't even protect my own brother, what face do I have left to be your big brother?" Then Long Tue took out an immortal pill, smiling and teasing Lu Tianguin, calling him second brother. "The immortal pill you gave me, I didn't expect to have a time to use it. Today, let big brother open a path of life." In this desperate situation, seeing the pill, someone exclaimed in surprise, "6 rotation immortal pill." He seemed unable to believe his eyes. Long Tue immediately swallowed the immortal pill. Soon, a colossal pressure radiated from him. Then he pushed Lu Tianguin away and instructed loudly, "Second brother, if you meet third brother, apologize on my behalf. We can't drink together anymore." The power within Long Tue exploded, tearing his clothes. He looked up and declared, "What is an immortal worth? Today I will break all limits and destroy all you bastards." Hong Trong-Tue watched the scene in shock. Long Tue self-detonated. All his life essence in desperation. I didn't expect that after taking the 6 rotation immortal pill, Long Tue would recklessly sacrifice his origin source. Finally, he executed the secret art, 9 underworlds movement, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to explode and fly everywhere. In that terrifying moment, Lu Tianguin stared in astonishment at the scene before him. He reached out in pain as if wanting to touch the figure. "Big brother," he uttered a desperate call. "Big brother." He could never forget that pain and helplessness. To the extreme. Lu Tianguin gritted his teeth, crushing the wine jar in his hand, angrily swearing, "The faces of all those people. We have memorized them carefully, not missing a single one." Tu Muoi looked up at the moon pensive, saying, "Besides big brother's vengeance, there is also the grudge of you and of thousands, tens of thousands of lives." He looked at Lu Tianguin and sighed. "The vengeance you want to take is truly too great." Lu Tianguin raised his wrist. A dark red aura, like a curse, radiated out. He mocked himself. "Perhaps because the number of people I want to kill is too high. I only have a meager 2 years left to live." Tu Muoi bowed his head sadly, not knowing how to comfort him. A moment later, he changed the subject. "Right, second brother, I heard Fuang Chao Leap say. You broke through the realm." Le Tien Nguyen silently nodded in confirmation. Tu Muoi continued. "Second brother, I just heard a secret about the Truanguin sect. Someone just broke through to become an immortal." He frowned, reminding him, "The time this person became an immortal coincides with your timing. I fear he calculated it carefully, borrowing your destiny to reduce his own lightning tribulation." Hearing this, Lu Tianguin grunted angrily. "Humph, borrowing my destiny? Humph. Let's see if he can borrow it." Just then, one of his subordinates appeared, urgently reporting, "Temple Master, we have a lead on the 9 Clouds Upper Sect." This person stood waiting for orders in the back. Lu Tianguin spoke gently to the subordinate. "We are brothers in one family, no need for formality." Hearing that, the man felt reassured to report, "Temple Master, there is a clue about the young master's heavenly meridian soul bone. The sect master of the 9 Clouds Upper Sect obtained a treasure then suddenly declared closed-door cultivation. But in reality, he only left a body double in the sect. The real location of his seclusion is near Zhang City. Tu Muoi frowned in thought. Zhang City? He looked at Le Tianguin with worry. Second brother, lately. The desolate region around Zhang City seems to have fluctuations. I also heard Fuang Chao Lip say. He will also go there in a few days. Do you think these two events are related? He thought for a moment then replied. It's not impossible. The next morning, Le Tianguin's family went out to see off Tu Muoi and Long Lin. The girl Long Lin hugged him tightly, reminding him, Brother Tianguin, you must come visit me, okay? Le Tianguin silently looked at little Tu Chi standing nearby. Tianhan spoke up indignantly. Stop hugging my father. My mother is about to get jealous over here. Long Lin pinched the girl's cheek, scolding lovingly, so cheeky. You have to call me little aunt. Then, Long Lin curiously asked Tianhan a question. That surprised her, forcing her to hurriedly wave her hands to explain. No, no. Lu Tianguin patted Tu Muoi's shoulder, instructing, Big brother. Little Lin is our only little sister. Protect her well. He patted his hand in response. You must live well too. The desolate region won't be able to hold you back. Lu Tianguin stood watching the carriage leave, until it completely disappeared. Then he turned to Tianhan. Yanhan, it's time for us to set off for Zhang City. Go and tell father and mother-in-law. Early next morning, the sky was clear with a few white clouds. After seeing off Tu Muoi and Long Lin, Lu Tianguin and his wife returned to the living room. At this moment, Ha Van was talking to Ha Kuan-gi. Aunt, acting as the representative for the Heartwood sect. You absolutely must be present. When seeing Lu Tianguin enter, his eyes widened in surprise. Then he walked up to the couple. This is cousin-in-law, right? Pleasure, pleasure. Lu Tianguin closed his eyes to rest, while Tianhan looked at her cousin in confusion. Ha Van suddenly patted Lu Tianguin's arm gently. Smiling. Cousin-in-law is indeed handsome and polite. Your cultivation must be very high too, right? Even though Lu Tianguin didn't reply, he continued to ramble. There is also a tournament in Zhang City this time. When the time comes, we must definitely compete. Ha Van grasped Lu Tianguin's cursed arm, without knowing that the dark red energy was still silently radiating. Not long after, he clasped his hands. Everyone, see you in Zhang City. Saying that, he quickly left. Ha Kuan-gi explained, Yanhan, your maternal grandfather is celebrating his longevity. He wants to invite us to Zhang City. He also summoned fellow cultivators from all over the world. It seems he has a major announcement. Tianhan spoke softly to her mother. Mother, we came here intending to tell you that Tianguin and I will go to Zhang City. Ha Kuan-gi happily replied. Then that's perfect. You two take Knocknown along to represent the Heartwood sect in my place. She explained, Bat Fam just took over the Heartwood sect. There are still many things to handle. I need to assist him. Once the work is done, we will come to Zhang City to visit later. She recalled how her husband stole the bride years ago, unable to help but sigh. Besides, after your father stole the bride back then, his appearance on this occasion might not be very appropriate. Hearing the old story about her father, Tianhan could only smile helplessly. Then Ha Kuan-gi seriously said, when you get there, ask Ha Van to look after you. I see that child handles matters very well. Suddenly, Lu Tianguin spoke up. That cousin Ha Van of yours is not a good person. Seeing his wife's puzzled look, he explained. Just now, he secretly transmitted a dark force into me, wanting to corrode my meridians. Hearing this, Tianhan said angrily, he is truly despicable. Are you okay? He replied, of course I'm fine. I reflected that dark force back. Lu Tianguin looked towards the door and continued. Later, he will reap what he sowed. Not long after, Ha Van flew away on his sword. Tai Fong and Min Vu stood watching him fly in the air. Min Vu swore angrily, damn it. Watch me deal with you. Tai Fong shook his head to dissuade him. No need to waste energy on this kind of person. Min Vu immediately retorted, I'm happy to. Are you going to do it? Tai Fong sighed and waved his hand. Suit yourself. Then Min Vu really took action. He cast magic towards Ha Van and shouted, go. A second later, the magic hit Ha Van's sword. Unaware, he was still busy muttering. I didn't expect Yan Han to follow that kind of person. Wait until we reach the Ha family in Zhang City. I will definitely teach him a lesson. So Yen Han can see how humiliated he is. This time, renowned figures of the Pill Tower will all come to Zhang City. I must think of a way to use Le Tianguin a bit. Maybe relying on that to show off in front of these important figures. He was absorbed in muttering, without noticing the sword he was riding was gradually cracking. Not long after, the entire sword shattered. He immediately lost his support, falling freely to the ground, screaming in fear, "Oh my mother!" Ah! Not long after, it was time for the two sisters, Ti and Han, to leave the Heartwood sect for Zhang City. Tibat Pham and Ha Kuangi came out to see them off. Seeing the two children, Ti Knocknown asked curiously, "Tu Chi and Tu Deep are going too?" Tu Deep replied, "Yes." Ti Yen Han curiously asked her, conversely, "It's you. As the saintess, why can you so easily act with us?" Ti Knocknown calmly replied, "Don't mention it. Now, whenever my aunt sees brother-in-law, she turns and runs. She won't manage me." Saying that, she laughed loudly. Tibat Pham entrusted his son-in-law, "I trouble you to represent the Heartwood sect on this trip." Then he whispered to Lu Tianguin, "To be honest, I don't dare to go to the old Ha family home." Ha Kuangi also asked, "How do you plan to get there? Do you need me to arrange a boat?" "Say what you will about other things, but the Heartwood sect's boats are famous for being top quality." Lu Tianguin smiled and declined her kindness. "No need." Then he snapped his fingers lightly. Minvu drove a carriage over. The carriage stopped in front of Tibat Pham. He looked at the carriage in front of him in shock, stammering, "Just now I heard a faint dragon roar. Could this be a dragon foal?" The Supreme Elder excitedly pointed at Minvu, speaking loudly, "It's that young man." Minvu waved. "Yo, old man." Tibat Pham touched the wheel, exclaiming in surprise, "This entire carriage seems to be cast from platinum. If I hadn't seen platinum when I was young, ordinary people wouldn't recognize it." Ha Kuangi suddenly realized, no wonder they didn't choose the Heartwood sect's boat. Minvu introduced with a proud voice, "This dragon-full carriage can travel 10,000 miles. The interior is arranged extremely luxuriously. How can ordinary boats compare?" Suddenly, Lu Tianguin turned his head, looking towards a girl hiding in the bushes. His sharp gaze made the girl startle, hair standing on end. Tian Han saw Lu Tianguin staring there, so she asked curiously, "Is something wrong, husband?" He lifted the carriage curtain and replied calmly, "Nothing. Let's go." As soon as she stepped inside, Tu Chi exclaimed joyfully, "The space is so huge." Ti Knocknown curiously observed everywhere, loudly asking Lu Tianguin, "The inside is completely different from the outside." Looking from the outside, "This is just an ordinary carriage." "Brother-in-law, how did you do it?" He explained, "I used space stones arranged around it, combined with a formation array." Only then did Ti Knocknown notice the space stone cleverly placed in a corner. Ignoring her surprise, Lu Tianguin turned to Ti Yen Han. "Yen Han, I will remove part of the seal on you first. At least so you can use part of your cultivation." She looked at him in surprise. Lu Tianguin said seriously, "This trip to Zhang City will certainly have many incidents. It's better for you to have some ability to protect yourself. Some things are about to begin." Only when the carriage completely disappeared did the green-haired girl hiding in the bushes dare to stand up straight. She sighed in relief. Almost got discovered. Then she returned to her spot, nonchalantly opening and closing a door. Just as she turned around, her heart skipped a beat. A man was kneeling before her, respectfully calling, "Young Mississippi." The girl patted her chest to calm down. "Uncle Tien, is that you? Next time don't appear suddenly like that. You scared the soul out of me." He bowed and reported, "Young Miss has wandered at the Heartwood sect for too long. The master and eldest brother are very worried about you." The girl stroked a lock of green hair, showing she knew. Uncle Tien continued, "Your eldest brother hopes young Miss can make a trip to Zhang City." Intending to leave, the girl paused upon hearing that. She scratched her head, frowning and muttering, "Healing someone with completely destroyed meridians is not impossible. But to make a sudden recovery, an ordinary person could hardly achieve that." Then she asked Uncle Tien, "Is he the 10,000 spirit blood from years ago?" Uncle Tien couldn't hide his surprise. 10,000 spirit blood? The girl giggled. The Heartwood sect is quite interesting. But the most interesting moment was the past few days. Or rather, that person is the interesting one. Saying that, she laughed meaningfully. Finishing her words, the girl grabbed the hem of her dress and pulled lightly. Quick as lightning, the girl changed into a new outfit. She ordered Uncle Tien, go to Zhang City. Uncle Tien thought to himself. Mind full of questions. Oh my, truly confusing. The first sentence and the last sentence are completely unrelated. Is there something wrong with young Mrs. Head? Back at the Dragon Full carriage, Lu Tien Guin was focusing his entire mind on healing Tien Han. He poured inner energy into his palm. A stream of pure blue light radiated out, causing Tu Chi standing nearby to open her eyes wide in surprise. When that powerful stream of energy transferred into her chest, Tien Han seemed to endure extreme pain. Her face turned pale. It was so painful she couldn't help but groan softly. Just a moment later, the energy had circulated throughout her body. The blocked meridians seemed to have been partially cleared. Seeing her mother pale and bloodless, Tu Chi asked worriedly, "Mother, are you okay?" She replied weakly, "Mother is fine." Right after, Tien Han tried to circulate her energy. A weak stream of inner force appeared in her palm. Tenoch Non cheered happily, "Sister, you can already use inner force." Lu Tianguin spoke gently. "Currently only a part has been removed. There is still another part of the seal. Give me some more time." Tien Han looked at him, eyes filled with hope, and replied gently, "Okay." Lu Tianguin looked at Tu Deep sitting silently in a corner, thinking, it's time to teach the boy a true cultivation technique. Then he turned to ask Tu Chi, "Tu Chi, do you want to start cultivating?" The girl replied decisively, "I don't need to. Having father protect me is enough." Saying that, she snuggled into his arms. He stroked the girl's head, thinking briefly, being a fairy spirit body, perhaps Tu Chi has her own destiny. Right at this moment, a voice rang out from outside the door, "Young master, we have arrived in Zhang City." The carriage stopped. Tu Chi pulled up the curtain to look out, exclaiming in surprise, "The city gate is so huge." Before the girl's eyes, a man was using a whip to continuously lash an old man. He shouted, "You bastard old man! Daring to block my way and startling my horse." Finished speaking, he lashed a few more times. The old man tried to explain in pain. "Young master, I truly didn't mean to." Some people around witnessed the incident and gathered to discuss. One person lamented, "The city gate is this wide." Yet he insisted on riding close to the old man. When the old man moved aside, he claimed it startled the horse. The man next to him reminded him in a low voice, "Speak quietly. Don't you see the guards surrounding him? Who dares to provoke him?" That guy struck harder and harder. The old man cried out miserably, "Ouch, ouch." The man cursed even more angrily, "Damn old man. You still dare to dodge? Men, tie his hands and feet for me. This young master wants to beat him to death. I also want to pull out his tendons to see if he dares block my way again." Two guards responded in unison, "Yes," and slowly advanced towards the old man. Suddenly, a childish voice rang out, "Don't bully old people." The man turned his head in shock, seeing the person who spoke was just a little girl. The surrounding crowd was even more terrified. One person hurriedly said, "Whose child is that? Quickly take her away, this is no joke." He frowned at Tu Chi, then threw a bag of money straight in front of the girl. He said arrogantly, "This young master is short of a maid. Consider this money as payment for selling yourself." Hearing that, Tu Chi's face turned purple with rage. She pointed straight at his face and shouted loudly, "I don't care to be your maid." He immediately ordered his subordinates, "I can't let you have your way. Go catch her." Maids are not allowed to talk back to their masters. "Tie her and that old man up." Holding a whip, his face darkened with rage. "If I don't give you 10 lashes, 20 lashes to teach you rules, then am I still Komang?" He lashed the whip hard towards Tu Chi, but strangely, the whip didn't touch the girl, but whipped straight at his subordinates. "Ouch!" Komang was surprised. "Huh?" At this moment, he noticed Min Vu sitting on the carriage, holding a whip with a nonchalant face. Looking at the whip in Min Vu's hand, Komang immediately identified the culprit. He aggressively stepped forward and shouted, "Daring to hit this young master's people. You truly are tired of living." Approaching the Dragon Full carriage, Komang couldn't help but praise. Truly a good horse." He pointed at the horse, raising his voice, "Your horse, I find very pleasing to the eye. Hand it over to me. I will spare you this once. I just need to cut off 2 of your fingers." Min Vu sneered in contempt. He snorted coldly, "What? You brat are truly vicious. You demand the horse and still want to cut off 2 of my fingers. Minvu's words provoked Ko Mang. He pointed at Minvu and ordered his subordinates, go. Cut off his limbs for me. The subordinates received the order and immediately rushed toward Minvu. But in the blink of an eye, they were all knocked away. At this moment, Tucci helped the old man up and asked worriedly, Grandpa, are you okay? The old man, his face bruised, replied, I'm still fine. Thank you very much, little girl. Minvu remained unruffled, using his whip to lash Ko Mang's subordinates into a sorry state. Then he jumped off the horse, walking leisurely toward Ko Mang. Ko Mang was so terrified he fell back onto the ground, stammering, You. Don't be rash. I am the second young master of the Ko family. If you touch me, my master Dinjai will not spare you. Suddenly, Ko Mang unleashed a hidden weapon. An arrow shot straight at Minvu's face. Ko Mang laughed smugly. Haha. To fight with this young master, you are still too green. But shockingly, the arrow did not hit its mark. Minvu was holding the arrow in his mouth, mocking, returning this to you. Saying that, he used force to shoot the arrow back. It embedded itself in Ko Mang's shoulder. Fresh blood splattered, he clutched his shoulder in pain, rolling on the ground. His face drained of all color. He roared a warning, I definitely must kill him. Before he could finish his sentence, Minvu leaned down and asked coldly, You definitely must do what? A wise man knows the times. Ko Mang immediately changed his tune, face distorted, I definitely must respect the elderly, and love children. Hearing that, Minvu nodded in praise, what an obedient child. Finished speaking, he turned and walked toward the dragon-full carriage. Tucci also said goodbye to the old man. Grandpa, remember to be careful next time. If you meet bad people, you must stay far away. The subordinates hurriedly helped the injured Ko Mang up, asking worriedly, Young master, are you okay? Ko Mang shouted angrily, a bunch of useless fools. What do I feed you for? While scolding, he saw a black shadow fall over him. The dragon-full carriage and the horse were standing right in front of him. Ko Mang asked in confusion, I already let you go. What more do you want? Minvu didn't reply, just smirked and said, Hey, you're blocking the way. Ko Mang couldn't suppress his anger and shouted loudly, The city gate is this wide. 5 carriages could enter at the same time. Without any problem. Why do you insist on going where I am? Minvu remained nonchalant, I don't care. I just want to go this way. Are you going to move or not? If you don't move, I'll go right through you. Having said that, Minvu used his whip to shatter the axle of Ko Mang's carriage. Then he said coldly, Good dogs don't block the road. If you block the road, don't blame me for sending you to hell. Ko Mang's group was terrified to the extreme. They hurriedly dodged to the side, watching the dragon-full carriage speed past. The surrounding people simultaneously gave a thumbs up, praising Minvu's action. And he quickly responded with a like sign too, excitedly watching the carriage disappear into the distance. Ko Mang ground his teeth and ordered, Investigate for me. Who exactly are they? A subordinate said hesitantly, Young master, we can't beat them. Investigating is useless. Ko Mang slapped him hard across the face and screamed, We can't beat them. But can't my father deal with them? If my father can't, there's still my grandfather. I even have my big brother as a trump card. The subordinate, realizing his own stupidity, hurriedly bowed his head in apology. Young master is absolutely right. Ko Mang grabbed his collar and ordered, Go inform my master immediately. Tell him to come to Zhang City at once. The subordinate hurriedly replied, Yes. Ko Mang, face twisted in anger, told himself, I, Ko Mang, take revenge. And I have never been lenient. Whoever dares to provoke me, I will make their entire family die. This is the true tradition of my Ko family. Not long after, the dragon-full carriage arrived at the Ha family manor. Inside the carriage, Tucci asked Lutien Guin, Father, that old man was so pitiful. I couldn't hold back, so I went out. He gently taught the girl to defend the weak. You must have the corresponding ability. Otherwise, you will harm others and yourself. Tucci snuggled into his arms, smiling brightly. Hee, I have. Father, you are my strongest backing. Hearing that, he looked at her with a gentle smile. Then Lutien Guin gently stroked Tucci's head. At this moment, the girl remembered Minvu had helped her. So she turned back to say thank you. Thank you, Uncle Minvu. Minvu looked at her and smirked, looking very dashing. In the courtyard of the Ha family manor, people were coming and going busily. Lutien Guin and Tian Han were walking in together. Tien Han softly said to him, Tien Nguyen. Grandfather's family and mine aren't very close. Especially after I was no longer the saintess. The two families interacted even less. Later, the Ha family might say some unpleasant things. Please don't take it to heart. After all, we only came to the Ha family because it was on the way. We prioritize your business above all. He gently nodded in agreement. At this moment, a young man walked over, clasping his hands politely. You must be from the Heartwood sect. The elders are all busy with work, so they cannot come out to welcome you. Please do not take offense. Tien Han introduced the young man in front of her to him. This is Uncle's eldest son, Ha. Ha Van, whom we met earlier, is the second son. They also have a younger sister named Ha Tan. Ha explained further. Tan Ni has always wanted to know what is special about the saintess of the Heartwood sect. Sister Nok Non and Sister Yen Han have both arrived here. It just so happens I am going to pick up little aunt and cousin Ko Mang. Why don't we wait for them to arrive? And we can go to the arena together? Suddenly, his eyes lit up when he heard a voice ring out. This is. Ko Mang angrily complained to his mother. Mother, you must take revenge for me. Tell grandfather that no matter what, he must find them. She ground her teeth, daring to hurt my Mang Ni. I will definitely tell your grandfather to find those people. My Ko family will absolutely not spare them. We must pull out their tendons and peel off their skin. At this moment, Ko Mang saw Tu Chi. Tu Chi shouted angrily, it's that person who tried to hit me. Almost at the same time, Ko Mang also pointed straight at the girl. It's that little brat. Then he pointed at Tu Chi, saying to his mother, Mother, they are the ones who hurt me. Seeing her face burning with anger, Ha called out worriedly, Third aunt. She looked toward Lu Tianwen's group, saying with disdain, so it's people from the Heartwood sect. Why did you come here begging? Haven't been destroyed by the Mystic Sound sect yet? Tien Han stepped in front of her and said softly, Third aunt, thank you for your concern. The Heartwood sect is still doing very well. At this moment, Nok Non whispered to Lu Tianwen, brother-in-law, that year, our father stole the bride from their Ko family. Mother said that only after that did third aunt successfully marry into the Ko family. If not for father stealing the bride back then, how could she have married into the Ko family as she wished? Unexpectedly, she became increasingly bitter and ruthless toward our family. Tien Han spoke up. I didn't expect this young man to be our cousin. But you shouldn't condone him blatantly assault Middle Road. So young, yet already so cruel and ruthless. Getting slightly injured now can be considered a lesson. I hope third aunt will discipline your son well. Otherwise, in the future, he will harm others and himself. She smirked disdainfully. Humph. This girl is truly sharp-tongued. Just like that wench Ha Quan Gi. Do you dare to scold my son? Saying that, she pointed at Tu Chi and shouted, You little brat. Just now you said Mang Ni intended to hit you. Why didn't he hit anyone else? But hit you instead? Why don't you look for the reason in yourself? How did your parents raise you? Seeing his sister being bullied, Tu Deep quickly stood in front of Tu Chi. Lu Tianwen calmly stepped forward and said, So that's the logic. She looked at him with disdain and shouted, What kind of thing are you? As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Tianwen slapped her hard. She didn't understand why she was hit. Furious, she stammered, You. Before she could finish, he interrupted, Why didn't I hit anyone else but hit you? Why don't you find the reason in yourself? These words made her fume with rage. She loudly ordered her subordinates, Men, surround them. At this moment, Min Vu came in from outside and reported, Young master, I finished parking the carriage. Some people here haven't experienced life. I specially found a secluded place. Seeing Min Vu, Ko Mang was slightly terrified. He hurriedly said to his mother, Mother, let's put this aside for now. Wait until father comes. She looked at Ko Mang, her mind full of questions. Why is he suddenly so sensible? This doesn't seem like my son. He dragged his mother away, saying, Mother, let's go first. Min Vu looked at their retreating figures in confusion, wondering, what happened? Watching the group leave, Tien Han said, This time, the Ko family will definitely come looking for trouble, just watch. Lu Tianwen looked at her and smiled teasingly. You didn't hold back either. Those words you said just now, weren't you also looking for trouble? Tien Han calmly replied, I just spoke the truth. If we let Ko Mang continue to cause trouble, He certainly won't have a good end. Tinoknon broke into a sweat and exclaimed. You two really don't respect anyone. Haha said to everyone, third aunt has left. Follow me to pay respects to grandfather. We can stop by the arena on the way. My younger sister Hatan wants to meet you too. He clasped his hands politely, please do not refuse. Seeing Lu Tianwen's whole family following, Tinoknon was confused. Just now they avoided us like it was none of their business. Now they are acting close and eager. At the arena, a match was taking place dramatically. Two people were fighting, evenly matched, neither giving an inch. The girl manifested a phoenix image behind her, frowned slightly, and rushed forward. A loud explosion rang out, knocking the man away. The audience below cheered loudly. Hatan's falling phoenix saint body has reached great completion. I'm afraid few in the younger generation are her match. She truly boosts the prestige of our Ha family. This time, the old master specially arranged this tournament during the longevity celebration. It seems he wants the young miss to show off her talent. Hatan stood in the middle of the arena, gently saying to the defeated man, Master, you were careless. He clasped his hands. Young miss has progressed at divine speed. Now that the falling phoenix saint body has reached great completion, I am no match for you. Suddenly, Haha waved and called her, Tani. Hatan quickly flew toward Haha, calling loudly, Big brother. Suddenly, her eyes flashed. Hatan pointed at the Tianhan sisters and asked, Are you people from the Heartwood sect? Haha said, Tani, you haven't met them, right? They are your cousin Yanhan and cousin Nok. Known. Hearing that, the surrounding disciples were extremely excited. Unexpectedly, it's the former saintess of the Heartwood sect, Tianhan. She's so beautiful. I heard. She hasn't appeared since her incident. I didn't expect to see her in my lifetime. So happy. At this moment, Haha noticed Lu Tianguin. Then who is this? Tianhan smiled and replied, He is my husband. The disciples heard this like a thunderclap in their ears. What? They whispered in disgust. Before, I thought she had some accident or cultivation error, so the saintess position was passed to her sister. It turns out she broke her vow of chastity. Ha ha ha, not only that. They confidently added, she must be blind. Why would anyone choose someone like that? He's not as handsome as me. Hatan also laughed until she cried. Ha ha ha. And she's a former saintess? Is she stupid or something? At this, Tinoknon ground her teeth in anger. She shouted at Hatan and the disciples. Shut up, all of you. Hatan didn't flinch at all. She loudly challenged Tinoknon. She sneered sarcastically, Humph, your lie is exposed. So you feel ashamed? Dare to fight a match? The loser must bark like a dog 3 times. Tinoknon immediately replied with confidence. Fight then. Who's afraid of you? So the two girls stood facing each other, ready to engage. Tinoknon turned, pointed at Hatan, and called out to Lu Tianguin. Brother-in-law, you go. Show them your power. Lu Tianguin coldly refused, I'm not participating. She turned to look at him in surprise. The Ha family is making things so difficult. Aren't you going to take this opportunity to suppress their arrogance? He said seriously. You agreed to the match yourself. You must finish it yourself. Immediately, the surrounding disciples laughed mockingly. Ha ha ha. Is this the expert you mentioned? He's just a useless man hiding behind a woman. Tinoknon ran to Lu Tianguin, pointing at herself and pleading, Me? But she possesses the falling phoenix saint body. Before she could finish, he interrupted, I taught you for 5 whole days. Even this piece of trash, you can't defeat? Hatan smirked provocatively. You were loud just now. Now that it's a real fight, are you scared and running away? Her pride wounded, Tinoknon immediately rushed toward Hatan, boldly declaring, Come on. I'm not afraid of you. Hatan jumped into the center with excitement, shouting, Let's fight. The two girls faced each other, the atmosphere instantly becoming tense. Hatan attacked first. She pushed off and rushed toward Tinoknon, her whole body erupting with brilliant golden energy. Battle will burning. Tuchi called out worriedly, Little Aunt, be careful. Standing nearby, Tu Deep whispered, Sister. I don't think Little Aunt will lose. Tuchi was surprised. Huh? The boy explained. The actual inner energy of that person and Little Aunt has a large difference. The match will probably end in less than 5 moves. Tuchi was curious. Really? In the battle, both sides exchanged moves, seemingly evenly matched. Suddenly, Tinochnon clenched her fist, focused all her strength, and punched hard. Ha Ton took the full force of the punch to her stomach. She staggered back, clutching her stomach, her face grimacing as she cursed silently. Despicable. Pretending to be weak to make me careless. Even Tinochnon was stunned by the power of the punch, bewilderedly asking herself, am I this strong? Ha Ton flew up into the air, looking stern. From high above, she shouted, falling phoenix. Saint body, full eruption. Meteor strike. Then she dove straight down. The disciples cheered excitedly. This is the strongest move the young miss has comprehended. The Heartwood Sect Saintess will definitely lose. However, something unexpected happened. Ha Ton's strongest move did not bring victory. Two forces collided, creating a loud explosion. Tinochnon stood proudly in place, while Ha Ton was knocked back a few steps. Utterly astonished, Tinochnon threw another palm strike, leaving Ha Ton unable to defend, and she tumbled to the ground. The disciples were shocked to the extreme, mouths gaping in disbelief. Young miss lost. One person exclaimed. Rumor has it the Heartwood sect has two great ultimate arts. The Grand Void Heart-Burning Art and the Saintess Saint Body. The Grand Void Heart-Burning Art is extremely hard to cultivate, rarely mastered by anyone. And the Saintess physique can only be inherited, with a very low probability. I didn't expect Tinochnon to have achieved the Saint Body. Another lamented, oh God, we were too careless. Tien Han. Those watching the match were also extremely astonished. She whispered, Myriad Origin Ancestral Body? You helped Nochnon activate the true Saintess physique. He nodded slightly. Her perception is very good. But she still lacks actual combat experience. If she wants to go further, we cannot continue to coddle her. It is best if she follows me to the desolate region, to train through life and death battles. But Ha Ton still could not accept the truth. Ceaselessly muttering, I lost? It took Tinochnon a moment to regain her composure. Then she cheered happily, I won. Watching her jump for joy, Ha Ton snorted coldly. It was just luck. I will definitely prove. I am not inferior to the Heartwood Sect Saintess. Then she turned to her master. Teacher, I want to continue bitter cultivation. Suddenly, Lutien Nguyen spoke up, wait. Ha Ton angrily asked back, what else is there? He coldly reminded, what about the 3 dog barks? These words made the disciples suddenly remember, that's right. They made a bet earlier. Ha Ton turned purple with rage, pointing at him and shouting, you. Ha Ha hurriedly intervened, young Master Lo. That was just an impulsive bet between children. Before Ha Ha could finish speaking, he coldly interrupted, does the Ha family mean to go back on their word? Being rebuffed made Ha Ha extremely embarrassed. Furious, he could only growl, you. Ha Ton secretly pulled out a self-defense dagger, suddenly rushing up to attack. Lutien Nguyen scolded loudly, Madwoman! How can I endure this humiliation from you? Suddenly, a hand grabbed her wrist holding the dagger firmly. Minvu tightened his grip on Ha Ton's wrist and said coldly, hey, you clashed as soon as we entered. Now you dare to attack my young master? He twisted her wrist back, turning the blade toward her face. Ha Ha cried out worriedly, release Ton Ni immediately. Minvu did not reply, glancing at Ha Ha and releasing a massive aura of pressure. Ha Ha tried to step forward to stop him, but was completely suppressed by Minvu's powerful aura. Completely suppressed. And unable to move. He thought in terror, this aura is too terrifying. This guy's cultivation is truly scary. Could it be that cousin Komang in third and ran away earlier because of this person? Minvu threatened Ha Ton, 3 dog barks. Will you bark? Or should I carve a few lines on your face to prove my words? He gently made a small cut on her cheek, afraid of being disfigured. Ha Ton panicked and hurriedly barked 3 times, woof, woof, woof. The disciples were so shocked they couldn't believe their ears. Hearing that, Minvu smiled with satisfaction, patted her head and said, knowing how to keep a promise makes you a good child. Humiliated, Ha Ton angrily swatted his hand away, loudly declaring, I will not spare you. Then she quickly ran away. Minvu smiled, watching Ha Ton's figure running for her life. Lutien Nguyen asked Ha Ha, who was that person? Ha Ha replied, that is the newly arrived teacher Mok. His level is quite high, very formidable. He just uttered an oh, showing he understood. At the same time, at the Ha Manor, a man, middle-aged man entered to report to Master Ha. Father, I'm afraid. General Lai, Fuang Chao, can only arrive tomorrow. Currently, only Green Cloud Mountain is missing. Master Ha took a sip of tea. Green Cloud Mountain? I told that boy Havan to go notify both the Heartwood sect and Green Cloud Mountain. The old man paused. Why hasn't he returned yet? Haven't the people from the Heartwood sect already arrived? The middle-aged man stroked his beard. I am not sure either. What is Van Nee doing to be so delayed? I hope no incident has occurred. But while the two were discussing, a servant entered and reported, Old Master, young Master Havan has returned. After the announcement, Havan walked into the room in a disheveled and bedraggled state. The middle-aged man, Havan's father, worriedly ran over. How did you end up like this? Havan sighed and explained. My flying sword suddenly shattered. Luckily I reacted in time. Otherwise I would have fallen to my death. The father shouted in disbelief. I spent a lot of money to craft that flying sword. How could it shatter for no reason? But facing the question, Havan could only bow his head and sigh. He said seriously, let's put this aside for now, father, grandfather. Something big has happened. Green Cloud Mountain has disappeared. Both adults were extremely astonished. The father hurriedly asked, speak more clearly, what do you mean disappeared? Havan affirmed, it really disappeared. I intentionally flew around several times to confirm. Feeling uneasy, I hurriedly returned. Master Ha looked solemn. The Trang family at Green Cloud Mountain has a close relationship with me. If it weren't for an earth-shattering event, it is impossible for no news to leak out. The father suggested, Father, the Heartwood sect is near Green Cloud Mountain. Why don't we ask them? Perhaps they will know the situation. The old man replied, all right, receive the guests. Not long after, two people stepped out. Into the main hall. Master Ha sat on the main seat. Continuously praising, good. Very good. Ha Ha suddenly called out, Father. Then he pointed to Lu Tianwen's group. Introducing, the people from the Heartwood sect have arrived. Master Ha frowned and asked, why are you the ones here? Tian Han explained on their behalf. My mother, Ha Kuan-gi, is busy with sect affairs. So she truly could not come in person. She sent us to congratulate grandfather on his longevity. When the work at the Heartwood sect is finished, Mother will come to visit in person. We hope you will forgive us, Uncle. Ha Tuong, Master Ha's son, snorted coldly, his voice full of disdain. No matter what, she shouldn't have sent a few brats. Especially you. Weren't you imprisoned? You still have the face to appear here? This insult made Tinoch Non misunderstand that he was being questioned about his past. She hurriedly pulled his hand to intervene. Brother-in-law, endure it a little, that is my biological uncle. Ha Tuong waved his hand. Fine. Since you're here, let me ask you something. Green Cloud Mountain is near the Heartwood sect. What is the situation there now? Do you know anything? Lu Tianwen replied in a serious voice. Coldly, Green Cloud Mountain has been destroyed by me. Both the Ha father and son, and Tinoch Non, were stunned. Ha Tuong thought he was making a ridiculous joke, immediately darkening his face. What kind of joke is that? Who exactly are you? Ha Ha hurriedly explained, Father. He is the husband of cousin Yen Han. Hearing that, Ha Tuong took the opportunity to insult both husband and wife even more. Truly a fool. And my second sister. Ha Kuan-gi also let herself fall. Trung Nguyen Tong and Thuong Dong Ton were so good. She didn't choose them, but chose a useless man like this. Watching Ha Tuong walk away with disdain, Tinoch Non was angry, raising a finger defiantly at his back. Ha Ha maintained a friendly appearance, smiling socially. Ha Ha, please follow me inside. While walking, Tinoch Non curiously asked Lu Tianwen, are you two not annoyed at all? He closed his eyes slightly and replied, I never cared to begin with. So why should I be angry? Everyone walked into the longevity hall together. Tian Han spoke elegantly, greetings, grandfather. Please accept the gift mother has prepared. As Nok Non stepped forward holding a box. Suddenly a loud voice rang out. Interrupting the ceremony, Elder Dan has arrived. Elder Dan's group calmly walked past Tian Han's group who were bowing. He walked straight and majestically, not even bothering to greet them. Ha Tuong had to stand up personally, humbling himself to welcome Elder Dan gracing the Ha family. Is a great honor. Elder Dan laughed loudly, Brother Ha is too polite. This small gift is nothing much. Saying that, he ordered servants to present the gift. The box opened. Inside was a jade dragon white lotus. The whole hall gasped in surprise. Elder Dan presents the jade dragon white lotus. To congratulate Old Master Ha on his longevity. One person exclaimed in surprise, "It's the jade dragon white lotus. I heard this flower blooms only once every 1,000 years. Using it once can consolidate a great realm. It's even comparable to a first-grade immortal pill." Another guest exclaimed. A figure like Elder Dan, even without bringing a gift. Just his presence is already giving great face. The person next to him added. In recent years, the Ha family has truly become increasingly powerful. Old Master Ha's eldest son, Ha Tong Duong, is not only the head of the house, but he himself is also a master at the monarch realm. His 3 children. The eldest, Ha Ha, is now a rare high-level alchemist. The second son, Ha Van, at a young age has already reached the marquis realm. Not to mention the youngest daughter, Ha Tan, who possesses the falling phoenix saint body. That person shook his head. And Old Master Ha's third daughter, Ha Baogi, married into the Ko family. You must know that the Ko family has Kon Guchao about to break through to the great realm. Maybe there's even a great emperor hiding there. At this moment, a young man chimed in. But what about the second daughter, Ha Quan Gi, who married Tibat Pham of the Heartwood sect? Mentioning Ha Quan Gi, the older man shook his head in regret. How brilliant was Tibat Pham 25 years ago? But suddenly he met with a mishap. After that, their daughter Tian Han was also famous throughout the region. Who knows how many geniuses fought over her? He sighed. Later, it is unclear what mistake she made. That the saintess position was replaced. The Heartwood sect also declined from there. A moment later, Ha Ha clasped his hands. Grandson wishes grandfather longevity like the East Sea. Happy every year like today. He presented various pills. These are 5 refined spirit pills, including meridian recovery pills, windwalk pills and chi benefit pills. He paused, presenting another bottle, explaining gently. This is a 10 refined pill that I painstakingly succeeded in refining recently. Just in time for grandfather's birthday. I hope you will accept it. Ha Tuong received the pills, praising profusely. Very good, very good. Elder Dan looked at Ha Ha and couldn't help but exclaim. So young yet already refined a 10 refined pill, truly admirable. The crowd buzzed. At this age, he has already refined a 10 refined pill. In the future, the Ha family will certainly have a grand alchemist. And acknowledged by Elder Dan too. The future is so bright. At this moment, Tu Chi curiously asked Le Tien Nguyen, Father, it seems what they're talking about isn't as good as your pills, right? He patted her head and replied, Elder Dan glanced at the father and daughter. Ha Van also presented a longevity technique scroll, saying happily, Grandfather, this is a longevity technique scroll I accidentally obtained. Wishing you happiness, longevity, and health. The guests were astonished once again. Unexpectedly, it's a longevity technique. Longevity techniques are rare items. Even more than cultivation methods and divine arts. It can regulate the body's blood and qi, making the aging blood and qi of cultivators become full of vitality. Truly something that helps extend lifespan. Old Master Ha accepted it, smiling. Van Nie is thoughtful. Le Tien Nguyen frowned, looking at the longevity technique scroll in the old man's hand, whispering, this longevity technique is not. Ha Tong Duong turned to ask his eldest son, where is Ta Ni? He whispered in his ear. At this moment, the Tien Han sisters stood in the middle of the hall. Tinoch Non held the box. Tien Han took out a red cloak embroidered with exquisite patterns. Wishing grandfather all the best. She said gently, this is a cloak mother embroidered herself. Each character for longevity contains a small formation that helps clear the mind, repels evil energy, and keeps warm. The old man nodded slightly, reacting indifferently. Suddenly, a piercing voice rang out. Truly shabby. No wonder Ha Quan Gi didn't dare come herself. This birthday gift is truly indecent. This man in purple was the Ko family head, husband of Ha Bao Gi. These words provoked Tinoch Non's anger. She turned her head and shouted, this cloak was embroidered by my mother's own hands. Every stitch contains her heart and soul. The Ko family head tilted his chin, snorting with contempt, making Tinoch Non grind her teeth in anger. Then, he called servants to bring up gifts. These 10,000 longevity pills I present to father-in-law. Wishing father-in-law eternal youth. This gift astonished everyone. These 10,000 longevity pills are all comparable to 100 refined pills, and the quantity is so large. As expected of the Ko family, truly generous. The birthday star, Ha Tuong, also spoke in praise. Good, good. Last time I took the 10,000 longevity pill you gave. Now I feel younger and younger. Aunt. Ha Baogi, Tian Han's aunt, touched the cloak with one hand, covering her mouth with the other to mock. Father, look at the gift your virtuous grandson-in-law brought you. Then look at the gift from someone else over there. She continued to mock the two sisters. I say, niece, if the heart would sect. Doesn't even have this much strength. Your mother could have told me beforehand. I am her younger sister. I could still lend you some spirit stones and pills. It wouldn't come to the point of having to bring a birthday gift. So poor like this for others to laugh at. Saying that, she suddenly slapped the cloak out of her hand. Tian Han shouted loudly. Is this thing, did you intentionally come to insult my father? The two sisters turned purple with rage. When Tinok Non intended to speak back, Tian Han stopped her. She explained gently, gift-giving lies in the heart. Our gift has been presented. If we are not welcome, we ask for permission to leave. At this moment, Ha Tuong finally spoke up to mediate. All right, but he still pointed at Tian Han reproachfully. But you should also look at what your third aunt has given, then look back at what your gift is. Your third aunt's temper is hot, you can't blame her. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, cutting through the noise. If you want to die sooner, keep eating plenty of it. The whole crowd whipped around to look at Lu Tianguin. He continued asking Ha Tuong. Does the back of your neck often feel itchy? Ha Tuong, surprised, reached up to touch his neck. Lu Tianguin explained. That is where the toxic gas in your body is increasing. Before long, it will invade your brain. When that time comes, you will be nothing but a puppet controlled by others. Hearing this, the Gu family head shouted angrily. What nonsense are you spouting? Get out of here immediately. Yet Lu Tianguin turned to him, saying, you too, leaving the Gu family head utterly stunned. Lu Tianguin picked up a longevity pill and asked. You've eaten the longevity pill before, haven't you? He glanced at the Gu family head and Ha Tuong. Itching behind the neck is just one symptom. Recently, you've felt your internal power surge. But your Yumen acupoint feels slightly sore. This dull pain must have already spread to the Lingshu acupoint. These words hit the mark, exposing the dark secret of both men. Both were stunned, wondering how he knew. However, the Gu family head stubbornly argued. Where is this poison gas? It is clearly an aura of good fortune. You dare claim there is a problem with my longevity pill? It just so happens that Elder Dan is present. I invite him to verify it. Elder Dan stepped forward and said in a deep voice. Then let me test it. As the Gu family head approached, Lu Tianguin coldly declared. If Elder Dan confirms the pill has no issues, I will cut out your tongue. Lu Tianguin stood still, his attitude calm. Over there. Elder Dan had begun the process of testing the pill. After a moment, he confirmed. It is indeed as this little brother said. Hearing this, everyone in the room paled in shock. What? Elder Dan continued. However, as for what specific type of poison gas this is, and whether it is harmful or not, still requires further examination. Saying that, he held up a longevity pill and asked Ha Lao, could you allow me to borrow a longevity pill? To research it more thoroughly? Elder Ha calmly agreed, please go ahead. The third aunt, horrified, tried to stop Elder Dan. You must examine it very carefully. My good nephew. How could he possibly harm his own father and brother? Elder Dan explained his perspective. Every medicine carries 3 parts poison. If the medicine is that effective, then a little toxicity or accompanying side effects is acceptable. Lu Tianguin turned his back and coldly mocked. You even need to research such a mediocre thing? This title of Elder Dan is truly not worthy of your fame. Those present in the hall were instantly furious, speaking up in unison to criticize him. You are truly arrogant. You dare insult Elder Dan? Even if Elder Dan is generous enough to overlook it, the major forces he has saved will not let you survive. Ko Hien Tun sneered contemptuously, you ragged clown. Even Elder Dan hasn't dared to confirm that there is a problem with the longevity pill. On what basis do you speak so loudly? He provoked. Or can you present a type of pill that is better than mine? Tinok Non couldn't hold back. She retorted loudly. What is there to be proud of? We of the Tam Mok sect have the 100 refinement pill, whose quality is not inferior at all to your longevity pill. Furthermore, my brother-in-law once refined a 5-turn immortal pill. Ko Hien Tun clearly didn't believe it. He crossed his arms, nose in the air with disdain. You think mentioning the Tammok sect can scare me? And a 5-turn immortal pill, too? His wife chimed in, wanting to show off using the Tammok sect? Aha! In the eyes of the Gu family, the Tammok sect is nothing. Perhaps only organizations of the caliber of the Tian Lai Palace are respected by our Gu family. The party guests also clamored with comments. This young girl is truly rash and speaks without thinking. How could a 5-turn immortal pill possibly exist? Don't talk about a 1-turn immortal pill. I haven't even seen a 100 refinement pill before. Ko Hyun-tun continued to spew contemptuous words. You brat, you'd better actually have an immortal pill. Otherwise, for the crime of insulting Elder Dan, your death will be gruesome. Lu Tianguin asked back. What if I can produce one? Ko Hyun-tun stiffened, then stepped closer, full of defiance. If you can do it, I will submit. And let you slap me 10 times right in front of everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Tianguin quickly swung his arm, landing a slap. This action shocked everyone to the extreme. What is he doing? Being hit unexpectedly made him lose all face, and he screamed furiously, You are truly insolent. Lu Tianguin calmly finished the remaining 9 slaps, while explaining, hitting first to prevent you from going back on your word. After 10 consecutive slaps, Ko Hyun-tun's face was swollen like a dumpling. Holding his face with one hand and pointing at him with the other, he screamed orders to his subordinates. Guards! Arrest him for me. I want to hack him into pieces. Tenoch Non muttered in annoyance. Sure enough, they are the same flock, their personalities are no different. Lu Tianguin silently reached into his coat, then he threw out a pill and said, I have a 2-turn immortal pill here that has been stained with saliva. Elder Dan was incredibly shocked when he saw the pill. Just then, the Gu family group started rushing in to arrest him. Elder Dan suddenly shouted loudly, Stop. He quickly dove towards Lu Tianguin, catching the pill as it was falling to the ground. The crowd was terrified. Elder Ha stood up in stun, looking at Elder Dan lying on the ground, and asked confusedly, What are you doing? Elder Dan sat up and ordered sternly, No one is to move. As he held the pill, standing frozen looking at Lu Tianguin, he asked back, What is it? Elder Dan shook his head, muttering to himself, A 2-turn immortal pill this pure. I had to go through untold hardships until I was 70 years old to coincidentally refine my first one. Throughout this divine realm, how many people can refine this immortal pill? Let alone someone as young as you. Ko Hyun-tun and his wife were so shocked their jaws dropped. Is this really a 2-turn immortal pill? At this moment, Elder Dan asked curiously, I wonder where you learned your craft, little friend? This 2-turn immortal pill was refined by which high master? He continued, This old man has a few things to ask your master. Hope you will be generous enough to guide me. Everyone in the hall began to buzz with discussion. This person definitely has a high master behind him, backing him up, otherwise why is there any young alchemist who has already refined a 2-turn immortal pill? That must be it. Then they suddenly realized, no wonder he dares to be so arrogant. It turns out he has a sponsor. How lucky. Elder Dan began to persuade. So, little friend, can you sell this pill to me? I am willing to pay 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, along with 5 types of rare herbs, whose quality is not inferior to the jade dragon white lotus. Suddenly, another person raised their hand. Little brother, I also want to buy it. As soon as this person finished speaking, 2 others turned to advise him. Don't compete with Elder Dan. He has saved many people. If the pill is in his hands, it will generate better value. That person was still regretful. But I really want that 2-turn immortal pill. Immediately after, another man stepped out and introduced himself. Brother, I am Doi Tuma of the Loi Phi sect. Loi Phi sect is willing to exchange for this 2-turn immortal pill with 100 top grade 7 refinement spirit pills, 100,000 high grade spirit stones, along with 3 solemn promises from the Loi Phi sect. This price stunned everyone. 100 top grade 7 refinement spirit pills, 100,000 high level spirit stones. This amount is enough to buy an entire city. People whispered. Don't forget there are also 3 promises from the Loi Phi sect. Loi Phi sect has considerable power. With those 3 promises, one can almost act freely throughout the divine realm. Then I want it too. Elder Ha and his son, faces pale, spoke awkwardly. Suddenly, Ko Hyun-tun loudly offered a price. 300,000 high-grade spirit stones. Seeing him unmoved, he continued to raise the price. Still not enough? Then I'll raise it to 500,000. The crowd was once again shocked to the extreme. He said to him, I will also give you a chance to resolve the grudge with the Gu family. Then he began to threaten. Give the 2-turn immortal pill to me. I will overlook the 10 slaps just now. Otherwise, you will face the full force retaliation of the Gu family. Elder Dan closed his eyes, shook his head, and sighed. We do not have enough financial capability. Little friend, just give it to him. Otherwise, you will offend the Gu family. Keeping your life is more important. Lu Tianguin remained silent for a while. Then he spoke up. I didn't say I wanted to sell it. Then he said to Elder Dan, a 2-turn immortal pill isn't anything too precious. If you want to study it, just take it. Seeing your good attitude. If there are any difficult problems, I will take a look and instruct you on a few things. Those present were shocked to the extreme, pointing at him and gasping, what? Instruct Elder Dan? He is too arrogant. But saying he'll give, actually giving away a whole 2-turn immortal pill is truly too generous. Could it be he wants to curry favor with Elder Dan? But claiming to instruct Elder Dan is truly absurd. Elder Dan nodded and said, I always fail when refining heavenly refinement pills. Even if I succeed, the purity is far inferior to the pill in your hand. However, surely you cannot answer this doubt either. I intended to find Master Lu to discuss it. Suddenly, he asked back. Do you have any pills on you? Elder Dan was stunned for a moment, then took out some pills and handed them to him, replying, yes. Lu Tianguin poured the pills out to look, then clenched his hand around them and began to channel magic power. Elder Dan stared wide-eyed and exclaimed. This universe in the palm technique must be an alchemy grandmaster to be able to perform it. He thought to himself. Moreover, without profound true energy to support it, it is impossible to reach this level. After a moment, he opened his palm. The pill had turned from yellow to red. Not only that, but patterns also appeared. Elder Dan could not believe his eyes. The grade has increased by several levels, nearly reaching a 1-turn immortal pill. He asked himself in confusion. Impossible. How can pills merge and upgrade? He explained. Once each pill is refined, the medicinal power is fixed. Even if fusing 2 pills of the same type, it would destroy the existing medicinal power, causing the pill's quality to deteriorate. That is why immortal pills are so hard to refine. But you were able to fuse and upgrade them. Lu Tianguin threw the immortal pill that had been upgraded to Elder Dan, and said, just because others can't do it, doesn't mean I can't do it either. You people can only refine one by one, while I can refine a huge batch at the same time. Take this pill back and study it carefully. Whether you can comprehend anything depends on yourself. Then Elder Dan turned to ask Known, young lady, about the 5-turn immortal pill. You mentioned earlier, is it true? Known, with a sulky face, affirmed. Of course it's true. By now, everyone was completely terrified. At this moment, Doi Tuma spoke up with a flattering attitude. Brother, I wonder if you are engaged? I have a female cousin who just turned 18. Incredibly beautiful. Those present panicked. Oh, truly a different approach. Recruiting him is much better than buying pills. Under the astonished gaze of Xiao Yi, many people quickly made recommendations. Relatives pushed each other to say, little brother, I have a niece. Please consider it. Or my daughter, my wife here, what do you think? I don't need any betrothal gifts. Tianhan approached Lu Tianguin and declared decisively, my husband already has a family. Please do not waste your efforts matchmaking. Elder Dan was also regretful. What a pity, I still have an unmarried older sister. He whispered to him, little friend. Why don't you consider taking a concubine? Known pouted and muttered. His older sister? Isn't she over 70 or 80 years old already? Lu Tianguin turned and walked towards the door, saying to Tianhan, Yanhan, let's go. Elder Ha was incredibly excited at this moment, smiling brightly as he called him, grandson-in-law. His attitude had changed 180 degrees compared to the beginning. Lu Tianguin glanced at him, not caring at all. Grandson-in-law? Actually, giving you guys this pill isn't impossible. It's just a pity that you are too good at brown-nosing. Saying that, he calmly walked on. However, clearly, the people here would not let him leave easily. 3 masked men stood blocking his way. Ko Hian-tun threatened from behind, I gave you a chance. But you didn't know how to cherish it. You dared to damage the reputation of my Gu family. Today, if you can walk out of here in one piece, I will change my surname to yours. Saying that, he ordered his subordinates to attack. As soon as the group rushed forward, Elder Dan stood blocking in front of Lu Tianguin. He turned and said to Ko Hian-tun, Mr. Gu, these people are my friends. Please, out of respect, do not cause trouble recklessly. The initial words were polite, but immediately followed by a clear warning. Even though I am just an old man, friends everywhere still give me respect. I hope Mr. Gu can respect this old man. Ko Hyun-tun understood that making a big scene would not be beneficial, and Elder Dan had also created a way out for him. If I remain stubborn, it would be truly unwise. So he lifted his chin and replied, "Humph. Then I will respect Elder Dan." Elder Dan clasped his hands in thanks, "Many thanks." Then he said to Lu Tianguin, "But little friend, don't rush to leave yet. Tonight there is a big event. Please stay and keep me company for a while." Since Elder Dan had made the offer, he readily agreed, "All right." Elder Dan smiled amiably and asked Elder Ha, "Grand Elder Ha, my friends will stay to discuss important matters together. You don't mind, do you?" Elder Ha replied without hesitation, "Everything will be as Elder Dan says." But at the same time, in another place, a hand struck hard against a martial arts training dummy, accompanied by an angry shout, "Hateful." That person was Hatan. She gritted her teeth in resentment and exclaimed, "Why couldn't I defeat the saintess of the Tammok sect?" Ko Mang, unknown when he appeared behind her, spoke up, "Cousin. I have a way to help you vent this anger." These words immediately attracted her attention. Hatan raised her eyebrows and asked, "Cousin Ko Mang, what is this way you speak of?" Ko Mang frowned deeply, his face darkening with anger. This group of people, as soon as they entered the city, was already an eyesore to me. I definitely must let them know the taste of my methods. Finishing his sentence, he turned to look at Master Mok and said, "For this matter, I must trouble Master Mok to lend a hand." Just as they stepped out the door, Known immediately wondered, "Brother-in-law, didn't you say you didn't want to get involved in matters unrelated to you? I see you seem very hostile towards the Gu family today." Lu Tianguin paused for a moment, then frankly answered his sister-in-law, "Because I hate the Gu family. The Gu family will be a target I must destroy in the future." Known did not expect him to answer so bluntly. She was stunned to the point of dazing. Tian Han spoke up to remind Tianguin, "We accepted Elder Dan's invitation. Tonight we must go to the Tu Hien Pavilion for the banquet." He nodded in agreement. You guys go there first. I still have a little matter to handle." Listening to him, the two sisters and the two children walked ahead. Left alone, Lu Tianguin stood silently watching their retreating backs. When the four of them were out of sight, Lai Tan appeared, reporting, "Hall Master, the longevity technique you gave to the Gu family. Subordinates have copied a portion to study." Lai Tan opened the longevity technique to look. When he saw the content clearly, his jaw dropped in surprise. "Hall Master, this longevity technique seems to be..." Before he could finish, Lu Tianguin had guessed his thought. "Your guess is not wrong. This is exactly the cultivation method of the demon clan that has been modified." Then, he handed Lai Tan a longevity pill and instructed, "Go and investigate how many forces currently possess this longevity technique and longevity pill." Speaking of this, his expression became serious. When these two things combine, the person who cultivates and takes the pill will gradually turn into a puppet, without even knowing it. It seems there is a mastermind behind this, planning a deep scheme, wanting to use this method to control medium and small forces. Back to the two sisters, Tian Han. Known yawned and said, "I don't know why, but I'm so sleepy. I'll go back to the room for a nap and come later tonight." Tian Han nodded. Known immediately returned to her room. Tian Han and her two children strolled the streets. On the bustling street, little Chi saw the old man who was whipped by Ko Mang. "It's that old man." Recognizing an acquaintance, the little girl happily ran over and called out, "Grandpa." The old man also recognized her. "Little girl, is it you?" The little girl asked curiously. "Grandpa, what are you sitting here for? Do you need to go to the bathroom?" The old man held his stomach and wheezed, "No. It's that I'm too hungry to walk anymore." "Little girl, do you have anything to eat?" The girl scratched her head and replied apologetically, "I didn't bring any." Then she smiled as she thought of something. "But I'm about to have food." So the little girl asked Tian Han, "Mom, can I bring this grandpa along?" "Okay," her mother agreed. The little girl smiled and helped the old man up. "Let's go, Grandpa. I'll take you to a feast." Meanwhile, Known was fast asleep. A scent slowly drifted into her room. In her sleep, she inhaled that medicinal fragrance. The door was gently opened by a man in black. He wrapped Known in a black blanket, picked her up, then carried her out of the room and slammed the door shut. At Tu Hien Pavilion, the wine party was bustling. The Ha family head glanced at the three mother and children. Tian Han frowned and muttered, "Why bring along such a dirty old man? It's truly improper." He was annoyed, watching the three of them and the old man sitting and eating happily. Elder Dan warmly invited Lu Tianguin to his seat. Little friend, please come this way. As soon as he sat down, Tian Han worriedly asked, why hasn't Nok known arrived yet? He whispered back. Someone is intending to kidnap her. Hearing this, Tian Han turned pale with fear. What? Seeing her panic, he reassured her, don't worry. She will be fine. Right at that moment, on the street, the man in black was carrying the unconscious Nok known, trying to escape. Suddenly, a large rock flew over, striking him hard in the chest. He stopped in pain, unable to continue moving. A hand gently opened a paper fan. Tai Fong slowly walked over and spoke, Mok Vo Dan. Protector Mok. One of the 4 great experts of the 9 Clouds High sect. I didn't expect you to do such dirty work as kidnapping. Tai Fong gently waved his fan. With a scholarly and elegant appearance, Mok Vo Dan carried Nok known and flew up to the roof. Tai Fong stood calmly on the spot. But just a moment later, he quickly flew up, chasing closely after Mok Vo Dan. 2 people, one running, one chasing, like a cat and mouse game. Suddenly, Mok Vo Dan drew a hidden weapon, throwing it straight at Tai Fong. Tai Fong slightly waved his fan, releasing a force that caused the hidden weapon to fly back. The hidden weapon struck a tile on the roof, shattering it. Mok Vo Dan held Nok known and landed on the ground. Tai Fong probed the magic power and realized Mok Vo Dan's ability was transforming sound into boundaries, turning the invisible into the visible. Tai Fong immediately established a barrier surrounding Mok Vo Dan, leaving him no escape route. Mok Vo Dan took just one more step and hit the invisible wall of the barrier, forcing him to stop abruptly. He stood still looking around, surprised to find himself besieged. From outside the barrier, even a cat would not notice anything unusual. Tai Fong and Mok Vo Dan stood facing each other. A moment later, Tai Fong spoke. You originally intended to steal the fallen phoenix sacred body, but on the night of action, you discovered the 10,000 origins flow transformation body of the saintess of the Tam Mok sect. So you changed the plan, using the request of Hatan and Komang to kidnap Nok known, then offer her to the sect master of the 9 Clouds High sect. I guessed correctly, didn't I? Mok Vo Dan threw Nok known onto the roof and said, since you know who I am, you must also know my strength. Nok known was placed safely on the roof. Tai Fong replied, of course I know. You have just stepped into the great emperor realm. Mok Vo Dan removed the cloth, covering his face and asked coldly, I do not kill nameless people. Who exactly are you? Tai Fong gently introduced himself. I am Tai Fong, one of the 8 steeds of the Tianlai Palace. The name Tianlai Palace was not unfamiliar to Mok Vo Dan. He frowned in suspicion. Tianlai Palace? My 9 Clouds High sect and Tianlai Palace have no grievances. Why don't the 2 sides reconcile right here? Tai Fong shook his head, refusing to reveal information. My palace master is looking for your sect master. For a private matter. You don't need to know the other details. He opened his eyes, his gaze stern, announcing one thing. Moreover, from the moment you knew my name, I had no intention of letting you leave here alive. This statement immediately angered Mok Vo Dan. He roared, his aura exploding, bursting his clothes to reveal a sturdy body with bulging muscles. He loudly declared, Humph. Then I will test if the Tianlai 8 steeds live up to their reputation. Seeing Vo Dan start to use magic power, Tai Fong only observed indifferently. As soon as he launched a palm strike at him, the Tianlai 8 steeds member only slightly tilted his body, easily dodging it. Mok Vo Dan's eyebrows furrowed tightly. He clenched his hand into a fist. Purple power erupted violently from his hand. He swung his fist forward. Energy followed the direction of his hand, shooting straight at Tai Fong. To counter, Tai Fong only slightly rotated his fan, creating a solid defensive shield. Suddenly, Mok Vo Dan appeared behind Tai Fong. As if having eyes in the back of his head, Tai Fong swung his fan. The fan slicing through Vo Dan's illusion. That illusion released a stream of extremely strong purple magic power. Although incomplete, this power was not easy to deal with. Mok's purple magic power turned into a wild tornado, with a sharp peak. Not just one. A series of tornadoes appeared, surrounding Tai Fong. Mok Vo Dan stood in midair, controlling the tornadoes to tighten around the target. Just then, he clasped his palms together, shouting, 10,000 Derma's destruction. The tornadoes simultaneously rushed at Tai Fong, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Debris flew everywhere, purple magic power spreading, even reaching the place where Nok known was hiding on the roof. Fortunately, she was protected by Tai Fong with blue magic power. Not long after, the smoke and dust cleared. A large empty space appeared. Tai Fong's figure was nowhere to be seen. Mok Vo Dan gently landed on the ground. But suddenly, the fan flew in from behind his back, shocking him to the extreme. He thought Tai Fong had died in the explosion. The fan flew a circle and returned to its owner's hand. Tai Fong stood upright, holding the fan, looking 100% handsome and carefree. Mok Vo Dan now asked in a deep voice, Tian Lai Palace? You people walk the Jianghu rarely revealing your identities. Only today do I witness the title that the world out there gives you. Tai Fong calmly listened. You are the leader of the Tian Lai 8 steeds. Young master in green. Tai Fong seemed surprised. Oh, there is such a title? He continued. But Mok Vo Dan's strength cannot be denied either. You are worthy of being one of the top 3 experts of the Nine Clouds High Sect. I will have to get serious. Finished speaking, Tai Fong spread his arms, deploying the move Ethereal Shadow Heaven Absolute. A colossal green aura erupted from him very quickly. Dozens of illusions appeared, then multiplied to surround Mok Vo Dan. Next, an illusion flew down to attack. When he raised his fist at the illusion, he couldn't hit it. His fist passed through. Then Tai Fong withdrew the attacking illusion, merging it with the illusion behind. Another illusion continued to rush at Mok Vo Dan. The scene just now repeated. He punched through the illusion. Then that illusion continued to merge into the group behind. The young master in green stood silently, controlling the illusions to attack Vo Dan like that. From all sides. It seemed he began to not know how to deal with these illusions, because when he attacked, he couldn't hit them. It seemed he had begun to run out of strength. The illusions continuously landed blows on him. Mok Vo Dan gritted his teeth and endured. He focused all his remaining strength, looking up to the sky and letting out a tragic scream. This scream caused the illusions around Tai Fong to gradually fade. Mok Vo Dan knelt on the ground, struggling. Tai Fong gently landed and calmly heard him admit defeat. Excellent. The reputation of the Tian Lai Palace 8 steeds is indeed not wrong. Dying in your hands is not unjust. Speaking to here, he coldly issued a final provocation. However, you won't find the sect master. Tai Fong closed his eyes and replied, you don't need to worry about that. Saying that, Tai Fong swung his fan, beheading Mok Vo Dan. Tinoknon fell from the roof. Tai Fong quickly caught her, holding her in a princess carry. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, curiously looking at the stranger before her. Who are you? Tai Fong used magic power and whispered. It's fine, just sleep a bit longer. The magic power lulled her into a deep sleep. Mok Vo Dan's corpse was gradually consumed by red flames, disappearing into the air. Outside the barrier, 2 people were lurking. The blue-haired girl asked the older man, Uncle Tien, if it were you, what are your chances of winning? Thinking for a while, he replied, 90%. Why ask one thing and answer another? The girl frowned and explained. I meant against the person who just won. He answered again, 60%. Hearing this, the girl glanced at him suspiciously. Oh? You rate him that high? He explained. We looked from outside the barrier, so it wasn't clear. But both of these people were at the Great Emperor level. If not, then the Mystic Light realm. He defeated Mok Vo Dan, who had been famous for a long time. In just a moment. One only needs to look to know how strong he is. Saying that, he stroked his beard in deep thought. The blue-haired girl also frowned. She looked into the distance and said faintly, why does this person look a bit like someone from the Vien Kai family? Back to the story, after recounting the incident clearly. To make Tian Han less worried, he finished gently. That is the main content. At this moment, Ha Ha stood in the middle of the stage and announced loudly, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Today is my grandfather's great longevity celebration. He has always cherished talented people. All of you sitting here are outstanding youths of the Dong Tuesday Kingdom. Usually scattered everywhere, gathering here today. I want to take this opportunity to organize a competition, to progress together. Hearing this, the guests attending the birthday party buzzed with discussion. A man stroked his beard and said, is this wanting to compete? To see whose family's youths have a higher level? One person said, who doesn't know? The Ha family wants to take this opportunity to show off the strength of their younger generation? Another added, everyone rarely gets a chance to gather. Competing is also a good thing. At another table, someone said, speaking of outstanding youths, one must mention the 7 sons of Tan Van Sun, especially the 7th son, Truong Dong, who even was accepted as a disciple by the Nine Clouds High Sect. One person looked out the door and said regretfully, but this time Tan Van Sun is absent. It really is strange. Ha Ha continued to announce. Of course, competition will have winners and losers. The person who performs best this time will be rewarded with a. He paused for a moment for everyone to guess. In the expectant eyes of everyone, he announced the precious prize, absolute heaven divine medicine. Hearing of such a precious reward, those present dropped their jaws in surprise. The whole hall became tumultuous. I didn't expect it to be the absolute heaven divine medicine. I heard that only by drinking it can one move freely in the desolate realm. But the desolate realm is erupting with anomalies. Even experts of the Saint Emperor realm dare not casually enter or exit. A man spoke loudly. However, you must know that the desolate realm is a land of infinite possibilities and countless unexplored treasures. If one finds some ancient divine weapon or something in the desolate realm, it will definitely shake the entire divine realm. Suddenly Hatan appeared, calling "Ha ha, big brother." She pointed confidently at herself and said, "Since this competition is organized by the Ha family, why don't let me volunteer first?" Saying that, she stepped onto the stage. Ha Ha was proud of his capable younger sister, patting her shoulder in encouragement. "All right, then you start." Then he stepped down from the stage. Left alone, Hatan loudly issued a challenge. "Ladies and gentlemen, since childhood, I have admired the prestige of the saintess of the Tam Mok sect. I would like to challenge the saintess of the Tam Mok sect. I wonder if she dares to give me face or not." Komang glanced at the two, Li Tianguin and Ti Yanhan, scornfully, seemingly certain that they would suffer humiliation in front of so many people. Seeing no one respond, Hatan continued to provoke. "What's wrong? No reaction? Ha ha ha, just a small sparring match. And you don't even dare to answer? Is the title of saintess only worth that much?" Speaking to hear, she put her hands on her hips and spoke loudly. "It's just a sparring match, but Sister Noknon has run off somewhere." "Sister Yanhan, don't you think so?" Suddenly, Ti Yanhan stood up. Everyone around stared at her in surprise. She spoke coldly. "Noknon is not present. Then let me, the former saintess, accept the challenge." And she did not hold back, exposing her. "You even dare to commit kidnapping. It is time to teach you a lesson." Seeing his mother wanting to go up to fight, Little Deep worriedly said, "Mom, you are not her opponent. Let me go up, I have seen her moves. At least I can cope a little." Tian Han was immersed in the happiness of being cared for by her son. She looked at the boy tenderly, then gently patted his head. Little Deep looked at her with wide eyes. Then she slowly walked up to the stage. Lu Tianguin crossed his arms over his chest, eyes still closed, confidently affirming, "No need to worry. Your mother knows her limits." Witnessing her go up to accept the challenge, those present were extremely surprised. "Is that Tian Han? I heard her cultivation was sealed. Then what is she going up to the arena for? Hatan has the fallen phoenix sacred body. A person with no cultivation and a sacred body, how can they fight?" Tian Han and Hatan stood facing each other. People below held their breath watching. Hatan smiled, her eyes full of calculation. "Let's see if I don't teach you a lesson." Thinking that, she flew up shouting loudly, "Sister Yan Han. Then pardon my offense." The two twins worriedly shouted in unison, "Mom, be careful." Right as she launched a palm strike towards Tian Han, she gently flew up and dodged it. Hatan couldn't believe it. A normal person, 9 out of 10 times, wouldn't be able to dodge. She exclaimed in astonishment, "Dodged it?" Tian Han looked at her coldly. She swung her hand and slapped Hatan hard on the face. The surprise was that Hatan, the possessor of the fallen phoenix sacred body, could not dodge the attack of a person with sealed cultivation. Hatan was struck sideways, stumbling and trying to keep her balance. She reached up to touch her cheek, which was swollen like a guava, asking in disbelief, "You hit me? How is that possible?" Below, everyone was also terrified. They asked each other, was Miss Hatan careless? On the stage, two girls looked coldly at their opponent. Hatan focused her strength, raising her fist towards Tian Han. Continuing to attack, she shouted confidently, "Humph. Could it be that I'm held in check by a cripple like you?" Haha observed the match. Seeing Hatan had used her full strength, he muttered, "Tani really wants to get serious. I wonder if Tian Han can dodge it." Tian Han stood still in one spot, coldly looking at the fist in front of her. The strange thing was, Hatan's raised fist suddenly dropped down. It was as if it had been crippled, with no strength left at all, while Tian Han just needed to stand still, without lifting a finger. Just emitting pressure made her left arm powerless. The 3 generations of the Ha family gaped in surprise. "This is..." Hatan stood staring at Tian Han, unable to understand what was happening. As if understanding her thoughts, Tien Han spoke up, left hand powerless? How could she endure this humiliation? So she focused her strength into her right arm, continuing to launch moves. Her eyes looking at Tien Han were full of hatred. She gritted her teeth and cursed, bastard. Right when her fist reached her face, Tien Han turned her palm up, gently controlling her wrist. She calmly said, right hand unskilled. At this moment, Ha Tan's right hand trembled. She gritted her teeth, straining herself, wanting to control her hand but couldn't. It seemed like an invisible force was controlling her, truly infuriating her to death. Ha Tan used so much force that blue veins popped on her face. She shouted loudly, "Fallen Phoenix." Before she could finish speaking, Tien Han used one hand to hit her on the head. Then spoke up to lecture, creating your own moves to increase momentum for yourself, but it's useless. It's purely just a reminder to the opponent. Finished speaking, she used spiritual power to strike directly at Ha Tan's chest, forcing her to retreat backwards. Little Deep watched her use spiritual power, mouth gaping. Amazed, is Mom that powerful? Suddenly Lu Tianguin spoke up to recount. Back then, your mother could make a name for herself. Not just by relying on her beauty. Speaking of this, he was extremely proud of his beautiful wife. Ha Tan stood in one spot, gritting her teeth and cursing, damn it. Then, Yen Han appeared in front of Ha Tan as fast as lightning, making her very surprised. She asked coldly, haven't finished fighting yet and you've already let your guard down? You still have a lot to learn. Saying that, she used her long legs to unleash a kick at her. Ha Tan looked up in fear at Tien Han's leg, right when her leg was about to land. On her head, it suddenly stopped. Ha Tan squeezed her eyes shut in fear, not daring to move. When Tien Han withdrew her leg, she was kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. Tien Han walked down from the stage. Those present discussed loudly. If this kick had hit the head, it would be dangerous. Miss Ha's fallen phoenix sacred body. Where is it? Why didn't it activate? At this moment, they realized. I'm afraid this is Tien Han's famous ultimate skill. Strike fast to win fast. Quickly subduing the opponent before they can launch a move. Unexpectedly, having her cultivation sealed. She can still defeat Miss Ha so easily. One person exclaimed. I don't know if it's because Tien Han is too strong, or because Miss Ha is too weak. Anyway, the gap between the two of them is too big. Unable to execute the plan, Komang turned his head and shouted angrily, truly useless. At this moment, Ha Tan was still immersed in defeat. Her whole body radiated strong fallen phoenix sacred body spiritual power. But it was no longer useful. She had lost. Ha Tan angrily said to herself, my fallen phoenix sacred body. Yet failed so unforgivably. Her hands clenched into fists. Watching Tien Han's back as she walked down the stage, suddenly she felt an extremely strong pressure, making her break out in cold sweat. That pressure emanated from Lu Tianguin. When he sensed she intended to ambush his wife, he angrily used pressure to threaten her. Just one look from him radiating pressure made her seem to suffocate. Ha Tan stood still like a statue. She thought to herself, there is something extremely terrifying. I can't move. At this moment, Ha Ha came in front of Tien Han, clasped his hands politely and said, many thanks, Cousin Yen Han, for showing mercy. Ha Van looked at Tien Han's back walking down the stage, curiously asking, cousin going down like this? Could it be she won't continue anymore? She gently shook her head and replied, no. Ha Tan was helped down. She kept muttering, what was that? Too terrifying. The two generations of Elder Ha quietly observed everything. Not long after, Tien Han returned to her seat. Little Chi clenched her hand into a fist, excitedly praising her, Mom is so powerful. Ha Van stepped onto the stage and loudly declared, everyone, my little sister is clumsy. If Cousin Yen Han does not want to continue sparring, then I will continue. Pausing a bit, he said, but I also want to challenge an outstanding talent. Today, that person has also opened my eyes to superb alchemy skills. Just don't know how the cultivation is. So he asked Lu Tianguin, does cousin-in-law dare to accept the challenge? He coldly stood with arms crossed over his chest, not answering immediately. Lu Tianguin said to Tien Han, they keep making things difficult time and again. Then I will play for a while. Then he deliberately walked to the front of the stage. He gently advised Ha Van, we can spar. But I advise you not to use excessive true energy. Ha Van smiled, feigning gratitude to him. Then many thanks to cousin-in-law for the concern. In his heart, he secretly swore, absolute heaven divine medicine. I am determined to get it. As for you brat, humph. Your meridians have been eroded by me, would I still be afraid of you? He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Red spiritual energy radiated from the sword, confidently thinking, be a good stepping stone on the path to raising my name. Thinking that, he held the sword and flew to attack him. But the surprise was, he didn't move from his position at all. Just used one finger to stop his sword tip. Then he flicked his finger lightly, and Havan was thrown back. The sword also slipped from his hand. Spinning in the air, Havan unconsciously stepped back, exclaiming in horror. How is it possible? Very fast, he calmed down and questioned him. Cousin-in-law hides his talent, with just that move, I'm afraid he has reached the Marquis realm, hasn't he? Hearing that, those present were terrified. This young man is truly good. Reached the Marquis realm already. I am this old already but have only barely stepped into the Viscount realm. A talent is indeed a talent. At this moment, Havan had very sinister thoughts. Humph, Lutien Gwyn, the stronger you are, lifting you higher, then defeating you, will show my value even more. He recalled his previous action with satisfaction. Implanting true energy into his body earlier was indeed a wise decision. He swore in his heart, Lutien Gwyn, today you made the Ha family lose face. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Next, he pretended to be kind and reminded him, cousin-in-law, be careful. Saying that, he raised his fist, using full strength to rush in and attack him. Lutien Gwyn stood still, letting him punch his chest. The very moment his fist touched his chest, it was like hitting a rock. A grunt rang out, making his face turn purple with pain. Havan's feeling right now was like a fierce wave, crashing into a sturdy rampart. Solid. He couldn't believe what was happening. Why is there no reaction at all? Clearly I have unleashed all my strength. Suddenly, a small crack appeared on the defensive wall. Then it was quickly pierced, forming a tiny hole. Havan immediately urged his blood essence, determined to use the Meridian Destruction technique to take down Lutien Gwyn. However, the result was completely opposite to Havan's expectations. Not only could he not harm his opponent, but on the contrary, he himself suffered a backlash, vomiting blood on the spot. The audience below was extremely confused. What? Why? Why is the person striking the one spitting blood? Right now, Havan felt the chaos inside his body. He shouted in horror, what did you do? Why are my meridians? Lutien Gwyn coldly replied, oh? If I didn't return all the true energy to you, then this would be my end, right? It could be said this was the straw that broke the camel's back. The moment Havan fully understood the situation, he stared at his opponent, grinding his teeth in anger, creaking, letting out a word, you. A moment later, extreme pain struck, making him clutch his chest tightly, unable to endure. He used both hands to hold his head then fell backward, lying on the ground. Havan ceaselessly rolled around, screaming miserably. Heavens! What is happening? Those watching asked each other in amazement. And then Havan's father worriedly rushed over calling. How could Havan hear? He still held his head, fresh blood constantly gushing from his mouth. Elder Ha hurriedly called Elder Dan over to beg for help. Elder Dan, please out of respect, lend a hand to examine my grandson's condition. Out of respect for Elder Ha, Elder Dan approached. He sat down, placing his hand on Havan's chest. A stream of chaotic red true energy rose up and swirled around his body. The scene was truly abnormal. Havan's father, face red with rage, questioned Lutien Gwyn. What vicious trick did you use? Lutien Gwyn replied in an indifferent tone. Vicious trick? Shouldn't you ask your son first? Seeing the opponent not answering but challenging back, he was furious, pointing straight at Lutien Gwyn's face and shouting, you still dare to loudly refute? Watch me beat you down. Right when he intended to strike, Elder Ha immediately spoke up to stop him. Stop. He sternly said, do not act thoughtlessly. Everything must wait until Elder Dan finishes checking Van Nee's injuries. Then we'll calculate further. Heeding the dissuasion, Havan's father only dared to glance at Lutien Gwyn with eyes full of killing intent. After a while of examining Havan, Elder Dan's face became extremely serious. He announced the current situation to Elder Ha with difficulty. Brother Ha, your grandson's meridians are completely severed. All true energy has also dissipated. This made Havan's father panic. What? Then isn't Van Nee ruined? Elder Dan looked at him with hesitation. There is one thing I think should be said. Elder Ha frankly replied, Elder Dan, just speak, it's fine. Having permission, Elder Dan continued. Although his meridians are severed and he lost all true energy, I can be certain that he practiced an extremely malicious technique, specifically used to destroy the opponent's meridians. Does such a terrible technique exist in the world? Those present here gasped in horror. Elder Dan speculated. It is very likely he wanted to use this cruel secret art on the opponent, but unexpectedly suffered a backlash leading to this result. Now Elder Ha seemed not to believe his ears, stammering back, Elder Dan, true. Is it really so? Elder Dan affirmed, I have never lied. As for Ha Van's father, he was trembling like a leaf. He pointed straight at Elder Dan's face and screamed loudly. You speak nonsense. Clearly you are covering for Le Tien Nguyen. In vain are you respected by the world. Just as he finished speaking, he was slapped fiercely by Elder Ha. He shouted, haven't you lost enough face? The scene on the stage right now was no different from a play by the Ha family, turning all the party guests into audiences. Reluctantly, then Elder Ha bowed his head to apologize to everyone. Truly sorry for letting you all see this joke. I accept the blame right here. Then he declared the competition to continue. Finished speaking, he sternly stepped down from the stage. A young man whispered to the person next to him, truly reaping what you sow, so shameless. That person asked curiously, why didn't the Ha family dare to refute Elder Dan? The young man replied, Elder Dan is highly respected. His words have never been wrong so far. Why would he lie? Someone interjected, moreover, it seems Ha Van has done this not just once. The Ha family clearly has malicious intent. Luckily this Le Tien Nguyen is capable. If it were someone else, they would surely have been hit. But these gossips reached the ears of the Ha family head without missing a word. He was so angry his face turned black, but dared not refute a single word. Not long after, the competition finally ended. The winner stood on the stage, humbly clasping hands. You let me win, you let me win. He received a worthy reward. A young man brought a small box up to give to him. The audience below gasped in surprise in unison. That is the absolute heaven divine medicine. One pill is worth thousands of spirit stones. Finally, the first place still belonged to Doi Tuma of the Loi Phi sect. At this moment, Elder Ha raised his voice solemnly. You are all young talents of the Dong Tuesday Kingdom. Surely everyone knows of Jiang City, the place bordering the risky desolate realm. Although the desolate realm hides countless opportunities, it is extremely dangerous. Thick fog covers that place. Ordinary people touching it will lose their lives, or even mutate, growing whiskers like catfish from their cheeks. The desolate realm area nearest to Jiang City will have thinner fog once a year. However, even with reduced fog, the desolate realm still harbors unfathomable dangers. Today's competition is also to evaluate whether everyone has enough ability to enter the desolate realm or not. Doi Tuma smiled and asked, Grand Elder Ha, what do you mean by suddenly mentioning the desolate realm? Could it be there are treasures inside? The old man nodded, affirming, that's right. Then he held his head high, announcing shocking news. During this period of reduced fog, we accidentally discovered an immortal artifact inside the desolate realm. Truly astonishing. The whole crowd gaped and exclaimed, an immortal artifact. Even though it was hundreds of miles away from the desolate realm, one could still faintly hear the echoing sound of a sword. Under the suppression of the immortal prestige, all evils dared not approach. According to my speculation, the rank of this immortal artifact is at least 7th grade. It might even reach 8th grade. This information caused everyone to clamor in discussion. A 7th grade immortal artifact. Just one immortal artifact is enough to change the destiny of an entire nation, and it's a 7th grade one at that. If I possess that immortal artifact, couldn't I swagger and travel across the world? A moment later, Elder Ha raised a hand and shouted loudly, this time, borrowing the pretext of my birthday celebration, I earnestly invite fellow Taoists of the Dong Tuesday Kingdom to enjoy this immortal artifact together, to revitalize the national prestige of Dong Tuesday Kingdom. Following his call, everyone chanted in unison, revitalize the national prestige of Dong Tuesday Kingdom. Suddenly, Doi Tuma asked the old man, Grand Elder Ha, but there is only one immortal artifact, while the number of people present here is so numerous. The old man pointed at him and replied, Sect Master Doi speaks correctly. There is indeed only one immortal artifact. Ultimately, whoever obtains it will depend on that person's destiny. Then he looked down at everyone and announced, tomorrow is when the fog in the desolate realm is thinnest. We will enter the desolate realm together to facilitate coordination. Pausing a moment, he continued, however, this old man still has one wish. No matter who has the destiny to seize the immortal artifact, I hope that person will use it to contribute to the Dong Tuesday Kingdom, sweeping away enemy troops and revitalizing the country. Led by Elder Dan, everyone clasped their hands and shouted, Grand Elder Ha is of high righteousness. We greatly admire you. Suddenly, Le Tien Nguyen spoke up coldly. Is this the big matter you talked about? Hearing this, Elder Dan looked at him blankly. Then gently explained, little friend, that is an immortal artifact. An immortal artifact that can suppress a whole region. Isn't this a major event? In a closed room, the three members of the Gu family were talking. The wife spoke up in annoyance, Hien Tun. Why didn't you make a move on that guy today? Is Elder Dan's face really that big? He beat your son until he was injured like that. Ko Hien Tun glanced at her and replied faintly. Of course, Elder Dan is only one part. But that kid fears neither heaven nor earth. He certainly has a strong backing. Moreover, his ability to refine pills with his bare hands. Even Elder Dan has to be ashamed for not matching up. A person with this ability. According to you, would his identity be ordinary? He sat down on a chair, lowering his face and continued, before clarifying his background. It's better to rely on Elder Dan to temporarily compromise. But how could Komang endure such humiliation? He screamed in fury. Father! Father is truly getting more cowardly and useless with age. If Big Brother were here, he would have definitely taken revenge for me already. Suddenly, a subordinate stepped into the door, clasping hands to announce, Master, eldest young Master Ko Fong has arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, Ko Fong, with a demeanor shining with confidence, slowly walked in. He spoke up. Father, Mother. I just led the vanguard army to Jiang City. I will go pay respects to grandfather later. Seeing Ko Fong, Komang immediately rushed towards him, loudly complaining, Big Brother, I was bullied. Then he opened his robe for his big brother, to see the wound on his shoulder that had been carefully bandaged. Komang's eyes were teary like a puppy. He recounted. That arrogant guy not only stabbed and injured me, but today he also slapped father 10 times. Right in the middle of grandfather's birthday banquet. Hearing this, Ko Fong frowned tightly, his face pale with anger. He felt as if struck by lightning. He gritted his teeth and asked Komang again, is there really such a thing? In the dark night, Komang's hateful voice echoed, the Gu family. We were despised by him, not worth a penny. Along with Komang's sarcastic and provocative words, the rage within Ko Fong rose to its peak. He slammed his hand on the table and roared, absurd. Completely absurd. Ko Hien Tun, witnessing his son so furious, immediately changed the subject. Fong Ni, I heard you were just promoted. Congratulations to you. Under your leadership, the Gu family will definitely be able to develop leaps and bounds in the future. He sternly explained further. Currently, that person's strength is unclear, and his identity is obscure. Who knows what kind of powerful force is behind him? Now that you have been promoted, there is no need to bother with this small matter. Ko Fong did not agree at all. He immediately and firmly rejected it. Father, there is nothing more important than the face of the Gu family. He proudly recounted. Now I am one of the 3 great generals of Dong Tuesday, the deputy general of General Fuang, commanding the entire vanguard guard. With General Fuang backing me, no matter how large that person's influence is, what use is it? Even so, Ko Hien Tun still hesitated and thought, Fong Ni, this person. While he was still speaking, Ko Fong interrupted and asked back. Are the Gu family's affairs decided by me? Ko Hien Tun smiled brightly, dispelling the gloom. From earlier, he replied, wait until you finish training in the army and return. Of course, the Gu family will be fully mastered by you. Seizing this opportunity, Ko Fong affirmed, then from now on, I will take charge of all matters of the Gu family. Ko Fong stood up straight, his whole body trembling with anger. He spoke loudly, daring to bully my Gu family, beating my younger brother until injured, turning the Gu family into a laughingstock. If I don't give him a punishment he will never forget. How will the Gu family have the face to look at the world again? Tomorrow, I will personally take action to handle it. Everyone does not need to intervene. I will definitely resolve the resentment for our whole family. Soul searching in the secret of the desolate realm. At the same time, in a closed room, Lu Tianguin walked in. Tai Fong immediately greeted, young master. He pointed to a human head placed on the table, softly explaining, I kept a sliver of consciousness to perform soul scouring. Hearing that, Lu Tianguin placed his hand on top of the head, beginning to deploy the soul scouring magic. Green true energy radiated from his body, enveloping the head. Suddenly the head opened wide, its mouth screaming in pain, its 2 eyes rolling back white. Lu Tianguin closed his eyes to perceive. A moment later, he gently waved his right hand. A stream of green true energy flared up, drawing a bright streak of fire in the air. A second later, he said to himself, so it was hiding in the desolate realm. Why even set up an identification formation? Then he ordered Tai Fong to immediately go call Lac Tien here. Gather in front of the desolate realm entrance. The next morning, at a building, Elder Dan told the two young friends Tien Nguyen and Tien Han. Little friends, exploring the desolate realm today. Everyone has gathered fully. He frowned and said, you two go ahead. I need to prepare a few more items. Very quickly, everyone gathered in an open field. Nok Non yawned while raising her hand and said, Sister. I have a feeling that last night after I fell asleep, quite a few big things happened. Tien Han nodded and replied, there were indeed quite a few things. At this time, Grand Elder Ha scratched his head and said, everyone. In about half an hour, the fog of the desolate realm, which weakens once every 100 years, will appear. He emphasized. But the thing to note is that although the fog has weakened, it is not without danger. If you don't have the absolute heaven divine medicine protecting you, you still need to use true energy to wrap around your body. The crowd was surprised after hearing this, but no one flinched. Everyone was determined to do it. A young man shouted seriously, risk it all. I will be the most extraordinary figure in the divine realm. Others also responded. Cowards do not deserve this opportunity. Risk it. Glory and wealth must have a share for me. Better than being held back everywhere. At the same time, the white-haired man glanced at the black-haired man, nodding to give a signal. The group began to slowly advance deep into the desolate realm. Suddenly, Ko Fong rode a horse leading soldiers to block their way. Those present didn't know who he was. Curiously asking, who is this? Ko Fong sat on horseback, clasping his hands and saying, grandson pays respects to grandfather. I led the vanguard guard ahead to arrive first. The old man glanced at everyone and then spoke up. In this operation, General Fuang Chao Leap will also personally arrive later, to prevent the immortal artifact from falling into the hands of foreigners, and at the same time escort everyone. It can be said Du Mok Hoa, Min Fuang Chao Leap. Border Iron Killing Plan, Fuang Hoa 100 Myriad Killing, God La Bang Hoa. Fuang Chao Leap is one of the 3 great generals of Dong Tuesday. The crowd was extremely excited. Unexpectedly, today we get to see such a great figure. But in that case, our chance of seizing the immortal artifact will be even slimmer. Grand Elder Ha smiled with satisfaction, praising his grandson, Fong Ni. I didn't expect you to command the vanguard guard already. Grandfather is very proud. Ko Fong replied faintly. General Fuang Chao Leap will arrive later. But your grandson has one thing to do first. Saying that, he rode his horse towards the mother and her 2 children. Tien Han stood in front of her. His face darkened as he questioned coldly. Yesterday, you people humiliated the Gu family. And you people also beat my younger brother. Until he was injured, right? Little Chi immediately pointed towards Ko Mang, loudly refuting. It was you guys who bullied us first. And him too. He wanted to beat up an innocent old man. Ko Fong, ignoring reason, shouted. What right do you have to dare slander the Gu family? You lowly commoners. Saying that, he ordered soldiers to surround the mother and children. He held a whip pointing at little Chi and shouted. You are the source of the trouble. Disrespectful brat. Finished speaking, he whipped hard towards little Chi. At the tip of the whip was a sharp metal spike. Seeing the whip about to touch little Chi's small body, Yen Han hurriedly pulled the girl away, then shielded the 2 children behind her back. Shouting loudly at Ko Fong, you've gone too far. Daring to hit a child. Little Deep worriedly checked all over. Tien Han, asking, Mom, are you okay? Ko Fong smirked wickedly. What is a lowly child's life worth? This sentence touched the limit of Lu Tien Nguyen's endurance. He suddenly radiated immense pressure. Streams of billowing green true energy poured out like long silk ribbons. This pressure became more and more terrifying. The group of Ko Fong strained to resist this massive power. Sweat poured down like a bath. His body seemed about to collapse. Not long after, he walked to Ko Fong's side. Startling him, Ko Fong swung the whip at him, loudly asking, who are you? Could it be the one who slapped my father 10 times yesterday was you? Before he could finish uttering it, Lu Tien Nguyen had grabbed his whip tightly. Then he yanked the whip hard. Ko Fong, unwilling to let go, was pulled flying along by the force. A second later, he fell hard onto the ground. Ko Fong gritted his teeth and sat up. Before he could stand up, Lu Tien Nguyen threw a punch like the sky, landing on his face. Fresh blood splattered with his punch. The sharp tip of the whip also pierced deep into his cheek. Ko Fong screamed in pain. His subordinates stared in horror, jaws dropped. Next, they surrounded him. Lu Tien Nguyen held a spear, pointing at him, and they threatened loudly. If you don't let go immediately, don't blame us for being impolite. As soon as they finished speaking, Lu Tien Nguyen released pressure. even stronger than before. This was his answer. The soldiers were just blown away by the pressure. How could Ko Fong endure this humiliation? He roared in resentment, raising his fist and rushing straight at Lu Tianguin. Daring to hit me, the commander of the vanguard guard. Before he could strike, Lu Tianguin had gripped his wrist tightly. He held his wrist and twisted it backward. The sound of breaking bones rang out painfully. Over here. Minvu reached out to gently stroke Little Chi's cheek, asking her kindly, "Little Chi, are you okay? Let me see." "Yes, it just stings a little, the wound is better." Ko Fong used his unbroken arm to point at him, saying tremblingly, "I am General Huang's deputy general. You striking me is striking the entire Dong Tuesday kingdom." At this moment, Lu Tianguin continued to grab the wrist that was pointing at him. He snapped it backward. Just like that, his remaining arm was broken. The Ko Hien Tun couple worriedly ran over, shouting, "Let my son go." Suddenly, Lu Tianguin placed his hand on his head, terrifying Ko Fong. He said tremblingly, You can't kill me. You can't kill me. I am the commander of the vanguard guard. You can't kill me." He didn't want to hear him speak. Nonsense, lifting his foot and kicking hard at his leg. Ko Fong knelt on the ground, saying abjectly, "I apologize. I apologize, I apologize. I shouldn't have hit people." Right at this moment, Huang Chao Leap led soldiers over. Seeing the general, he laughed arrogantly and said to Lu Tianguin, "I take back those words." And shouted at him, "You dared to injure my face. And dared to break my 4 limbs. You're done for, done for. You're done for. I will definitely kill you." Saying that, he screamed like a madman. Lu Tianguin released pressure, freezing him. Not long after, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Fresh blood flowed from both his mouth and ears. The Ko Hien Tun couple gasped in horror. Ko Hien Tun, pale-faced and trembling, pointed at Lu Tianguin and shouted loudly, "You dare to commit assault? Right in front of General Huang?" He didn't care at all. After dealing with Ko Fong, he lightly waved his hand, knocking him flying to the ground. The Ko Hien Tun couple heartbrokenly hugged Ko Fong. Ko Hien Tun immediately turned to complain to Huang Chao Leap. "General Huang, please. You must seek justice for my son. Punish this person severely." Huang Chao Leap raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over the group. Ko Fong, with a face covered in blood, emphasized, "He not only disregarded military discipline, but also dared to hit me right in front of you. This behavior clearly disrespects the dignity of the Dong Tuesday kingdom." On the contrary, General Huang asked a question, responding full of sarcasm. "You represent the Dong Tuesday kingdom? You are not yet qualified." To the extreme horror of the 3 Ko family members, he snorted coldly, his voice becoming stern. "I gave you the position of commander of the vanguard guard. For you to rely on it to be arrogant and domineering? I witnessed all your behavior just now." Immediately after, General Huang declared decisively, "From now on, you don't need to come to the army anymore. Be obedient and go back to being a content young master of the Gu family." Hearing this, Ko Fong hurriedly prostrated himself and begged loudly, "General Huang. General Huang. What mistake did I commit?" Huang Chao Leap explained coldly, "He gave me face by not destroying your Gu family. Why did you arbitrarily cause trouble and hit his daughter? Isn't this seeking your own death?" Then, General Huang gave an order in a firm tone that could not be resisted, damaging the dignity of the army, and even used official authority to settle personal grudges. Today, all his military ranks are revoked, and he is permanently banned from the army. Gu Feng looked desperately at General Feng, completely unable to believe the verdict he just heard. Gu Shensuan was shocked to the extreme. What is happening? Fenger has been dismissed? Even Feng Zhou had absolutely no intention of punishing Li Tianyuan at all. He questioned silently, "Who exactly is Li Tianyuan? What is his background?" Feng Zhou looked towards him, thinking to himself that he had another weakness. Who knew it was a reverse scale that could not be touched? Li Tianyuan walked up to Shi Yunwan and Little Yi, tossed a bag to the boy and instructed, "Later, you and Yunwan go into the desolate region together." Then he turned to call Shi Yanhan, "Yanhan." She nodded slightly, "Yes." Just then, the purple mist began to thin and disperse. Li Tianyuan's family and Shi Yunwan stood silently, observing the scene opening up before their eyes. Suddenly, Li Tianyuan alone leisurely strode straight into the mist. Everyone present gaped, staring at his back in astonishment. They didn't expect him to dare risk going alone into the mist. Little Chi looked anxiously and whispered, "Father." A man shouted loudly, "Ah! Didn't expect this guy to dare go first." Not wanting Li Tianyuan to snatch the opportunity, everyone immediately rushed in. They urged each other. Cannot let him take it. I must have the artifact first. Charge. Witnessing the crowd rushing into the mist, old Master Xia was so worried he couldn't sit still. He panicked and shouted a warning. The mist hasn't fully cleared, you cannot enter. However, ignoring his warning, people continued to charge forward. Suddenly, when a man just touched the purple mist, his fingers immediately emitted black smoke, seeming to be corroding violently. He screamed in pain. The person right behind heard the terrifying scream and stopped dead in his tracks. The crowd behind couldn't see the situation clearly, still shouting and pushing the people in front. The pushed person screamed in fear, "Don't push! Don't push!" Immediately, the one who just rushed into the mist continued to howl miserably, making the one behind pale with fear, and the flesh began to melt. But he seemed immobilized, unable to move, only able to beg, "Save me." Not long after, he fell face down on the ground. The one standing behind stared at the horrifying scene, then suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hand. Only then did he look down at his hand in horror. Fang Zhou stood behind and shouted loudly, "Circulate your protective true energy." This awakened the panicked man. He hurriedly activated true energy to protect his body, but that stream of true energy didn't seem strong enough. He screamed in extreme fear, "No, don't." Suddenly, a bright golden sword rushed in. Those behind all saw the golden sword standing out brilliantly amidst the purple mist. Fang Zhou immediately ordered the soldiers, "Control the situation. Treat the injured." When he looked up, he saw a group of people flying on swords towards them. They wore golden clothes, looking very majestic riding their swords. Fang Zhou recognized the leader and clasped his hands, saying, "It is the son of the sword saint of Cangdong City, Li Chengqian, young hero Li." Just as he finished speaking, the group landed. Li Chengqian clasped his hands, expressing respect to Fang Zhou. "General Fang, long time no see. You are still as imposing as ever." The surrounding people were very surprised, not expecting Cangdong City to send people too. Their sword saint city lord is known as the #1 expert under the immortal level. But another person objected, "I don't agree with that assessment. I admit the sword saint is very strong, but to say he is the #1 under immortals remains to be seen." Another person continued, "That's right, His Highness the Prince. Wu Lang Shengan has reached the Heavenly Emperor Star River realm, only one step away from being an immortal. Besides, there are the elders of the Qianyuan sect, with extraordinary strength. The Holy Master of the Heavenly Lake Holy Land, the Sect Master of the Nine Clouds Supreme Sect. Experts in the world are countless. Having never competed, how can one casually conclude, who is the strongest under immortals?" A young man crossed his arms and smiled arrogantly. "Haha, in my opinion, the world's #1 must be the Palace Master of the Heavenly Lai Palace. In just a few short years, this person has built such a powerful force. To this extent, who knows if it is an old monster who cultivated in seclusion for countless years and just re-emerged in the world, or not? Furthermore, has anyone ever heard of him being defeated?" This made others reflect. A curious person asked, "Has the Holy Master of Heavenly Lake Holy Land ever been defeated?" Another replied, "Never fought before. So no one dares to confirm who is truly the #1 in the world." The other person nodded in agreement. "That is true." Suddenly Li Chengqian clasped his hands behind his back and leisurely walked past the three people discussing, making them unable to ignore him. The three immediately looked gloomy and pale with fear. Did he hear everything they just said? He walked up to old Master Xia and respectfully clasped his hands. "Old Master Xia, this time I came uninvited. I hope old master will forgive me." The old master laughed, haha, and replied, "Haha. Cangdong City is also within Dong Sui Kingdom's territory. This operation receiving support from Cangdong is truly a great honor. The Sword Saint's reputation is too illustrious. The gift for this trip, I'm afraid, isn't worthy." So this old man didn't dare to invite. Li Chengqian waved his hand politely. "Old Master Xia is too polite. You are Yanhan's grandfather. I also consider you as my own grandfather." Saying that, he opened an exquisite box. Inside was a rare first transformation immortal pill, and said, "Hearing about old master's birthday this time, this junior specially came to present a first transformation immortal pill. Wishing old master eternal youth." Seeing the precious birthday gift, the old master smiled brightly and thanked him. "Such a generous gift, this old man thanks you. I wonder if Senior Sword Saint will grace us with his presence?" Li Chengqian half opened his eyes and replied, Recently my father is in seclusion cultivating. His whereabouts are uncertain. This junior also doesn't know where father is. The crowd witnessing the birthday gift were astonished to the point of gaping. Truly worthy of the generous Songdong city. Gifting a whole first transformation immortal pill. Someone spoke up, the first transformation immortal pill is good, but it feels a bit boring. Another cut in, that's right. Yesterday we saw a second transformation immortal pill. Having seen something better. So seeing this item now is no longer exciting. One shook his head and added, anyway, it's not given to us. But Li Chengqian heard those whispers clearly. He turned his head and glared coldly at the crowd, making them immediately shut up, daring not say another word. Suddenly he saw Shi Yanhan. He happily ran to her and called, Yanhan. He reached out wanting to hold her hand, starting to express his feelings, I missed you so much. When he lifted the hand, he saw this hand was very large and rough, making him very confused. Is this a girl's hand? When he looked up, he saw Mingyu's scowling face looking at him, while Shi Yanhan stood silently behind. At this moment, Li Qingqian's face turned purple with fear. Did I just hold a man's hand? Mingyu pushed his hand away hard and shouted, hey, hey, hey. Mingyu shook his hand repeatedly. With a disgusted look, face wrinkled up, pointing at Li Chengqian and snapping, that filthy thing. Stay away from me. Li Chengqian ground his teeth in anger, but couldn't refute, because he was the one who actively held the other's hand. Then he turned to Shi Yanhan behind. Yanhan, I heard. Your danger from the Mysticine sect was resolved by Qingyun Mountain. Initially I intended to come help. With my father's sword saint reputation, surely could easily repel the Mysticine sect. Finished speaking, he turned to curiously ask Mingyu, what is your relationship with Yanhan? Mingyu used a mocking tone full of ridicule. Why should I tell you? On what basis do you demand I tell? My father, acting like a kid clinging to his father's skirt. Li Chengqian ignored him. He just focused on expressing his feelings to Shi Yanhan. Long time no see, you are still as beautiful as ever. My feelings for you remain deep and unchanged. He patted his chest confidently and continued. As long as you agree, I will immediately come to propose. With my father's intervention, no matter how much the Heartwood sect wants to restrict you, they will have to consider Songdong City's face. Mingyu sneered, tone full of provocation. Pretending to be majestic? Without. Your father, what are you? This made Li Qingqian's face turn purple with rage. His whole body trembling, two hands clenched into fists. He tried to suppress it to maintain his cool image, and asked back, may I ask who you are? Mingyu immediately cut in, your father. Your grandfather. But Li Qingqian's subordinates were furious. They gripped their sword hilts ready to draw and fight. However, Mingyu stood with arms akimbo continuing to scold. Li Qingqian, look in the mirror at your own qualities. 1 part arrogance, 2 parts contempt, 3 parts showing off, 4 parts complacency. Going anywhere clinging to my father. My father, why don't you mention that I am your grandfather? Don't you know clearly in your heart that because of your poor ability, you can only rely on your father's reputation? You useless weakling. Li Chengqian ground his teeth, articulating every word. If you speak rudely again, don't blame me for cutting off your tongue. Hearing that, Mingyu immediately stuck out his tongue to tease him. Here, my tongue is here, come cut it then. Yanhan bowed her head and spoke politely but firmly. Young Master Li, I am already married and have given birth. You don't need to do this. In the future, I hope you won't bother me anymore. Hearing these words, Li Chengqian was stunned, face pale. Unable to believe his ears, Mingyu stood staring at him, worried he would harm Shi Yanhan. It took a long time for Li Chengqian to react. He turned and pointed at the twins, stammering, this matter, could it be they are? She confirmed, they are indeed my children. This answer left Li Chengqian completely dead silent. Just then, old Master Xia announced, everyone get ready. The mist is starting to clear. Li Chengqian was unwilling to give up, he patted his chest assuring Yanhan. Wait for me to return from the desolate region. Go, go, get lost you rambling idiot. Mingyu's words made Li Chengqian grit his teeth in anger. He turned back and gave Mingyu a sharp glare, but Mingyu raised his middle finger to challenge him. What are you looking at? Never seen a handsome guy before? From the past until now, he was provoked by Mingyu until he trembled. He pointed at 2 subordinates and ordered, left 3, right 3. You 2 stay to protect Yanhan. Left 1, left 2, right 1, right 2. Hearing the order, the subordinates responded in unison, yes sir. Mingyu pointed at Li Chengqian and said annoyedly, need you to protect? Suddenly, he saw Sui Feng leaning against a tree, hand fanning the fan in front of his chest, looking elegant like a scholar. Feng Zhoulie rode his horse near Mingyu and asked curiously. Your young master and little brother Sui Feng are both not present here. Yet you dare to provoke so blatantly? He turned his head abruptly, glanced at him and uttered words mockingly. Chengqian, that rotten egg. Shrinking turtle, dares to covet the madam? Feng Zhoulie rode past Mingyu and said, this trip to the desolate region will need to rely on you to look after us. Mingyu closed his eyes, confidently waved his hand replying, simple. Before leaving, General Feng glanced at Mingyu with a meaningful look. Then he ordered the soldiers, all soldiers. Each person split into a team and enter the desolate region. Little Yi held a sword, his whole body radiating golden spiritual energy. The boy muttered, no problem. I should be able to enter the desolate region. When little Qi saw her younger brother wanting to rush in, she said worriedly, Little Yi, I can't go. You and everyone go in there, must be very careful. Okay? Mom and I will wait for everyone outside. The boy looked at his sister and nodded in agreement. This time even if we don't get the opportunity, it is also a good chance to train. Mingyu suddenly patted little Ye's shoulder, startling the boy. He praised, very good, ambitious. Shi Yunwan waved goodbye to Shi Yanhan, sister. Then we are going in. At this moment she spoke politely to Mingyu. Little Yi and Yunwan will rely on you to look after them. Mingyu patted his chest confidently affirming, Madam, rest assured. My strength is very formidable. Gumeng silently stood watching everyone enter the desolate region one by one. He frowned and said irritably, Father, Mother, I also want to enter the desolate region. At this time, the Gu couple was still grieving, hugging their eldest son. Hearing these words from the youngest son, they were stunned. Both husband and wife looked at him pale-faced. Madame Gu spoke up to stop him, Manger, don't go. Gumeng put one hand on his hip, one hand pointing at the subordinates behind, confidently. Said, don't worry, I prepared a pile of pills. Even have an absolute heaven divine pill. Moreover, there are many experts following. It will be fine. Then Gumeng led his subordinates into the desolate region. As he walked he thought to himself, didn't expect Big Brother to also be a waste. He held a medicine bottle in his hand, eyes revealing clear calculation, confident that so many people entering to rob the immortal artifact. At that time it will surely be very chaotic. I will use the chaos to use the poison mixed from Master's place to kill all those people. Who knows, the immortal artifact might be mine. Madame Gu asked her husband, Shensuan, should we go in too? He looked at his wife and reassured, don't be too worried. Father-in-law and everyone are also there. They will take care of Manger. Nothing will happen. Then, he looked at his eldest son lying on the stretcher, spoke softly, take Fenger for treatment first. I also have to report this matter to the clan members. New grudges and old hatreds calculated together. I must exterminate the Heartwood sect. Suddenly, he saw a ray of light flash across the sky. That ray of light landed right in front of him. The immense power made earth and rocks fly everywhere. Ding Jia emerged from the pile of smoke and dust, shouting angrily, where is my disciple? Recognizing him, Gu Shensuan clasped his hands respectfully. So it is Senior Ding Jia. Immediately Ding Jia grabbed Gu Feng's wrist and squeezed hard. He screamed in pain, face pale. He twisted Gu Feng's broken arm behind his back, making him hurt so much his eyes bulged out. Ding Jia looked at him with suspicious eyes. After a while of observation, he came to a conclusion. You are not my disciple. Then he roughly threw him far away. Gu Shensuan watched his son being thrown like a ball, so shocked that his eyeballs looked like they would fall out. Madame Gu anxiously ran over to help Gu Feng up, while Gu Shensuan pointed at the desolate region and said, Mr. Ding, Manger has already entered the desolate region. Hearing that, he shouted loudly, Disciple, I am coming. Saying that, he ran as fast as he could towards the desolate region. After he disappeared from sight, Madame Gu questioned her husband, Shensuan. What kind of master did you find for Manger? He is crazy, making Fenger's injury worse. Sooner or later Manger will be led astray by him. Hearing this, his face turned green with anger. A long while later, he turned to tell her, what do you understand? Ding Jia's ancestor once did a favor for the ageless immortal at Tianshi Mountain. This name surprised her greatly. The ageless immortal? Isn't that one of the 5 immortals? He continued to explain. The ageless immortal promised the Ding family 3 wishes. And Ding Jia is currently the only descendant of the Ding family. If Manger can inherit this, then we will have a connection with the ageless immortal. In the future, even the main family will have to respect us. Meanwhile, in a cave, powerful purple true energy radiated from the cave entrance, forming misty rays of light like silk ribbons. Inside, a man was sitting cross-legged cultivating He is Si Kongxian, sect master of the Nine Clouds Supreme Sect. Suddenly, his closed eyes opened. He said to the figure appearing at the cave entrance, "You came. I have reached the critical moment for a breakthrough." He asked, "Guardian Mu, have you found the sacred body I need yet?" Mu Wuming, the black-robed man, stared at him. After a while, he spoke, "Not yet." Si Kongxian frowned, eyes showing dissatisfaction. This was not the answer he wanted. So he scolded him, "Then why did you come here?" "I must quickly absorb a powerful special physique. To enhance my own strength. If everything goes smoothly, in less than 3 years, I will be the first immortal of the Nine Clouds Supreme Sect. If I can also conveniently obtain the immortal artifact in the desolate region, then by that time, the probability of the Nine Clouds Supreme Sect gaining an opportunity at the Myriad People Assembly will be even greater." Mu Wuming asked him, "Why not absorb that heavenly vein soul bone?" He replied, "The heavenly vein soul bone? Didn't the holy envoy take it away a few days ago? That's why I exchanged it for a cultivation treasure for myself." Speaking up to here, he realized something was wrong. "How do you know about the heavenly vein soul bone? You only knew I obtained a treasure, but didn't know what I used to exchange for it." Mu Wuming walked coldly into the cave. Si Kongxian asked him, "Mu Wuming, could it be you have always been monitoring me?" At this moment, Li Tianyuan tore off Mu Wuming's mask. He said, "I'm not that bored." Seeing Li Tianyuan's true face, Si Kongxian was terrified to the extreme. He exclaimed, "What? Even the killing formation I set up couldn't distinguish your disguise?" Li Tianyuan stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes cold and decisive, advising, "Don't waste time being surprised. I only care about the heavenly vein soul bone." As soon as he finished speaking, a giant transparent purple hand, condensed from immortal clouds, suddenly appeared, and slammed straight down at Li Tianyuan's position. That hand, controlled by Si Kongxian, slammed hard onto the ground. The surprising thing was, this powerful palm force quickly dissipated into dust and smoke, while Li Tianyuan still stood in place, steady as a rock, completely unmoved. Seeing his opponent unharmed, Si Kongxian exclaimed in horror, "You took my full immortal cloud palm strike. And you are still intact?" Li Tianyuan looked at him calmly and declared, "Fine then. Anyway, when I soul search you later, the result will be the same." Saying that, he suddenly attacked, launching a strike, making Si Kongxian startled into defense. The two rushed into combat. Striking and blocking, they could be said to be equally matched. The battle became increasingly intense. Powerful streams of true energy, along with the pressure of great emperors, radiated out, overwhelming the space. After fighting for a while, Si Kongxian assessed, "Sure enough, you are also an expert at the great emperor realm. If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have tested you. That move just now, I used my full strength." Li Tianyuan coldly cut him off. "I don't have enough patience to listen to nonsense." Si Kongxian was pushed back by Li Tianyuan's power. He hurriedly clasped his hands. A powerful purple energy sphere appeared in between. Then he roared, "Immeasurable true body." Then he struck the palm force towards his opponent. But Li Tianyuan only used one hand to block that palm force easily. At the same time, behind Si Kongxian, holding a sword majestically, Si Kongxian's face darkened, brows furrowed tightly together. He coldly gritted out, "State your name." Li Tianyuan stared at him, responding only with a look of contempt, completely ignoring him. This thoroughly angered Si Kongxian. He immediately activated his magic power. The giant purple avatar behind his back held the sword pointing straight to the sky. From that earth-shaking power source, purple streaks of light shot up into the air, piercing through the black hole overhead. The hand holding Si Kongxian's whisk raised. The hairs flew towards Li Tianyuan, as if wanting to entangle him, while the avatar holding the sword prepared to slash down. But instead of the earth-shattering slash as expected, Si Kongxian unexpectedly fired a rapid succession of sealing talismans onto Li Tianyuan, making him unable to move. The avatar's two giant hands grabbed him tight. His whole body was being imprisoned in a purple sphere, with significant sealing power. Si Kongxian controlled the avatar and confidently declared, "You have fallen into the heavenly secret cage set up by me. Attacking me in this place is no different from seeking your own death." Saying that, he poured more power into that cage. Yet in just a fleeting second, the cage shattered. Li Tianyuan stood proudly amidst the remaining purple smoke, not the least bit injured. Si Kongxian focused spiritual energy into his palm, shouting, "Heart Demon Mirror." Spiritual energy curled in his palm. He slowly floated into the air, controlled by purple tendrils. like long silk ribbons. Then he poured more power, controlling the heart demon mirror to attack Li Tianyuan. He stood outside confidently explaining, "You have been controlled by my formation. Acting like a treasure, my heart demon mirror will make you fall into your inner demons. Unable to escape. During that time, the desolate mist will incessantly erode your body. So what if we are in the same realm? Wait until you lose all combat power. Won't you be at my mercy? Be silent right here, nameless emperor." Finished speaking, he poured more spiritual energy to control the heart demon mirror, wanting to control Li Tianyuan's mind. At this moment, the heart demon mirror gradually entered Li Tianyuan's consciousness. He just stood there amidst the powerful purple formation. Suddenly he opened his eyes. At this moment, a call rang in his ears, "Little Tian." That was when he was small, standing in a large open field. His mother waved at him, "Don't daydream anymore." She smiled, raising a pinwheel to coax him. "Little Tian, come here quick." Li Tianyuan widened his eyes and called, "Mother." Suddenly, a cold iron collar tightened around his neck, making him unable to breathe. His eyes started turning purple. Li Tianyuan gritted his teeth, using his hands to loosen the collar. A moment later, he opened his eyes wide. Now he was tightly tied to a tree. When he turned to the right, the scene before him broke his heart. His mother was tied to a tree trunk, her whole body pinned with small daggers. She was unconscious at this point. A group of men in black slowly walked up, loudly scolding him, "Monster! Monster!" Then many small flying daggers flew fast towards Li Tianyuan. He couldn't resist. He could only watch unblinkingly as they pierced deep into his body. Li Tianyuan screamed in pain. Leading the group was a man in yellow clothes. Beside him were two men in green clothes. Following were many subordinates in black. A giant hand raised up. They began the ritual, cursing him, "Lei Yuan Tian," eternally never to be reincarnated. At this moment, Li Tianyuan felt a stream of eerie black gas starting to invade his body, causing extreme pain. He was so pale from pain. He could only look up to the sky and scream. It was truly too painful, making a child like Li Tianyuan just want to give up. Just when he was most desperate and wanted to surrender, his mother spoke up. "Live on. Only by living is there hope." One morning in a peaceful village amidst mountains and forests, Li Tianyuan was lying on a bed and suddenly opened his eyes. At this time he saw an old man. He told him, "From today, your name will be Li Tianyuan." Then he raised his hand. Golden magic power curled into a tornado around his hand. Then that power struck towards Li Tianyuan, sending him flying out of the house. Even the bed he was lying on couldn't escape the fate of being thrown out with him. Li Tianyuan sat on the ground. People heard a loud noise and immediately ran out to see. Very quickly he stood up to observe everyone. The old man in the room shouted loudly, "Don't think of being lazy. Hurry up and practice. If you displease me, I will peel your skin." Finished speaking, two large rocks flew towards him and sat squarely on his head. Yes, just like that. Li Tianyuan had to use both hands to lift two rocks, several times larger than his body. He gritted his teeth silently cursing, "Old bastard." By evening, his legs were a bit jelly, knees wanting to buckle. After all, he was a child. Just started training. Lasting until late evening like this was already too good. At this moment he couldn't hold on anymore. Kneeling on the ground, Li Tianyuan lifted his head, his eyes suddenly flashed. Many cultivators suddenly invaded this peaceful village. They used flying swords to set fire to the village. The flames flared up quickly. Many villagers were killed, bodies lying scattered on the ground. The leader shouted loudly, "Kill all the monsters." Saying that, he flew his sword at a young man pinned on the ground. His mind wanted to collapse. Li Tianyuan dazedly watched the villagers being slaughtered. Suddenly a cold hand placed on his hand. The girl lying in a pool of blood tried to tell him, "Run quickly." Li Tianyuan shed tears in heartbreak. The mob rushed from behind wanting to attack him. At this moment he had nothing left to lose. Turned around and struck a palm making the mob fly far away, then screamed madly, "Get lost." Just as he was about to run into the house to check on his master, the master ran out, covered in blood, collapsing onto him. Li Tianyuan panicked and hugged him. His master, before passing away, gently patted the little student's head and instructed, "Your ideals are very beautiful. Always persist on your own path." At this moment he didn't know what to say. Could only silently shed tears. Two streams of tears rolling down his cheeks. Si Kongshuan's heart demon mirror had an object like a mirror shining down from above. A purple color completely covered the space. Li Tianyuan seemed imprisoned in it, unable to escape. Si Kongshan frowned tightly looking at him. 100% confident, affirming, already swallowed by inner demons and fell into the trap. Looking at him immersed in the heart demon mirror, he sneered. However, without protective true energy, being corroded by the desolate mist. For so long, yet the body is still not hollowed out? He retracted the avatar and said coldly. Fine, since you are at the Great Emperor realm. Of course there are special points. I will personally send you on your way. And so Kong. Xian loudly declared the end. Let the battle end here, nameless emperor. A sword in the avatar's hand exploded with power. Something shattered. An earth-shaking stream of green spiritual energy radiated out. After the loud explosion, he used all his spiritual power, eyes wide open staring at Li Tianyuan. What the hell? Li Tianyuan was still standing proudly in front of him, completely intact, unharmed. Kongshan was so surprised he couldn't believe it, exclaiming, You escaped the control of the heart demon mirror. And conquered the inner demons? What exactly are you? Li Tianyuan's eyes turned bright red. He spoke coldly. The trust everyone placed in me. Yet you call it inner demons? I could see them again. Li Tianyuan raised his hand, standing proudly like a god statue. His hand controlled the sword of the heart demon mirror avatar, and he confidently introduced himself. Heavenly Lai Palace, Li Tianyuan. Hearing this title, Kongshan was extremely. You are from the Heavenly Lai Palace? Kongshan frowned, eyes wide staring at him. He stood still like a statue. Kongshan's whole body along with earth and rocks flew into the sky. The avatar also shattered and gradually vanished. Li Tianyuan's green true energy, just like that, chased after Kongshan's purple true energy. Li Tianyuan's eyes emitted cold rays of light. His whole body radiated extremely great pressure. Kongshan's eyes bulged. He realized that this realm of his was not the aura a galaxy realm Great Emperor should have. At this moment, Li Tianyuan flew to where Kongshan was standing. Two men face to face. Li Tianyuan raised his fist, actively rushing in to attack him, throwing a powerful punch to the right cheek, followed by a precise punch to Kongshan's chin. Kongshan was in pain, face ashen staring at Li Tianyuan and shouting, What exactly did you do? My Nine-Cloud Supreme Sect does not fear Heavenly Lai Palace. Don't say. Li Tianyuan replied softly. The Nine-Cloud Supreme Sect is just a step in my plan. My ultimate goal is only one, which is to destroy the Eternal Sect. Kongshan was extremely terrified. What? How do you know of the existence of the Eternal Sect? He didn't bother answering him, but used spiritual power to form green rays of light, surrounding Kongshan. Kongshan retreated backwards. He realized he was not Li Tianyuan's match, but he was unwilling to give up, continuing to use the heart demon mirror in his palm. The power of the heart demon mirror radiated stronger and stronger. Suddenly a crack appeared on this treasure. Of course Kongshan discovered that crack. He thought in panic. Even the heart demon mirror comparable to a divine artifact could not resist him either. Why are people from the Heavenly Lai Palace all so terrifying? So he continued to execute the universe thunder movement escape technique to flee. A second later, the heart demon mirror shattered into pieces. The purple true energy faded in the air. Li Tianyuan calmly stood looking at him, muttering softly. No decent skills to speak of, but runs very fast. After speaking, he also quickly left, leaving behind only a trail of green energy in the air. At a large clearing, many people were gathering. They were advancing step by step. Suddenly three men were surprised, gaping at the situation before their eyes. Their companion was now standing in one spot, trembling ceaselessly. He trembled and said, This place is too scary. The others paled looking at the young man. One couldn't help but speak up. I know it's our first time in the desolate region, but don't embarrass me like that. Old Master Xia pointed ahead and said, The immortal artifact is not far from here. The young man was trembling like a leaf, turned his head back in fear and said, Hey, I feel like there are eyes staring at us. A man spoke up. A barren place like the desolate region. Besides us, who else would be staring at you? While he said that, he didn't notice a pair of red eyes hiding ahead. Just as he finished speaking, a stream of black true energy pierced through his chest. That guy couldn't believe it. Too fast, too sudden. Then he gaped, touching the hole in his chest. There, in front of them was a wolf, its mouth holding a piece of meat. Everyone stared wide-eyed ahead, gaping in fear. What is this? In front of them was a large pack of wolves. Fang Zhulai ordered the soldiers to defend. Heed the order. The soldiers pointed their spears at the wolves. The old man shouted, It's desolate beasts. Everyone's morale rose high. We have many people, why fear ganging up on them? But looking back at the situation, the wolf pack was getting larger. He got scared again, it seems they are more numerous. Just like that, both sides rushed into a chaotic battle. Li Chengqian ordered his juniors to set up a formation. Only countless fire swords were seen flying around him. The wolves rushing in were immediately minced like meatballs. Old Master Xia also warned everyone, go quickly. No need to linger here. Just like that, they broke the siege and gradually advanced. However, some unlucky individuals became delicious prey for them. General Feng ordered, don't panic. Hold the line. Little Ye's group also gradually moved forward. The little ant didn't forget to remind Little Ye, be careful. A wild wolf wanted to sneak a bite at the boy but was taken out beautifully by Mingyu. Its body dissipated as if it never existed. On another side, the crowd didn't have it so easy. They were exhausted. And became a hearty meal for them. Went to watch the show but ended up with nothing left. Someone realized something and shouted. The wolves seemed to have stopped. Old Xia immediately explained first. The power of the immortal artifact makes them dare not rush forward. A guy panic pointed and screamed, look there. Is that the immortal artifact? In the distance, there was a black sword hovering over the mountain. A few people risked their lives running ahead to seize the treasure. Mingyu looked at it, silently speculating. Could this place be? Little Yi then asked. Uncle Ming, aren't we going over there? Let's go, what is there to fear, nephew? The group ahead was risking their lives. Running towards the immortal artifact. They were suddenly attacked by two golden swords. Turns out it was young Master Li. He started running his mouth, this immortal artifact is a sword. Naturally very suitable for my Sword City father. Isn't that so? He boldly declared. If you yield to me, you will receive a high-grade spiritual artifact. Furthermore, my Cangdong city can also look after everyone. Hearing this, many people wanted to retreat. Anyway, with our strength, it's hard to seize the immortal artifact. However, some thought otherwise. As long as I have the immortal artifact in hand, I can take on your whole city. Just after speaking, they rushed to attack. But were knocked away by young Master Li using sword energy. Daisima couldn't stand still either and stepped in to stop. Just like that, tugging back and forth, everyone was greedy. Little Yi and Mingyu slowly walked over to watch the drama. Just then, a young man took the opportunity to rush forward, wanting to steal the immortal artifact. However, dark sword energy shot out, causing him to die on the spot. His body shattered and fell to the ground. Witnessing this scene, everyone was terrified. See? Whoever wants it, come and get it. A thick-skinned group spoke up, thanks. For the spiritual artifact, young Master Li. Haha, he really lost big time this time. Right before our eyes. Scary sword energy, stepping up means bidding farewell to ancestors. Mingyu noticed General Feng. It seemed he came here with a different purpose. At the same time, young Master Li risked his life approaching the immortal sword. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get any closer. Only then did he thickly declare. The immortal artifact is an opportunity for everyone. Better to go with the flow. Let it naturally find the one destined for it. He thought pale-facedly. Just now my whole body's meridians were almost severed. Still couldn't get any closer. Could it be I have no destiny with it? Mingyu then urged Little Yi to go forward. Who knows, you might be able to pull it out. The little ant saw that and panicked. Brother Mingyu, that is too dangerous. But he wasn't concerned. Telling Little Yi to just try. I see it has a destiny with you. Despite the little ant's dissuasion, the boy finally decided, I will try. Some people saw the boy moving up and panicked. Is he looking for death? Young Master Li was also surprised, thinking, isn't that Yanhan's son? Little Yi slowly walked forward, heart inevitably terrified. Is this the immortal artifact? Feels even more painful than being near father's sword. Suddenly he seemed to see something. A familiar back figure frantically slaughtering monsters. Here he seemed to realize something. Compared to training with father, this is nothing. He swung executing the 7 forms of the killing god. Countless monster illusions disappeared. Little Yi also successfully stood before the immortal sword, making everyone gape in astonishment. The cultivators all gaped looking at Little Yi, while Li Chengqian also stood frozen. Everyone chattered noisily, I don't know. I saw him walk step by step there. Just now, even Li Chengqian couldn't break through even the miasma surrounding. Yet a child like him. Ignoring whatever they were discussing, the boy stepped up and grasped the sword hilt. Everyone held their breath watching his every move. Li Chengqian transmitted his voice to his 4 subordinates. Prepare to snatch the sword. But don't harm the child's life. Left 2, right 2, you block the others. Seeing the boy had the sword, immediately thought of snatching his sword. They crept closer to Little Yi. Mingyu watched, finding it very eyesore. These people just need Little Yi to pull out the sword, and everyone will attack en masse, digging their own graves. Gumang did not rush up. He hugged the poison bottle standing quietly behind, silently calculating. You guys just keep fighting. Once it becomes chaotic, I will release poison, I will be the final winner. Little Yi's two hands gripped the sword hilt tight. Following his every action, Li Chengqian directed his subordinates to prepare. His two subordinates were ready, holding the sword hilts behind their backs. The surprise was that Little Yi pulled up with all his might. But it didn't budge at all. The boy shouted loudly, I can't pull it out. Seeing the boy couldn't pull it out, what was there left for them to snatch? So they continued to stand and wait. Little Yi used strength until his face was red and cheeks puffed, whole body trembling. But the sword didn't move even a bit. Can't pull it out. Little Yi turned back dejectedly. Daisima couldn't help but exclaim, Seems his destiny is limited. As for Shi Yunwan, she patted her chest sighing in relief. Little Yi scared me to death. Mingyu patted the boy's shoulder encouragingly. Very good, very good. At least you learned a few cool things. He couldn't pull the sword but still got praised? Little Yi looked up at him in surprise and asked, Uncle Mingyu, could it be? You know the moves hidden inside the sword energy? Mingyu glanced at Li Chengqian throwing a sarcastic remark. You are much better than that guy who only knows how to rely on his father. Seems someone hasn't even touched the sword. Although Li Chengqian was very angry, he couldn't do anything because Mingyu wasn't wrong. Couldn't argue. He walked away, giving Mingyu a cold, resentful glare. His hand clenched into a fist, thinking unwillingly, must I return empty-handed? If not, try moving this whole mountain peak. Suddenly everyone stared in amazement at the situation before them. Two streams of green and purple true energy, chasing and fighting each other. Si Kongshan fled very fast, but Li Tianyuan was no pushover. He chased closely behind. The two were just like cat and mouse. Si Kongshan was extremely furious. Why is this killing god chasing so close? I have used all my power to flee. He gritted his teeth thinking, must I waste lifeblood and longevity to be able to escape? Suddenly he stopped. This stream of true energy. The immortal artifact has appeared. And so he immediately laughed excitedly, ha ha ha. Heaven never cuts off anyone's path. Si Kongshan quickly changed direction, flying towards the sword. Then he asked Li Tianyuan, do you know what my other purpose for cultivating here is? He looked coldly at Si Kongshan. He continued to ramble on. I sensed an immortal artifact in the desolate region. I was waiting for the desolate mist to fade, to conveniently take the immortal artifact. True, our strengths differ. But if I have the immortal artifact, naturally my strength will be greater than yours. He looked at the crowd below, confidently saying, just in time. My time for a counterattack has come. Hearing his voice, everyone looked up at his hand. Si Kongshuan's hand was very close to the sword. Just a little more to touch the sword. A second later, his hand grasped the sword hilt and said, when I rise. Rise what? He hadn't finished speaking, when he was knocked away by the self-defense true energy around the sword. Coughing up blood, oh, unbelievable. The young cultivators stared wide-eyed, pupils popping out. Li Chengqian recognized the man falling in front of him. Isn't that the sect master of Nine Clouds Supreme Sect? Si Kongshan? So he clasped his hands politely bowing and asked softly, Senior Si Kong, why are you here? He didn't care about him, trying hard to pull the sword. Even though he used force until his face turned purple, it didn't make the sword budge. Si Kong was focusing on pulling the sword. So Li Chengqian thought he didn't hear, hurriedly reminding, Senior Si Kong, no time left. Just when he looked up, a green light rushed in. It was Li Tianyuan. Si Kong frowned slightly, quickly assessing the situation. Realizing the enemy was too strong, he decisively let go of the sword he was pulling, and immediately turned to flee. Li Chengqian was surprised. Did Senior Si Kong encounter a strong enemy? He confidently declared, don't worry, I am Li Chengqian, son of the Sword Saint of Cangdong City. I will come to help you. Saying that, he ordered his entourage. Immediately 4 sword energies appeared behind his back. Li Chengqian flew straight towards Li Tianyuan, loudly stating his name again. I am the son of the Sword Saint of Cangdong City. He just raised his hand intending to attack. Mouth shouting, you, when Li Tianyuan coldly shouted, scram, and sent him flying. Li Tianyuan had approached the sword by now. He gently opened his hand, lightly grasped the hilt and pulled it up. Holding the immortal sword in hand, he continued to chase Si Kongshan. Witnessing him pull the sword easily, Like nothing, Si Kongxian stared wide-eyed in amazement. Speechless. He screamed unwillingly. Why can you easily obtain this immortal artifact? He calmly explained. This Xinyu sword was originally mine. Hearing that, Si Kongxian was shocked. What? Could it be you are the owner of this immortal artifact in the beginning? Did you stick it there? Li Tianyuan nodded. If not, then what? Si Kongxian, sweating profusely, muttered. What kind of terrifying existence is this after all? Suddenly he turned back and asked loudly. Could it be you are the palace master of Heavenly Lai Palace? He looked straight at him and replied, you guessed right. He immediately used a secret technique burning lifeblood, using 10 times the speed of thunder movement to escape. Li Tianyuan didn't let him go, saying disdainfully, let's see how long you can hold on. Below, the cultivators gaped in amazement, watching Li Tianyuan and Si Kongxian rush away like shooting stars. A subordinate hurriedly ran to support Li Chengqian. His face was swollen, whole body trembling, unable to stand firm. He muttered in disbelief. Just one move defeated me, this person is too terrifying. Shi Yunwan looked at the green light flashing by, feeling extremely familiar. She racked her brain for a moment, then suddenly remembered and asked Mingyu. Uncle Mingyu, was that person just now brother-in-law? Is it? Mingyu put his hands on his hips and glanced at her, wondering why she asked such a naive question, but still answered frankly. That's right, it's the young master. Li Chengqian heard that and gaped. My love rival is this strong? His eyes bulged, veins popping on his face. He even spurted blood from his nose. Due to excessive shock and agitation, he tried to connect the clues. Could it be he is? Even though injured, he was still determined to fly and chase after, not forgetting to order his subordinates, left 1, left 2. Right 1, right 2, follow me. The 4 subordinates shouted in unison. Order received, and immediately flew after him. The remaining cultivators were still stunned. The immortal artifact was taken. Before they could regain their composure, they saw countless dense desolate beasts slowly approaching, with bloodshot eyes and terrifying sharp fangs. One person panicked and cried out, we're done for. Desolate beasts are coming. Fear engulfed everyone. The immortal artifact was removed. The desolate beasts are no longer restrained. They are swarming here. Everyone's face turned pale, not knowing how to escape the herd of ferocious beasts. The beast herd realized there was no more danger, immediately rushing towards them like the wind. Young cultivators were sweating profusely, some sobbing. One person cried out in despair, damn it. Now not only did we not get the immortal artifact, but we are also attacked by desolate beasts. The loss is too great. A young cultivator held his head crying. I don't need the immortal artifact anymore. Just want to survive and go back. They used all their strength to gather into small groups, trying to use magic power to fight against the desolate beasts. Gumeng stood behind, Mingyu and Little Yi, face full of anger. He thought to himself, entering the desolate region this time cannot be without any harvest. Suddenly, was controlling the herd of desolate beasts. They tried to move, but couldn't take another step. The cultivators were surprised, not understanding what was happening. Right after that, a giant object appeared in the air, blocking out even the sunlight. Everyone looked up curiously. One person exclaimed in amazement, look. What is that in the sky? A huge beast, shaped like a dolphin, but could fly as if swimming in the air. Old Master Xiao looked intently, speculating, could it be the sun-devouring Leviathan? Little Yi repeated curiously, sun-devouring Leviathan? Mingyu stared at the sun-devouring Leviathan, and explained to Little Yi, that is a demonic beast rank above low rank, middle rank, high rank, saint rank, and super rank. You need to know, saint rank is equivalent to the Saint Emperor realm. Super rank is equivalent to the Great Emperor realm. And the rank even higher than that is the sun-devouring Leviathan. When saying this, his face was extremely tense. He paused for a moment, then said a sentence that suffocated everyone. This demonic beast can rival an immortal. Hearing that, Little Ye's face turned pale. Lips pressed tight, eyes wide with terror. But Shi Yunwan couldn't take it. Angrily warning, Brother Mingyu. This is not the time to disseminate knowledge. What should we do? Mingyu stared intently at the monster, ready to channel magic power. He said sternly, everyone hold your positions. Let's see what it wants to do. The cultivators' faces were drained of blood, chattering noisily, why did a sun-devouring Leviathan appear here? This creature is not simple. Even a great emperor has to be wary. We are definitely dead this time. The desolate region mist suddenly became denser. One person screamed in horror. The density of the desolate mist has increased again. At this moment, the sun-devouring Leviathan opened its giant mouth. starting to suck the true energy of the cultivators. Everyone was terrified, feeling the true energy in their bodies being drained away. At this rate, won't we be sucked dry? A cultivator with lower cultivation couldn't stand it, clutching his chest and writhing. Blood started oozing from his eyes and mouth, he screamed in pain. Another person exclaimed, "It is sucking our true energy." While Yunwan and Little Yi gritted their teeth to endure, Mingyu reached out towards the two and shouted, "Everyone gather close together. Stabilize your true energy." He stared at the sun-devouring Leviathan, frowning deeply. Explaining seriously, every time it inhales and exhales, it swallows a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy, and simultaneously expels miasmic gas, increasing the corrosive power of the desolate mist. However, this is its unconscious behavior, not targeted at us. Hope it doesn't do anything else and leaves quickly. The cultivators hugged each other crying and asked, "What if it targets us?" Mingyu was undeterred, confident replying, "Then prepare to fight." But the monster continued to suck everyone's true energy. The two yellow eyes of the sun-devouring Leviathan began to emit black gas. Seeing that gas, Mingyu was stunned, realizing, not good. Looks like it really is targeting us. After sucking enough true energy, it slowly descended towards the ground, where everyone was standing, getting closer and closer. They felt an invisible power, devouring true energy and eroding their bodies. A sharp spreading pain was irresistible. They had to resign themselves to the gnawing torment. Mingyu gritted his teeth, deciding he couldn't keep backing down. He immediately gathered magic power, making his palm burst with brilliant golden light. From the void, he drew a precious sword. The sword tip pointed straight at the opponent, roaring, Lion King's precious howl. All surrounding cultivators held their breath watching, eyes focused on the sword. An elder couldn't help but speculate. Is the weapon in his hand perhaps an immortal artifact? Mingyu raised the divine weapon high, the other hand forming seals, chanting the mantra decisively. Golden light of 10,000 fathoms, protect the body. Golden lion roars, guard before me. Right after the summons, images of giant golden lions, brilliant in gold, appeared majestically behind him. They immediately roared, rushing straight at the sun-devouring Leviathan in a flash. Two earth-shattering forces collided, creating a shocking explosion. Feeling the heavy pressure, Mingyu couldn't help but admire. Indeed worthy of the dragon whisker whale rank. The sun-devouring Leviathan lives up to its reputation. He shouted, "Try and see if you can withstand this strike of mine." Finished speaking, he poured all his strength into the golden lion pride. Just when the sun-devouring Leviathan opened its mouth preparing to counterattack, the golden lion pride immediately launched a lightning strike. Unfortunately, that attack was still blocked by the opponent. The sun-devouring Leviathan didn't rest. It continued to open its mouth wide, frantically sucking dry the true energy of the cultivators and the surging spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The ground beneath their feet began to crack, cracks spreading wider and deeper by the moment. At the same time, the desolate region mist had enveloped Shi Yunwan's position. She had to endure double pressure, poisonous mist and the sun-devouring Leviathan's true energy suction, making her head hurt as if split by a hammer. She held her head, sweat pouring down like a shower, struggling to cry out, "Too terrible." When the ground beneath her feet cracked open, Shi Yunwan stumbled and fell forward. But immediately, an invisible force knocked her backwards. Backwards. Realizing the critical situation, Mingyu cried out, "Dangerous." Little Yi anxiously called, "Little Ant." Although extremely shocked, the boy couldn't move, only able to call her name in helplessness. The desolate mist quickly devoured Shi Yunwan's body. She closed her eyes in despair, whispering, "It's over." Completely exhausted, no longer able to resist the mist's erosion. Suddenly, a golden light flashed through the mist. A pair of steady hands caught Shi Yunwan in time. She slowly opened her eyes. Shi Yunwan's eyes opened wide, staring in amazement at the hero holding her, radiating charisma. Shi Yunwan started, looking closely, "It's Sui Feng." Sui Feng didn't say much, just reminding her in a cold voice. "Retract energy, concentrate spirit, quickly circulate protective true energy." She softly said, Witnessing Sui Feng appearing to save the day, Mingyu just sighed and muttered, "Almost forgot you were also here." Sui Feng gently set Shi Yunwan down, ensuring she stabilized her true energy herself, then walked straight towards Mingyu, instructing, "Focus full power to deal with the dragon whisker whale." Passing by Little Yi, he also instructed Little Yi, "You quickly retreat to the back." Little Yi hurriedly obeyed. Sui Feng immediately transferred spiritual power, adding strength to Mingyu. He said to Mingyu, "The sun-devouring Leviathan is extremely powerful. Let us join forces. To see if we can force it to retreat. Finished speaking, the two immediately fused their powers. Resonant energy exploded, condensing into a ferocious tiger wearing golden armor. The tiger didn't hesitate, roaring an earth-shattering sound, then pounced straight at the sun-devouring Leviathan. Mingyu shouted loud, "You beast! Taste the power of this young master." Two forces clashed violently. Initially, the alliance of the two seemed on par with the sun-devouring Leviathan, but just a moment later the situation tilted completely. Both felt the power poured in was like a drop in the ocean, unable to subdue the monster. Even so, they still gritted their teeth to endure, absolutely refusing to surrender. The surrounding cultivators were so scared they almost screamed. What do we do now? These two are already so strong, and have a mortal artifact support. Yet still can't match the sun-devouring Leviathan? Fang Zhou, Lai and his army still stood still watching. Mingyu exclaimed anxiously, "Can't hold on anymore." Sui Feng was also sweating profusely. He shouted, "Maintain focus." The sun-devouring Leviathan opened its mouth, continuing to devour spiritual power, even while confronting the two. Suddenly, a giant cold block of ice rose up right in front of the tiger, forming a solid wall blocking the way. Fierce fire from the tiger's body roared, but wasn't strong enough to melt the ice, only managing to create a thin mist of steam before dying out. Not long after, the ice wall shattered. The sun-devouring Leviathan shot out two tentacles from its mouth, quickly wrapping around the tiger and squeezing tight. Suddenly Feng Zhou shouted loud, "Now is the time." He and the squad of soldiers immediately activated the military formation, Dharma body arise. When the formation was deployed, a giant orange Dharma aspect appeared, rushing straight at the sun-devouring Leviathan. The Dharma aspect stabbed hard at where the tentacles were wrapping. Devouring Leviathan turned its body. Just then, the tiger rushed out in time to block the blow. Mingyu shouted angrily, "Do you know how to coordinate?" He frowned and retorted, "Saved your life and still getting scolded? Truly ungrateful." The cultivators suddenly regained faith in Fang Zhou, Lai's ability, excitedly cheering, "Haha, General Feng has taken action." However, another loud explosion rang out. Right after that, a purple tail full of spikes appeared, pulling along a purple monster covered in sharp spikes. This is... All cultivators were terrified to the extreme. What is this thing now? Truly avoided. The sun-devouring Leviathan only to meet another monster. Don't know how its power is. Mingyu is nearly exhausted by now. Face pale. Cold sweat streaming down, stammering in realization, this is a second sun-devouring Leviathan. Hearing him confirm, the cultivators panicked to the extreme. Another one? We are dead for sure this time. Please don't give us hope. Then push us back into despair. Like this, they could only pray, hoping they would fight each other. Maybe we still have a chance to survive. Turning its body caused the surrounding mist to cover more densely. Old Master Xia observed the scene, loudly warning, "The desolate mist is becoming thicker. In this area, everyone absolutely must not be negligent." With true energy, Mingyu suddenly thought of something, shouting, "Why is there a second sun-devouring Leviathan? The dragon whisker whale appearing. Is it related to it?" He turned to Sui Feng. "And why would a sun-devouring Leviathan appear under the land that the palace master suppressed years ago?" Sui Feng looked at the newly appeared sun-devouring Leviathan, speculating in surprise. The riot of the desolate beasts earlier. Could it be caused by it? He recalled. That year the young master left the Jinyu sword originally to suppress and neutralize the resentment of the destroyed desolate beasts. Could it have accidentally suppressed the sun-devouring Leviathan as well? Now that young master has pulled out the Jinyu sword, he unintentionally released it. However, this was just Sui Feng's own guess. He told himself, it's also possible that the dragon whisker whale itself woke this monster up. At this moment, two massive forces, one from the first sun-devouring Leviathan, one from the alliance of Sui Feng and teammates, were struggling fiercely, clashing like two natural forces. Meanwhile, the purple sun-devouring Leviathan suddenly rushed to attack the cultivators. Tragic screams rang out as cultivators were flung away by it. Strangely, little Yi, not understanding how, stood on the top of the head of the monster. The boy had never encountered this situation. Scared, calling Shi Yunwan's name, "Little Ant." Shi Yunwan, seeing the boy in that dangerous position, turned pale, crying out in worry. The monster suddenly raised its head high, causing little Yi to slide down to its neck. In the precarious moment, he hurriedly grabbed tightly onto a protruding sharp spike, trying to hold on to not fall off. Mingyu saw the sun-devouring Leviathan, number one, intending to flee, and shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" He poured all his power, aura surging like a tide, preparing to launch a finishing blow. But unfortunately, no matter how Mingyu struggled, he couldn't move. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Bastard! Suppressed by its power. Cannot move." Sui Feng was also locked tight, unable to budge. He said in a low voice, "Now the only way is to put all effort into dealing with the dragon. Whisker wail first, when there is a chance to escape. We will immediately chase after Little Yi." Both had to helplessly watch Little Yi being carried away by the purple sun-devouring leviathan. The boy gritted his teeth, telling himself, "The desolate mist seems to be getting thicker. My true energy can barely be maintained anymore." Suddenly, that sun-devouring leviathan flew straight at terrifying speed, towards a mountain. Getting close, but it showed no sign of slowing down. Little Yi widened his eyes in extreme horror, about to crash. Sure enough, it slammed into the mountain. Little Yi was flung far away by the impact force. His body slammed into a rock. Little Yi lay prone on the cold ground, violent coughing tearing his chest. The thick mist of the desolate region was now getting thicker and thicker, devouring his vision. He gritted his teeth tight, struggling to push up with his hands to stand. Only one urgent thought remained in his head: where the hell is this place? Must immediately find a way back to Uncle's. Mingyu and the others. Amidst the dense mist, a flickering black shadow appeared, accompanied by muttering complaints. Little Yi strained his eyes looking at that figure, fading in and out, making him unsure. Suddenly that voice spoke up full of suspicion. "Is that you? Who are you?" Little Yi frowned, asking back. Swish, 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 swish. 3 poison-tipped arrows rushed straight in quick as a flash. The boy gritted his teeth, dodging, escaping in time, but not completely. The 3rd arrow grazed his cheek, leaving a long bloody scratch. Gumang stepped out of the mist, face disgusting with smugness, hands still holding the posture of just throwing hidden weapons. He sneered, "Enemies meet at the right time." Seeing him, Little Yi loudly questioned, "Gumang, were you also brought here by that sun-devouring leviathan?" Suddenly dizziness struck. Black gas started surrounding Little Yi. The boy's whole body fell apart. He collapsed kneeling on the ground, forehead beaded with cold sweat. Little Yi didn't understand what was happening to him. But Gumang didn't hide it, sneering in reply. "How is it? Is my poison strong?" At this moment, Little Yi remembered. Those arrows were dipped in poison. His whole body went limp, strength dissipating. Gumang walked over and stomped hard on his back. Voice cold to the point of cruelty. "I found you lot an eyesore for a long time." He pulled out a sharp cold dagger, eyes flashing with killing intent, declaring the verdict. "I will kill you first." Little Yi tried to find a chance to survive, deciding to use psychological tactics at this moment. "Shouldn't we join forces to escape the desolate region?" That seemingly meaningless sentence angered Gumang. His face immediately twisted ferociously, hand raising the dagger high, screaming like a madman. "Stupid! You are too naive." As soon as the blade was about to stab down, when a powerful force blocked it, Little Yi channeled all his power, bracing himself to raise his sword and block the strike. But before he could rejoice, the boy crashed down, completely defeated. He lay there gasping for air, his hands still gripping the sword tightly, sweat pouring down like a stream. He tried to persuade Gumang one more time. "This place is too far from the wasteland border. We need to support each other with true energy. Relying on one person makes it very hard to survive. Until we get out." He was completely unmoved, coldly taking out a yellow elixir pill, disdainfully saying, "Do you know what this is?" Saying that, he swallowed it straight into his stomach. Immediately, his protective true energy layer dissipated, replaced by an inexplicable look of confidence. Gumang spread his arms wide, looking up at the sky, shouting loudly, "Indeed, it is the heaven-severing divine elixir. The wasteland mist doesn't affect me at all." Seeing him, completely immune to the corrosion of the wasteland, Little Yi opened his eyes wide in astonishment. How does he have such a good elixir? Then Gumang reached into his chest, taking out a compass, laughing while speaking. "My master has also arrived in the vicinity." He paused for a moment, eyes full of killing intent. "Don't worry, after I kill you, I will kill every single one of them." Saying that, he held his sword and rushed straight at Little Yi. The boy tensed up, gripping his sword, mentally prepared. He had no choice but to fight. When he launched a move, the boy tried to protect his body while dodging the attacks. Due to overexertion, the boy's footsteps became unsteady. Little Yi propped his sword against the ground, his whole body trembling as if about to collapse. Even Gu Mang was surprised by his resilient will. He spoke calmly. "Hit by my poison, yet still having to maintain protective true energy. Must be very difficult, right?" Finished speaking, he continued to swing his blade to attack. Little Yi dodged, but the dodge was much slower. Gumang gritted his teeth in anger. Unable to use the blade, he immediately fired 2 hidden weapons. Reaction sluggish due to toxins. Little Yi couldn't dodge in time. 2 arrows lodged deep into his abdomen. Fresh blood stained his clothes red. Little Yi clenched his teeth, trying not to collapse. His whole body shaking. Seeing he wasn't dead yet, Gumang pointed at him and shouted. He immediately executed Mad Dog Ascends the Pan. Unlike the exhausted boy, Gumang was still brimming with vitality. He shouted a challenge. Let me see how long you can last. He roared, die for me. However, Little Yi knew his strength had reached its limit. Desperately thinking, I can't hold on much longer. Suddenly, a flash of surprise sparked in his eyes. He realized his attack steps were too identical. Perhaps because he couldn't kill Little Yi after a long time. Gumang was so angry his veins popped out, he muttered. Truly a stubborn brat. Suddenly, Little Yi launched a counterattack. The boy had found an opening. And decided to use the 7 forms of the killing god. Gumang was terrified to the extreme, he panicked and screamed. What the hell is this? Little Yi rushed forward like an arrow. A brilliant yellow aura burst from the sword, enveloping his whole body in a blinding light. Gumang's face turned purple with humiliation. He angrily pointed his blade at Little Yi, and arrogantly declared, I am the young master of the Gu family, how could I let a brat like you scare me? Go die. Just as he finished speaking, he rushed in with a sloppy attack. Little Yi only slightly tilted his body to dodge. Neatly by a hair's breadth, then swung his sword to counter. At this moment, Gumang had fallen sitting on the ground. His face clearly showed fear. Just one slash from Little Yi, and he would lose his life. Seeing the boy about to strike, he shouted loudly, wait. I was wrong. I agree to a truce with you. Hearing that, the sword stopped right in front of Gumang's face. Just inches away from him. Gumang felt like he had just passed through the gates of hell, his soul in shock. Then he knelt down and begged Little Yi. From now on, I won't cause trouble for you guys anymore. Let's cooperate to escape the wasteland together. At this time, the boy was out of breath. His face turned grayish-green due to the poison. Little Yi impatiently shouted, give me the antidote. Gumang fearfully said, I'll give you the antidote right away. Saying that, he reached into his chest. But instead of medicine, he threw out a handful of white powder. Take this. Then he said coldly, fighting me, you're still too green. Be a good boy and die. Finished speaking, he grabbed the blade and rushed to stab Little Yi. Little Yi frowned, quick as lightning. 7 forms of the killing god was executed again. Decisively, with just a single move. Brilliant yellow spiritual energy radiated powerfully. Little Yi stabbed his sword through Gumang's stomach, he coughed blood. His eyes still couldn't believe. He was defeated by a child? How is it possible? Gumang looked at the sword stuck in his belly and whispered. I die at your hands. Finished speaking, he stopped breathing and slumped down on his knees. As for Little Yi, unable to hold on, he rolled onto the ground. The boy tried to crawl towards the medicine bottle, which had just fallen from Gumang. Little Yi gritted his teeth, crawling bit by bit, telling himself. True energy can no longer condense. Looking at the pills, not far away, but seemed like 10,000 miles from him. Little Yi thought in despair, am I about to die too? The boy stared at the pill. Suddenly, he recalled the words Le Tianyuan had said to Shiryu. Nuan when cultivating heaven-severing divine elixir. The thing he gave me is the heaven-severing divine elixir. He tried to reach out to grab them. Living up to expectations, Little Yi grabbed a pill. He quickly swallowed it. The boy's body was limp and exhausted, while the fog continued to roll in and surround him. Lying on the ground, he thought to himself. The wasteland mist is no longer corroding me. But if I don't find a way to solve the poison in my body, I will still die. Little Yi stared at Gumang's corpse, eyes empty. I killed him. But he also understood that if he didn't kill him, the one dead would be me. Must check if he has the antidote. Thinking that, he tried to drag himself forward. Suddenly, a voice echoed like thunder. Disciple, I am here. A terrifying palm force shattered the hill in front. Gumang's master looked around, searching for the figure of his beloved student. When he saw the figure of Gumang kneeling and motionless, he gaped in horror, regaining his senses. He flew towards him, desperately calling, my disciple. He grabbed Gumang's shoulders, shaking hard as if to wake the dead. The master just kept doing that. He shook him while screaming, Disciple, why did you die in this place? Master was one step too late. Little Yi turned pale with fear hearing those words. It's over, it's Gumang's master. Truly rotten luck. Then he hugged Gumang's corpse, sobbing loudly. Disciple, how will master live on? I only have you as my disciple. Master still has many secret techniques not yet passed down to you. After crying to his heart's content, he finally noticed little Ye's presence. He immediately pointed straight at the boy, harshly questioning. It was you. You murdered my disciple. Little Ye felt his body getting more and more uncomfortable. The poison seemed to be tearing him apart from the inside. The poison is getting worse. He approached, asking in a cold voice. You killed my only student? Saying that, he lifted little Ye, who was lying listlessly on the ground, up by his collar, loudly declaring, I will make you pay with your life. The boy thought in despair. In the end, still can't escape death. But his next words made the boy stunned. From now on, you are my disciple. This was truly unimaginable. Little Ye looked up at him with a pale face, exclaiming in surprise. Huh? Huh? Hurry up and kowtow to your master. Saying that, he threw the boy roughly to the ground, forming a very unsightly kneeling position. Then he grabbed his hair, lifted his head and pressed it hard against the ground, forcing him to complete the ritual of apprenticeship. This time, little Ye's forehead bled a long red streak, running down the middle of his face. After completing his own ritual, he grabbed little Ye's shoulders and happily declared, Haha, good disciple. From now on, you are the successor of the Mad Dog Fist, my official disciple. Just like that, he pulled him to dance wildly like a madman, laughing while saying, Hee hee hee, good disciple. Are you happy? When he lifted little Ye's hand and saw his head slump down, he suddenly realized something was wrong. He immediately checked his pulse and exclaimed, Oh, so you're still poisoned? Next, he threw him to the ground like a useless object. Then shouted, Don't be afraid. Master will detoxify you. And he began transferring powerful internal energy into little Ye, forcing the poison out. A while later, the poison was slowly eliminated. Little Ye slowly opened his eyes. The boy was surprised, realizing he was actually helping him detoxify. Truly an eccentric person. Seeing him sitting silently, he asked, disciple? Why can't you circulate true energy? He knew he wouldn't get an answer from him. He began to probe the boy's whole body. This action astonished him greatly. Huh? He stared at him and asked coldly. You don't have heavenly pulse soul bones? Pausing a bit, he looked up at the sky and laughed crazily. Haha, you are truly a prodigy. I've never met anyone without heavenly pulse soul bones. A person I've never met. Must definitely be a rare talent. Now, I will transmit our sect's Mad Dog Fist mental cultivation method to you. Saying that, without caring if little Ye agreed or not, he immediately transmitted the method. As soon as the method entered the body, little Ye felt bone-piercing pain. He opened his mouth and screamed, Ah! It hurts. My body feels like it's about to explode. After a while of transmission, he gloomily realized, Why can't the true energy still circulate? Must be I didn't transmit enough. That must be it. Saying that, he continued to transmit more energy. Red aura covered his body, getting stronger and stronger. He screamed in pain. Just then, Sikong Xian landed. He turned to look at the pursuer following close behind, and cursed angrily. Damn it, chasing so persistently. Running like this, before he even strikes, I'll die of exhausted blood essence. When chasing to this point, Lu Tianyuan was surprised, seeing his son being, by a man, transferred power to. He immediately landed in front of the two. He softly called, Little Ye. Then he forcefully pulled little Ye away. Seeing his disciple snatched away, he pointed at his face and shouted, Return my disciple to me. And so the two rushed into combat, neither yielding to the other. When their powers clashed, it created a huge explosion, pretty formidable. Lu Tianyuan looked at him furiously, his eyes full of killing intent. Then he focused force into a palm strike, knocking him away. Ding Xie stood bewildered looking at his hands, rubbing them and muttering, It hurts, it hurts. Wow, you're really strong. At this moment, Lu Tianyuan checked little Ye's body. He felt a berserk stream of true energy existing inside little Ye's body. Luckily it's not life-threatening yet. But why is he here? Did something happen to Mingyu's side? He was surprised to recognize the Mad God's successor, Mad Dog Ding Xia, the famous Senior Ding. He immediately greeted, Senior Ding. I am Sect Master Sikong Xian of the Nine Clouds Supreme Sect. Today I am being pursued by a villain. Hope you can save my life. Later, the Nine Clouds Supreme Sect will definitely thank you generously. But Ding Xia paid no attention to him. He pointed at Lu Tianyuan, stubbornly demanding his disciple back, Return my disciple to me. Otherwise, you must be my disciple. Saying that, he rushed straight at Lu Tianyuan. Sikong Xian was treated like air. Feeling a lump of embarrassment, His face went pale. He treats me like air? Saying is one thing. But he quickly came up with a new idea. However, right now Ding Xia is also fighting him. Ding Xia alone can hold off Lu Tianyuan. But why don't I take this opportunity to cooperate with Ding Xia? Destroy the master of Heavenly Separation Hall, eliminating a disaster? He hurriedly supported little Yi, holding him like a fragile treasure. Then immediately played the reluctant doctor, starting to check and fully treat the boy. Ding Xia blankly observed his actions. At this moment, Lu Tianyuan was transmitting magic power into little Yi. The boy was sweating profusely, his brows furrowed tight in intense pain. With Ding Xia's unconventional brain circuit, he thought he wanted to kill little Yi. Immediately his eyes glared with killing intent. He rushed like lightning towards him and roared, "Do not touch my disciple." Lu Tianyuan gripped his sword hilt with one hand transferring healing power to his son, and used the sword to fight back Ding Xia. Even though he dodged the direct sword strike, the shockwave was enough to slice away a boulder, huge as an elephant, looking like slicing a watermelon. Ding Xia knew no fear. He immediately executed Mad Dog Chaotic Claw, attacking Lu Tianyuan. The two continued to struggle. Meanwhile, Lu Tianyuan was still treating little Yi. Then he slashed another sword at Ding Xia. He dodged extremely fast but not fast enough. Lu Tianyuan's sword grazed his neck, causing blood to flow. Ding Xia stood frozen. He didn't attack anymore but kept muttering, I'm hurt, I'm hurt." Saying that, he stuck out his tongue to lick the blood from his neck. A giant translucent pink sword appeared, pointing straight at Lu Tianyuan. He tilted his body to dodge. Lu Tianyuan casually raised his sword with one hand, easily blocking Ding Xia's move. Looking no different from teasing a child, he almost uttered a sarcastic remark. "Oh my, be gentle. If you chip my sword, who will compensate me?" At this moment, Lu Tianyuan's eyes locked onto Ding Xia, startling the opponent. He silently evaluated. Unexpectedly, Ding Xia has the strength of the Galaxy Realm Great Emperor. Moreover, his true essence is extremely strange. This is the first time I've met such an opponent. As for Ding Xia, he was still sweating profusely, licking the wound on his wrist. Instinctively like a dog, seeing blood continuously oozing out, he exclaimed in fear, "Can't stop the blood." Suddenly he remembered a supreme technique. He quickly pulled out a few strands of hair, excitement cheering, "Oops, I forgot I knew this move." After plucking the hair, he used them to press on the wrist, mustering all strength to shout, sealing blood coagulation. Indeed, not long after, the blood stopped flowing. Ding Xia pointed straight at Lu Tianyuan, and loudly declared, "Hey, you are very strong. I have to be truly serious now." Saying that, he continued to rush into attack. Ding Xia opened his mouth and roared, "Mad Dog Furious Roar." Immediately, a surge of extremely powerful magic power rolled out. Meanwhile, Lu Tianyuan was still focusing on healing little Yi. Streams of blue magic power continued to transmit into the boy's body. Suddenly, Xikong Xian appeared right behind Ding Xia. Lu Tianyuan pushed little Yi away. Now he had to fight both of these people alone. Bam! Xikong Xian immediately unleashed magic power to attack him, while loudly encouraging Ding Xia. "Senior Ding, do your best. With the two of us combining forces, he is no match." It was unclear who gave him such great confidence. At this moment, Lu Tianyuan had to use both hands to mobilize magic power to defend both sides. He replied indifferently, "Not a match? Then let's try and see." Being looked down upon by Lu Tianyuan made Xikong Xian so angry he wanted to cough blood. He shouted loudly, "What are you pretending for? 2 against 1, the advantage belongs to me. So what if you have immortal artifacts supporting you?" However, just as he finished speaking, both Ding Xia and Xikong Xian were knocked flying by one of his palm strikes. Lu Tianyuan exuded a terrifying pressure, slowly walking towards the two, like an Azura from hell declaring, "Strike fast, win fast." Xikong Xian was knocked back, unable to believe that two people combining forces couldn't beat him. He frowned tightly, "How is this possible? Why do you still have another immortal artifact?" Lu Tianyuan coldly approached, 2 hands holding 2 sharp immortal artifacts. Ding Xia saw the situation was not good, so he executed the immeasurable true body. Immediately, a giant purple avatar appeared behind him. The avatar raised its sword, pointing straight at Lu Tianyuan's face. He raised the immortal artifact in his left hand to block, then used his sword to slash apart the avatar's sword. He still didn't give up, continuing to execute Mad Dog Gnawing Bone. A bright red dog avatar appeared behind him, opening its giant mouth. Just as the dog wanted to swallow him, Lu Tianyuan used the immortal artifact to prop straight against its two jaws. Seeing him standing there calmly, while the dog mouth was fixed and couldn't close, Ding Xia was so astonished his eyes popped out. What is that thing of yours? Why is it so hard that my dog head can't bite through it? The purple avatar took the opportunity to rush in to attack Lu Tianyuan from behind. By now, he had lost all patience, slashing the dog head flying with one saber strike. Unfortunately, Ding Xia's dog head fell right onto the spot where Xikong Xian's avatar was launching an attack. So the dog head was hit a blow by Xikong Xian's avatar. Ding Xia immediately turned to criticize Xikong Xian. You hit my dog head. Unknown when Little Yi had regained consciousness, the boy opened his eyes wide to watch the battle. Thinking fleetingly, is this a battle between those approaching the immortal realm? Every move of theirs looks very ordinary. But I can feel that inside every strike lies a power capable of destroying heaven and earth. Attacking each other but neutralizing each other. Looking at the three people standing opposite each other, he had a terrifying thought. If their strengths weren't equal, this land would have been destroyed long ago. Lu Tianyuan raised the two immortal artifacts high above his head, declaring loudly, in the great thousand world, there is nothing I cannot cut. Just as he finished speaking, without blinking, he swung the two immortal artifacts with both hands, like a chef chopping vegetables, splitting the opponents in half in the blink of an eye with the dual sword combined strike combo. Surging blue pressure radiated out, rendering the avatar and the dog head unable to resist. Just one slash later, the two were defeated. Their bodies were knocked backward, mouths screaming ah. Little Yi looked with round eyes, thinking to himself. Both opponents are very strong. I'm afraid they are the strongest among the people I have met. Ah, right, except for him. That's right. Lu Tianyuan seems to always be the strongest. It seems he has never been defeated. Ding Xia and Xikong Xian were tired after fighting for a while. Xikong Xian gasped for breath, looking at Ding Xia like a mad dog in front of him, feeling depressed. Even so, at this moment he still thought about fighting him. In his head, he questioned himself. The master of Heavenly Separation Hall with two weapons. And they are high-grade immortal artifacts too. Could it be that truly only an immortal can defeat him? I've been too sloppy. I have to use my ultimate move. Saying that, he stood with hands clasped in prayer before his chest, shouting, Mad Dog. At this moment, his whole body emitted fiery red spiritual energy. Then he immediately flew to attack Xikong Xian. The wind force was so great that, hair standing on end, thinking he would execute some move earth-shattering, but he urinated. Xikong Xian looked at that scene in horror, gaping, what the hell? There's even this shameful move? At this moment, Ding Xia's crazy brain circuit was all tangled up. He doubted. Not right, not right. Must be Mad Dog Earth, no, not right. Or Mad Dog drinking water, eating sh*t, eating dog food. Why can't I remember? At this moment, Lu Tianyuan couldn't stand it anymore. He slapped a palm onto his head. When Ding Xia turned his head to see who hit him, his head had swollen a bump like a guava. He screamed angrily. If I could remember this move, you wouldn't be my opponent. Suddenly, in front of the three people, appeared a large dark brown mountain. Ding Xia, head in a mess, thought, could it be I executed that move? Seems the effect isn't like this. It should be more shocking. Lu Tianyuan looked solemnly at the situation in front. A sun-devouring beast flew out. Xikong Xian turned pale with fear, exclaiming, is that thing the sun-devouring beast? The ancient texts record this as a world-destroying desolate beast. Whenever it appears, the world will fall into danger. Right, Little Yi naturally recognized it. It was this sun-devouring beast that brought the boy here. He opened his eyes wide in fear. Why is that thing here? Could it be the battle between the great emperors just now attracted it? The sun-devouring beast opened its mouth very wide. In front of the three people, Lu Tianyuan began to use the immortal artifact to execute a move. His hand gripped the immortal artifact, raising it straight to the sky, shouting, Dragon swallowing form. Immediately, an azure dragon with an ancient aura appeared, confronting the sun-devouring beast. Xikong Xian sensed the aura of the azure dragon. He didn't dare believe his eyes anymore. Is this real? This immortal artifact even has the aura of an azure dragon. Could it be forged from slaying an azure dragon, and countless amounts of fresh blood transformed into this immortal artifact? According to his knowledge, the weakest azure dragon is at least super rank. Exactly how many super powerful creatures has this guy slain to be able to refine these two immortal artifacts? The azure dragon opened its mouth, rushing fast as it cut towards the sun-devouring beast. Very quickly, it disappeared without leaving any aura. The sun-devouring beast looked left and right searching for the azure dragon. Right at this moment, the azure dragon appeared, taking a bite at the sun-devouring beast's neck. It bit so hard, but when it let go, the sun-devouring beast only bled a little bit. This made Le Tianyuan think. Unexpectedly, this creature's skin is this tough. Xikongxian had been gaping a bit too much just now. He went from one surprise to another. Truly worthy of being the sun-devouring beast. Just now, Ding Xia and I combined forces, and had to fight bitterly against Le Tianyuan. Right now, he seems to be suppressed. It seems, the master of Heavenly Separation Hall hasn't reached the immortal realm yet. Right at that moment, Ding Xia, like a madman, rushed in to attack him. He shouted, "Hey, you and I aren't done fighting." The hand holding his remaining immortal artifact was forced to block the surprise attack from Ding Xia. Xikongxian seized the opportunity. At this moment Le Tianyuan has to deal with two sides. How can he avoid my surprise attack? Isn't this a golden opportunity? Saying that, he focused spiritual energy into his palm, flying to attack him. One of his hands had to resist the sun-devouring beast. The other hand had to fight these two madmen. He frowned, glancing at Ding Xia's dog head. Suddenly, Ding Xia grabbed Xikongxian's wrist. He stood blocking in front of Le Tianyuan, coldly asking Xikongxian, "Want to ambush me?" Xikongxian was heavily shocked. His face turned pale, eyes wide staring at Ding Xia. Just as his train of thought was still stuck, Ding Xia raised his voice questioning indignantly. "Hey, who exactly are you? Why do you keep interfering in the fight between me and that guy?" This whole time? Hearing that, Xikongxian pointed at his own chest with a bewildered look. A while later he uttered a foolish "ah." Then, he dropped a sentence that made everyone there stunned. "You two combined forces to beat me alone. Is that fair?" Xikongxian completely couldn't understand what action of his made the opponent mistakenly think he and Le Tianyuan were allied. He was so angry he stuttered, speechless, You bastard." At this moment, Little Yi tried to prop himself up. In his heart he told himself, I must help him. Him alone. Facing the sun-devouring beast and those two people. He cannot possibly withstand it. In just a split second, the sun-devouring beast bit and tore the azure dragon in two, then quickly crushed its body. Finally, only a few fine feathers remained, gently floating in the wind. Suddenly, the sharp gaze of the sun-devouring beast stopped where Little Yi stood. The boy felt pale with fear. Has it noticed me? From the monster's two nostrils, black smoke billowed out hissing. Then it rushed violently straight towards Little Yi. Ding Xia also recognized the danger in time. He raised his hand to signal, "Armistice. Temporarily stop. My disciple is in danger." Indeed, the sun-devouring beast was opening its terrifying mouth, ready to swallow Little Yi's small body. Seeing the horrifying sharp teeth right before his eyes, the boy was terrified to the extreme, feeling like he was about to be swallowed. Suddenly, a large hand reached out, launching straight towards the sun-devouring beast. Le Tianyuan channeled spiritual energy. The next scene left Little Yi bewildered, unable to react. Le Tianyuan had actively flown straight into the sun-devouring beast's mouth. The monster immediately clenched its teeth tight as if wanting to chew and swallow him. As Little Yi sank to the ground, eyes glued to the sun-devouring beast, he only knew to hope Le Tianyuan could destroy its oral cavity and escape. After swallowing the man whole, the sun-devouring beast exhaled a hissing breath. Xikongxian shuddered briefly in fear, thinking, indeed, it is the sun-devouring beast. Master of Heavenly Separation Hall. As long as you haven't reached the immortal realm, you can never fight against a truly high mountain in this world. Finally eliminated a huge disaster. It seems the beast no longer has the desire to continue attacking. Just need to escape this wasteland. My great path will be smooth. While Little Yi shed tears in pain, whole body trembling, whispering, "Father," the boy felt incredibly remorseful. Before, Father always protected me, but I treated Father coldly. Because I thought I didn't need a father. I must be strong and independent to shoulder everything. When he was small, he had naively thought he would protect his mother and older sister. It's okay not to have a father. I don't need a father. The boy was bullied by other children in the village, thrown stones at and mocked. Don't play with that bastard child. Chase him away. He always told himself, I don't need a father, I don't need a father. But in moments of extreme pain, he would run to the cliff and scream, I am not a bastard. He knew it was all a lie. Because deep down, he still yearned for a father. Little Yi sat hugging his knees, looking up at the sky asking, Father, where exactly are you? The boy's eyes welled up with tears. looking pitiful like an abandoned puppy. He couldn't deny that he knew. Since his father suddenly appeared, his heart had become peaceful again. But he dared not face his father like his sister did, because he was afraid his father would abandon him and his mother again. This fear had always besieged the boy's mind. The sun-devouring beast suddenly flew high up, opening its mouth, roaring loudly. Little Yi dragged heavy steps towards the corpse of Gumang, pulling the sword stuck in his chest out. He thought to himself, father doesn't need to be a great hero. Doesn't need to have high magic power. Little Yi gripped the sword hilt, slowly walking towards the sun-devouring beast. In his heart, there was only one wish. I only hope father can stay with us forever. Suddenly, a huge source of power exploded from Little Ye's body. The boy's whole body dazzled in violent red flames. Eyes red, tears still lingering on the corners of his eyelids. He screamed, echoing through heaven and earth, "Give my father back to me." The boy raised the sword, pointing straight at the sky, eyes completely white, empty and frantic. Ding Xia looked at the power erupting from the boy. In horror, he shouted a reminder, "Hey disciple. You have to be careful." But suddenly he stood stunned. Little Yi clenched his teeth, enduring, screaming. Right where he stood, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. The ground cracked. The stream of power from the sword became extremely violent, making the surrounding space shake too. Remembering his father, the boy's power exploded even more. His whole face popped with veins. He shouted a summoning cry. Both Xikong Xian and Ding Xia looked up at the sky. Rays of red spiritual energy were gathering at one point, and the pressure suddenly turned emerald green. Little Yi opened his mouth, screaming loudly. Two sources of red and green pressure blended around his body. Xikong Xian frowned. Thunder art at this level? How dare this brat use it? What is this? He has broken through. What made him even more astonished was that Little Yi had broken through two realms at the same time. Truly a rare prodigy. Unlike Xikong Xian, Ding Xia held his head in fear. The boy still can't control the true energy erupting inside his body. If not successful, he will explode and die. At this moment, the thunder art of Little Yi had completely covered the body of the sun-devouring beast. The boy continued to increase the power of connecting heaven. And finally the most violent power, killing God. Lu Tianyuan looked at the boy with surprised eyes, softly calling Little Yi in his heart. The sun-devouring beast, hit by the power of the thunder art, struggled ceaselessly, shaking its head violently back and forth. Little Yi shed tears, tears soaking his cheeks. Before collapsing, he kept calling, "Father." Suddenly, the father Little Yi thought was dead abruptly appeared. He used the immortal artifact to slash straight at the sun-devouring beast, one sword piercing its stomach and escaping out. Seeing his figure, Xikong Xian was terrified to the extreme. That guy, has he gotten out already? Lu Tianyuan timely caught the collapsing Little Yi. Seeing him, the boy softly called, "Father, you're okay." Then he threw himself into Lu Tianyuan's arms, crying while calling "Father." At this moment, he suddenly remembered the words Shi Yanhan had said to him. Actually, Little Yi always pretends to be strong. But the boy isn't as resilient as everyone sees. Give him more time. He will open his heart to you. He gently patted his little son's head, telling himself, "Father will never leave you guys again." Lu Tianyuan looked at the boy with astonished eyes. Unexpectedly, the boy forcibly used connecting heaven, killing God. He recalled, if I'm not mistaken, the boy has probably only seen me use it once. To think he has such heaven-defying talent in thunder arts. Here, the sun-devouring beast was still alive. It struggled, opening its mouth to roar loudly. Lu Tianyuan couldn't help but exclaim. Truly worthy of being a sun-devouring beast-level demonic beast. I destroyed and attacked from inside its body, yet still couldn't cause fatal damage to it. Suddenly, its belly swelled up, then it opened its mouth and spat out a round object. The monster threw that object to the ground and quickly flew away. Xikong Xian stood looking at the egg-shaped object in front of him, exclaiming in surprise. Qi Ji was beaten until it had to flee. Seeing Lu Tianyuan, Ding Xia continued to provoke. Hey, dare to state your identity? So I can call more people to come beat you. Lu Tianyuan glanced at him, coldly, uttering 3 words. Lu Tianyo. As soon as he finished speaking, Ding Xia ran away out of sight. Before leaving, he even left a threat. Right now I'm not your opponent. But I will definitely come back to teach you a lesson. My disciple, temporarily keep him at your place. Xikong Xian, seeing his opponent fearfully running away, was speechless. Right at this moment, when he looked up, Lu Tianyuan had appeared right behind him. He hurriedly raised his hand to signal a truce. Stop! If you lay a hand on me, then. He hadn't finished his sentence when Lu Tianyuan used a sword strike to slice his head off. Lu Tianyuan held the sword. Once he strikes, he takes the opponent's life. After dealing with the enemy, he withdrew his pressure and prepared to sheath the sword. Right at that moment, the red egg suddenly showed a crack. He immediately sensed a strange aura and had to glance over. The crack grew larger and larger. The egg was almost split in two. Through that gaping crack, he could see the object inside. It was a skull. This aura made Lu Tianyuan extremely astonished. Without saying another word, he swung his blade for a decisive slash, shattering the egg into fragments. When the egg was slashed open, a powerful pressure and a terrifying whirlwind immediately exploded, sweeping through, making little Yi struggle to withstand it. The boy covered his face with his hands, surprised, asking, "Why does this egg breaking have such terrible power?" Next, a dense stream of black chi appeared, twisting into a black tornado, surrounding a white skeleton. Lu Tianyuan pondered and speculated. The bizarre energy that I sensed inside Chi Ji's body before. Could it be caused by this guy? Just a moment later, the skeleton's feet touched the ground, then it slowly stood upright. Little Yi was stunned by the extraordinary scene. Chi Ji's egg hatched a skeleton? He suddenly had a bold thought. Could this be the expert who was swallowed before, now reborn? Purple pupils burned in the eye sockets. The skeleton immediately dashed forward, aiming at Lu Tianyuan. He agilely responded, swinging dragon defect to deliver a fatal slash. The skeleton dodged to escape, causing the sword energy to slice a nearby mountain in half. It leaped up, intending to strike straight down on his head. But Lu Tianyuan used the body of the dragon defect sword to block it in time. He continued to swing the blade, slashing at its arm. The strange thing was that the extremely sharp dragon defect could not cut through it. Lu Tianyuan frowned, thinking to himself, "It's too hard, dragon defect can't pierce it." He tried one more slash. When the black chi began to spread more violently, Lu Tianyuan hurriedly pulled little Yi to fly straight into the sky. The skeleton stood still, the dark energy around it diffusing, possessing terrible corrosive power, no different from the dead zone mist of the wasteland. The boy wondered, the corrosive ability is too strong. If it touched me just now, would I dissolve? The skeleton slowly walked forward, suddenly glancing at something. It was the headless corpse of Sikong Xian. It controlled the black chi to cover and lift the corpse up. And in just a split second, the parts of Sikong Xian's body began to corrode. It used the black chi to peel off the flesh, seizing it to apply to its legs, then arms, face, and its whole body. In other words, it had stolen Sikong Xian's skin, but it still couldn't recover completely. Its upper body was still a skeleton, making it doubt. Only recovered this much? Not right. Little Yi gaped in horror, "Oh my god." It turned into a human. The skeleton reached out to pick up a piece of cloth on the ground, wrapping it around its waist to cover private parts. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. "Chi Ji rushed to push me out like this. What a pity, as the time is not yet ripe." Lu Tianyuan calmly asked, "Who are you?" The being with a half-human, half-demon form replied, "I am the child of the desolate god." Lu Tianyuan recognized the opponent's identity. The child of the desolate god glanced at him with contemptuous eyes, mocking, "A mortal dares to hear the name of the desolate god without showing any reverence?" Lu Tianyuan responded in a cold tone, "Just having the word God in the name is enough qualification for me to bow down?" He looked up at the sky, his tone filled with nostalgia. "Time flies. It seems the name Desolate God has weakened a lot." He continued, "You too. The aura on you feels familiar to me. It seems to come from another deity." Just finishing his words, the child of the desolate god raised his hand, focusing immense pressure. Little Yi suddenly felt a powerful force pulling his hand, making his eyes widen in surprise. The child of the desolate god proposed, "Come with me. I won't destroy you." Realizing his intention, Lu Tianyuan quickly pulled his son behind his back. He coldly said, "I don't know why Chi Ji expelled me right now. But truly, you are excellent material, greatly helping my recovery." Immediately, a stream of pitch-black true energy with extreme power rushed straight towards him. Lu Tianyuan gripped the hilt of dragon defect, swinging the sword to draw a beautiful arc. Powerful blue sword energy emitted from the sword, immediately dispelling the dark energy stream. The child of the desolate god was not flustered when his move was easily neutralized. He stood still watching Lu Tianyuan fly over, raising the sword intending to stab straight at him. Child accurately caught the blade and realized in astonishment, "Unexpectedly, this sword can injure my divine bones." He shamelessly declared, "Your sword is very good. Extremely suitable for me. I want to seize it." Lu Tianyuan coldly asked back. The child of the desolate god increased black chi to try holding dragon. Defect but was immediately struck a blow. Just a split second later, Lu Tianyuan jerked the sword hard. Bowing down in a miserable posture, Lu Tianyuan shouted, "Unstoppable force," and used full strength to push the sword forward. To resist, he released the desolate god's might, causing a stream of pitch-black true energy to cover his whole body. The child of the desolate god tried to keep face, making excuses that he just awakened so he was still weak. Refusing to yield, he continued to create streams of black chi in his palm, shouting, "Black chi gathering." The black gas streams, like silk ribbons, began to surround father and son Lu Tianyuan. Although he himself was not affected, Lu Tianyuan worried about little Yi, immediately using true energy to protect the boy. A layer of blue true energy solidly enveloped little Yi like a sturdy barrier. The sword was jerked loose and fell in front of little Yi. The boy immediately ran close. Lu Tianyuan watched his son, shouting, "Defend." At the same time, an emerald green flame flared up in his palm. As soon as he finished speaking, true energy took the sword as the center, forming a large sphere of light surrounding little Yi. But the black chi outside still spread everywhere. Little Yi worriedly called, "Father." He glanced at his son, instructing, "Next. I might not be able to pay attention to you. Just stand still there, Zhenyu will protect you completely." As for the child of the desolate god, he continued to gather true energy. The black chi stream diffused wider and wider, and an object shaped like a gun appeared in his hand. The child of the desolate god proudly raised it. Little Yi turned pale watching. He had never seen such a weapon. Could that be a divine artifact? The desolate god's child pointed the gun at Lu Tianyuan. He also quickly focused pressure into his weapon, ready for combat. One of his eyes emitted purple light. The child of the desolate god said scornfully, "Brat. You won't even have time to scream." Saying that, he pulled the trigger. A stream of black chi shot swiftly towards Lu Tianyuan. He raised his blade to block, shouting loudly, "Hit," then slashed a stroke to disperse that gas stream. The gas stream was knocked away by him, hitting a nearby mountain. In just a short second, it corroded and melted the whole large mountain. The power was truly too terrifying. Lu Tianyuan spun his blade, consecutively knocking the gas streams into the mountains, causing them to collapse quickly. Just like that, a series of mountains crumbled continuously. Suddenly, little Yi shouted a warning in panic. "Father, careful on the right." Lu Tianyuan reacted extremely fast. He immediately leaned to dodge. Meanwhile, he was secretly amazed at his son's ability. Unexpectedly, little Ye's vision can keep up with the movements of myself and the desolate gods. Child. This journey to the wasteland truly helped him mature. Many unfortunate mountains hit by the gas stream shattered to pieces. The desolate god continued to unleash a unique skill. Desolate god's touch. The ground cracked, forming gaping deep crevices. Brilliant red light like erupting lava shot up from underground. A series of pitch-black hands sprouted up, reaching towards Lu Tianyuan with the intent to grab him. However, he had prepared a response plan. Lu Tianyuan poured all his pressure into the blade, causing blue gas to radiate and envelop it. When he felt the power had reached its peak, he launched a powerful palm strike towards the rising hands, simultaneously shouting loud, "Ah!" The blue pressure immediately enveloped the desolate god's black gas and headed straight for the opponent. Quick as lightning, Lu Tianyuan took the opportunity to slip through the gas stream, suddenly appearing in front of the desolate god, making him terrified to the extreme. When Lu Tianyuan swung his blade to slash, the desolate god hurriedly raised his bony arm to block. His blade rotated flexibly, then suddenly changed direction, stabbing straight into his lower abdomen. The desolate god reacted in time, dodging to the left by a hair's breadth. Otherwise, there would have been a large hole in his body. At close range, he swung his weapon intending to counterattack, but Lu Tianyuan was faster, using his blade to suppress, preventing him from using the weapon. "I admit you are immune to the intimidation of divine artifacts. But a mortal like you dares to dream of beating someone carrying divine blood like me? Truly a delusion. Is it delusion or not, you have to try to know." Before the desolate god could gloat, Lu Tianyuan's blade had quickly cut and shattered a piece of his rib bone. The desolate god was terrified to the extreme, unable to believe his eyes. "How is this possible?" Lu Tianyuan kept a cold face, declaring decisively, "O one who carries divine blood, let me see if you bleed." The desolate god stubbornly deceived himself, "Mortal. I can't help but admit you are very strong. But want me to bleed? Ha! Suddenly, Lu Tianyuan's pressure erupted. The terrifying power created an explosion shaking heaven and earth. Little Yi held his breath watching the battle. The boy exclaimed in surprise. Is that all of father's power? Lu Tianyuan continued to execute chi slash. He spun the gas stream in his hand, then gripped the blade hilt tighter, and slashed decisively from top to bottom. The blue pressure pierced through the stream of black true energy of the opponent. A golden light flashed, the black gas gradually disintegrated. Clank! The gun in the desolate god's hand fell to the ground. The desolate god was slashed through the body. He looked at Lu Tianyuan with eyes full of hatred and unwillingness for being defeated by a mortal. His divine artifact began to crumble into countless small red fragments looking like precious gems. The desolate god said coldly. Unexpectedly, using a divine artifact, I still couldn't beat you. A red color covered the space. Surrounding mountains exploded, debris flying everywhere. The desolate god, with final curiosity, asked him, Mortal, what is your name? Lu Tianyuan confidently replied with 3 words, Lu Tianyuan. Before closing his eyes, he softly uttered, I remember it. Then the desolate god was completely buried by rocks. A while later, Lu Tianyuan stood on the top of a mountain. He used pressure to retrieve the Jinyu sword. The sword spun in midair, then brought Little Yi flying towards him. Father and son glided into the air, leaving the land about to turn to ash. Little Yi looked up at the giant mountain in front, suddenly collapsing. His innocent little head didn't understand what was happening. The boy asked, Father, why did this mountain collapse? Lu Tianyuan explained. The divine artifact, source of this mountain, was severed by me. So the whole mountain collapsed with it. Little Yi listened attentively. The boy felt his horizons were broadened. This was completely beyond his prediction. Unexpectedly, a divine artifact is the root of a mountain. Could it be this mountain was formerly the residence of some sect? He talked to his son like an adult, frankly sharing his speculation. According to my guess, all things in the world have the potential to become divine artifacts. Father, what you say is getting harder to understand. Lu Tianyuan continued to explain. There is also another possibility. All things in the world are composed of divine artifacts, while rivers, mountains, and rocks are just external manifestations. Father and son continued to fly away. Little Yi was still puzzled. The boy kept asking questions. The world is composed of divine artifacts. If that's true, it's truly too shocking. What are those divine artifacts? Are they objects created and left behind by gods? No. He honestly answered his son. All of this is just my speculation. However, I have fought against divine artifacts many times. Their forms are extremely diverse. Not something human strength can manufacture. This was what troubled him the most. I once tried to research and build a model. But the thing created only had the appearance of a divine artifact. Its power couldn't compare to their strength. Only enough to drill a small hole in a wooden board. Lu Tianyuan looked straight ahead, continuing to explain to his son. For divine artifacts reinforced by sex, strengthened, their power will be even greater. For example, the divine artifacts of the Heartwood sect and Qingyun Mountain are even stronger than the divine artifact held by the child of the desolate god. This deduction raised a question in the boy's mind. Father, if divine artifacts are the source of mountains and rivers, then why, in the past, after the Heartwood sect's divine artifact was destroyed by you, did the Heartwood sect not collapse? He gently shook his head. Because I never destroyed the Heartwood sect's divine artifact. I only broke it. Little Yi recalled the appearance when the divine artifact disappeared, but the way the child of the desolate gods' divine artifact disappeared was exactly like when the Heartwood sect's divine artifact disappeared. Strange characters appeared in both cases. Only the colors were different. He frowned and gently replied to his son. The special characters when the divine artifact disappears. I once saw in ancient texts that they are called numbers. What are those numbers? That were hard for Little Yi to understand. Those numbers are 0 and 1 respectively. Little Yi had a bold idea. The boy still had questions. If they carry the same meaning, why are they expressed by these strange characters? Since his son indeed had 10,000 questions to ask, Lu Tianyuan had to promise. If you want to understand deeper, next time father will bring the ancient texts for you to see. Sounds very interesting. Little Yi raised his eyebrows showing interest, nodding, yes, I am very curious. Whether these numbers are the foundation, constituting this world, or even affecting our way of cultivation? Suddenly, he saw 3 figures hurriedly flying towards him. Everyone land quickly. Seeing little Yi safe and sound, she flew towards the boy, saying emotionally, "You're okay. That's great." When she saw Lu Tianyuan, she was extremely surprised, curiously asking, "Brother-in-law, did you find little Yi?" He nodded in response. She then bent down to examine little Yi's small body. Seeing the boy wasn't seriously injured, she breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain to my sister." After confirming little Yi was fine, she asked him, "Brother-in-law, why did you meet little Yi?" Right, before when you silently entered the wasteland." "What exactly was it for?" He answered briefly. "Did a few things, killed a person, then met little Yi." Sui Feng spoke up to report, "Young master, after you left Jinyu land, the dragon whisker whale brought its army. Then another sun-devouring beast came out from the mountain and took little Yi away." After comparing, the sun-devouring beast that took little Yi must be Qi Ji. Lu Tianyuan nodded in confirmation, "Correct. I met Qi Ji. It has retreated deep into the wasteland. Its next moves are temporarily unclear." Suddenly, he remembered something. His face darkened. "What about the dragon whisker whale?" Shi Yunwan blankly replied, "Brother-in-law, that giant whale was too aggressive. Brother Sui Feng, Brother Mingyu, and General Feng's army had to combine forces to temporarily restrain it." Sui Feng added, "Miss, luckily the dragon whisker whale didn't target us." After Qi Ji flew away, a while later it also left. At this moment, Shi Yunwan suddenly remembered an important detail. Also, every time that dragon whisker whale breathed, it sucked our true energy dry, almost completely draining it. Luckily Brother Sui Feng gave me a heaven-severing divine elixir. Otherwise I wouldn't have held on. Lu Tianyuan looked up at the sky, muttering softly, "Dragon whisker whale. Feng Zhoulai." Finishing his words, he ordered everyone, "Leave the wasteland immediately." Suddenly, little Yi felt a pain penetrating to his bone marrow. The boy couldn't help but groan lightly, "Ugh." Then his whole body staggered as if about to collapse. Shi Yunwan worriedly ran over asking, "Little Yi, what's wrong with you?" Sui Feng immediately checked little Yi and exclaimed in surprise, "Little Yi has reached the peak of the true human realm?" What's more strange is, what is that berserk true energy inside the boy's body? This is absolutely not true energy that a true human realm possesses. Lu Tianyuan explained. Little Yi was forcibly transmitted a large amount of true energy into his body. Earlier, also because of that, he temporarily broke through to the Sparrow Landing realm. Hearing that, all three people couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "What?" Lu Tianyuan didn't mind their surprise, but urged, "Get out of the wasteland first. Some matters cannot help but be implemented sooner than expected." At the same time, in another area of the wasteland, the child of the desolate god was flying away as if escaping. More surprisingly, he was blocked by Li Chengqian. Both looked at each other with eyes full of hostility and wariness. Li Chengqian unleashed spiritual power to attack. The child of the desolate god shouted, "Where is this monster from?" This palm strike created a huge explosion. And at the same time, Li Chengqian's shadow turned into 5 phantom figures. Each figure was like a whirlwind, which was the illusion. Li Chengqian waved his hand. Spiritual power gathered into a blinding swirling pillar of light, pointing straight at the child of the desolate god. His eyes flashed with divine might, shouting, "Turn back." A puff of black smoke shaped like countless skulls slowly condensed into a human form, making Li Chengqian extremely astonished. As soon as he released spiritual power, Li Chengqian felt something wrong. That Tao force, before it could touch the opponent, was guided by the child of the desolate god, and completely neutralized. The situation before his eyes terrified Li Chengqian. He questioned loudly, "Who exactly are you?" "No. What exactly are you?" The child of the desolate god spoke coldly. Compared to Lu Tianyuan, you are far inferior to the subordinate standing behind him. Seeing his respected young master being insulted, angry beyond endurance, the man gripped his sword hilt with one hand, mouth shouting, "Insolent! Dare to be rude to the young master." Saying that, he also launched spiritual power and sword moves to attack the opponent. Just as the sword blade was about to touch the child of the desolate god's face, it was suppressed by a stream of black gas. He only flicked lightly. The arm and sword were deformed and twisted. At the same time, the arm of the person controlling the sword was no different. The sword blade suffered recoil, twisted into a grotesque angle, painful to the point he almost fainted on the spot. A stream of black gas swept past, his arm was severed from his body. This situation can only be dealt with using a formation. Li Chengqian immediately ordered the remaining 3 subordinates, "Form the formation." Yes, young master. They quickly deployed the formation. Many swords appeared behind Li Chengqian. He reached out to mobilize the formation. Spirit patterns shone brightly. Sword intent from 4 directions gathered at the center like a tide. Only a shout echoing through heaven and earth was heard. Amber sword slays demons. As the words ended, sword shadows broke through the air rushing out. Sword blades turned into dragons striking down like divine thunder subduing demons. The swords flew along a trajectory, towards the child of the desolate god. But he didn't move at all, standing still like a statue. A second later, all those swords shattered into fragments. One man exclaimed in horror. What? An attack with the full strength of the 5 of us. Yet he is unharmed? The child of the desolate god looked at them with contemptuous eyes. Is that all? Borrowing your lives for a bit. Saying that, he radiated a stream of demonic black gas. Even though Li Chengqian had a protective formation, he couldn't resist the child of the desolate god. His whole body broke out in cold sweat, face pale as a dead person. His heart was filled with fear. What is this thing? This terror penetrating to the bone marrow. He can't possibly be my opponent. Absolutely impossible. At this moment, a loyal subordinate used all his strength to strike a palm at Li Chengqian, pushing him out of the area invaded by black gas, shouting, "Young master, run quickly." As the words ended, his whole body was corroded with holes by the black gas. Before closing his eyes, he didn't forget to urge Li Chengqian, "Young master, run quickly. Very fast." His subordinate was completely absorbed by the child of the desolate god. The bare skeletal body part of the child of the desolate god gradually recovered a bit. Remaining were 3 men. One stayed to fight, the other 2 supported Li Chengqian. The one staying ordered the 2, "Escort the young master away." Obeying him, those 2 immediately took Li Chengqian away. The one remaining used full strength to attack. Li Chengqian worriedly turned back calling the man, left 2. Very quickly, he rushed in front of the opponent. The child of the desolate god used one hand to squeeze his head tight. Blood slowly oozed from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Just a minute later, he crushed the man's head. After absorbing one more person, his body continued to recover. In this situation, the 3 of them couldn't escape. One subordinate volunteered to stay, to deal with the child of the desolate god. He shouted, "Right too, the young master depends on you. I'll go stall that damned monster." Saying that, he spat his life essence blood onto the sword blade, forming a giant sword. Li Chengqian shouted in pain, "Right one." Again a sword rushed towards the child of the desolate god. Unsurprisingly, he waved his hand once, and the sword broke into pieces. That wave of the hand also cut right one in half. He flew in front of the 2 fleeing people. The remaining subordinate chose to sacrifice himself to protect the young master. He pushed Li Chengqian away and said, "Young master, take care. Monster, go die with me." Black gas slowly invaded his body. Gradually the stream of black gas expanded, wave after wave rolling like black surf. Eyes distraught, he punched the ground hard, shouting unwillingly, "Left 1. Left 2. Right 1. Right 2. It's all my fault. You all died for a useless person like me." Suddenly a voice rang out making him jump. Truly useless indeed. Unknown when, the child of the desolate god had approached him. Li Chengqian turned pale with fear, stuttering, "How can you?" Before he could finish the sentence, he was grabbed by the child of the desolate god's withered hand. By the throat, coughing blood. He curiously asked, "Li Chengqian, I'm very puzzled. What is special about you? That those people risked their lives to protect you so much?" Thinking for a while and finding no merit, he shook his head muttering softly, "Mediocre. Meaningless." Li Chengqian's neck was squeezed tight, veins popping out. He tried to speak every word. "My father is the Sword Saint, he will definitely avenge me." Even though he didn't know who the Sword Saint was, he guessed this name belonged to an expert. Li Chengqian huffed coldly. "My father is the strongest person in this world." Hearing that, the child of the desolate god was even more curious. He decided to spare the opponent's life and ordered, "Take me to meet him." Li Chengqian slowly stood up, frowning at him and asking, "No fear now, huh? Why want to find my father?" The child of the desolate god didn't hide it. "The 4 people I sucked just now only recovered a part of my injuries. The flesh and blood of an expert can help my body recover to its original state, restoring true power." Li Chengqian heard this like thunder by his ears. He sweated in fear and stuttered asking, You want to suck my father dry?" Amidst the quiet night, 2 light spheres, one blood red, one poisonous bone purple, floated near the bright moon emitting flickering spiritual light. Little Yi was sitting cultivating in the room. Suddenly Lu Tianyuan walked in. Standing in front of the boy, he calmly said, "You forcibly executed connecting heaven-killing God. That caused Ding Xie's true energy to move and accumulate inside your body. Right now, that true energy has invaded and scattered throughout the 6 bowels and 5 viscera." He continued, "I intended to wait for you to continue stabilizing your foundation before teaching you, but the current situation makes it impossible not to teach anymore." Without delay, he immediately used 2 fingertips to channel magic power, transmitting straight into his son. A stream of blue true energy enveloped and permeated Little Ye's body, while the red true energy inside him was scattering. Little Ye closed his eyes to receive, while listening to the instructions. "The cultivation method I transmit to you is the 9 origin art, also the main cultivation method that I practice." He finished explaining, starting to guide the boy to direct the origin energy, how to fuse and thoroughly absorb that chaotic true energy into your own asset. Little Ye closed his eyes to look inside the sea of qi, sensing the red true energy flaring up stronger. A golden figure flashed in his mind. Lu Tianyuan opened the acupoints on his son's chest and shouted, "First cycle. Guiding killing to the meridian." A stream of spiritual power red as fire flared up, winding along the whole body's meridians, like a red serpent piercing through the marrow, causing his body to shake violently. Before the powerful pressure of heaven and earth spiritual movement, Little Ye coughed blood, but he still continued to open acupoints, shouting, "Second cycle, transforming killing into formlessness." Father and son sat inside a golden circle. Lu Tianyuan's blue true energy was transmitted in to harmonize the true energy currently chaotic in his son's body. The boy's whole body seemed to be burned by an invisible fire. He placed his hand on Little Ye's head, executing a yin-yang formation. Third cycle, suppressing origin. The scattered true energy was then guided out. They floated in the space, like fluffy red silk threads. The boy's small body lay amidst that powerful, true energy. A moment later, Little Ye looked up at Lu Tianyuan, voice happy, "Father, I feel much more comfortable." He nodded, "Good. Later on, keep practicing this cultivation method. The true energy of all things in the world can all gradually be transformed into what you use. With your current condition, just need to cultivate to the 10th layer. Then you can master this true energy and use it at will." Little Ye asked curiously, "Father, this method is named 9 origin art, so does it have a total of 81 layers?" He patiently explained, "The number 99 means infinite and endless. As for which layer you can cultivate to, it depends entirely on destiny and your own effort." This reminded him of Sui Feng. Like Sui Feng, who has cultivated to layer 69. But Little Ye was extremely astonished at that information. He asked again, "Then what about Uncle Mingyu?" He shook his head, "He has no destiny for cultivation." Father and son talked in the room without knowing. Mingyu was standing outside the door and heard everything clearly. Immediately he went to find Sui Feng, eyes full of scrutiny. "You've practiced 9 origin art to layer 69? So now, compared to Wutsun, who is stronger?" Sui Feng modestly replied half-heartedly, "Anyway, I can't be as strong as the hall master." This answer made Mingyu boil with anger. He frowned at Sui Feng and whispered, "At this time, what are you being humble for?" Saying that, Mingyu glanced at the father and son in the room. Couldn't help but exclaim, "However, Little Ye's talent is truly astonishing." In just a short time, he reached layer 3. Sui Feng continued, "The transmission to Little Ye is different from us. The boy has to cultivate while guarding against true energy backlash. Moreover, Little Ye's foundation is not completely stable yet. So the hall master had to transmit a part of his true energy in to help the boy speed up cultivation. Luckily Little Ye has mastered the life and death art. His adaptability is stronger than ordinary people. Remains to be seen. Heaven's will." Mingyu wondered, with us protecting him, what else is there to fear? Right at this moment, Shi Yanhan and Shi Yunwan hurriedly ran over, asking in unison, "How is it?" The room door opened. Lu Tianyuan led Little Ye out, confirming, "He's fine now." Yes, seeing his mother, the boy's eyes lit up as he softly called out to her. Tinan Han worriedly asked her son, "Little Deep, are you alright?" The boy proudly recounted, "Yes. Father taught me a new cultivation technique. I'm already fine." She raised her head to look at him. A gentle, romantic atmosphere enveloping them. Tian Han spoke up. "This experience wasn't necessarily bad. Finding a path to life within the realm of death will surely welcome a new transformation." Lu Tianguin said to everyone, "Everyone rest for one night. Tomorrow we will set off for the 9 Clouds Supreme Sect. Known was full of question marks. Nine Clouds Supreme Sect? Why do we have to go there? As he passed by Han, he patted her shoulder and whispered, I'm going to find Fuang Chao Lit. For a moment, saying so, he immediately left. Seeing bloodstains on Taifang's back, Known was extremely astonished. She hurriedly asked, Brother Taifang, are you injured? He tried to recall his memories and replied, I must have been hit while fighting the dragon whisker whale. Taifang awkwardly turned to walk away, whispering, it's nothing uncomfortable. I'm going to change my clothes. He walked so hurriedly that he didn't notice. The jade pendant at his waist had fallen down, and it landed in Minvu's hand. He stood dazed, watching Taifang hurriedly leave as if running away. This action was completely different from his usual calm demeanor. Minvu was confused, why is Taifang so absent-minded? He even dropped his stuff. Could it be he was heavily injured while fighting the dragon whisker whale? Known took the jade pendant from Minvu's hand and said, I'll go check on Brother Taifang. After all, I must thank him for saving me. Having said that, she didn't wait for Minvu's reaction, and hurriedly left with the jade pendant. Minvu muttered angrily, no matter what, I was also the one who saved her along with Taifang. Yet she hasn't thanked me at all. He felt deeply hurt. As soon as Taifang returned to his room and started removing his clothes, his body was covered in crisscrossing wounds, large and small. At that exact moment, Known pushed the door open and walked in, cheerfully calling out, Brother Taifang, you dropped your jade pendant. Her sudden appearance startled him, and he stood motionless like a statue, staring at her with both eyes. Known stared wide-eyed at Taifang's body. She immediately turned her face away, awkwardly saying, Sorry, I didn't mean to. But Taifang elegantly put his clothes back on and shook his head slightly. It's all right. Then he took back the jade pendant, not forgetting to say, Thank you. Known worriedly turned her head back to ask, Brother Taifang, your wounds are okay, aren't they? He bowed his head, his voice faint. They are just unhappy matters from the past. Known asked softly, Brother Taifang, are you really okay? Is there something difficult to say? Brother Minvu also said you seemed a bit distracted. Taifang replied heartbreakingly, It's just almost the anniversary of my sister's death. Known looked at him with sympathetic eyes. Realizing he needed private space, she walked toward the door, comforting him gently before leaving. Brother Taifang, I hope you restrain your grief. I shall take my leave first. Reaching the door, she suddenly asked, Right, Brother Taifang. Last night, in my hazy dream, I seemed to be captured by someone. Was the person who saved me then you? Taifang nodded slightly. Only then did she realize in shock. So that day I wasn't actually dreaming. He closed his eyes and explained, the young master arranged for me to secretly protect you a long time ago. After hearing the explanation, she nodded slightly, her voice gentle as the spring breeze. Thank you, Brother Taifang. Under the quiet night sky, Lutian Guin went to meet Fuang Chao Lit, and went straight to the point. The purpose of your trip to the desolate region this time is for the dragon whisker whale, is it not? He glanced at him and nodded in confirmation, that's right. Then he channeled his magic power. A brilliant golden aura flared up in the palm of his hand, dazzling like a fire in the middle of the night. Fuang Chao Lit introduced the golden sphere in his hand. The whiskers of the dragon whisker whale are called long dying too, an important ingredient for refining the elixir of immortality. Here, Lutian Guin curiously asked back, elixir of immortality? He leisurely lowered his hand. The long dying two slowly disappeared. He spoke calmly, His Majesty is old. Desiring the elixir of immortality is completely normal. It just so happens that Minister Lam proposed it could be refined. That is why we have this meeting of ours. He curled his lips in a faint smile. Wanting the dragon whisker whale and encountering it immediately. Quite lucky, isn't it? He replied coldly, Minister Lam has great ability. The fact that the fog in the desolate region subsided, and the location where the dragon whisker whale appeared, were all divined by Minister Lam this time. But according to what Lutian Guin knows, this Minister Lam has always opposed your third brother, and wants to support the fourth prince to become the crown prince. Right? Fuang Chao Lit looked up at the sky and sighed. The crown prince has made it clear that he hopes you won't interfere in court affairs. He can handle these matters himself. A moment later, Lutian Guin sat down on a nearby chair. He lowered his face. Fuang Chao Lit looked at him and continued. Something as absurd as the elixir of immortality. Yet the crown prince did not stop it, and even let me lead the operation this time. Do you know why? Pausing for a moment, he continued, he also wants to see if Minister Lam can truly refine the elixir of immortality or not. He wants to know whether that medicine can help you prolong your life. He replied dejectedly. Life and death are fated, why force lifespan? Huang Chaoli recalled, true. I also advised him the same way. But he just laughed loudly, neither denying nor explaining. Then he spread his arms and commented calmly. Who asked him to value you more than the throne? Suddenly he patted his chest, his face showing worry as he asked, brother. Are you really not afraid? The fortune teller said I wouldn't live past 60. I've been living in fear all this time. Lu Tianguin pondered for a long while, then looked up at the sky, whispering, I will use all the essence of my life in exchange for turning the tide of the future. If this task remains unfinished, Tai Fong will take over the position of successor to the heavenly separation palace. As long as the will exists, I do not fear death. He added. Besides, my wife and children are right by my side now. Then he turned to ask him. And you? Still not planning to make your relationship with Minvu public? Huang Chaoli closed his eyes, his words as light as mist. I told you already. Maybe by the age of 60, I will leave. Maybe even die sooner. Although there is some regret. But with the kid by your side, I am completely at ease. Sometimes being a nagging uncle is easier than being a father. The two of them, each carrying their own burden, quietly faced each other amidst the silent night. The next morning, on Tiansu Mountain, a very loud voice echoed. Please, immortal master, take action to demand justice for me. The person speaking was Din Jai. He knelt before the gate of a large building, shouting loudly. Imploring you to help me punish that guy named Lu Tianguin. He took my disciple. I can't beat him. Please, immortal master, you must intervene to help me. Vida of the Din family, holding a whisk, stood at the gate silently observing. Din Jai looked up at Vida. Continuing, the immortal mustache. Ter promised to do 3 things for my Din family, didn't he? Vida was extremely troubled and replied coldly. Throughout hundreds and thousands of years, the Din family has never used his promise. Today, you are using it just to punish an individual? Why use a promise from the immortal master? Just to teach someone a lesson? Din Jai, face beaming, replied, that's right. Why not use it? Vida struggled to advise him. Shouldn't this matter be considered more carefully? Din Jai was bewildered, pointing at his own face, what is there to consider? Now the Din family only has me left. If I want to use this promise, I'll use it. But Vida, helpless before his stubborn stupidity, sighed softly, then reported to the immortal master. Then came out to announce. To Din Jai, the immortal master already knows. Hearing this, Din Jai was visibly excited and cheered. So he will teach that Lu Tianguin a lesson for me. Right? Vida nodded in confirmation, that's right. In a quiet room, an empty meditation cushion, a half-burnt candle flickering with golden light, curtain swaying gently in the thin breeze. In another silent room, unaware that someone had entered the room, the old man bowed his head and let out a sorrowful sigh. I don't know if the mission this time can be considered complete yet. At this moment, a stream of gloomy dark energy emitted from the back of his neck. He muttered. Kai Chi appeared smoothly, and there are no new orders. Perhaps it is done. Just as he looked up, he saw a person standing tall opposite him. Old Master Ha asked in astonishment, Tong Duong? Why are you here? Being asked so suddenly made Tong Duong surprised and unable to react in time. He scratched his head awkwardly, softly uttering 3 words, I don't know. Then he spoke up. I remember we were reviewing the operation this time. Remembering Lu Tianguin, Old Master Ha let out a heavy sigh. Such a pity. I intended to use the world's opportunity to seize the immortal Qi. Unexpectedly, it was ruined by Lu Tianguin. Tong Duong asked his father, Father, the immortal Qi is already in Lu Tianwen's hands. What else can we do? Hearing this, the old man's eyes flashed with cunning and calculation. It's only in his hands for now. Whether he can hold on to it remains an unknown. The next morning, Lu Tianwen's family prepared to board the carriage to leave. Just as he was about to step onto the carriage, Old Master Ha led everyone over, asking kindly, grandson-in-law is preparing to leave? The old man smiled, inviting sincerely. Although Zhang City is small, it is still a 1,000-year-old ancient city. Why not stay for one night? So we can show the hospitality of the host? Hearing this, Minvu turned his head waiting for his answer. Lu Tianguin flatly refused, no need. Then he gave a faint, contemptuous smile. Why did the young master suddenly become a grandson-in-law? Your attitude the other day wasn't like this. Tong Duong stepped closer to him, expressing his wish. I heard that during the trip to the desolate region this time, Grandson-in-law sees the immortal chi. I wonder if you could let us admire it for a moment? After all, the appearance of immortal chi is something every cultivator in the world desires. Hearing this, the eyes of the crowd behind immediately lit up, revealing clear anticipation, looking at him in unison. By this time, he clearly understood their purpose. Old Master Ha even pretended to be benevolent, asking for his opinion, grandson-in-law. Although the immortal chi is precious, holding a precious gem invites disaster. Why not? Of course, I will also provide an equivalent item. Immediately, a young man stepped out from behind, holding an object covered in silk in his hands. Appearing respectful, Old Master Ha reached out and gently lifted the red silk cloth, revealing the object underneath, astonishing many eyes. That pearl radiated a red aura. The old man introduced. This is the true essence body-protecting precious pearl, it can. Min Vu loudly mocked, temporary safekeeping? The Ha family is truly scheming skillfully. Being interrupted abruptly, he frowned and shouted, Impolite Junior. We are kindly helping. Yet you are ungrateful. At this moment, a person accompanying the crowd of the Ha family spoke up, the appearance of immortal chi should indeed be held by great noble families, to avoid falling into the hands of bad people. The Komang family rushed over. Komang's father pointed straight at his face without any respect, asking loudly, Hey, where is Manger? Komang's mother, with a ferocious face and trembling finger, pointed straight at Little Deep, her voice sharp as ice. Someone saw my Manger and that little brat being taken away by Phinot Tun. Why did he return? But what about my Manger? Little Deep seemed frightened. The boy looked at her blankly. Seeing him say nothing, she became even more impatient, constantly questioning, Where is the boy? Did you harm him? Lu Tianguin softly declared a brief sentence. He is dead. Komang's parents were stunned as if struck by lightning. Their eyes darkened, their faces pale without a drop of blood. Next were Lai Thuacan's subordinates. One pointed at him and questioned, In the desolate region. Heard that our young master also pursued you. The other continued. Now the young master hasn't come out of the desolate region. And hasn't contacted us. Shouldn't you also explain clear dash ly to our merchant Dragon City force? Yes, just like that. The whole crowd gathered and surrounded him, loudly accusing him as if he were a criminal. Min Vu couldn't stand the sight of the palace master being bullied like that. He threatened in a cold voice. So annoying. Do you believe I'll kill all of you right now? Mother of Komang pointed at his chest, grinding her teeth and asking, What do you mean Manger is dead? If you don't return Manger to me, I will kill. Before she could finish her sentence, she took a full slap like thunder from Lu Tianguin. After hitting her, he calmly spoke. Komang was arrogant and unruly, acting unrighteously. His crimes deserved 10,000 deaths. She held one swollen cheek, stuttering, speechless. You! Komang's father roared in fury. You harmed my 2 children. My family will fight you to the end. Looks like you're courting death. His eyes looking at them were full of murderous intent. He coldly declared, Ha, the family. It's almost your turn. Since it has come to this, Old Master Ha still wants to maintain a normal attitude? 1 moment grandson-in-law. 2 moments grandson-in-law, shameless grandson-in-law. Seems like there are many things that if not explained, it will be quite troublesome. The old man still pretended to be a good person, advising him, why not accept the precious pearl? Then hand over the immortal chi. The Ha family will help you shoulder the disaster. After all, we are all one family. Lu Tianguin stepped forward. The old man glanced at him and asked back, You want the immortal chi? Old Master Ha remained silent. Silence was an affirmative answer. Lu Tianguin gently urged his spiritual power. A stream of emerald green energy began to spread like mist, hazy in the void. Something was gradually manifesting in the palm of his hand. Everyone present widened their eyes, watching intently without blinking. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation, glued to the stream of immortal chi, gradually manifesting in Lu Tianwen's palm. The green aura radiated a pressure that grew larger and larger. Soul pressure surged like a tidal wave. Wave after wave pressing directly into their consciousness, making those with low cultivation unable to resist. Their bodies trembled violently. Then one by one they collapsed to their knees amidst the shaking heaven and earth. Not long after, Old Master Ha himself began to feel unstable. He gritted his teeth, channeling energy. The spiritual power inside the body struggled to resist the pressure as heavy as Mount Tai. His whole body trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring down like a bath. Although Lai Thuacan's 2 subordinates tried their best to resist the invisible source of power, their resistance quickly became hopeless and almost collapsed. At this moment, Lu Tianguin coldly asked, "Are you worthy to make demands?" Immediately after, he suddenly increased the pressure. Tong Duong was completely subdued. Kneeling on the ground, gritting his teeth to acknowledge this power. "This is definitely immortal qi." Lu Tianguin spoke, mocking those who overestimated themselves. "Clearly, you are not qualified to speak." He withdrew his power and got on the carriage with Tianhan and her child. The entire crowd remained prostrated on the ground, creating a scene as if they were respectfully sending him off. Komang's mother could not accept the painful truth, constantly begging her husband, Hien Tun, "Send people immediately deep into the desolate region. I am sure Manger is still alive." Ko Hien Tun, with a face hardened by resentment, recalled the old humiliation of Tibat Pham stealing his bride. He growled, "The humiliation Tibat Pham caused by stealing the bride back then. I haven't forgotten. Now they have taken my son's life. I swear your entire clan will have to bear terrible consequences. Until death." Meanwhile, Lai Thuaken's two subordinates whispered to each other, "The fog in the desolate region has returned to its dense state as before. We cannot continue searching. You three stay here and wait for the young master. I will return to Thuangdong City to report." Lu Tianwen's carriage just entered an open area, when a group of people dressed in yellow were already waiting. Since who knows when. The old man leading the group bowed with clasped hands. Respectfully speaking, "Mr. Le, meeting you during this trip to Zhang City is truly a great honor for 3 generations of my family. Recently, I have completed a pill room in Dong Tuesday Imperial City. I respectfully invite you to visit." Lu Tianguin only glanced over, responding with a cold sound, void of emotion. "We'll see when I have free time." The old man slightly frowned, his eyes both curious and cautious as he asked back, "Mr. Le, I heard rumors that you obtained immortal qi from the desolate region, and the soul-shaking pressure in the city just now must have been emitted by it." He sighed, "Immortal qi has too great a temptation. If you encounter any difficulties, just find me at Dong Tuesday Imperial City. By the way, I also have a favor to ask of you." After listening to the old man recount the whole story, Lu Tianguin slightly frowned, his eyes deep. He said nothing more, only waving his hand to urge the carriage forward. When the carriage had gone a fair distance, only his indifferent words echoed back in the wind. "Perhaps in 15 days, I will visit the Imperial City once." Receiving that promise, he felt somewhat reassured, respectfully clasping his hands in salute. "This old man will wait for Mr. Li's arrival. Please take care of your health." The carriage continued rolling steadily. Lu Tianguin stepped inside, facing Little Deep, who was calmly cultivating. The boy opened his eyes to look at his father with a bit of worry. "Father made the immortal qi public. I'm afraid they will be even less willing to let it go." Lu Tianguin gently closed his eyes, firmly asserting, "It matters not. No matter how numerous the small fry are, they cannot shake a mountain. Demonstrating power appropriately will force those who do not know their place to retreat and not dare to disturb." Just as he finished speaking, Little Chi ran over and wrapped her arms around Little Deep from behind, giggling and cheering, "Little Deep. Wait, I should call you father finally. This trip to the desolate region wasn't useless." The boy smiled radiantly and nodded slightly, "Yes." Suddenly, Tai Fong appeared from behind, with a rarely seen tense expression. Hurriedly speaking, "Young master, it's regarding Tu Kong Huin." Contrary to Tai Fong's urgency, Lu Tianguin maintained a calm demeanor. He calmly stated, "I have probed Tu Kong Huin's soul, but the key memory part is obscured and unclear." Saying so, he gathered magic power in his palm, forming a sphere of blue light. In it, the scene of Tu Kong Huin reporting to a mysterious figure appeared, "High Lord. The items you requested have been fully collected by me." Turning his back so his face couldn't be clearly seen, Tai Fong surprisingly discovered, "This memory of Tu Kong Huin seems to have been forcibly distorted." Lu Tianguin briefly explained, "This is a type of mind misdirection technique. To know the content of the conversation, we can only find the person in that ori and make direct contact." Tai Fong expressed his doubt, "Young master, is Little Deep's heavenly vein soul bone among the items he mentioned?" Lu Tianguin withdrew his magic power. He lowered his voice. "Fortunately, I have determined the location of Secret Base 7, that Tu Kong Huin mentioned in the memory. We will go there first to search for clues." Lu Tianwen's face suddenly turned gloomy, his sword-like eyebrows knitting together. "By the way, it is time to wipe out the 9 Clouds Supreme Sect." The carriage moving smoothly suddenly stopped. Everyone inside was astonished by the unexpected event. Tinoch Known was the first to poke her head out and ask Minvu, Minvu, what's wrong? Why did the carriage stop? Minvu frowned and replied, I also find it very strange. Taifeng appeared and offered an opinion. The dragon horse's senses are extremely keen. Its sudden stop probably signals some kind of danger. However, everyone couldn't understand. Because the surrounding scenery was suspiciously quiet. Just then, a rustling sound came from a clump of bushes. Minvu pointed in that direction, shouting, there's someone over there. Little Chi recognized an acquaintance, excitedly cheering, I know that old man. The girl quickly jumped off the carriage, running towards the old man, happily calling, Grandpa. Taifeng intended to stop her but Minvu reassured him. Don't worry, we met him when we first arrived in Zhang City. He is just an ordinary person. Little Chi, with round, curious eyes, tilted her head, tugging the old man's sleeve, her childish voice ringing out. Grandpa, where are you going now? Seeing the lovely little girl, the old man's mood immediately brightened up. He kindly replied, Little girl, is that you? Seeing the old man just standing up, Little Chi quickly ran over, using her small hands to support his arm. Her eyes sparkling with care. The old man smiled slightly. His voice deep and tinged with a bit of melancholy. I am waiting for someone. This made the little girl even more confused. Waiting for someone in a desolate place like this? Just then, the old man shifted his gaze towards the carriage. Lu Tianguin and his wife stepped down together. The old man coldly uttered the word, him. Little Chi turned to look at her father, extremely curious. Father? Grandpa, do you know my father? Lu Tianguin slowly approached the grandfather and grandchild. He gently told the girl, Little Chi, return to the carriage first. The girl obediently replied, yes. Obeying her father, she returned to the carriage, but still turned her head to look back at the two standing opposite each other. The old man looked straight at Lu Tianguin, coldly asking, You are Lu Tianguin? He decisively replied, It is I. Confirming the target he sought. The old man explained, I was asked by Din Jai, a descendant of the Din family, to come to Lu Tianguin. Recalling the Din family descendant, there is only Din Jai left. And the old man nodded in confirmation. Lu Tianguin also recognized the opponent's identity. Tiansu Mountain's ageless immortal. Indeed, the ageless immortal of Tiansu Mountain. Without saying another word, the old man slightly raised his hand. In a blink of an eye, a fierce stream of magic power erupted like a volcano, spreading out to the surroundings. Immediately, Lu Tianguin channeled his magic power, creating a wave of earth-shaking pressure, to confront Tiansu Mountain's aggressive attack head-on. The pressure source was too terrible. Taifeng and Minvu hurriedly combined their strength to form a protective shield around the carriage. Minvu gritted his teeth to resist to the point of sweat pouring down like a bath. He cried out, This pressure is terrifying. Is that old man an immortal? Can we hold on? Taifeng kept slightly more calm, but still had to reassure his teammate. Minvu, stay calm. If the situation turns bad, you must immediately take everyone away from here. Taifeng both maintained the protection spell, and watched the two figures engaging in a silent battle of internal energy. Ahead, his face clearly showing worry. This person's power. I fear he is the strongest person I have ever faced. Hearing this, Minvu turned sharply to ask, Stronger than even the palace master? Taifeng's face turned pale. His eyebrows slightly knitting, he whispered in a heavy tone, Perhaps so. In the midst of that space, two streams of internal energy from an old man and a young man were surging and clashing ceaselessly. It seemed both wanted to use prez, sure to subdue the opponent, and clearly decide the winner. Yanhan and her daughter watched his every move with worry. Little Chi's innocent but anxious voice rang out in the tense, suffocating atmosphere, Is father safe? Yanhan frowned, observing. Even she couldn't predict the outcome of this confrontation. The soul-shaking pressure suddenly spread everywhere. Surrounding rocks and soil were blown away, obscuring the view. In the eye of the storm, the two figures stood tall facing each other, silent without saying a word. Lu Tianguin slightly frowned looking at the opponent. Although his face was pale, his eyes shone with unbelievable resilience, making the person opposite him astonished inside. Even the ageless immortal himself could not help but be surprised by that steadfastness. He cleared his throat, thoughtfully saying, So that's how it is. He admitted undeniably. You are one of the few people who can push me to this state. After a brief pause, the ageless immortal sincerely advised, Please stop, Heavenly Separation Palace Master. Having said that, the old man slowly withdrew his internal energy. Lu Tianguin also simultaneously stopped his actions. The ageless immortal looked at him admiringly. indeed worthy of the title Heavenly Separation Palace Master. You have reached the fourth realm within the Great Emperor realm, which is the Qi Tian realm. The entire space suddenly became silent, to the point of stagnation, as if even the wind held its breath. The ageless immortal could not refrain from speaking first to start a conversation. Immediately, Lu Tian Nguyen used magic power to move a set of tables and chairs from the carriage and place them on the ground, then invited the old man to sit down. Witnessing this scene, Min Vu was stunned to the extreme, eyes wide with astonishment. What on earth is happening? The two of them were fighting for their lives just now. Why are they sitting down and talking now? Like two old friends meeting after a long time? He absolutely couldn't understand their way of thinking. Lu Tianguin spoke up to ask, "Does the ageless immortal have any guidance?" He coughed lightly and modestly replied, "The title ageless is just flattery from the world. Can it be that this old man cannot age? Why is the palace master so polite? Just call me old immortal." He curiously asked back, "I have never revealed my sect. How could you determine my identity?" The ageless immortal recalled, "Recently, a few people tried to break through realms and undergo tribulation to become immortals. But only one person became a true immortal. The rest failed, among them was the Heavenly Separation Palace Master. I once had contact with people from the Heavenly Separation Palace. Their cultivation method has similarities to yours, so I took the liberty to make a guess." The old man suddenly felt a bit nostalgic about the past. "Speaking of which, it is fate. The first person I met using this cultivation method was a very long time ago. And that person also had the surname Lo." Lu Tianguin exclaimed, "My maternal grandfather." The ageless immortal continued, "Until the concealed item on your face was broken, I could confirm even more. That you are the descendant of my old friend, Lu Tianlai. It's interesting that you didn't hide it, but passed on this entire peerless cultivation method. It explains why the Heavenly Separation Palace rose so quickly. Something rarely anyone can do." Lu Tianguin calmly explained, "Cultivation methods are just dead objects. Living humans are the ones who control them. The old immortal once knew my grandfather, but surely you don't just want to chat about family matters with me, right?" The ageless immortal did not expect him to go straight to the point like that. He slowly explained, "Each great realm has 4 stages: early, mid, high, and peak. But for the Great Emperor realm, the world only knows 3 realms: Huan Kuang, Bantuang, and Tinha." He shook his head in denial. "Actually, that's not the case. The Great Emperor realm also has a corresponding 4th realm. That is your current realm, Qi Tian realm, the realm close to immortal. So very few people know about this realm. I also sense this realm. And I am one of the few people who became immortal, breaking through from the Qi Tian realm." This explanation removed the doubts that had been in Lu Tianwen's heart for so long. Qi Tian realm. No wonder I sensed the call of Wu Qi back then. It was because I had reached this realm. He frankly shared. No wonder I didn't feel any discomfort in my body. Recently I even vaguely sensed destiny. The ageless immortal nodded in confirmation. "Therefore, you didn't fail the breakthrough. Superior to ordinary people who become immortals." He looked up at a blue butterfly fluttering in the air, softly saying, "Feel this realm. Wait until you have thoroughly mastered it. Then becoming an immortal won't be too late. I'm afraid by then, this old man will be surpassed by you." Lu Tianguin sincerely thanked him. "Thank you, old immortal, for enlightening me." The ageless immortal stroked his beard and laughed. "Don't rush to thank me. Later on, becoming an immortal will be increasingly difficult. I am also unintentionally slowing down your progress of becoming an immortal." The old man suddenly asked, "When you underwent tribulation, did you count exactly how many bolts of heavenly thunder there were in total?" He replied without hesitation, 28 bolts. The ageless immortal slowly spoke. "Did you know? The earliest person to become an immortal did not have to endure heavenly thunder at all." Lu Tianguin still didn't understand. Then where did the heavenly thunder come from? He lowered his voice. "I'm afraid you have already guessed it. After a cultivator becomes an immortal, they will add a part of their power to the heavenly tribulation to stop the next people from becoming immortals. 28 bolts of heavenly thunder means that from ancient times until now, there have been at least 28 immortals in this world." He asked the old man, "Old immortal, I want to ask you a question." The ageless immortal appeared generous. "I will answer what I know." He asked with a bit of worry, "With my current strength, how would I fare against the Tai Hu twin immortals?" The ageless immortal stroked his beard and spoke slowly. "The Tai Hu twin immortals, the two of them breaking through to become immortals together, is no different from cheating, sharing the pressure from the heavenly thunder. Therefore, combined they are strong, separated they are weak. With your current strength, facing one of them, it is not certain that you cannot win. He nodded in response, I understand. The exchange had also come to an end. The ageless immortal pushed on his knees to stand up, declaring, all right. Having said what was needed, it is time for me to go. Seeing him intending to leave just like that, Lu Tianguin wondered, didn't you promise Din Jai that you would teach me a lesson? The ageless immortal shrugged nonchalantly. I only agreed to the promise. I never said I definitely had to fulfill it. The ageless immortal's gaze suddenly stopped on little Qi. He curiously asked, Divine Spirit Qi Body, don't you intend to train the girl yourself? Lu Tianguin looked at his daughter with eyes full of love, shaking his head gently. My murderous intent is too heavy. And my cultivation method is also not suitable for Wu Qi. If you teach her, she can only reach my level at most, which will limit her potential. The old man bowed his head and said, oh. Right at this moment, little Qi jumped off the carriage, running towards the two, loudly questioning the ageless immortal. Grandpa, so you are a bad person. Why did you bully Grandma? The ageless immortal smiled helplessly, sincerely apologizing to the little girl. I apologize to you, little young lady. Then the old man gave little Qi a command token. You helped me twice, this old man has nothing to thank you with, so I'll give this to you. The girl dared not accept it on her own, looking up to ask Lu Tianguin for permission. He looked at his daughter and nodded in agreement. Having her father's permission, little Qi took the token from the old man, softly saying thank you. I thank you, Grandpa. Before the girl could finish her sentence, the old man had already strode away. Laughing, he said, this old man bids farewell here. After walking a few steps, he asked Lu Tianguin, are you ignoring those two people? He replied softly, I was just preparing to shake them off. The old man only left 2 words, leaving now. When the father and daughter, Lu Tianguin slowly approached the carriage. Suddenly, 2 figures from the roadside grass slightly popped up. The girl tilted her head, curiously asking the man beside her, Uncle Tian, did you overhear what they said? The man stroked his beard and replied, since that old man appeared, I could not hear clearly what they were saying. His internal power, I'm afraid, has surpassed even the great Emperor Galaxy Realm. Hearing that, the girl exclaimed in surprise, that's strong. Suddenly, the girl's eyes flashed. Lu Tianguin had appeared right in front of her face without her noticing. He bent down and stared, making the girl scream in fear. Lu Tianguin just stood there, silently looking at one old and one young person hiding behind the bush. Caught eavesdropping, both of them felt guilty and dared not speak. Finally, the girl was the first to break the suffocating atmosphere. She raised her hand to greet, hello. Lu Tianguin said coldly. You have followed from the Heartwood sect until now. It is time for us to part ways. The girl cried out in horror. What? You knew all along we were following? He didn't answer, turned around and ordered Tai Fong. Tai Fong, see the guests off for me. The girl awkwardly spoke up, hey, considering we followed for so long. There is more or less some sentiment, right? Let us follow for a bit longer. Lu Tianguin didn't answer, continuing to walk. Just as the girl intended to follow, Tai Fong raised his hand to stop them. You too. It is time to leave. Seeing she couldn't change his mind, the girl sighed, resigning, all right. Actually, I had a favor to ask you guys. Then Tai Fong also walked after Lu Tianguin, leaving behind one old and one young person standing dazedly. Suddenly, the girl called out to Tai Fong. Hey, wait. I seem to have met you. Your surname is Veen, right? Tai Fong heard this like thunder in his ears. Right after, the girl said a name, I remember now. Veen Taivan. This name touched the deep anger hidden within Tai Fong's heart. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. Without a bit of hesitation, he struck a palm towards the girl. Right at the moment, Tai Fong was about to strike the girl's face. Another handful of power unexpectedly gripped his wrist tightly. Tai Fong and that older man simultaneously released powerful pressure, creating 2 fierce waves colliding. One stream of icy blue, one stream of deep green, confronted each other fiercely in midair, just escaping danger. The girl showed no fear, but clenched her fist excitedly, shouting loudly. Such a violent reaction. Seems I didn't mistake the person. You are the young master of Veen Kai Kin, Lord Veen of the Wu Lang Divine Dynasty. Tai Fong's usual calmness vanished. He gritted his teeth, forcing out each warning word to the two. Absolutely do not mention this person in front of me. Seizing the moment, the older person was slightly distracted. Tai Fong immediately launched a powerful palm towards the girl. Too talkative. The girl was hit, staggering, and was injured not lightly. Miss. Amidst the confrontation reaching its climax, Lu Tianguin suddenly spoke, let's go. Seizing the opportunity that Tai Fong was distracted by Lu Tianwen's words, the older person threw his hand off, hugged the girl and zoomed away. Though lying in that person's arms, the girl still fearlessly shouted back, hey, next time I ask you for help, I will treat you to a feast. The older person heard this and broke into a cold sweat, softly reminding her, Miss, please be quiet for a bit. But when only the two of them remained, Lu Tianguin turned to instruct Tai Fong. This trip to the Nine Clouds Supreme Sect, you don't need to follow anymore. He was stunned, hurriedly approaching, intending to speak, young master, but Lu Tianguin didn't let him finish, only gently patted his shoulder and continued. You just continue your own private business first. Having followed Lu Tianguin for a long time, Tai Fong understood his decisive character, where his word is final. So he accepted, yes. Then both returned to the carriage. Before the carriage rolled, Tai Fong turned to instruct Minvu. You must take good care of the young master. You must pay attention, don't. Before hearing the whole sentence, Minvu lost all patience. He pointed straight at Tai Fong's face, objecting harshly. Why is it that only you are capable? And I need to be reminded? But Tai Fong didn't hesitate. One sentence touched Minvu's sore spot. Haha, the weakest among the 8 steeds. Minvu was angry to the point of exploding. He uttered a curse word, but couldn't refute it because it was the truth. After teasing him, Tai Fong turned and left. Who exactly was that older person just now? Tinoknon also turned back wondering. Right, brother-in-law, who was that person? Lu Tianguin lifted the carriage curtain. Indifferently replied, a person from Tiansu Mountain. Minvu rubbed his chin, muttering, Tiansu Mountain. Immediately, a terrifying name appeared in his mind. Just mentioning this name, his face immediately changed, unable to hide his fear. The ageless immortal among the 5 arrogant immortals? At the foot of the Nine Clouds Supreme Sect's mountain was a bustling town named Chonsung Van. At this time, Lu Tianwen's convoy had entered. Minvu, who was driving, clearly sensed the extremely gloomy atmosphere here. Passers-by all had pale faces, heads bowed down, dragging their steps forward like soulless shadows. He reported, Palace Master, we have arrived at Chonsung Van. Inside the carriage, Little Deep was focusing on cultivation. Lu Tianguin held Tianhan's hand, saying apologetically, Yanhan, Little Deep needs continuous cultivation. It is hard on you to have to guard the child. She smiled and reassured him, it's no problem. You be careful too. Feeling bored, Little Chi poked her head out the carriage window to watch the scenery. Little Chi curiously asked, Father, why does everyone here look so strange? Tinoknon shuddered. She felt a cold draft run down her spine, gloomily speaking up. It's true, it feels like this place has a very heavy aura of death. Right then, a little girl hugged a man's leg tightly, crying and begging, Father, don't go. I don't want you to leave me. The man, though his heart was heavy, still pushed his daughter away hard, coldly warning, do not follow. Although his eyes held reluctance to part, he still softened his voice to instruct, you must be a good girl and stay home with grandma. Finished speaking, he decisively turned his back and walked away, ignoring the tragic cries of the little girl behind. Father! Father! Little Chi suddenly jumped off the carriage, helped the girl up, and gently asked, Big sister, are you okay? The girl cried and sobbed, I don't want father to go. If father goes, he will never return again. Tinoknon, unaware when she had stepped off the carriage, sat down, wiped the tears for the girl, and softly asked, Little sister, can you tell us what exactly happened? While crying, the girl said, It is the immortals. Every month, the immortals come here. They take people in the town up the mountain, saying it is to work for the high immortal. Everyone here worships the immortals. They kneel and are willing to do anything. At first, everyone thought this was a great opportunity. They happily followed the immortals up the mountain. But the scary thing is, more and more people go, but no one returns. Every time, they only bring back immortal fruits and sweet dew, saying it is payment. But I don't need immortal fruits. I only want father to stay with me. Finished speaking, the girl burst into tears. Tinoknon comforted her and suggested, Then let me lead you to find your father, okay? The girl happily saw hope and thanked. Thank you, sister. Little Chi ran to hold Lu Tianwen's hand, pointed forward, and excitedly said, Father, let's also follow and see. At a crowded area, a woman's sobbing voice rang out tragically. Immortal, my husband is really sick. I dare not deceive you. Please allow him to postpone until next time, okay? Just as she finished speaking, she was slapped by the man claiming to be an immortal. A painful slap. He coldly warned, the list has been set. Don't talk about sickness. Even if dying, he must also come. The woman didn't back down, kneeling down to beg, High Immortal. I beg you. Please have mercy. Responding to her plea, he was unmoved, and even drew his sword, slashing straight at her arm. The woman held her bleeding arm, her face pale, crying out in pain. He looked at the woman trembling on the ground, scornfully saying, Impudent. Is my immortal robe something you can touch? Finished speaking, he ordered his subordinates. You two, go drag this brat's husband here. The men witnessing this sighed sadly. Can't escape. Can't avoid it. Begging only causes more injury. It solves nothing. Finished handling the woman, the immortal shouted. Next person, come up to register. The person stepping up was the father of the little girl from earlier. Just as he prepared to register, he heard his daughter calling, Father. He thought he heard wrong, turning his head in surprise. It was indeed his daughter, being led by a beautiful young woman. Immediately, the immortal shouted, Noisy. Disturbing the order. Whoever offends the immortal prestige, kill immediately. The father was terrified to the extreme, immediately kneeling down to beg, High Immortal. Please spare her life. The surrounding people paled, whispering, It's over. Another person is about to die. Without hesitation, that guy drew his sword, swinging it straight at the little girl. Suddenly, an extremely strong pressure crashed down. The immortal looked up in horror. What is this? Such terrible power. Manhwa appeared, using only 2 fingers to clamp the sword blade tight. The pressure emitting from him made the opponent shudder. He raised an eyebrow, looking at the guy, showing off in front of him, coldly mocking. What is this thing? So weak and powerless, are you okay? The immortal had not yet recovered from the shock of Manhwa's power. He widened his eyes, mouth agape. How is it possible? My attack, even a strong expert of the Marquis realm, could not block it so easily like that. He loudly asked Manhwa. Who exactly are you? To dare interfere in the business of our 9 Clouds Supreme Sect? Manhwa only slightly curled his lips in a smile, then swung his hand, slapping straight and hard into the chest of the guy claiming to be an immortal. With just one hit, he collapsed to the ground, screaming tragically in pain. Manhwa leisurely sat on his back, asking, Just now, weren't you very majestic? Then he reached out, grabbed his hair, and shook it. He calmly asked, So you also know pain? Lu Tianguin stepped forward. He made a small cut on his finger, then dripped a drop of blood onto the wound of the woman who was slashed earlier. In just a moment, the wound healed completely, leaving no scar behind. The immortal retrieved his sword, the sword body flashing with cold light. His eyes were bloodshot like a beast, aggressively locking onto Manhwa. His face darkened, murderous intent burning as he roared, Bold. He immediately executed the cloud-breaking sword. The sword flew straight into the sky. Just a moment later, it dispersed into countless streams of sword chi, all aiming straight at the crowd of innocent people. The sword chi rushed down. The people panicked and ran, but could not escape. They desperately cried for help. Stop. Save us. Manhwa frowned tightly, his anger beginning to flare up. Without a bit of hesitation, Manhwa used his divine power to condense a bright yellow sphere, radiating dazzling golden light. He roared loudly, Hey! Attacking without following rules? Finished speaking, Manhwa threw the golden sphere straight into the swarm of flying swords rushing down. His amazing power immediately and completely suppressed the cloud-breaking sword move. While the enemy was still closing, his eyes tight from dizziness, Manhwa leisurely approached. With one hand, he grabbed that person's bangs, making him scream tragically in pain. Next, Manhwa used strong force to press the opponent's head into the ground. But at the same time, that yellow-haired guy hurriedly pulled out a jade talisman to call for help. He threw the jade talisman into the air and shouted loudly, Strong. Enemy invasion. Quickly reinforce. But before the message could be sent, the jade talisman suddenly exploded. The guy's face changed color. Hair burnt and smoking, eyes wide and dazed, seeming unable to believe the truth. Why is it like this? How can the sect's jade talisman explode? He bowed his face to the ground in despair, his whole body shaking uncontrollably. At this time, Lu Tianguin led little Chi past. He glanced at Manhwa, then softly reminded, Don't play around anymore. Manhwa just said, then leisurely walked over the yellow-haired guy. The 2 accomplices of the defeated guy panicked and questioned him. Who exactly are you people? Lu Tianguin remained silent. He just coldly swept his eyes over them, simultaneously releasing an extremely strong stream of pressure. making those two guys so scared their legs couldn't stand firm. Then, an explosion echoed. Little Chi intended to turn her head to look, but Minvu agilely stood in the way, blocking the little girl's view. Right when the group prepared to leave, a man in the village spoke up, pleading, "Hi immortals, please leave here quickly. You don't know. The experts of the Nine Clouds Supreme sect are countless." Minvu crossed his arms over his chest, his unblinking eyes full of arrogance as he asked back, "Telling us to run away? On the contrary, I want to ask, being bullied and enslaved like that, why don't you find another place to live?" The man shook his head sadly, his tone filled with resignation. "We cannot leave. The area of the village, within 100 miles around here, has been bound by the Nine Clouds Supreme sect using immortal arts. For generations, we can only stay in this place." Hearing this, everyone was dejected, bowing their faces to the ground. Despair was clearly visible on every face. Tinoknon was extremely indignant upon hearing this. She loudly expressed her grievance, "Really? I didn't expect a sect calling itself noble could behave so despicably." But while everyone was talking, Lutien Gwyn had walked a distance away. He turned back and instructed, "You guys wait for me here." Tinoknon curiously asked him, "Where are you going?" Minvu was too familiar with his actions. He softly reassured, "Just rest assured and wait. The dark clouds above their heads will soon dissipate." A moment later, Lutien Gwyn walked alone up the long steps, deep and endless. He called out, "Laitan." Laitan immediately appeared behind him, clasping his hands and bowing, "Palace Master. All half-demons, slaves, and innocent people within the range of the Nine Clouds Supreme sect have been secretly protected safely." He nodded and replied briefly, "Good." Then he looked straight ahead, his eyes revealing clear murderous intent. He coldly emphasized each subsequent word, "Deploy people to guard the key routes. Do not let anyone belonging to the Nine Clouds Supreme sect escape." Laitan hurriedly accepted the order, "Yes, Palace Master. Please allow me to accompany you." Lutien Gwyn refused. "Only allow Lac Tien to follow." Having said that, he stared at the area of the Nine Clouds Supreme sect, his eyes extremely determined. "This time, I want to test my true strength." Just like that, Lutien Gwyn alone advanced straight into the Nine Clouds Supreme sect, a place being enveloped by a furious thunder formation. Thunder exploded deafeningly. Lightning streaks flashed continuously, as if wanting to tear apart the space. At the same time, inside the Nine Clouds Supreme sect, lightning struck down continuously. Blinding white light illuminated the whole sky. Amidst the thick clouds, a gloomy miasma spread, as if countless ghostly shadows were lurking, making the entire space become heavy, stifling as if about to explode. Suddenly, two disciples, guarding the gate of the Nine Clouds Supreme sect simultaneously, widened their eyes in horror, hearts beating wildly. In front of them, Lutien Gwyn was slowly walking through the gate. The two immediately stood to block him, pointing straight at his face and shouting, "Who dares to barge into the Nine Clouds Supreme sect?" The words had not yet finished, when both their chests were compressed by his pressure to the point of suffocation. Feeling as if they were about to burst, their vision gradually became blurred, minds invaded by an invisible power. Amidst the interlacing lightning flashes, they horrifically saw the image of Lutien Gwyn, splitting into 4 or 5 blurred shadows overlapping each other. As he glided past, both disciples simultaneously spat fresh blood and collapsed to the ground. From the cliff, large and small rocks fell rumbling down. Boulders weighing hundreds of pounds smashed onto the path, right in front of Lutien Gwyn. But he still calmly stepped forward. Inside the training ground of the Nine Clouds Supreme sect, disciples were focused on training. Lutien Gwyn leisurely walked in, his demeanor free and unfettered like drifting clouds and wind. A transcendent aura emanated, making the man instructing, Senior Brother Lai, momentarily stunned, surprised to the point of speechlessness. A minute later, he regained his composure, furrowed his brows tightly, pointed straight at his face and snapped, "Which branch's disciple are you? Don't you understand sect rules? Why are you so rude as to barge in arbitrarily like this? Withdraw immediately." The disciples practicing also stopped. They whispered among themselves, "Who is this rude guy? Is he a newly entered member?" Senior Brother Li's mood has been bad recently, falling into his hands. There will be a good show to watch. By this time, Lutien Gwyn had stepped up the stairs, getting closer to Senior Brother Lai. He was furious seeing him completely ignore his words, continuing to shout, "I told you to withdraw, didn't you hear?" Now he was so angry his face turned pale. Lowering his voice, grinding out each word, "Seems I must carry out the punishment on behalf of the sect. Finished speaking, he gathered spiritual power in his palm. A bright yellow halo flashed like firelight. Suddenly his eyes widened. Just a second later, he clutched his chest, constantly coughing up blood. Just as his body collapsed to the ground, Lu Tianguin walked past him. His whole body radiated a pressure that suffocated the opponent. Suddenly, a huge suppressing power exploded, spreading throughout the space. All the disciples training were simultaneously shaken violently. Their bodies felt suppressed by 1,000 pounds. Each person uncontrollably collapsed to the ground. Someone screamed in terror, "What is happening?" Not long after, the tragic screams suddenly fell silent. All of them had collapsed. Breathing stopped, vitality completely dissipated. On the mountaintop, an elder sensed this terrifying pressure. He hurriedly flew out. When he smelled the strong scent of blood, his expression immediately became serious. His eyes narrowed slightly. "What is this smell of blood?" he thought to himself. Something big must have happened to the sect. Muttering, "Not good," he vanished as fast as lightning. A minute later, he descended in front of Lu Tianguin, anger rising furiously as he shouted, "Who dares to come to the Nine Clouds Supreme Sect to cause trouble impudently?" Just as he swung a palm towards Lu Tianguin, he just gently leaned to dodge, simultaneously increasing pressure to counter. Very quickly, the sword in his hand began to crack. Due to the force of the pressure, tiny cracks radiated a faint light. Before he could find a way to cope, the sword shattered into fragments. He himself also spat fresh blood, falling to the ground due to a heavy backlash strike. Yes, just like that, Lu Tianguin, completely losing his demeanor, trying hard to prop himself up. His body trembled violently, eyes filled with horror looking at him. Bleeding from 7 orifices, he cried out, "Saint Emperor Realm?" "Incorrect, this is the Great Emperor Realm. Who are you? Why intentionally break into my Nine Clouds Supreme Sect?" At the moment he just stood up, Lu Tianguin increased the overwhelming pressure again. The power was overly terrifying, causing his eyes to bulge. Bleeding from 7 orifices, then his body exploded. After dealing with this elder, Lu Tianguin continued walking straight forward. At this time, from afar, a group of people appeared in the sky. The leader was Elder Hua, one of the 4 great experts of the sect. He was furious, grinding his teeth, loudly declaring, "Daring to murder members of the Nine Clouds Supreme Sect. No matter who you are, you must pay the price." Finished speaking, he ordered those accompanying him, "Combine forces to execute. Wind and clouds gather, 10,000 swords launch." The command was just given when a series of swords simultaneously flew into the sky, creating a giant tornado in midair. The disciples below excitedly cheered, praising him endlessly. Indeed worthy of Elder Hua. Just by taking action, he can cause heaven and earth to change. That's right. Elder Hua is one of the 4 great experts of the sect. A great emperor of the Van Tuong realm. Elder Hua, a supreme expert of the sect, once relied on the immortal cloud sword art to defeat 3 powerful enemies at the great emperor realm. Now he executes this sword art again, combining with disciples to control it together, confident that they can destroy the intruder. A series of sword blades rushed forth like arrows, combining forces to create an earth-shattering explosion. Completely satisfied with the result, he leisurely stroked his beard, nodding and saying, "Daring to oppose the Nine Clouds Supreme Sect. This is the end." The surrounding disciples shouted in excitement, "Elder Hua is mighty. Indeed worthy of being the spiritual pillar of the sect. Peerless prestige." However, their joy did not last long. When the dust from the explosion gradually cleared, unharmed, face full of panic. "What?" He followed the disciples' gaze and was stunned. "How is it possible? This person lay surely withstood my full power attack." Lu Tianguin coldly brushed the dust off his clothes, uttering 2 extremely ridiculous words. Elder Hua was extremely terrified. He blocked an attack concentrating my power. Could he be an expert of the Great Emperor Galaxy Realm? But he is too young. He decided to probe the opponent first. So he immediately changed his attitude 180 degrees. Pretending to be gentle asking, "Who exactly are you? Why are you determined to oppose our Nine Clouds Supreme Sect?" Lu Tianguin pointed at him, not holding back but increasing the pressure, his face as cold as ice emitting each word. "Those in high positions cannot feel suffering. Come down here immediately." Having finished speaking, he channeled magic power, creating a blue tornado pouring straight down from the sky onto Elder Hua's position. As soon as the tornado poured down, the disciples immediately felt their whole bodies become heavy, breath-choked, simultaneously falling to the ground. Screaming in panic, "Ah! What is happening?" The whole crowd rolled on the ground, Faces pale, hopelessly calling for help. Ugh. So painful, I can't breathe. Help. Elder Hua himself also had to use all his strength to resist, making his whole body tremble. He couldn't help muttering. Unexpectedly. With just one finger, he has such prestige. But in the situation hanging by a thread, another stream of magic power appeared, countering Le Tianguin. He looked up at the sky, eyes filled with joy. It's the sect master. To resist the surging pressure from Le Tianguin, the sect master and the others hurriedly executed the immortal cloud seal. Immediately, two sources of power collided violently, confronting fiercely between heaven and earth. The immortal cloud hand seal exploded, turning into a giant glowing purple hand appearing. Below that hand were two men, and Lu Tianguin just stood there quietly observing. The disciples shouted loudly, "It's the sect master. The sect master has arrived." That's right, the two people appearing under that hand are the sect master and Elder Lu. They looked at the sect master like a savior, cheering happily. The sect master possesses the strength of the great emperor galaxy realm, only one step away from becoming an immortal. This time that brat is definitely dead. Very quickly, Elder Hua walked quickly to the sect master's side, whispering in his ear, "Sect master, this person is likely an expert of the galaxy realm." This remark made the sect master feel surprised. Experts of the great emperor galaxy realm are very rare. Is it the sword saint? Or the heavenly separation palace master? No, he looks too young. An expert at this age. I can't think of who. He decisively stopped thinking, directly asking Le Tianguin, "Are you the first prince of the Wu Lang divine dynasty?" Le Tianguin didn't answer, but only raised an eyebrow staring at him. Although ignored, the sect master continued to monologue. "We and the Wu Lang divine dynasty have no friction." First prince? Le Tianguin lost all patience. He interrupted, "Stop talking nonsense. I am not the first prince. Today I came purely to destroy your 9 clouds. Supreme sect." Hearing the word destroy, how could the sect master endure? He unleashed his magic power, causing rocks and soil to fly all over the sky, growling, "Since you have no good intentions." Pausing a bit, he ordered the disciples, "Everyone calm your minds and concentrate. Arrange the formation to face the enemy. Join me to cut this person down." Hearing the order, all disciples immediately concentrated. Channeled energy, simultaneously executing the formation. Murderous aura surged straight towards him. At this time, the sect master used magic power to create a formation in the shape of a rainbow. He stood in the middle, speaking arrogantly. "The sky has 9 layers of clouds, clouds have 9 changes. This formation uses the power of clouds and mist, transforming into 9 types of calamities. Calamity force circulates endlessly. Even an immortal can be held back for a while." Speaking to this point, he glared at Le Tianguin, coldly declaring each word. "Even if you are an expert of the great emperor galaxy realm, encountering this formation, there is only the road to death. If you want to blame someone, blame your carelessness for daring to barge alone into my 9 clouds. Supreme sect. Activate." As soon as the sect master finished speaking, magic power immediately rushed out from the disciples sitting on the ground, and he controlled that entire flow of power, covering the whole space in a deep purple color. Powerful streams of strength rose up, sweeping away both rocks and green leaves, creating a scene both fierce and magical. Lu Tianguin raised his head, calmly asking a question. "Comparable to an immortal?" Just as he finished speaking, he also began to execute magic power. He softly uttered a sentence. "Then I will also suppress my power and test it." Saying so, he waved his hand, firing a character straight at them. That character enlarged, forming a solid shield layer, blocking all the rocks and soil in front. When the attack from the formation was blocked easily, the disciples of the 9 Clouds Supreme sect all gaped in horror. Impossible. An attack comparable to an immortal was neutralized just like that. Could he be an immortal? Impossible. Surely no one in this world has successfully broken through the realm yet, right? The sect master, having put all his strength into the formation, was exhausted, his face pale and beaded with sweat. A thought flashed through his mind. Even if he is an expert of the galaxy realm, he couldn't easily block my 9 heavens cloud net. Great formation. Right? No, definitely used some secret technique. Thinking so, he boasted loudly. "Let me see which is more durable, your secret technique or the power of heaven and earth." Finished speaking, he continued to increase the difficulty for the formation. Magic characters appeared, along with immense power. Suddenly, he ordered the elders, Elder Lu, Elder Hua, proceed with combined attack technique. Both immediately obeyed. "Yes, sect master." And so, a resounding attack was organized. Lines of characters pierced through rocks and soil, stabbing straight into Lu Tianwen's character, steady, as if wanting to penetrate it. At this time, the sect master continued to shout loudly. 9 heavens transformation, 9 cloud dragons appear. Very quickly, 9 dragons appeared. They opened their mouths and roared, shattering Lu Tianwen's character, steady. Just as a dragon wanted to swallow him, Lu Tianwen executed magic power, creating a barrier layer to stop it. Now, the 9 Cloud Supreme sect was gaining the upper hand. The disciples cheered happily, great. The enemy is pushed back. Worthy of the combined technique of 3 great emperor experts, indeed matchless power. This time that brat is definitely dead. Not long after, 3 dragons. Dirt and rocks flew past Lu Tianwen. He still resiliently held his ground. He looked towards the 3 dragons, coldly declaring a clear sentence. Is this the power of an immortal? Thanks for your hard work testing it for me. Now I know what my actual strength finally amounts to. But fake things are ultimately fake. No matter how similar they look, they cannot become real. Finishing his words, he released a familiar powerful pressure. This pressure made the 3 dragons wary, not daring to approach him. Lu Tianwen's hand moved slightly. He focused his magic power there, then struck a decisive full power palm strike. With just that one move, the 3 dragons were sent flying. The pressure formed a tornado shooting straight into the sky, along with lightning bolts, striking directly into the formation of the 9 Cloud Supreme sect. Rocks and leaves were blasted meters away. The sect master, defeated, knelt on the ground. He seemed to be heavily injured. One hand holding his chest, he wheezed, you actually. At this moment, the pressure on his hand had not yet been retracted. Lu Tianwen said in a deep voice, the power of a celestial is only this much. Finishing his words, killing intent softly spread from his body. His eyes sparkled with determination. The test is over. Now you all can prepare to die. The heavily injured disciples knelt on the ground. Humiliated and defeated, they cursed unwillingly. Damn it, why is it like this? Even the sect master's group can't do anything. That bastard. Did he treat us as whetstones? Just as everyone was despairing, an elder spoke up. Don't fear, we still have the sect guardian artifact. These words woke them up as if from a dream, seeing a glimmer of hope. That's right, then he urged the sect master. Sect master, quickly activate the sect guardian artifact. At this moment, a sharp object appeared. The white-haired elder continued to advise the sect master. Sect master, with the current situation, we have no choice but to invite the sect guardian artifact. While the sect master was still hesitating, the elder continued to urge him. With the protection of the guardian artifact, we can definitely kill him. Seeing the suspicious silence of the sect master, the disciples looked puzzled. One person exclaimed, Sect master, what are you still hesitating for? Lu Tianwen coldly interrupted, he can't do it. That everyone was horrified, realizing that was the head of the sect master. They couldn't help but scream in terror, Sect master, what is happening? The 2 elders' faces turned pale, exclaiming in shock, what the hell is this? Why are there 2 sect masters? You killed Tu Konghuan. The 2 elders immediately turned to question him. One sentence after another. Then who are you? That's right, who are you? Why did you impersonate the sect master? The impostor avoided the main issue, emphasizing to the 2 elders. Now is not the time to investigate what is real or fake. The urgent matter now is to repel the enemy. Resolve the danger for the sect. For the 9 Cloud Supreme sect. Now only by gathering the power of the whole sect can we hope to push him back. Then he spread his arms wide, solemnly declaring, the sect is in danger. I am willing to use my body as a vessel to accommodate the power of the entire sect. Perhaps we can summon the divine artifact. An elder immediately voiced an objection, condensing all power into one person. In a short period of time, you won't be able to withstand it. But the fake sect master didn't care. He clasped his hands in preparation, then decisively ordered the whole sect. Disciples, hear my order, transfer your power to me. I want to use the power of the divine artifact to destroy the enemy. The 4 white-haired elders were still hesitating, but were interrupted by the remaining one. Repel the enemy first. Whatever happens, we'll deal with it later. Both elders agreed. And all the disciples simultaneously transferred their power toward the impostor. 9 clouds piercing heaven. 9 revolutions returned to 1. Suddenly, 2 elders looked at each other, then also transferred power to him. Shouting in unison, 9 clouds piercing heaven. 9 revolutions returned to 1. At this moment, the power of the entire sect gathered into the impostor's body, creating a giant ball of energy, hovering above his head. Just then, the disciples trembled in unison and screamed, "Ah! What is happening? I can't control myself." The three white-haired elders shouted in horror. "What are you doing?" "My cultivation power." The blue-haired elder realized it too late. "Sure enough, you have malicious intent. You are an imposter." The imposter didn't need to explain. He only said indifferently, "For the survival of the Nine Clouds Supreme Sect. I hope you will endure the suffering." Then he laughed grimly. "Ha ha ha, furthermore. Tu Konghuin also used this cultivation method to steal the sacred bodies and cultivation of others." At this time, the disciples had collapsed to the ground, their life or death unknown, while the fake sect master stared at the sphere in his hand, nodding with satisfaction. "Not bad. My cultivation has improved. Continue the effort." The shadow of the fake sect master spread his arms, eyes determined. "Although I have been his shadow since childhood, but I am not resigned to it. All affairs in the Nine Clouds Supreme Sect were handled by me. I am the one who truly cares about this sect. I have worked hard to cultivate, advancing step by step. Who says a shadow cannot surpass the original body?" Saying that, he raised his hand. Muscles bulged, tearing his clothes. His eyes glowed as he announced in a deep voice, "From this moment on, I am the true Tu Konghuin. This was originally my name. I am Tu Konghuin, sect master of the Nine Clouds Supreme Sect." As he spoke, he manipulated his magic power, creating a giant tornado in the air. The tornado curled up, reaching high into the blue sky. The white-haired elder looked at that scene in astonishment. No way, the divine artifact resonated with him. He really is doing this for the Nine Clouds Supreme Sect. A moment later, a sword that looked like a part of the divine artifact appeared in his hand. Tu Konghuin's shadow threw his head back and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, finally. I have been recognized by the Nine Clouds Supreme Sect." Ha ha ha, while he was immersed in the joy of being acknowledged, Lu Tianguin spoke coldly. "This divine artifact is probably incomplete." As soon as the three words were spoken, behind Lu Tianguin appeared a small sword, accompanied by an object looking like a gun barrel. The impostor pointed the divine artifact at Lu Tianguin, his whole body exuding purple pressure like a silk ribbon, loudly declaring, "So what if it's incomplete? Now I have absorbed the power of the entire sect. And I have the divine artifact. You, go die." Finishing his words, he began to unleash sharp sword strikes. Intense pressure radiated, shattering the ground beneath his feet. He was extremely satisfied with this divine artifact, looking at it as if looking at a treasure, laughing and saying, "Worthy of being the sect guardian artifact. In this world, no one can stop its attacks." Ha ha ha, but the other disciples, though their faces were pale from having all their spiritual energy drained, couldn't help but rejoice. Is this the power of the divine artifact? I didn't expect that while alive. One day, I would witness the divine artifact with my own eyes, killing the enemy. At this moment, he stood looking at the thick screen of smoke ahead, smiling with a smirk. Now it is finally resolved. Very quickly, the screen of smoke dissipated. A foot stepped out. It was Lu Tianguin, the person thought to have been buried by the divine artifact. He walked while saying, "All right. The test of my own strength can be considered finished." He drew his weapon and said in a deep voice, "I also have to thank you all." By now, the impostor's energy had dissipated. He vomited blood and collapsed to the ground. Looking at Lu Tianguin in disbelief, "You are completely unharmed. Could it be you are truly an immortal?" "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Lu Tianguin was cold. Swinging his weapon, intense pressure emitted, declaring, "It's time to end this." Then he swung his weapon, slashing a path. The heads of the disciples fell, scattered everywhere. The fake Tu Konghuin widened his eyes in horror. These disciples were actually killed by one move from him. Unbelievable, he dropped his hands in despair. The divine artifact in his hand fell to the ground and quickly shattered into pieces. He was hit by Lu Tianwen's pressure, vomiting blood. Again, the fake Tu Konghuin was like a madman, bowing his head and muttering, "Why is it like this? Why is it like this? Why destroy my Nine Clouds Supreme Sect?" Lu Tianguin calmly advanced towards him, coldly uttering 4 words, "Langban Cave." The fake Tu Konghuin muttered softly, "Langban Cave, so that's it." Then he glanced at Tu Konghuin's head, the person he was impersonating, and said, "In the end, you are all birds of a feather, preaching morality with your mouths, but in reality, blinded by money." Finishing his words, he used a palm strike to burn the real sect master's head, then punched himself hard in the face with one hand. As blood flowed to the ground, his head still hung low, but he opened his mouth and laughed loudly like a madman. "Haha, Langban Cave. It has a great secret formation set up by an immortal. Only this face can open it. He lifted his face, which was half destroyed, declaring with absolute certainty, "Haha, Nine Clouds Supreme Sect is destroyed. I won't let you get what you want either." Ha ha ha. Lu Tianguin looked at him and said calmly, "For me to break the formation is indeed a bit troublesome." Pausing a bit, he smiled faintly. "However, Tu Konghuen's face can directly remove the formation." "Right." Saying that, he called softly, "Lac Tien." Just a second later, a man appeared behind him. The impostor was terrified to the extreme when he saw the appearance of the person who just arrived. "This is him." "That's right, that is Tu Konghuan." He clasped his hands and bowed to Lu Tianguin, solemnly calling, "Hall Master." This address was like thunder striking his ears. The impostor shouted loudly, "Who exactly are you?" Lu Tianguin answered coldly, "Hall Master of Tianlai Hall." Lu Tianguin finished speaking and took steps towards the opponent. The impostor still didn't believe his ears, exclaiming in horror, "Hall Master of Tianlai Hall. You are the Hall Master of Tianlai Hall. You are still this young? What wrong did my Nine Clouds Supreme Sect do? Why hunt us down to the very end?" Lu Tianwen's face was as black as ink, speaking deeply, enunciating every word. "Your Nine Clouds Supreme Sect was my target all along. I want you all to dissolve into nothingness." At this moment, the impostor suddenly realized his true purpose. "Could it be your target is the 10,000 Cloud Sect? How dare you?" "How dare?" Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Tianguin had kicked him away. He fell sitting on the ground, muttering softly, "Impossible, impossible." Just like that, he died in unwillingness. After resolving the Nine Clouds Supreme Sect, Tu Konghuan, Lac Tien, asked Lu Tianguin, "Hall Master, the Nine Clouds Supreme Sect is destroyed. But wasn't that divine artifact destroyed?" Retorting in a deep voice, "Am I the type of person who completely destroys everything wherever I go?" He spread his hands and calmly asked back, "Isn't that so?" Lu Tianguin ignored him, continuing to walk forward, and ordered, "Go to Langvan Cave." A moment later, the two were present at Langvan Cave. Inside was a formation with many heavenly vein soul bones, encased in transparent spheres. Tu Konghuan looked at his own face reflected in a sphere, then spoke, "Langvan Cave is arranged very meticulously, in accordance with heavenly numbers. Indeed, it was set up by an immortal. If one recklessly enters without this face, it will definitely destroy the structure of this place, leading to mutual destruction." Lu Tianguin used invisible power or divine spirit pressure, pushing the moving spheres. Then said, "I'm afraid. For a long time, the Nine Clouds Supreme Sect has been secretly searching for mortals with potential, but without power, specializing in digging up and taking their heavenly vein soul bones." Then he closed his eyes, focusing his mind to sense Tu Deep's heavenly vein soul bone. Every moment, he waved his hand to continue scanning through thousands, tens of thousands of soul bone pieces in the cave. Tu Konghuan questioned him curiously, "With such a large amount of heavenly vein soul bones, what exactly did the Nine Clouds Supreme Sect want to do? It seems the young master's heavenly vein soul bone must also be here." Suddenly, Lu Tianwen's brows knit tightly together. Tu Konghuan called him loudly, "Hall Master." Suddenly he opened his eyes wide, looking straight at the heavenly vein soul bone in front of him, and calmly declared, "It's not here." Hearing that, Tu Konghuan was extremely surprised. Hurriedly asked back, "How is that possible?" He immediately affirmed, "I didn't sense it wrong. This place absolutely does not have Tuat Deep's heavenly vein soul bone." So he asked further, "Hall Master, the magic formation here is extremely mysterious. Could there be a secret area that we haven't discovered yet?" Lu Tianguin decisively replied, "This formation is mainly for protection. It has absolutely no concealment effect." Hearing that, Tu Konghuan was surprised to the point of widening his eyes, loudly asking, "Hall Master, then how should we act next?" He explained, "I want to utilize this great array to trace back the trajectory of the activities of those involved in the formation, hoping there will be a harvest." Immediately after, Lu Tianguin chanted a spell. Ancient characters appeared in the air. He reached out his hand, condensing the phrase, "All heaven's soul shake, reverse heaven and earth." Then he clenched his hand into a fist, shouting, "Manifest." The spiritual energy and mist immediately vanished. Appearing within was an image Tu Konghuan was exchanging with a masked person. That mysterious person instructed him, "You should make time to cultivate. The situation at the imperial city of Dong Tuesday Kingdom has been arranged. When the time comes, there will be no lack of opportunities for you to show off and contribute." When seeing this scene, Tu Konghuan The person standing with Lu Tianguin muttered. Dong Tuesday Kingdom Imperial City. Could it be? The image quickly vanished. Tu Konghuan asked him. Dong Tuesday Kingdom Imperial City. Isn't that just a stream of spiritual energy hovering in the air? Lu Tianguin half closed his eyes, releasing pressure while pinching his fingers to calculate. A moment later, he suddenly spoke. Could it be this isn't a bad thing? Coincidence? Tu Konghuan curiously asked back. Not a bad thing. Hall Master. You mean the young master losing his heavenly vein soul bone? Is not a terrible thing. He calmly replied, it's hard to say. But just now I sensed. The heavenly signs show it as a good omen. Smoke still lingered on the ruined ground. In front of the main gate of the upper sect. 9 Clouds was destroyed. Hundreds of lives, including civilians who were captured, and those called half-demon slaves, with slave chains imprinted on their flesh, were gathering while trembling. Lu Tianguin, with a cold and imposing demeanor, did not use divine abilities to teleport, but slowly walked out from the ruins. His trusted subordinate, Laitan, quickly stepped forward and bowed. Hall Master, the task is complete. All the imprisoned civilians and half-demon slaves have been rescued. 2. Lu Tianguin just glanced at the fearful, yet hopeful crowd before him. His voice echoed like a verdict. 9 Clouds Supreme Sect has been destroyed. The chains binding you are no more. From now on, you are completely free. Go follow your own desires. This declaration was like a rain shower in the desert. Joy exploded, surpassing all fear, making even the men unable to hold back their tears. They cheered in unison. Voices thanking the High Immortal, mixed with calls for their homeland and calls for their loved ones. But in the midst of that, a middle-aged man with a ragged appearance stepped forward. He is Vong Fuke, representing the people of Sung Ban Town, kneeling down, thanking for the life-saving grace. However, unconcealable worry made him reveal a terrifying secret. High Immortal, this is bad. This land still lies entirely within the range of an ancient formation. An invisible and sturdy barrier is confining us here for generations. Moreover, the allies of the 9 Clouds Supreme Sect will certainly hunt down those you have liberated. Lu Tianguin listened silently. He gently closed his eyes, needing no further explanation. He raised his sleeve. Immediately, a dull shattering sound resonated in midair. Not of physical matter, but the cracking of the ceiling curtain that has bound this land for generations. Far away on the peak of Minvu Mountain, another subordinate was chewing on grass, smiling proudly. Worthy of being the Hall Master. Truly maximum efficiency. At the same time, giant cracks appeared on the mountain. The stone plaque carved with 9 Clouds Supreme Sect snapped. The sky suddenly became clearer and more open than ever before, as if opening up a new future. Laitan's voice rang out, reminding that the restriction had vanished. You all can now enter and leave freely. Right then, a young girl from the half-demon slave group, named Denoyet, stepped forward. We respectfully beg the High Immortal, us half-demon slaves have nowhere to rely on after being freed, and don't know where to go to avoid pursuit. Could you please take us in and give us a place to stay? Lu Tianguin used magic power to lift the girl up, his eyes fixed on the black metal soul-locking collar, with sharp spikes tightening around her neck. He said softly, in front of me, there is no need to kneel. I will neutralize the soul-locking collars on you all. The whole group of half-demon slaves was stunned and amazed. Removing the soul-locking collar. Isn't this supposed to be impossible? Lu Tianguin placed his hand on the slave lock on Denoyet's neck. A stream of pure white light like jade flowed into that dark object. The soul-locking collar didn't shatter, but slowly melted under the purifying light. In an instant, the slave chains disappeared completely, falling to the ground in the form of a pile of metal dust. With her neck liberated, moved to tears, it's done, it's really done. You are our savior who gave us a second life. She bowed again. Servant Denoyet sincerely begs to submit. Please, High Immortal, accept us into Tianlai Hall. Hearing the name renowned everywhere, the other half-demon slaves also immediately knelt down, unanimously expressing their loyalty. Lu Tianguin raised his hand to signal everyone to stand up. His face became solemn. The first rule when entering Tianlai Hall is absolutely do not kneel to anyone. And from now on, do not call me master. Furthermore, to join Tianlai Hall, you must undergo the soul search. Soul interrogation. This is a mandatory condition to ensure the purity and safety of the hall. You decide for yourselves. The group of half-demon slaves turned to look at each other, then nodded resolutely in unison. We are willing to undergo the soul search. Requesting to join Tianlai Hall. He turned to Laitan. You begin the arrangement and verification work. Before finishing his words, Lu Tianwen's eyes turned cold. Nine Clouds' supreme sect has been destroyed. Their allied forces will not remain silent. Meanwhile, on the mountain, Lu Tianguin quickly reunited with his daughter, Tuqi, and Minvu. Tuqi excitedly hugged him, eyes full of pride, witnessing Lu Tianguin return safely from the Nine Clouds' supreme sect. The crowd of villagers was still bewildered and skeptical. He came down the mountain unharmed. Could it be that Nine Clouds' supreme sect is truly destroyed? Or is he deceiving us? But suddenly a shrill shout rang out. The sight of the half-demons, slaves and liberated villagers. The crowd at the foot of the mountain screamed in panic, half-demon slaves. Too many half-demon slaves. Surely Nine Clouds' supreme sect sent them to surround and kill. Let's run quickly. However, right after that, a man noticed something unusual. Wait, look there. Those people are the ones they took up the mountain. In just a second, the panic screams were replaced by sobbing of reunion, tight hugs. Calls of brother, father rang out, heartbreakingly proving Lu Tianwen's words were true. Fukni, I thought you were dead. A father hugged his lost son. Tears streaming down. The son hurriedly pointed at Lu Tianguin. Father. It was this high immortal. He single-handedly destroyed the entire Nine Clouds supreme sect, broke the immortal formation and saved us all. The villagers' attitude changed 180 degrees. They quickly knelt down, shouting in unison. Thank you, High Immortal, for saving the lives of the people of Sungban Town. Lu Tianguin maintained his cold demeanor. The restriction here has been broken. You are free to go. Although free, their faces still showed uncertainty. Where should we go? How to deal with the allies of the evil sect? At this moment, a man suddenly made a bold proposal. High Immortal, please be generous. Can we join Tianlai Hall like the half-demon slaves? The name Tianlai Hall once again caused a strong shock. The crowd whispered with admiration and desire. Tianlai Hall, a transcendent force. Would they need mortals like us? Lu Tianwen's expression did not change. He only repeated the soul condition, aloud. But you must pass the soul search. The name soul search made many people pale with fear. But after a moment of hesitation, gratitude and the need for protection prevailed. This life was saved by the High Immortal. I have nothing to hide. I agree to the soul search. One person declared. A series of agreeing voices rang out. We also agree. Lu Tianguin nodded, ordering Lai Tan to start arranging. However, there were still a few people hesitating, stepping back, not daring to accept the strict challenge from Tianlai Hall, although there was still much doubt and unease about the nature of the soul search. Everyone present decisively approved. Seeing the anxiety clearly on every face, Minvu spoke to reassure, his tone mixed with coldness. You don't need to be terrified. Soul search is not scary at all. If everyone follows the rules and stays in their place, everyone will be safe and sound. He paused, then smirked with hidden meaning. But if anyone harbors dark thoughts or malicious intent, then, he. Unlike Minvu's verbosity, Lu Tianguin did not waste time. He raised his hand and declared decisively, if everyone has agreed, then let us begin. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the soul search formation. A golden magic formation immediately appeared above the crowd's heads. Powerful streams of spiritual energy from the formation shone straight into each person, as if trying to peer into the depths of their minds. Among those affected, some felt light and relaxed. But there were also many writhing in extreme pain, sweat pouring out like a bath, faces ghastly pale. Minvu paid special attention to a man who was trembling violently. He glanced over, softly uttering an "oh" full of interest. Curiosity piqued. Minvu immediately projected magic power to monitor and see what exactly the guy had witnessed that made him that terrified. Soon, a series of terrifying memories appeared in Minvu's mind. Images of him being tortured and tormented by members of the Nine Clouds Supreme Sect, savagely, with relentless sword slashes. That man knelt and begged miserably, please spare my life, let me go. At that time, a blond man ordered him, watch these mortals carefully. Any unusual signs must be reported immediately. He received the secret order, then his mind completely corrupted, acting on their orders, ruthlessly killing innocent mortals. After watching the scene, Minvu's face immediately darkened. He spoke in a chilling voice, so that's it. You are the spy, planted by the Nine Clouds Supreme Sect. Even taking advantage of the chaos to rape the wives and children of others, then killing them all to silence witnesses. No wonder you were so afraid of the soul search formation. A middle-aged man in the crowd hearing those words, became indignant. To the point his body trembled violently. He pointed straight at the traitor's face and shouted, You once said. My nephew's whole family was taken by Nine Clouds Supreme Sect. Could it be you? Was it caused by you? Saying this, unable to withstand the agitation, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. The people around were extremely furious, simultaneously condemning and cursing the spy. I didn't expect you to be such a despicable person. Why would you want to harm your own brothers? We thought all previous events were done by Nine Clouds Supreme Sect. Who would have thought? If not for the High Immortal using Soul Search, we would have been completely deceived by you. The whole crowd of people deceived by him were so angry they ground their teeth. Suddenly, a short fat guy holding a sword rushed out intending to sneak attack Le Tianguin. He rushed up shouting, Die! Le Tianguin stood still, calm, not moving an inch. But immediately, he hadn't even touched a single hair of his. Minvu standing nearby laughed contemptuously. Damn it, do you really think, after personally wiping out Nine Clouds Supreme Sect, Le Tianguin would be ambushed by a cheap trick like yours? As soon as the words ended, the pressure Le Tianguin emitted suddenly multiplied. Under that terrible pressure, the fat guy collapsed to the ground, trembling like a wet dog. His face distorted, twisted under the unbearable pressure, then exploded into pieces right there. His accomplices, witnessing that tragic end, were terrified out of their wits, hurriedly calling each other to run. Split up and run. Minvu, quick as lightning, blocked their escape route. He spoke in a cold voice, Still want to run? In just a short moment, those who were trying to escape exploded into pieces. While Minvu hadn't even acted yet, he just opened his eyes wide in surprise at the scene. He frowned, reproaching Le Tianguin. At least leave me some glory. Le Tianguin ignored that teasing. He turned to the crowd and ordered, Continue. So the Soul Search formation was deployed again. At this time, a girl stepped forward and said to him, Hall Master, can you act directly? If this Soul Search technique has errors, wouldn't it harm innocent people? Just after speaking, she realized her words were a bit too much. So she hurriedly explained apologetically. This servant is just worried, merged with above, and absolutely does not doubt your decision. Lu Tianguin kept his voice calm and replied, Those who enter my Tianlai Hall are all voluntary. I have never forced anyone. As for whether the Soul Search has errors or not, no matter how sophisticated the Soul Search technique is, any method interfering with memories will have loopholes. If we discover hidden memories or unusual signs, we will monitor and pay special attention. Once information about the sleeper agent is confirmed, absolutely no need to show mercy. After explaining clearly, he said to the girl, From this moment, you are a member of Tianlai Hall. Talking to me, no need to be timid or afraid. The girl said, Oh. Eyes sparkling looking at him, face blushing with shyness mixed with admiration. Minvu again teased. He, look at that face. Another one has fallen into the love trap. No further problems detected. He nodded. Good, Laitan. Take them to arrange accommodation and start training. Laitan replied, Understood, Hall Master. Back in the carriage, the aunt and niece, Tinoknon and Tu Chi, were sleeping soundly. Lu Tianguin approached Tian Han, standing near where Tu Deep was focusing on cultivation. Him, Tu Deep, is he? Knowing what she wanted to ask, he gently shook his head. Then Tian Han asked further, voice full of tenderness. Tudong Tuesday Imperial City. The illness has provided some clues. Might as well go and investigate. Besides treating Tuet Deep, the restriction on her body must also be completely removed. In Dong Tuesday Imperial City, I also have an old friend who specializes in formations. Tian Han leaned her head on his chest, reminding him softly. You must also pay attention to your own safety. Lu Tianwen's eyes were filled with love for her. He patted her hand to reassure her, Don't worry. Just like that, the couple hugged in absolute silence. Regarding Tai Fong, he was standing silently in front of an ancient tree. He sadly looked down at the tombstone under the tree, whispering, Sister, I have returned to visit you. On the stone stele, the name Sister Bien to Tren was clearly carved. He expressed his feelings to her. I was saved by the young master. Over the years following the young master, everything has been very good, you don't need to worry. When uttering these words, in his head, he couldn't control recalling painful memories. The scene of him being tied up in a dark room, face full of blood and injuries. But in just a moment of destiny, Lu Tianguin opened the door and walked in. At that time, he reached out his hand and said, Follow me. Right at that moment, he only thought for a second, then decided to go with him. And that very decision completely changed His life, he snapped out of the memory. He proudly told her, "Sister, you didn't expect this, right? I have now reached the great emperor realm. No one can bully me anymore." As he spoke, he carefully wiped the dirt off the stone steel. Suddenly, a strange noise rang out. Typhon glared and shouted, "Who is it?" An iron chain rushed in with terrifying speed. Typhon only tilted his body slightly. The iron chain grazed his clothes, leaving behind a cold wind whistling past his ear. A man wearing a black cloak gently landed on the ground. He looked up and said, "You finally appeared. I have waited for you here for 7 years. Oh no, exactly 8 years. I knew you would definitely return to this place." Typhon saw the appearance of the person opposite. His face immediately turned cold as ice. He squeezed out every word through his teeth. Voice deep and cloudy. "Life-demanding demon." The life-demanding demon roared. The pitch-black chain coiled itself into a vortex of death, emitting a horrible hissing sound in midair. He spoke coldly, his voice hoarse, carrying murderous intent. "If I don't take your life right now, how can I complete the next mission?" In the blink of an eye, Typhon quickly utilized the ethereal kite mental method. Shadow sky art. Immediately, a series of blurred figures appeared around him. Extremely realistic. Typhon and the illusion simultaneously launched, creating a tornado, attacking fiercely towards the opponent. The life-demanding demon widened his eyes in surprise. He thought to himself, "I really have to look at this guy with different eyes." Unexpectedly, Typhon's power has broken through to the great realm, a level he could not imagine before. Typhon remained silent, but the pressure from his body surged, rising more and more powerfully. When the two opposing forces collided violently, a loud grunt rang out, shaking the whole space. The life-demanding demon gritted his teeth, swinging the chain, creating sharp whip strikes, tearing the air with screaming whistling sounds. But then suddenly his eyes widened to the max, seemingly unable to believe the scene right before his eyes. What the hell is this? The chain, which was his precious artifact, was hit by Typhon's pressure, shattering into small fragments. Typhon took advantage of the momentum to increase his power, causing the life-demanding demon to be knocked far away by a massive force. When trying to stand firm on the ground again, he turned his head to stare at Typhon, eyes full of doubt and extreme astonishment. If he is not mistaken, that thing sparkling in Typhon's hand is an immortal artifact. Typhon coldly explained. "This sword is named Engichlon, reverse scale. Forged from the reverse scales on the neck of a green dragon, combined with 1,000-year cold iron, forged by the young master himself. Or forged by someone else." Finished speaking, Typhon swung his sword, attacking without mercy. A cold light flashed past. Hot fresh blood splattered onto the ground. The moment Typhon landed on the ground was also when the life-demanding demon collapsed. He sheathed his sword, ice cold as 1,000-year ice, stating firmly, "I am no longer the me of the past." However, right at that moment, the life-demanding demon's hand suddenly moved. He struggled to stand up, his tongue sticking out long, blood still dripping down his arm to the ground. Fast as a black lightning bolt, he frantically rushed towards Typhon again. Typhon was surprised, turning back to look at the opponent, the life-demanding demon. He's actually not dead yet? At the same time at the imperial city of Dong Tuesday Kingdom, the luxurious carriage of Lu Tianguin began to roll through the city gate. The magnificent, exquisitely crafted carriage attracted all the curious eyes of the passers-by. They whispered and discussed, "Whose majestic carriage is this, belonging to which prominent family? I don't know." In the manners of top aristocratic officials, "I've never seen a similar one. Could it be a great vassal king from a land far away arriving?" Inside the carriage, Too Deep was closing his eyes, calming his mind to cultivate. The boy's whole body radiated a blazing red pressure, completely different from the steady blue color usually seen on Lu Tianguin. Tian Han looked at her son, unable to hide her worry. These past few days, Too Deep frequently showed signs of pain. She feared that during the cultivation of the 9 origin art, this extremely difficult technique, would there be any mishap? Hearing her mother worry, Tu Chi was also extremely scared. The little girl timidly tugged at Lu Tianwen's shirt, asking softly, "Father, is Too Deep okay?" He gently patted his daughter's head to reassure her. "It's okay, daughter. For your younger brother, this is actually a good thing." Tu Chi widened her eyes at her father, asking back blankly, "A good thing?" Lu Tianguin did not explain further, suddenly placing 2 fingers on Too Deep's forehead, carefully probing the meridians and the condition of his son's true energy. Then he turned to Tian Han. Too Deep's cultivation path is particularly different, usually relying on the bronze foundation. that I personally smelted for the boy. He can build a path of true energy. However, because of his superior talent, blood energy enters the body and strengthens it too quickly. Plus the fusion of special true energy from pills or other specific items, causing the true energy in the body to become mixed. Therefore, the cultivation has not been smooth. Pausing for a moment, he gently held her hand, comforting her in a low voice. You don't need to worry too much. After entering the city, I will go find some blood energy spiritual herbs that can soothe two deep symptoms. Just then, Minvu's voice rang out from outside the carriage. Young master, we have seen the 10,000 pill pavilion. The 3 carriages stopped in front of the 10,000 pill pavilion. Suddenly a loud shout rang out. Make way, don't block my young master's path. A pair of gold-embroidered shoes slowly stepped forward. The arrival wore yellow silk clothes, hand gently waving a paper fan, coldly looking at the woman standing in front. The old woman spoke helplessly. Young master, in what way have we offended you? Why did you overturn our stall? He raised his shoes casually, with an extremely arrogant face. These tattered stalls block my view, preventing me from seeing the shine of my new shoes clearly. But when recognizing the person who just appeared, the expressions of the surrounding people changed, clearly revealing fear. They whispered to each other, this disaster is out again. Hide far away quickly. If he notices us, it will be big trouble. That's right. Suddenly, a heavy amount of gold bars flew straight into a young man's face, causing him a nosebleed. The thrower was that young man in yellow clothes. He shouted arrogantly. What are you looking at? The young man, kicking while shouting. Remember to control your mouth well. Is this amount of money enough for medical bills? Is it enough? The young man held his head screaming in pain, begging, enough. Enough, I was wrong, someone save me. The surrounding people, although wanting to help, did not have enough strength and courage. They trembled with fear. After beating the young man half to death, he threw a few more taels of gold as medical fees, then took a handkerchief to wipe his hands, saying casually. Seeing a few people standing nearby, he raised his eyebrows provocatively. What? Do you guys also want medical money? Hearing that, the crowd turned and ran away in panic. Once the crowd was chased away, his mood immediately improved, laughing heartily and exclaiming, haha, so comfortable. Opening his eyes, he suddenly saw a carriage slowly approaching. He did not yield the way, but arrogantly stood blocking the middle of the street, ordering, hey, stop the carriage. Minvu pursed his lips and picked his ear, voice sounding annoyed. You blocking my way, do you want your car smashed or what? The guy in yellow clothes walked around, observing the carriage for a while, eyes revealing greed, then drew a conclusion. Superb materials. High defensive capability. Also has a spatial formation, both soundproof and comfortable. I like it, starting today it belongs to me. Saying that, he walked straight up to Minvu, bluntly declaring. This young master likes your carriage. Name your price. Minvu was so angry he was fuming. He couldn't believe his mind. Does this guy have mental issues or not? Gritting his teeth, enunciating every word, idiot, get lost quickly. The guy not only didn't leave but also acted reckless, asking back with extreme arrogance, huh? You already know who I am and still dare to be so arrogant? Minvu glanced at him with contemptuous eyes, as if looking at a fool, pointing at his face and smirking, asking, huh? Did I call your name? Why must I know who you are? The guy pulled out a handful of gold coins and threw them into the sky, face boastful, starting his self-introduction. I am Tien Dada, son of Tien Siuda, the billionaire of Dong Tuesday Kingdom. People gave me the nickname Money Splasher. Your carriage being eyed by me is your supreme honor. Finished speaking, he arrogantly threw a gold bar straight at Minvu's face, asking loudly, this amount of money, is it enough for you to give up the carriage yet? Minvu coldly swung his hand, knocking the gold bar back into Tien Dada's face. Immediately, an invisible force crushed him down to his knees. The subordinates standing next to him were bewildered, unable to react. Minvu frowned, tone sharp and cold. There are things one is not allowed to casually fantasize about, and even less allowed to casually reach out and demand. Tien Dada knelt on the ground, eyes red with frustration. He pointed straight at Minvu screaming, you hit me. You dare to hit me. Even my father has never touched a single hair on me. Today you dare to hit me. Do you believe I will use money to crush you to death? Then he ordered his subordinates, men, attack him for me. Hearing the order, 3 servants rushed in to attack Minvu. 3 ear-piercing slaps rang out. Minvu gave each one a face-swelling slap, then knocked them flying far away. He still didn't see the situation clearly. Continuing to order, hit him really hard for me. Words not yet finished. The subordinates had fallen scattered around him. A second later Tien De reacted. His subordinates were all floored. Who else could hear his orders? He looked in horror at those groaning on the ground, now knowing fear. He trembled like a leaf, stammering, "You dare to hit me. I want you to compensate. I will definitely make you compensate until you are bankrupt." Minvu shrugged, looking generous, patting his shoulder. "Fine, I will compensate you." Tien Deda's face turned pale, before he could utter a sound. He was hit by Minvu with a heavenly blow, sending his body flying far like a ball. Minvu walked over calmly, arrogantly pointing at his hand, starting a speech. "This slap of mine is born of heaven and earth, containing the moisture of rainwater, gathering the essence of the sun and moon. Being hit by it once can clear the mind and prolong life. You tell me." Minvu stepped closer. "Isn't this valuable slap worth 1.8 million? You." Tien De held his cheek swollen like a dumpling, gritting his teeth shouting, "You?" Minvu was faster, finishing his words and continuing to slap repeatedly, "You. What do you mean, you? Didn't I compensate you already? Don't get a bargain and then act up. Could it be my slap is not equal to your tattered gold bar?" Slaps like thunder landed repeatedly, causing his face to quickly swell into a pig's head. Minvu hit while urging, "Is it enough? Is it enough? Say it, say it." No answer. Minvu hit even more enthusiastically. Then he ended with a throw. Tien De flew out. Tien De lay flat on the ground, face swollen like a pig's head, tears streaming down, uttering with difficulty, You have to let me speak. Why do you keep slapping me forever?" He staggered up, tone cold, enunciating every word. "My father has never beaten me like that." Minvu crossed his arms proudly replying, "Oh, I beat better than your father. Then you can choose to call me grandpa." At this moment Tien De regained his spirit, declaring dramatically, "It's time to show you my trump card." Finished speaking, he pointed to the sky calling out twice, "Meow meow." As soon as the words were spoken, a strong gale rose. Passers-by couldn't withstand the pressure, falling scattered on the ground shouting, "What's wrong? Help!" Soldiers ran over asking, "What happened?" Suddenly Tien De froze. In front of him was a stream of black smoke with two glowing eyes. So strange. Two soldiers stammered asking each other, what is this? Demon beast?" Not long after, that stream of black energy condensed, turning into a giant black cat. Tien De stood in front of the cat laughing triumphantly. "Haha, this is the Bai-La beast. A super powerful demon beast that this young master spent a huge sum of money to tame. Ha ha ha, scared now, right? I will make you regret messing with this Tien De." Just then the carriage curtain opened slightly. Lu Tianguin coldly stepped out. He asked softly, "What's the noise?" The moment he appeared, the aggressive Bai-La beast suddenly trembled. It widened its eyes, sweating profusely all over. "La beast." He pointed straight at Minvu loudly accusing, "Meow meow. It was this guy who just beat me. I want you to beat him into a pig's head." Now the people standing nearby whispered to each other. Didn't expect Tien De to have a demon beast follower of this size. MPH, truly a dog relies on being near its house. A chicken relies on being near its coop, and he relies on a cat. These words reached the ears of the owner Tien De. Pointing at the two people, he shouted, "Shut up, all of you. Want to pay for burial fees, huh? Whoever has a big mouth, this young master will deal with you too." Then he ordered the Bai-La beast, "Meow meow, attack." The Bai-La beast standing behind him was sweating profusely. Lu Tianguin leisurely walked over. Invisible pressure radiated strongly, scaring it out of its wits. It groaned inwardly, "Oh my god. Why did I meet this big shot?" But Tien De still loudly coaxed, "Meow meow. Finish him. After it's done, I will prepare top-grade spiritual food and arrange servants to bathe you." Quickly hit him. Seeing no reaction from it, Tien De turned back to look. "Oh my god, what is this? This cat is frozen with fear." He touched it gently calling, "Meow meow. Why are you motionless?" Minvu reached out and grabbed Tien Deda's head, coldly warning, "Beat into a pig's head? Little puppy, seems you haven't had enough yet." He looked at Minvu in fear, stammering, "It wasn't me. I didn't mean to." Minvu continued the face slaps. And Tien De cried begging for mercy. I was wrong. Don't hit anymore, Grandpa, I don't dare anymore." More surprisingly, the Bai-La beast saw its master kneeling. It immediately learned to follow, kneeling flat on the ground and crying out, "I was wrong. Please spare my life." Tien De gaped, not believing his ears. "My Bai-La beast actually apologized?" He called loudly, "Meow meow." Lu Tianguin told Minvu, "Don't waste any more time. Obeying him, Minvu gave Tian Dede a final slap. His body flew far away like a ball. He raised his eyebrows saying, "Grandson, learn to be humble. Otherwise, you might turn into a pig's head every day." Seeing the two subordinates having crawled up, he angrily shouted, "What are you standing there dazed for? Go." Just like that. "You just wait for me." Everyone had to look up, everyone had faces full of horror. Each person uttered exclamations incessantly. The person in the carriage. Who is he that made that demon beast so scared it knelt down? I don't know. Never seen him before. This person has the aura of an overlord. Not simple at all. Minvu couldn't help but ask, "Why are you following us?" It lowered its head, sighing deeply with bitterness. "Life is not easy at all." Minvu teased. "I say, big shot. Great emperor-level experts usually hide themselves in caves. Why are you wandering the world looking for a job?" It replied dejectedly. "I had a hard time tricking a fool into worshipping me. Yet it was all messed up by you." Minvu was unhappy, warning it in a cold voice. "Hey, your strength is poor, yet you blame the young master?" It pointed its paw at its own cat face. Speaking indignantly. "Sai, do you know? In these times, how hard it is to peacefully earn a meal. Originally, I was very peaceful at the Mysticine sect, being worshipped by that stupid Tian Dede with all kinds of offerings. Resources were plentiful. Otherwise, I would have to go out and kill. How dangerous that is. But they messed with this big shot. Sigh, making me worry about my livelihood again." Saying this, it shed a few crocodile tears. And didn't forget to glance at Le Tien Nguyen with reproachful eyes. Minvu heard this and turned pale with anger. He glared at it, questioning coldly. "If I remember correctly, you bully the weak and fear the strong. Seeing the situation was bad, you abandoned them, right? Why blame us?" The bylaw beast immediately retorted. "How can you blame me for this? This is called knowing the times. Like those other blind fools. They are already dead in the wilderness. That I can survive proves I am smart." Oh, when looking at Le Tien Nguyen, it was like seeing a savior. Trying to act cute to persuade him, "Oh, in this day and age, if you don't eat, you will die. How about you take me in, big shot?" And then it showed off its prowess. "Look at my powerful claws. Soft fur, spirited eyes. The #1 choice for a house pet. I can also appraise treasures for you. And sense cultivation levels too." Le Tien Nguyen bluntly criticized it. "You are too weak." This made the bylaw beast cough blood. It argued, "I, a dignified bylaw beast, am weak?" Before it could finish speaking, it was hit by the invisible pressure Le Tien Nguyen released, making its whole body tremble, immediately changing its attitude. So it lay on the street crying and throwing a tantrum. "I am too weak. Too, boo-hoo." Just as it was immersed in misery, Minvu spoke up. Stop, can you shrink a little? You are scaring people." The bylaw beast glanced at the scared people. It casually agreed, "Yeah, sure." Saying that, it turned into an extremely cute kitten. Minvu looked at the scene before his eyes. His eyes wanted to pop out, gaping and exclaiming, "You can really shrink?" Just then, Tucci looked out. Seeing the kitten, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Father, it's so cute." Then she approached to observe the bylaw beast. One person and one beast face to face. And then the bylaw beast realized this was a good opportunity, immediately jumping into Tucci's arms acting cute, making her extremely happy. It happily thought, now I can rely on someone. Just need to protect this little girl well. Surely life will be carefree. I'm so smart." Lying in Tucci's arms, the bylaw beast spoke to Le Tien Nguyen. "After all, I am a regional overlord. I dare not say about other things. But protecting this little lady is no problem." Tucci liked this kitten very much. She looked up with sparkling eyes asking, "Father, can I keep it with me?" Le Tien Nguyen couldn't bear to refuse his precious daughter. He sighed, reluctantly agreeing, "All right. Although its strength is poor, it's passable as your pet." Having his consent, the girl happily said, "Thank you, father." After that, Le Tien Nguyen conjured a sphere full of spiritual energy, threw it towards the la beast. It held the sphere in its hand, curiously asking him, "Big shot, what are you doing?" He replied with an assuring tone, "Precaution in case you betray." It asked fearfully, "What happens if I betray?" Le Tien Nguyen just smirked coldly. That smile made the bylaw beast's fur stand on end. At the same time, at a street corner, a man ordered his subordinate, "Quickly go report to the great lord. That person has returned." Not long after, the carriage slowly arrived at the 10,000 pill pavilion. Le Tien Nguyen stepped out of the carriage and instructed his wife and child, "Wait for me here." Just like that, he walked into the 10,000 pill pavilion alone. Different from the quiet scene outside. Inside was extremely bustling. Lu Tianguin walked slowly. A salesgirl looked up at him in surprise. She stood up and asked, "Do you need anything? To buy medicine, please go to the right. To find an alchemist, go to the left." Lu Tianguin replied, "I'm looking for Elder Dan." She replied, "Him? He is very busy. If you really have an urgent matter, you can go up to meet him." Following the direction she pointed, he looked up upstairs. Then gave her a bag of money and said, "Help me prepare netherworld lingji. 1,000-year blood ginseng, 9 heavens jade dew, and soul-severing grass." Hearing that, she couldn't help but ask in surprise. Blood ginseng and lingji combined with 9 heavens jade dew enhance blood and qi. But soul-severing grass is incompatible with them. It is also highly toxic. Why do you want to buy it? At this moment, a man walked over and answered. On behalf of Lu Tianguin. Tone sarcastic. Of course, it's to curry favor and get to know Elder Dan's granddaughter. Then he continued talking to the girl. Lately, there are many people using the excuse of finding Elder Dan to come to Van Dan Pavilion, actually having malicious intent. Unfathomable minds. After that, he looked at Lu Tianguin with contemptuous eyes, making sarcastic remarks. "I despise the most rich playboys like you guys, only wanting to spend money to get a beauty smile. This medicine could be life-saving medicine for others, not your toy." Then he gave money to the salesgirl. "Miss, I want a refined vein-connecting pill. I'll take the soul-severing grass." The girl looked blankly at the two men in front of her. The girl pushed Lu Tianwen's money bag away, politely refusing. "I'm sorry. Precious herbs must still be sold to those who really need them." Lu Tianguin stepped in front of her. Slowly spoke. "Using soul-severing grass combined with vein-connecting pill. Once taken for a long time, it will be extremely dangerous. You doing so is harming him." That guy mocked him, indeed an ignorant piece of trash. Even the recipe of vein-connecting pill. You don't know. Still here deceiving the world? Get lost quickly. People present whispered and discussed. He said vein-connecting pill. Refined from soul-severing grass is poison? How is that possible? That's right, talking nonsense. Lu Tianguin closed his eyes slightly, shaking his head. Good words are hard to persuade those who want to rush to their death. Hearing that guy angrily pointed straight at his face and scolded. "You dare call me someone rushing to death?" Everyone heard it. "Hope everyone upholds justice for me. Kick him out." Suddenly the medicine girl spoke up. "Wait, if you say it is poison, then you also understand alchemy. Then you say, vein-connecting pill without using soul-severing grass. What ingredients should be used?" He replied, "Should use yin-yang grass." The girl frowned in confusion. Yin-yang grass grows where yin and yang intersect. It is effective in suppressing accumulation symptoms. But using it for vein-connecting pill, just then, an old man jumped out from somewhere questioning him. "Yin-yang grass won't work. This humble one is the manager of the 10,000 pill pavilion hall. We had someone try it a long time ago. The yin energy in yin-yang grass ingredients, after becoming a pill, backfires. Will make the patient's meridians even more blocked." A guy crossed his arms arrogantly declaring. "That's right, on this point, the alchemists of Van Dan Pavilion all know." Another guy added, thought he was some high expert. Turns out he's talking nonsense. Tianguin replied coldly and decisively. "Simple. It's because you haven't used the correct method." Questioning him, "Then you tell me, how exactly should yin-yang grass be prepared?" Yin-yang grass is a vessel containing the cycle of the two flows of life and death. Two energies, if using fire energy to refine directly, the fierce fire will activate the death energy. Conversely, one must use wine to refine. Because of its water energy nature, only then can it arouse the life energy. As soon as these words were spoken, and ridicule. "Haha, so ridiculous. What kind of alchemy furnace uses wine? Is this playboy so drunk? This is 10,000 pill pavilion. Not a small tavern where you can spout nonsense." The old man frowned, looking straight at him. Serious tone. "Ingredients are the core foundation of pills. Absolutely not allowed to fabricate casually. You just spoke nonsense. Intentionally deceiving everyone. To deter, if you want to buy anything. At 10,000 pill pavilion from now on. The price will be increased 10 times. Lu Tianguin just slightly shook his head. Attitude still indifferent, believe it or not, it's up to you. A man wearing a purple robe immediately pointed straight at his face, shouting loudly, "You brat, get out immediately. 10,000 pill pavilion does not welcome you. Don't stand here hindering our business." These words received agreement from everyone in the hall. They clamored in response. "That's right. No knowledge but still acting up, truly shameless." Lu Tianguin ignored all criticism. slammed the money bag on the counter and said to the girl in charge, "I want to buy medicinal ingredients." The crowd standing there gasped loudly in disdain, while the girl was dazed, eyes wide looking at him. Speechless, you. Another person interrupted loudly. "Miss, you saw it, this person is intentionally causing trouble. I still need to refine vein connecting pill. Sell the soul-severing grass to me." The girl returned to a serious look, declaring, "The profession of alchemy relates to human life. The matter of soul-severing grass and yin-yang grass must be clarified. Otherwise, the consequences will be unpredictable." After a moment of reflection, the girl turned to say to Lu Tianguin, "Young master has affirmed his stance. Why not demonstrate your strength, also for everyone to witness with their own eyes? The method of using wine and water to refine pills." Another old man immediately chimed in, "That's right. Whether it's true or false, trying it will reveal immediately." Lu Tianguin did not object at all. He calmly approached the jar containing liquid, gently lifting it up, then glanced at everyone in the hall, confidently declared, "Then, I will broaden your horizons about water alchemy method." This name was too strange to those present. They whispered blankly, "What is water alchemy method? Does he want to use water to refine pills like that? How can the temperature be enough? Let's see what trick he plays." Next, Lu Tianguin gave the girl a paper and requested to provide all kinds of ingredients. The girl read the list aloud. High-grade yin-yang grass, extreme snail, dark orchid mushroom. What? Hearing these ingredients, the whole hall started to commotions. Is he planning to refine vein connecting pill? All are highly toxic and cold things. Are you trying to harm people's lives? That's right, that's right. The girl who was silent suddenly shouted, "Silence." She warned the crowd. The alchemy area is protected under the rules of Van Dan Pavilion. Anyone disturbing before the pill is finished will be expelled. Please keep order and watch. Then the girl turned to Lu Tianguin. "The ingredients you need will be here shortly." Not long after, the girl brought the ingredients up. Lu Tianguin waved his hand, putting all ingredients into the furnace. Starting refining, he peacefully poured the liquid out, softly explaining, "Water alchemy method takes water as the foundation, used to nourish all things." The ingredients were quickly soaked in the liquid. Lu Tianguin then used powerful true essence to wrap them, speaking up, extracting the essence of all things, purging impurities. Soon, that stream of true essence appeared in all brilliant colors. The girl was surprised enough to widen her eyes, so impressive. This person's true power is indeed mighty. I'm afraid he has reached the strength of the peak marquis realm, a person standing nearby whispered. Now you think of that? Could it be that what he said is true? A moment later, the streams of color converged and blended together, forming a brilliant golden halo. Lu Tianguin continued reciting the mantra, "Heavenly flower gathers dew, red furnace self-generates." He pointed at the golden light and shouted, "Collect." A blinding light suddenly flared up throughout the room. The crowd hurriedly covered their eyes screaming, "Ah, my eyes. What is happening? I can't see anything anymore." The girl was also extremely horrified. Impossible. Such high temperature. How can it be achieved by water alchemy method? Only a moment later, the light turned purple. A perfect pill, with complex patterns, was finished refining. Lu Tianguin collected it into his hand. Looking at the pill in his hand, everyone was astonished. Really succeeded? This color, this pill pattern, it's truly high-grade vein connecting pill. However, there were still doubters. A man spoke up. "You say it's real, so it's real? Who knows if this is a fake pill or not?" Lu Tianguin calmly replied, "Real or fake? Try it and you'll know immediately." This made the doubting man hesitate a bit. So many poisons. What if it kills someone? Human life is not a joke. Another man stepped in front. Lu Tianguin. Voice cold. "I was born with deficient left arm meridians, moreover. Vein connecting pill is too expensive. I can't afford it. Anyway, this is a gamble. Just let me be the test subject." He nodded in agreement, all right, giving the pill to him. Receiving the pill, the man did not hesitate. Immediately put it in his mouth and swallowed. In just a blink of an eye, blue veins on his body bulged. Cold sweat poured out like a bath. The whole body in severe pain, unable to hold back, shouted loudly. He rolled on the ground in extreme agony, making witnesses terrified. They asked each other, "What's wrong? Could it be the poison taking effect?" Right at this moment, another man pointed straight at Lu Tianguin and shouted, "Sure enough, this guy has no good intentions. You are openly harming others. Men, arrest him for me quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, his subordinates quickly surrounded Lu Tianguin immediately. A girl signaled for them to stop. Wait, look at his arm. At this moment, everyone finally noticed the paralyzed left arm of the man. It was tensing up, and just a moment later, he was able to move his arm. The man sat up, completely astonished, looking at his hand, stammering in disbelief. Turns out I have been cured? Then he stood up straight, respectfully clasped his hands and thanked Li Tianyuan. Thank you, benefactor, for bestowing the medicine. I am infinitely grateful. Li Tianyuan did not reply. He only turned to the girl and asked if she saw clearly now. The girl understood that she had wrongly blamed him, and sincerely admitted her mistake. The truth is clear and undeniable. We have misunderstood you, young master. At this moment, everyone in the hall widened their eyes in amazement. A buzz of discussion erupted. He recovered so quickly. How is it possible? Is this 10 deaths 1 life alchemy method actually real? Without needing to be told. The whole crowd simultaneously rushed towards Li Tianyuan, eagerly asking the young master, do you have any pills left? We want to trade with you. That's right, we also really need the Meridian's reconnecting pill. We hope the young master will be generous. Could you perhaps sell the alchemy method to us? Li Tianyuan appeared extremely furious at this moment. His entire body began to release a powerful oppressive aura. The crowd was suppressed by this pressure, to the point their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Unable to take another step, the girl then asked him, if the young master's pill is the correct one, then what will happen if one continues using medicine made according to the original alchemy method? What consequences will it lead to? He coldly replied, the meridians will be corroded, the divine soul will be sealed, eventually turning into a soulless corpse. These words shook everyone deeply. They didn't expect the consequences to be so severe. What? How could that be? The person who provided this alchemy method truly committed a heinous crime. Suddenly, a majestic voice rang out, how bold! Elder Xianqing walked in leading a group of people, the man who had just ordered his subordinates to surround. Li Tianyuan hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Elder Xianqing. He looked at Li Tianyuan with eyes full of killing intent, and shouted loudly, humph! Who are you to dare spout confusing words to the public here? The refining method for the Meridian's reconnecting pill was bestowed by the current Prime Minister Lin to the 10,000 pill pavilion and verified by countless grandmasters. How can we let you slander it? Without waiting for Li Tianyuan to speak, everyone hurriedly explained, Elder. But he really successfully refined the Meridian's reconnecting pill. That's right, we witnessed it with our own eyes. This person's arm was cured. Humph, Xianqing. The elder did not believe it at all and gave a cold, contemptuous snort. Just now. Didn't he intentionally create a blinding flash of light? Who knows? If he used a trick, performing a substitution technique, sacrificing this person to deceive others. Li Tianyuan spoke up, requesting the girl. Please, bring the pill refining method here for me to examine. Elder Xianqing immediately rushed forward, unleashing binding chains and shouting loudly. Who are you to dare run wild in the 10,000 pill pavilion? Surrender now. The chains wrapped around Li Tianyuan's body. From top to bottom, he stood quietly in place, allowing the opponent to execute his technique. Every time Elder Xianqing struck, the number of chains multiplied. However, in just a short while, his face became pale. Cold sweat streamed down, it seemed. He was about to run out of strength. He was secretly astonished. This young man is so young. How can he have such profound internal energy? Could he be from an opposing faction, intentionally causing trouble for Prime Minister Lin? Just then, a man stepped forward to intervene. Elder, please stop. This young man's strength is too deep, unfathomable. I fear he has the power of a great emperor. As soon as the words fell, Li Tianyuan used only one hand to gently shatter all the chains. Seeing this scene, the girl was extremely worried, and exclaimed, this is bad. She hurriedly stood in the middle, loudly advising both sides. Please, everyone, the 10,000 pill pavilion is a place that respects alchemy. If there are doubts, use alchemy competition to resolve them. Do not resort to violence. Then the girl turned to Li Tianyuan and said, young master, the alchemy method you need, I will bring it immediately. Saying that, she glanced at Elder Xianqing. He snorted coldly. Fine, if you insist. Claiming the method has problems. Then this old man will use alchemy theory to deal with you. Li Tianyuan calmly nodded in agreement. Good. Not long after, the girl brought the alchemy method and handed it to him, saying respectfully, "Please take a look, young master. If you can point out the errors in this method, that would be a blessing for everyone." Li Tianyuan began to flip through the book. Elder Xianqing looked skeptical and sarcastic. The combination of rock bone grass and mystic jade marrow, supported by the 100 spirits fruit for fusion, human soul flower with strictly controlled dosage, and the pill fire naturally controlled by an experienced alchemist. How could it be as terrible as you say? Li Tianyuan finished reading. Very quickly, he closed the book and casually tossed it towards Elder Xianqing. The crowd buzzed, gasping in horror. Is it true? Is this pill formula really flawed? We're doomed. My young master is still taking this pill. What should we do? Elder Xianqing was purple with rage, pointing straight at Li Tianyuan and shouting, You are spouting nonsense and blatantly slandering. Then he loudly clarified to everyone. Rock bone grass and mystic jade marrow combined, aided by 100 spirits fruit. Human soul flower meticulously controlled. Pill fire controlled by an experienced alchemist. How could it be a disaster like you say? He's just intentionally nitpicking to deceive public opinion. However, his words made some people confused. They nodded. This sounds reasonable. The girl suddenly remembered what Elder Dan once warned. These alchemy formulas are effective, but a few of the ingredients used are quite baffling. She began to doubt, could he be right? Elder Xianqing solemnly declared, furthermore, whether your meridian's reconnecting pill is effective or not, I also need to check it, to prevent you from passing off a fake as the real thing. Saying that, he pointed at the man whose arm Li Tianyuan had just cured, ordering, You, come here. I want to use the pill testing machine to draw your blood for testing. Very quickly, the Kirin-shaped pill testing machine was brought out. He looked at Li Tianyuan with contemptuous eyes, thinking, Humph. Little brat, who told you to overestimate yourself? Next, the subordinate of the cured man took blood and dripped it onto the machine. The drop of blood fell onto the Kirin's tongue. Its eyes immediately lit up. Its whole body emitted fire. It opened its mouth wide and roared. Then quickly charged straight towards the crowd. The girl ran away in fear. Li Tianyuan only slightly glanced. The pressure from his gaze radiated out, causing the Kirin to instantly freeze in place. Another man rushed forward, struck the Kirin with a palm, shouting, Careful. The Kirin immediately shattered into many pieces. Two subordinates worriedly ran over to help the girl who had fallen on the ground. Miss, are you alright? The girl shook her head and replied, I'm fine. The guy sighed in relief. That is good then. If anything happened to you, it would be hard for us to answer to Elder Dan. All the people present in the room were terrified to the extreme. Standing frozen, faces pale, mouths agape in shock. Elder Xianqing pointed at Li Tianyuan and continued to curse. You bastard, what you made is not a meridian's reconnecting pill. It is clearly an evil soul-snatching pill to lure people into madness. His subordinate also spoke up to accuse. I didn't expect you, an alchemy grandmaster, to concoct such a terrible poison pill and openly slander the alchemy method of the 10,000 pill pavilion. What exactly is your goal? The man, who was cured worriedly, begged Elder Xianqing for help. What is happening? Am I dead? Elder Xianqing, save me. Public opinion began to shift to support him. Chattering noisily, is it really a poison pill? But clearly, that person's arm was healed just now. What teenage grandmaster? Indeed a fake. Elder Xianqing pushed the injured man aside. We'll deal with your matter later. Saying that, he ordered, Listen to my command. Quickly activate the 10,000 pill pavilion formation to subdue him. As soon as the order was issued, the formation immediately activated. A stream of purple spiritual energy covered the entire room. The girl widened her eyes in surprise, loudly rushing up to stop it. Elder Xianqing, wait. He coldly said, Miss Nan, please step back. We are protecting the face of the 10,000 pill pavilion. Hope you do not interfere. The girl thought to herself. Looks like I have to find someone with authority to intervene. Thinking that, she turned and left. Li Tianyuan shook his head slightly and said in a cold voice. Sure enough, even for the 10,000 pill pavilion. Not everyone is a pure alchemist like Nan Kai. Elder Xianqing immediately denied it. What nonsense are you talking about? You slandered the alchemy method of the 10,000 pill pavilion. Used poison pills to scam. The evidence is clear. What else is there to deny? Li Tianyuan gave a thumbs up sarcastically. Solid evidence, indeed. Just as he finished speaking, the elder's subordinate was suddenly consumed by flames. Screaming in pain, he cried out for help in fear. Save me. The fire burned bigger and bigger. Elder Xianqing pointed at him and shouted, You brat. How dare you? Quickly suppress this guy. Don't let him harm others. Obeying his order, the subordinates continued to execute the formation. The stream of purple spiritual energy formed chains that bound Li Tianyuan tightly. He sneered. In the formation of the 10,000 pill pavilion. Even if you were a great emperor, don't dream of escaping. Li Tianyuan still stood there motionless. He spoke up mockingly. This confinement move of Yang Ming is of the lowest level. It seems when he helped the 10,000 pill pavilion set up the formation, he wasn't dedicated at all. Li Tianyuan walked lightly, making them extremely astonished. How is it possible? Why can you still move? He looked at the person being burned by the fire and began to explain. Black Kirin powder is colorless and odorless. It ignites upon contact with fire and directly corrodes the heart marrow. As he spoke, a flame flared up on his index fingertip. You secretly arranged to put it in, didn't you? Saying that, he glanced at Elder Xianqing with a look full of implication. A second later, he and his subordinates simultaneously spat blood. A man loudly retorted, You are slandering. There is absolutely no way we did that. Another person continued. Elder Xianqing's judgment cannot be wrong. That brat. Dare to bet on alchemy with us? The crowd watching the drama simultaneously urged him. Elder Xianqing, don't be afraid of him. Compete in alchemy with him. That's right, high or low ability will be clear upon checking. If you dare to compete, only then will we believe you. Elder Xianqing appeared anxious. Awkward, this matter. The ingredients needed for an alchemy competition are very precious. If it's for a person like this. Just then, a man spoke up generously. Step aside, this young master here will pay for these ingredients. The speaker was none other than Qian Duoduo, who had been beaten until his face was swollen like a pig's head. Everyone dazedly asked each other, who is this pig head? Isn't this young master Qian? Why did he end up in this state? Qian Duoduo pointed at the two people whispering and scolded. What's with the chattering? Shut up immediately. Then he said to Elder Xianqing. Elder Xianqing, right? No need to worry about the ingredients issue. Just exert your full ability. But his excuse had been broken. Elder Xianqing was a bit embarrassed. This matter. Before he could finish, Qian Duoduo shouted loudly. Since it's a bet, of course there must be a prize. In my opinion, the prize should be. Li Tianyuan softly spat out two words, life. The audience witnessing the event were all utterly astonished. Everyone's face showed extreme shock. What? Such a big bet? Is he crazy? He continued in a challenging tone. If you alchemists do not care about honor, then let me help you keep your face. Let's start. At this moment. Qian Duoduo leaned close to Elder Xianqing's ear. Whispering, he dared to order servants to beat me. This young master definitely must see him dead. As long as you do it, I will offer countless riches. This promise further solidified his determination. He thought, I have been rolling in the alchemy world for so long. Why fear a junior? Moreover, I even have a secret treasure. Then he decisively replied, I understand young Master Qian's intent. Rest assured, that kid won't escape today. Elder Xianqing pointed straight at his face and declared. Since you want to bet your life, this old man will follow you to the end. For the honor of the 10,000 pill pavilion, I will use pill fire. To burn your divine soul right here. Just as he finished speaking, he spread his arms wide, calling out loudly, I already have a plan to win. But I need the assistance of fellow alchemists. In return, after the deed is done, I am willing to impart my personal insights on alchemy. Qian Duo nodded in praise, wonderful. Elder Qianqing is worthy of being the top alchemist of the 10,000 pill pavilion. Truly a person of responsibility and character. He didn't say much, throwing 2 heavy bags of silver straight to the ground. And promised, as long as you help him win, I will have much bigger rewards. The audience began to buzz with discussion. Then hands raised up one after another cheering. I'm in. With young Master Qian's backing, why fear this kid? We will assist Elder Qianqing. 3. Elder Qianqing solemnly declared. Thank you fellow Taoists for the support. With your help, I will definitely defeat this guy. A man inquired, Elder, do you mean to use? He nodded. That's right, everyone's concerted effort is necessary. Taking this opportunity, I also want to prove my strength, so the world won't only know Elder Dan and forget about us. Deep down, he felt infinitely lucky. Fortunately, Prime Minister Lin had foreseen this situation and gave me the magic treasure early on. Today is the opportunity for me to become famous under the heavens. 3. Elder Qianqing stepped into the center of the hall, beginning to chant a mysterious incantation, sun and moon. Spirit dissolves all things. Precious cauldron, awaken. Help me subdue the evil demon. As the chant ended, a majestic precious cauldron appeared. The audience simultaneously stared in horror. Could it be the burning heaven immortal cauldron of legend? Elder Qianqing stood proudly, laughing arrogantly. Ha ha ha, that is correct. This is the burning heaven immortal cauldron. An immortal tool exclusively for alchemy. With this precious cauldron, even if you are an alchemy grandmaster, you cannot compare to me. An old man stroked his beard, shook his head slightly and sighed, oh. What a pity. The person standing next to him affirmed. With the immortal artifact cauldron in Elder Qianqing's hand, he already has the ability to confront a grandmaster. Elder Qianqing's eyes were sharp like an eagle's, his voice hoarse and deep like an azura. I wonder if later, you will still dare to be so arrogant. Today, this old man will make your death crystal clear. We will compete in refining the realm-breaking pill. He turned towards Li Tianyuan, loudly provoking. How about it? Do you dare to accept? Refining this difficult type of pill? When provoking, he was absolutely confident. I have obtained the method for refining the realm-breaking pill from Chancellor Lin. For 5 years, I have thoroughly mastered every corner of it. Combined with the burning heaven immortal cauldron, I will definitely overwhelm this brat. He pointed to the pill furnaces placed in the hall. Acting generous, the ingredients are all sufficient. To avoid rumors that the 10,000 pill pavilion doesn't know the rules, I allow you to choose a furnace first. Li Tianyuan just shook his head and flatly refused. Not necessary. Start immediately. Immediately, Elder Qianqing and 2 assistant alchemists of the 10,000 pill pavilion began refining. All 3 simultaneously transmitted spiritual energy into the furnace, creating a powerful humming sound, causing the pill furnace to emit a blinding golden light. Then, they quickly arranged and placed all necessary ingredients into the furnace. While the opposing group was extremely focused on the refining process, Li Tianyuan calmly stood still in one spot, appearing incredibly leisurely. Qian Duo muttered suspiciously. This guy is playing mysterious tricks again. He must be calculating how to escape later. Thinking this, he immediately ordered his servants, quickly go report to the Imperial City Department. And all the guards of the 10,000 pill pavilion, blockade this place. Absolutely do not let that brat lose and run away. Just at this moment, Li Tianyuan suddenly spoke up with a cold comment. Li fire is 3 parts too strong. Can water is delayed by 1 breath. This makes the blue mystic herb lose its optimal effectiveness. Truly a motley crew of alchemists just to fill the ranks. The person pointed out was startled, turning to glare at him angrily. Before he could retort, Li Tianyuan continued. The wood spirit energy of the red pine wood is excessive, clashing inversely with the fire energy. Forcing the speed only creates useless waste. Immediately after, one of the 2 assistant alchemists spat out fresh blood and collapsed to the ground. The person mentioned by Li Tianyuan earlier widened his eyes and gaped, unable to believe what he just witnessed. Li Tianyuan continued to explain, but his tone remained indifferent. Pill fire is unstable. Foundation is frivolous, wasting resources. The order of the catalyst is reversed. The positions of ruler and minister ingredients are changed. This is a method that harms others and oneself. Elder Xianqing heard this and was so angry his face turned red. Up to his ears, shouting loudly, "You despicable villain! You intentionally used these words to disturb our refining, didn't you?" He replied in a disdainful tone. "It's just a bunch of clowns performing a sideshow. That is all." Elder Xianqing was forced to continue the work, but still looked at him, snorted coldly, and warned loudly, "Since you are so arrogant, don't end up empty-handed later and use cunning tricks to stall for time." A moment later, from the burning heaven immortal cauldron, a stream of transparent purple dragon-shaped gas rose up. Someone cheered excitedly, "Success! The realm-breaking pill is formed." Elder Xianqing collected the pill. He held the realm-breaking pill high, his voice triumphant. "Brat, my pill is done." "Where is your pill?" The audience was stunned. As they witnessed the pill in his hand, they discussed, "This hue has nearly reached the quality of a one-turn immortal pill. Elder Xianqing is truly too talented. Perhaps the 10,000 pill pavilion, besides the pill elder, has gained another talent capable of shouldering the burden." Qian Duo laughed gloatingly. "Haha, run out of fake tricks, huh? Elder Xianqing's immortal pill has succeeded. The match only has the time of one stick of incense left. Even a god couldn't make it in time. Are you planning to run away?" He just glanced at him indifferently. At this moment, the crowd had surrounded him from behind. Qian Duo stood in a prime spot, arrogantly declaring, "Now, even if you want to run, it's too late." In front, Elder Xianqing pointed straight at his face and shouted, "Brat, quickly surrender and offer your neck for death." Li Tianyuan completely ignored the curses. He took out a few bottles containing pills, then clenched his fist. Immediately, two streams of energy, one green and one red, appeared, intertwining and blending together. The audience was extremely astonished and couldn't understand his actions. "What the hell is he doing?" someone exclaimed. Another person stammered in reply, "I have never seen such a void refining method like this. This technique, I'm afraid, is even more advanced than the legendary universe in the palm. Could this person not only be an alchemy grandmaster, but a legendary great grandmaster?" Elder Xianqing widened his eyes, mumbling in denial. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Refining pills by using pills as ingredients. Never heard of it before. He is just going crazy because he knows he's about to lose." From Li Tianyuan's fist, green, yellow, and red lights blended together, creating a beautiful scene. As he slowly opened his palm, something even more amazing happened. A pill with exquisite patterns emitting a brilliant golden aura was completed. A terrified voice suddenly rang out, tearing through the silence. This is the one-turn immortal pill." The utterance shook the entire hall. Everyone looked at each other in amazement, daring not believe their ears. "What? We didn't mishear, did we?" This. Qian Duo rubbed his eyes vigorously, telling himself, "I must be seeing things. Or dreaming in broad daylight." He hurriedly ordered his subordinate, "Pinch me to see." The subordinate showed no mercy, using all his strength to pinch his dumpling-like chubby cheek. Qian Duo screamed in pain, "Pain! Pain! Pain! It's real! It's real!" In his anger from the pain, he immediately punched the subordinate with a heavy blow. Qian Duo's face turned pale. He looked straight at Li Tianyuan, trembling as he whispered, "Unexpectedly, it is the one-turn immortal pill." Elder Xianqing muttered like a soulless person, his eyes dazed. "Impossible. People have to rely on the burning heaven immortal cauldron's help to have hope? How did he do it?" The crowd immediately buzzed with discussion. The result is already too clear. You still ask who won? No matter how powerful the realm-breaking pill is, it cannot compare to the absolute efficacy of the one-turn immortal pill. The truth laid out before his eyes made Elder Xianqing even more frantic. He pointed straight at Li Tianyuan's face, loudly accusing, "How could the one-turn immortal pill be refined so easily? It is definitely a fake." Qian Duo also chimed in, "That's right. Has anyone here ever seen the one-turn immortal pill with their own eyes? Really, never. This suspicion was completely reasonable. The surrounding people nodded in agreement. Indeed. We have never seen the real pill before. Only heard that when the one-turn immortal pill is formed, pill clouds will appear. But the aura just now was truly extraordinary. Just then, a calm voice rang out, making Qian Duo startle. I can prove that this is the authentic one-turn immortal pill. The person who spoke was the pill elder. He stood shielding his daughter. Elder Xianqing immediately accused the pill elder. This person came to the 10,000 pill pavilion, relying on his alchemy level to smear and slander that the pill refining method of the 10,000 pill pavilion has problems. I respectfully request the pill elder to immediately activate the killing formation to suppress this madman. Suddenly, Li Tianyuan used spiritual energy to gently suck the pill in Xianqing's hand. Elder Xianqing shouted in surprise. What are you doing? Quick as a flash, the realm-breaking pill was already in Li Tianyuan's hand. He used the medicinal power from his one-turn immortal pill to activate that pill. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Using the medicinal power of the one-turn immortal pill to counterattack the realm-breaking pill? Is this really a human capability? A stream of pitch-black gas, mixed with abnormal red gas, rose from the pill in Xianqing's hand. Qian Duo was stunned, his whole body seemingly drained of strength. Standing motionless like a wooden statue. After a moment of silence, the black gas dispersed, leaving only a faint red gas. Li Tianyuan spoke calmly. The refining method is excessively abnormal. Pharmacology clashes. Outwardly it seems effective, but essentially it hides a latent disaster. Using it for a long time will definitely cause mutation. At this moment, everyone completely believed his words. They whispered, so what he said is true. The immortal pill of Elder Xianqing really has side effects. When the two immortal pills collided, the pill poison was forced out, evaporating into black gas. But Elder Xianqing was still stubbornly disbelieving. He obstinately justified himself, criticizing Li Tianyuan. He slandered. He slandered me. The pill elder intervened with a cold voice. Whether it is slander or not, the truth is clear right before our eyes. Next, the pill elder clasped his hands respectfully and said to Li Tianyuan, Mr. Li, today's matter is due to this lowly one acting recklessly. The 10,000 pill pavilion's management was not strict, causing you trouble. Elder Xianqing was purple with rage, grinding his teeth. Clank clank. Pill elder. What are you doing? Lowly one? Do you mean me? The pill elder glanced at him with sharp, cold eyes. His tone icy. As an alchemist of the 10,000 pill pavilion. Yet you used toxic medicine. The mystic scale powder was originally managed by you. You still dare to say you don't know how it appeared? Then the pill elder declared decisively, from today onwards, Xianqing is stripped of all positions. Expelled from the 10,000 pill pavilion forever. Never to be recruited again. Xianqing showed no remorse, but loudly warned. Very well, Yan Kai. You dare to chase me out of the 10,000 pill pavilion. Hope you won't regret this later. I will seek justice from Chancellor Lin. Saying that, he turned his back and walked away decisively. But before he could reach the door, he was blocked by Li Tianyuan. He just uttered two words, the bet. At this moment, Xianqing completely lost his composure, pointing at his face and screaming, the bet? Do you really want to take my life? Before he could finish his sentence, he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. With just one finger, Li Tianyuan had taken Elder Xianqing's life. The pill elder and those present were terrified. Mouths agape. Elder Xianqing had slumped silently to the floor. The whole space was silent as the grave, no one dared to make a sound. Li Tianyuan looked at the pill elder. The girl beside the pill elder spoke fearfully. Seems like inviting father was correct. Otherwise, with this person's temperament, he definitely wouldn't stop until everything was in chaos. The pill elder shook his head slightly. It's just that Xianqing's greed was bottomless, seeking his own death. Fortunately, the matter hasn't reached an irreparable point. The pill elder called someone to bring up a tray containing ingredients. clasping his hands respectfully to Li Tianyuan. This is the nether spirit mushroom. 1000-year blood ginseng. 9 heavens jade dew, and soul-severing grass that you need. All are top-tier goods. Hope you will kindly accept them. I only hope you calm your anger. The rare ingredients were arranged neatly. Li Tianyuan nodded in satisfaction. The pill elder kindly reminded him. Mr. Li, although Xian Qing is dead, behind him is the current Chancellor Lin, whose power is overwhelming. I'm afraid he will cause disadvantages for you later. Moreover, Chancellor Lin has always been full of ambition. He has even intervened many times today in the affairs of the 10,000 Pill Pavilion. I don't know how many alchemists with unfathomable hearts he has secretly bought off. Speaking of this, he was depressed, shaking his head, especially to help His Majesty refine the immortal elixir. He instigated His Majesty to issue a decree imposing this heavy responsibility on me. Li Tianyuan suddenly spoke up. Immortal elixir? The girl turned her head. Li Tianyuan coldly waved his hand and said casually, I don't care about Chancellor Lin. This place is crowded and complex. Let's change to another place to talk. I need to solve Little Ye's problem. The pill elder hurriedly agreed. All right. Then, please, Mr. Li. And the ladies, come up to the chatting tower. Resting in a private space on the chatting tower, Little Yi was focusing on cultivation. Li Tianyuan used the ingredients he just took from the 10,000 pill pavilion to refine a pill. Not long after, a round pill appeared in his palm. He gently placed it into Little Ye's mouth. After the boy took the pill, Li Tianyuan transferred spiritual energy into his body. Little Yi attentively absorbed it. A stream of pure green energy surrounded the boy's body. The pill elder stood watching and nodded in praise. So that's it. Even if the ingredients are incompatible, through special skills, one can still reach the root and exert miraculous effects. Perhaps the immortal elixir can also. He bowed. I wish to be instructed. Here, Li Tianyuan slightly shook his head and interrupted. No need. Whether you can gain that enlightenment is your own fortune. Shi Yanhan asked him with worried eyes. Little Yi, the boy. He understood what she wanted to ask. Answering decisively, his true energy has flowed through. Just need to adjust his breath for a while and he'll be fine. Hearing this news, her mood immediately cheered up. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him and said, That's great. Suddenly, the pill elder knelt before Li Tianyuan. Speaking sincerely. Sir, your magical powers are vast. Previously, Yan Kai thought he had some understanding of alchemy. But after seeing your skills, I realized there are mountains beyond mountains. I hope you will accept me as a disciple. Yan Kai is willing to serve by your side and listen to your teachings. Li Tianyuan arrogantly shook his head in refusal. The pill elder was not discouraged, trying to persuade him. I know my knowledge is shallow, and my aptitude is dull. But this disciple is willing to offer all the pill refining methods collected over a lifetime, all rare immortal pills, and even the foundation of the 10,000 pill pavilion. I only ask for a pointer or two from you. Although the old man expressed his sincerity to that extent, Li Tianyuan still paid absolutely no attention. Suddenly, pill elder Yan Kai shouted loudly, his words full of sorrow and indignation. If you reject my alchemy path, this life of Yan Kai is considered over. Living has no meaning anymore. Might as well end it here. Just as he finished speaking, he raised his hand prepared to commit suicide, making the girl standing next to him extremely terrified, hurriedly shouting to stop him. Don't. Right at that moment, Li Tianyuan acted in time, stopping the pill elder's rash action. Little Yi, standing nearby, saw the pitiful situation. So he spoke up to plead with his father. Father, please accept him. That's right, little Chi also chimed in, earnestly pleading. That's right, that's right. Father, the pill elder is a good person. He took great care of us on the road before. Please. Li Tianyuan turned to look at Yan Kai, facing his determined and resolute gaze. Next, he looked at the 4 sparkling eyes, filled with expectation of the 3 people beside him. He sighed helplessly. There really is no helping these 3. Finally, Li Tianyuan had to accept his fate. He waved his hand slightly. Fine then, I accept you as a registered disciple. Hearing the agreement, Yan Kai was overjoyed, kneeling to perform the disciples' grand ceremony. Yan Kai pays respects to master. The girl rubbed her temples, muttering in helplessness, really can't do anything about my father. Yan Kai looked worriedly at the girl. She bowed her head, her voice a bit tired. Sorry, suddenly I feel a bit exhausted. Please allow me to go back and rest first. Little Chi watched the girl's retreating figure, curiously asking Shi Yanhan, Mom, that big sister. Shi Yanhan shook her head slightly, indicating she didn't know either. But when only Li Tianyuan and Yan Kai remained, he calmly asked, She is your older sister, right? Hearing the question, Yan Kai was startled, turning back in panic. Master, you realized it? Little Chi was shocked as if struck by lightning, asking loudly, the big sister just now is the Pill Elder's biological sister? But the Pill Elder's hair is already white, and that big sister is so young. Li Tianyuan gently explained, there is nothing strange about this. She suffers from a strange illness, making her appearance last forever. Unlike the children's surprise, Yan Kai bowed his head and explained, his voice full of bitterness, reporting to master. My sister sleeps soundly all year round. Every 15 years. She only stays awake for a little over a month. This disciple has studied alchemy all his life. The original purpose was to refine a type of pill that could cure her illness, helping her have a life like a normal person. Saying this, he laughed self-deprecatingly, ridiculously enough. Although I am known as the leader of alchemy in the East, I am helpless against my sister's illness. I can only watch her fall into endless sleep, year after year, then wake up again, for a brief reunion, then fall back into a long, drawn-out sleep. This disciple is truly too useless. He recounted that, at those times, the two siblings could only look at each other helplessly and shed tears. Hearing that, the two children also started sobbing. Little Chi cried and said, the old man is so pitiful. His sister stays young forever, while he has grown old. Little Yi nodded in agreement. Right. If I could only see Mom for 1 month every 15 years. Then how could I live? Shi Yanhan patted the two children's shoulders to comfort them. Li Tianyuan asked Yan Kai, how long has she been awake this time? Yan Kai sadly replied, reporting to master, it has been over 20 days. He instructed him, keep a close eye on her condition. In the coming days, I have obtained a few clues about this illness. Yan Kai seemed to see a ray of only hope in so many years. Desperate, he tremblingly asked, Master, are you telling the truth? Can my sister really be cured? He nodded in confirmation, that's right. But before that, I need to find out about a person. He curiously asked immediately, who is it? Li Tianyuan replied in a cold voice. Decisively, the formation master, Mr. Ming Hao. Yan Kai recounted the information he knew. According to what this disciple knows, Mr. Ming Hao seems to be at the military camp outside the city, helping the emperor set up some important formation. What are you looking for Mr. Ming Hao for, master? Li Tianyuan walked past him and said, no need to ask too much. You all just wait here for me. I'll go and come back right away. Yan Kai clasped his hands and replied, yes, this disciple obeys. Little Chi and Little Yi shouted in unison, Father, go early and come back early. A while later, Li Tianyuan had reached the city gate.